The Scythe of Death, which once claimed countless lives, had been sitting in an obscure general store for 50 years. Everyone thought it was a useless scythe, but Lin Moyu spent all his savings to buy it. Onlookers thought he had gone mad. To his surprise, the moment Lin Moyu touched the scythe, he clearly felt the energy of the god of death. This was because the scythe was one of the evolving weapons in Lin Moyu's exclusive set. It turned out that this was a world where games and reality intertwined. Everyone upon reaching 18 years of age had to participate in a class transfer ceremony to find their profession. However, 99% of people transferred to lifestyle professions, which seemed useless compared to the more popular support professions. Combat professions, on the other hand, were coveted by all. Today was the day for the entire school's unified class transfer. As the class transfer array slowly emerged, the principal began calling out students to enter the array. But the first student transferred to a farmer, which was a bolt from the blue for him. For the rest of his life he would only be able to pursue the lowest tier farmer profession. The second student also chose a lifestyle profession. The array master nearby frowned slightly. "It seems truly difficult for your school to produce a combat profession," he mused. But when it was the school beauty Xia Shui's turn, he showed surprise. This student's mental power was twice that of other students, making it very likely she would transfer into a mage. No sooner had he spoken than Xia Shui on the stage emitted a celestial phenomenon, with two massive elemental orbs appearing above her head, indicating that she was at least a rare profession. Ultimately, she transferred into an elemental mage. This drew high praise from the principal and the array master. At this point, it was Lin Moyu's turn to go on stage for his class transfer. The array master again thought Lin Moyu could only transfer into a lifestyle profession. But the moment Lin Moyu stepped into the class transfer array, a terrifying energy continuously emanated from beneath his feet, followed by a beam of light shooting skyward. Seeing this, the principal and the master understood that this was a celestial phenomenon, and one even more astonishing than Xia Shui's. At this moment, Xia Shui was anxiously looking in that direction, when suddenly a student pointed at the sky and shouted, "What's that?" Thousands of dark figures appeared within the black clouds, their fierce and terrifying appearance making everyone think they were undead from hell. The timid students were instantly terrified, but the dark figures in the sky bowed to Lin Moyu. Then they transformed into streams of undead power and surged into his body, awakening him to the Necromancer profession. This was the unique hidden profession, but it drew jealousy and anger from everyone. But Lin Moyu paid no mind and immediately prepared to return to school. The array master, however, repeatedly called out to Lin Moyu, saying he wanted to see the skills of this unique hidden profession. He quickly opened his profession skills, only to find he could only summon one black iron tier undead warrior. With a thought from Lin Moyu, an undead warrior immediately appeared. The students nearby showed expressions of fear upon seeing it. Suddenly, the master shot a beam of light towards the undead warrior. Sure enough, the undead warrior's killing intent suddenly soared, greatly surprising the master. "I am a level 52 powerhouse, and this kid is only level 1. The undead he summoned actually harbors hostility towards me." However, the summoned creature's attributes were only average. After resolving his doubts, the master thanked Lin Moyu, who then recalled the undead warrior. Immediately after, the system prompted him that his summoning space was 10. It was then that he finally understood that the scene he had witnessed during his awakening was real. As long as his summoned monsters leveled up, his summoning space would expand, even to the point of being able to defeat dragons. Before Lin Moyu could think further, Xia Shui had already rushed over and declared, "Lin Moyu, I want to compete with you. Let's compare our assessment scores and see who performs better. Do you dare to challenge?" Seeing this scene, Gao Yang stood by, still perplexed, and he let out a shout, "Ha!" With that, she turned and left. After a few steps, she looked back and said, "It's decided then. I won't lose to you again." As she finished speaking, she thought to herself, "Although I lost to you once in today's class transfer, I will never admit defeat." At Lin Moyu's home, he stood by a cabinet, looking at the photos in his hand. He looked at his grandmother in the photo, thinking proudly as if showing off to her, "Grandma, I've successfully transferred to a rare hidden profession." Then he looked at his sister's photo, thinking firmly, "Sister, wait for me. I will get into Shajing Academy." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Opening the door, he saw Principal Lu standing there and exclaimed, "Principal Lu." Seeing him open the door, Principal Lu took out a bag of items and slowly said, "Moyu, I have some daily necessities here for you. Take them." Then he remembered his sister. Last year in Shihai City, this child's sister, Lin Mohan, was the only one admitted to Shajing Academy. At that time she only agreed to go to Shajing after I promised to look after her brother. Therefore I must keep my promise, he thought solemnly. He handed the prepared bag to Lin Moyu, then turned to leave, raising a hand as he said, "You'll be entering the dungeon tomorrow, so get some good rest." Lin Moyu held the bag, watched him leave, then softly said, "Thank you." Outside, night had fallen deeply. Stars dotted the sky and only scattered lights remained in the tall buildings. At home, Lin Moyu looked at the notification displayed on his system panel. "System loading." This surprised him, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "How could it suddenly?" The system ignored his question and continued speaking on its own. "Host has awakened the Necromancer profession. Profession meets requirements. Strongest talent system is binding. Commencing extraction of source world to complete skill optimization. Congratulations, host, for awakening the unique divine tier talent. All attribute levels increased by 1. Congratulations host for acquiring passive skill damage transfer. The more he listened, the more surprised his face became. The system continued to display passive skill damage transfer. All attribute levels increased by 1. All skill amplification effects increased 5-fold. Damage transfer. All damage taken by the Necromancer will be borne by summoned creatures. Seeing this, he said with even greater astonishment, another talent plus a passive skill. This effect is practically god tier. Then he attempted to summon a skeleton. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Mental power -10. The attribute panel appeared accordingly. Skeleton Warrior Black Iron tier. Strength 75, Agility 75, Mental Power 75, Constitution 75, Skills none. He observed the skeleton's attributes and thought, each of the Skeleton Warrior's attributes has increased 5-fold. Combined with the damage transfer skill, I'll be practically invincible. The next day at the entrance to the novice leveling dungeon, Gao Yang stood by and asked, Moyu, do you want to team up with me? Lin Moyu, holding his staff, shook his head in refusal after hearing the suggestion. Seeing Lin Moyu refuse to join him, he angrily raised his fist and shouted at Lin Moyu, You brat, are you looking down on me? This young master is sincerely inviting you. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will not let you off. Hearing this, Lin Moyu slowly said, Teaming up slows down leveling, solo leveling is faster. Suddenly Xia Shui walked over from the other side, her face showing pride and a hint of disdain in her eyes, and said to Gao Yang, Lin Moyu is right. While a two-person team might kill monsters a bit faster, the experience points have to be split. According to the experience summarized by seniors, dungeons below level 10 are suitable for solo play, while dungeons above level 10 are better for teaming up. After listening to everyone's conversation, Lu Yun also walked over and said to them, Aside from Xia Shui and Lin Moyu, everyone else with a combat profession must team up with a support profession to enter the dungeon. Don't just think about solo play, you'll understand later. When entering higher level dungeons, you won't be able to do without support. At least for now, you're all classmates, so there won't be any animosity. Hearing this, some people asked Lu Yun with confusion, why don't those two need to team up with support professions? Hearing their question, Lu Yun seriously explained, Xia Shui wants to get into Shajing Academy, so she needs to level up quickly, and she's also an elemental mage. As for Lin Moyu, I know nothing about his profession, or do I know what his combat power truly is. Those of you with support professions can go ask him if he's willing to team up with you. Hearing this, those with support professions hesitantly said, I'm scared of those skeletons. Me too, Lin Moyu. Hearing Lu Yun's words, also spoke up. Principal Lu, I also want to get into Shajing Academy. He held a staff in his hand and the notification panel displayed again, staff mental power 1, but in his heart he secretly thought, I also want to get into Shajing Academy, so I think solo play is more suitable for me. Hearing Lin Moyu say this, Lu Yun immediately said in surprise, Do you know how difficult the Shajing Academy assessment is? To get into Shajing Academy, you must reach at least level 12 before the assessment, and ideally level 15. Your sister, Lin Mohan, was admitted to Shajing Academy at level 16. Lu Yun then continued patiently explaining to Lin Moyu and everyone, in just a week it's not easy to reach level 12, and reaching level 15 is even harder. The monsters in the novice leveling dungeon are only level 8, so it's impossible to level up to 12, not to mention there are many other conditions besides level that you'll only find out during the assessment. Hearing this, Lin Moyu still nodded calmly and replied, Principal, I am confident. Hearing this, Lu Yun also calmed down and then praised him. Well done, kid. No sooner had he spoken than he thought to himself, this kid has a hidden profession, maybe he really can do it. A little while later, in front of the dungeon entrance, Xia Shui stood before Lin Moyu and said with a determined expression, Let's have a competition to see who levels up faster. Lin Moyu didn't speak, so Xia Shui said, Just consider it that you've accepted my challenge. Lin Moyu saw her determined look and felt a bit perplexed, scratching his head as he thought, are all highly competitive people like this? Having thought that, he also entered the dungeon. Inside the novice dungeon, the sky was murky gray. As soon as he entered, Lin Moyu summoned a skeleton and then continued to ponder. Last night, summoning one skeleton consumed 10 mental power. After a night of meditation, my mental power has recovered to 40. Then I'll summon 4 more skeleton warriors. He then raised his staff forward. His originally green eyes now glowed a bright red like car headlights. He then commanded the skeletons, Go find and kill monsters for me. With him as the center, the skeletons, upon hearing his command, rushed out in all directions to search. One by one, the skeletons began killing monsters. Experience points constantly increased. Successfully killed a big-eared rabbit. Express 10. Level 1. Successfully killed a big-eared rabbit. Express 10. Successfully killed a big-eared rabbit. Express 10. Lin Moyu watched his experience points steadily rise and began to think, each time my skeleton warriors kill a monster, experience points increase by 1. So if I kill 100, I'll level up. This method is very effective. In just a few minutes, my experience points have increased by 10. After some monster killing, his experience rose from level 1 to level 2, which made him think in surprise. Leveled up in half an hour, Lin Moyu's attribute panel displayed. Name Lin Moyu. profession unique necromancer, level 2, strength 20, agility 20, mental power 40, constitution 20, equipment 0, summoning space 620, skeleton soldier count 6, talent, all attribute levels increased by 1, unique passive skill, damage transfer, active skills, soulfire level 2, summon skeleton warrior level 2, then he raised his hand to summon skeletons, the attribute panel appeared accordingly, skeleton warrior black iron tier, strength 125, agility 125, mental power 125, constitution 125, skills, none. Summon 2 level 2 skeleton warriors. After he gave the command, the skeletons immediately appeared. Lin Moyu looked at the attribute panel of the newly summoned skeletons and thought, attributes have increased again. The number of skeleton warriors had now become 8 and the efficiency of killing monsters and leveling up had increased once more. This was just the beginning. Following his command, the skeletons continued to kill monsters and level up frantically. The attribute panel also constantly displayed notifications. Killed a level 2 gray-furred cat. Express 20. Killed a brown-furred beast. Express 30. Killed a blue-eyed rat king. Express 40. Lin Moyu suddenly discovered a map feature that allowed him to track the skeletons' movements as they killed monsters, and he thought in surprise, there's even a function like this. Every movement trajectory of the skeleton warriors can form a map. He suddenly noticed a monster hiding in the grass waiting for an opportunity to attack him. Seeing this, he continued to think, it seems the skeletons missed a monster. Perfect, I can try out an active skill. Soulfire. The moment he thought of it, he immediately launched the attack, giving the monster no time to escape. The light in his hand enveloped the monster's body, causing it immense pain. After observing for a moment, he thought, with this 5-fold amplified skill, the level 2 gray-furred cat was instantly annihilated. When the monster was completely killed, the attribute panel immediately notified, killed a level 2 gray-furred cat. Express 20. Seeing the monster's corpse collapse before it could do anything, he continued to think, the mental attack system is too strong. It ignores all defenses, whether magical or physical. Hidden professions truly are powerful. Though he only had 2 skills, they were incredibly powerful. Even without the talent amplification, a necromancer would never be weaker than any legendary profession. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a light shone from his body again. Lin Moyu silently thought, I've leveled up again. His attribute panel once again displayed, name Lin Moyu, profession unique necromancer, level 3. After leveling up, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his staff forward and continued to summon skeleton warriors. The attribute panel now showed, killed a level 4 blue-eyed rat king, express 40. Killed a level 5 Azure Wolf, XP 50. Killed a level 5 Azure Wolf, XP 50. Killed a level 6 Black Panther, XP 60. After killing monsters for a while, he walked along silently thinking, the novice dungeon lasts for 12 hours. Only 4 hours have passed and I've already reached level 4. At this rate, I can reach level 7 in less than an hour. If I can get straight to level 8, I'll head outside Shihai City, where the monsters are higher level. The attribute panel once again displayed, name Lin Moyu, profession unique necromancer, level 4. Outside the dungeon, Lu Yun was chatting happily with Patriarch Sha Shui's father, Sha Dongyang. Lu Yun sat leisurely in a chair crossing his legs and asked, Patriarch Sha, are you here to see that girl Sha Shui? Hearing this, Sha Dongyang replied, Principal Lu has taken care of Sha Shui more or less over the years. Lu Yun picked up his water cup and continued, I haven't done anything. It's all thanks to that girl being smart and diligent. That's why her class transfer was so successful. You must have known she was a rare elemental mage profession for a while now. Seeing this, Sha Dongyang regretfully responded, It's a pity I was too busy yesterday and couldn't witness Xiao Shui's class transfer with my own eyes, he continued. So I can't miss her first time entering a dungeon. Lu Yun also added, Previously, Su Tianqing and Lin Mohan were both rare professionals, and they both reached level 5 after entering the novice dungeon. I think Sha Shui should be about the same. As Lu Yun spoke, he recalled the two, and Sha Dongyang also replied with some concern, I hope so. That girl has been competitive since she was little. Lu Yun sensed Sha Dongyang's worry and continued, Their leveling speed on the first day pretty much determines their leveling speed for the next few days. If Sha Shui can't reach level 5 on the first day, it will be very difficult for her to get into Shajing Academy. After speaking, Lu Yun felt worried about Lin Moyu again, thinking, I wonder what level Lin Moyu can reach. A hidden profession shouldn't be bad, he then continued. Everyone's timer starts counting down upon entering the dungeon, and they will automatically leave after 12 hours. Let's wait and see what level they can reach in 12 hours. After a while, Sha Dongyang asked again, Oh, by the way, I heard that during yesterday's class transfer ceremony a hidden professional appeared at our school. What profession was it, I wonder? Hearing this, Lu Yun immediately replied, Yes, it was Lin Moyu. He transferred into a necromancer and can summon skeletons. I've never seen it before and don't know if it's powerful. His sister is Lin Mohan. If Sha Shui goes to Shajing Academy, perhaps you could ask Lin Mohan to look after her. Inside the dungeon, he led his skeleton army on a rampage. The attribute panel again displayed. Killed a level 7 brown bear, XP 70. He looked into the distance and thought seriously, the maximum distance my skeleton warriors can be from me is 500 meters. Within this range I can safely AFK level. The skeletons continued to relentlessly kill monsters. The attribute panel also continuously displayed, killed a level 7 brown bear, XP 70. He looked at the constantly popping up attribute panel and thought, 7 hours have passed but I haven't seen any level 8 monsters. Killed a level 6 Black Panther, XP 60. Killed a level 7 Brown Bear, XP 70. Then he suddenly remembered his classmates and thought, I wonder what level they've all reached. He led his skeleton army to another part of the dungeon. Suddenly he was attacked by something. The sudden attack surprised him. The passive skill damage transfer activated. The attribute panel lit up and his body glowed. He looked at the sentient tree in the forest, and its attribute panel appeared accordingly. Level 8 Vine Whip Tree. Normally in hibernation it attacks living creatures that pass by. He looked above the tree thinking, finally I found a level 8 monster, he said with a serious expression. This is a level 8 monster in the novice dungeon. Can it be compared to monsters in the wild? Then he continued to think. All attributes of my skeleton warriors have reached 275. I'd like to see how many hits you can withstand. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a skeleton rushed forward and attacked the tree trunk. Seeing that it wasn't immediately defeated, he said in surprise. It wasn't instantly killed? Then he pointed at the cluster of trees and ordered the skeletons to attack, then continued to think, it actually takes 4 hits to kill a level 8 monster. If this is the case, my leveling efficiency will be much slower. The attribute panel then again displayed, killed a level 8 Vine Whip Tree, XP 160. Then he looked around the forest with a smile and said, at a rough glance there are hundreds of Vine Whip Trees here. This place is simply a leveling paradise tailor-made for me. The skeletons, obeying his command, rushed forward to attack the trees. Slash after slash landed on the tree trunks and the attribute panel continuously displayed. Killed a level 8 Vine Whip Tree, XP 160. Killed a level 8 Vine Whip Tree, XP 160. Killed a level 8 Vine Whip Tree, XP 160. Killed a level 8 Vine Whip Tree, XP 160, outside the dungeon. Everyone looked at the dungeon entrance in surprise, seeing figures emerge. People immediately started discussing, someone came out, strange, time isn't up yet, did something happen? Lu Yun also thought in surprise, isn't the dungeon exit set at the deepest part of the dungeon? And to find the exit you have to pass through a dense forest guarded by level 8 monsters. Could it be? Seeing him walk out, Lu Yun immediately stepped forward to ask, Moyu, why are you out? He calmly replied. All the monsters are killed, so I came out. His attribute panel now displayed, Lin Moyu, Necromancer, level 7. Lu Yun was even more surprised and exclaimed, you're level 7? Then he secretly thought in astonishment, he reached level 7 in just 10 hours, how could that be? Seeing his surprise, Lin Moyu continued calmly, there were too few monsters inside, otherwise I should have reached level 8. Teacher Lu, I'd like to request to go outside Shihai City. Lu Yun ignored his words, still immersed in his own thoughts. This is the first time I've heard of someone killing all the monsters in the novice dungeon, and in only 10 hours, how could Lin Moyu do it? Is this the power of a necromancer? He still stood opposite Lu Yun, waving and calling out, Teacher Lu. Snapping back to reality, Lu Yun laughed happily, then agreed to his request, saying, haha, I agree. I'll go get your city exit permit right away, you go rest first. Once the other students come out, I'll send you all back. The others also discussed amongst themselves. Why did that student come out so early? Is something wrong? Yeah, he wasn't hurt, was he? But why did he come out alone? Where are his teammates? Sha Dongyang sat in a chair, also asking Lu Yun curiously. Old Lu, what was wrong with you just now? Lu Yun happily said to Sha Dongyang. That was Lin Moyu. He killed all the level 8 monsters in the dungeon and then found the hidden passage leading out of the dungeon. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned, and then Lu Yun continued, as expected of a hidden profession. The person next to Sha Dongyang immediately agreed with him, then offered his own speculation. That's right, from the looks of it, the Necromancer has definitely surpassed other rare professions and can even be compared to legendary professions. Another person also started to say, I don't know how strong legendary professions are, but when it comes to rare professions, absolutely no one has such astonishing efficiency. If the Necromancer can be this strong after leveling up, Lu Yun continued to laugh nonstop, and then said proudly, this kid has boundless potential, we don't need to worry about what happens next. If he can get into Shajing Academy, that will be Shajing Academy's headache. Sha Dongyang, sitting nearby, also nodded, then said with a smile, Xiao Shui has been competitive since she was little. I'm afraid she's going to be disappointed this time. Getting more and more excited, Lu Yun laughed heartily and patted Sha Dongyang's shoulder, then continued, haha, and not just this time, you're not home often so you don't know. Lin Moyu's academic performance has always surpassed Sha Shui's all these years. That girl has been in second place for 3 years now. Hearing this, Sha Dongyang replied in surprise. Was that so? Then he secretly thought, that girl never told me about this. Meanwhile he was sitting by a rock, closing his eyes to rest, thinking, the number of skeleton warriors I've summoned so far is 24, but my summoning space capacity has increased to 70. It seems it will take a lot of time to replenish the summoning space again. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the dungeon exit. Sha Shui walked out happily, saying proudly, this time I definitely won't lose. I've reached level 5 and the experience points I've gained are on par with the previous novice dungeon record. Where is that Lin Moyu? Her attribute panel also displayed. Sha Shui, Elemental Mage, level 5. Suddenly, she saw him sitting by the rock and was immediately surprised. Her happy expression quickly turned grim, and she said, strange, when did he come out? Wait, he? She looked at his attribute panel and was even more shocked. Lin Moyu, Necromancer, level 7. How is that possible? How could he have reached level 7? She exclaimed in surprise, her expression as if the sky had fallen. Xiao Dongyang stood by the car. Seeing her, he called out, Xiao Shui. She saw her father and also asked in surprise, Dad, what are you doing here? She was still confused about his situation, thinking, how did Lin Moyu reach level 7? In the car, Xiao Dongyang looked at her happily and said, are you competing with that kid? Hearing this, she silently replied, that hateful guy, he's always been better than me these past 3 years. Seeing this, he asked, do you need my help? Hearing him offer help, she refused, I don't need it. He laughed happily. Haha, alright. Then she said firmly, this is my own business. I won't be defeated by that silly boy again. Hearing this, he replied helplessly, but I still have to tell you that Lin Moyu came out of the dungeon after 10 hours and he killed all the level 8 monsters in the dungeon. Hearing this, her eyes immediately widened and she repeated in disbelief, KK killed all the level 8 monsters. As soon as she finished speaking, she thought, I've only just entered the level 7 monster area and haven't seen any level 8 monsters yet. But he came out 2 hours early. If there were more monsters, wouldn't he have been able to directly reach level 8? Meanwhile, Gao Yang was crying and pleading with him, Moyu, how did you reach level 7? Moyu, Bosslin, can you take me leveling with you, please? Seeing Gao Yang crying so pitifully, he felt a bit awkward and reluctantly said to him, next time for sure. Hearing this, Gao Yang immediately perked up, his eyes sparkling. A happy smile appeared on his lips as he said, it's a promise then, I'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow. The next day, Gao Yang stood at the school gate asking Lu Yun with a disappointed look, Teacher Lu, why isn't Lin Moyu here? Lu Yun replied, he went outside the city. Suddenly a cold wind blew, reflecting his current mood. He immediately shouted angrily, Lin Moyu, how dare you lie to me, I'll duel you. Lu Yun coldly stopped him. Give up, you can't beat him. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured directly onto Gao Yang's face. At the Shenxia Empire Exchange, a hand was resting on a red stone floating in the air. The attribute panel now displayed, Identity authentication starting, authentication successful. Shenxia Empire Citizen Lin Moyu authorized to use the Shenxia Empire Exchange. Contribution none. Authority level 1. At a glance, this exchange had no tasks suitable for him. He looked at the existing tasks and said, Infinite recycling of green grass seedlings, recycling price, 50 gold coins plant. Infinite recycling of black wolf fur, recycling price, 20 gold coins bundle. Infinite recycling of beast bones, recycling price, 30 gold coins bone. Task, conquer the Shihai mining area dungeon level 14. Obtain the dungeon boss Fairy King's core. Note, only dungeon bosses of nightmare difficulty and above can be eliminated. Task reward 1000 gold coins. He looked at the last task and thought, this task is interesting. With so many gold coins as a reward, the difficulty of this task must be quite high. Then he began to recall the various difficulty levels of dungeons. Normal difficulty meant one person and a small number of minor monsters. Dungeon difficulty is divided into normal, nightmare, and hell. Next is nightmare difficulty, which requires a team to deal with a group of monsters. He continued to think, nightmare difficulty is several times harder than normal difficulty. Without a powerful team, it's impossible to conquer. Finally, there's hell difficulty, which requires dealing with a powerful monster army. He continued to think, hell difficulty is not a place for ordinary professionals either. It seems I can't complete this task yet. Outside, the guard was checking his ID, then looked at him and said, Lin Moyu, level 7 Necromancer. Then he thought with confusion, what profession is a necromancer? Which school is he from? They agreed to let him leave the city at only level 7. Then he began to caution him, your city exit permit is now active. You can freely enter and exit the major cities of the Shenxia Empire from now on. There are many monsters outside, so please be careful and cautious in all matters, especially when encountering danger at night. You can return here. Self-preservation is the top priority. Hearing this, Lin Moyu nodded and replied, thank you, I will be careful. After exiting the city gate, he immediately exclaimed in surprise, this city wall is extraordinary. Inside and outside the city are two completely different worlds. I can even hear the roars of beasts from afar, and the air seems to be filled with the scent of blood. Suddenly, a foot appeared and a goblin was hiding behind it, staring at him. At this moment he also began to summon skeletons, then commanded, go kill this goblin first. The goblin rushed over, and its attribute panel appeared accordingly. Patrol Goblin level 10, Strength 120, Agility 50, Mental Power 50, Constitution 120, Skills, none. He looked at this goblin and thought, a level 10 goblin is not strong enough for the skeleton warrior's 375 attributes to be fully utilized. The skeleton's attribute panel also appeared accordingly. Skeleton Warrior Black Iron Tier level 7, Strength 375, Agility 375, Mental Power 375, Constitution 375, Skills, none. The goblin charged and attacked the skeleton's head. Seeing the skeleton unharmed, the goblin was also surprised. The goblin couldn't react in time and was struck by the skeleton's blade. Then the two sides began to fight. He stood behind, watching the skeletons kill the goblin, thinking that the strength of a level 10 monster was merely this. At this leveling speed, he should be able to reach level 15 before the assessment. At this point, the attribute panel continuously displayed, killed a level 10 patrol goblin, XP 300. Killed a level 10 terrifying grey wolf XP 280, obtained goblin bones, obtained wolf fur. Then he remembered Lin Mohan again, thinking, my sister reached level 16 in the last assessment, how did she do it? He also remembered Lin Mohan gently asking him, Moyu, what do you want to eat today? I'll make it for you. Then he firmly said, sister, I will definitely get into Shajing Academy. Suddenly the attribute panel displayed again. Name Lin Moyu, profession, unique necromancer, level 10, strength 100, agility 100, mental power 300, constitution 100, equipment 0, summoning space 40,100. Skeleton soldier count 40, talent, all attribute levels increased by 2, unique. Passive skill, damage transfer, active skill, soulfire level 10, summon skeleton warrior level 10, all attribute levels increased by 2, all skill amplification effects increased tenfold. Summon skeleton warrior level 10, summons bronze tier skeleton warrior. He looked at his attribute panel thinking seriously, attributes haven't fluctuated much, increasing by 10 points with each level, but my mental power has reached 300 points, estimated to boost all attributes to 120 points. I heard that attributes significantly increase after reaching level 10 and I'm a mage profession. Biggest change is mental power. I didn't expect to reach level 10 so quickly, and my talent skills have also changed significantly. Skeleton warriors have also upgraded to bronze tier. He looked at the skeleton's attribute panel. Skeleton warrior bronze tier, level 10, strength 1500, agility 1500, mental power 1500, constitution 1500, skill, berserk strike level 1. Berserk Strike level 1 deals 200 of self-strength as damage to the target, cooldown 10 minutes. Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Moyu continued to think. Not only that, skeleton warriors also gained an active burst skill. Then he happily looked into the distance and said, it seems I can sweep this area with bronze tier skeleton warriors. He suddenly realized something was wrong. All the surrounding monsters seemed to have been cleared by him. Suddenly an arrow shot towards him, startling him. He was hit by an arrow. The passive skill damage transfer activated. The attribute panel lit up and his body glowed. Suddenly a figure flashed by and he thought, was it this person? He looked at the girl who had just flashed by and continued to think, no, this person is probably an assassin. The person who just attacked me should be an archer. The girl flashed past him and at this moment 2 more people arrived. He looked at them and thought with certainty, it's them. He slowly pulled out the arrow from his body and continued to deduce, the direction is wrong, they definitely didn't catch up to the assassin. A blonde man looked at his teammate and said, that assassin is too cunning, he actually got away. The other person looked at him and asked seriously, hey kid, did you see any black-clothed person pass by here? He looked at the other party coldly, his eyes shining brightly but his gaze extremely cold, and said, your arrow hit me just now, apologize. The curly-haired man looked at Lin Moyu and said indifferently, my apologies. Then he thought to himself, this kid was hit by my arrow, how could he be unharmed? Hearing his apology he coldly replied, no, next time. The man froze upon hearing this, looking at him with anger on his face, then thought again, does this kid not know I'm in a bad mood right now? The blonde man with him also spoke up at this moment. He said with a grim face, it's a skeleton soldier. He looked at the skeleton blocking his path, his face filled with anger and his words laced with mockery. Undead summon. HMPH, only potential criminals awaken such a disgusting profession that can summon undead monsters. This guy definitely isn't any good. Seeing him so agitated, the other person quickly stepped forward to stop him. Don't cause trouble. Seeing his teammate say this, he had no choice but to answer angrily, got it. After speaking, both of them turned and left. He looked at their retreating figures and said coldly, consider yourselves lucky. A blue light emanated from his arm and he thought to himself, if we really fought, you would pay 100-fold price. By night, the attribute panel kept popping up notifications. Killed a level 10 patrol goblin, XP 300, killed a level 11 goblin soldier. He looked at the attribute panel and continued to think, XP 350, obtained goblin bones. He sat on a stone letting the skeletons continue to kill monsters. The express change was very small. After level 10, the express needed for leveling up nearly tripled. Calculating it, he would need to kill 5,000 goblins to level up once. He thought, even if the skeleton warriors tirelessly fought, I don't know if I can reach level 11 today. After thinking this, he looked at the dark sky and said, time is limited, I'm not going back. With that, he jumped down. As soon as he landed, he thought again, to get into Shajing Academy, I must work harder than others. In the forest, he sat by the campfire, still silently contemplating. At the current leveling speed, he could be close to level 13 tomorrow. It's still uncertain if he can reach level 15 the day after tomorrow. After level 15, the leveling speed will slow down, and it will take another day to return. This way I can only reach level 16 at most. How did my sister level up then? Even though she's a legendary blade dancer profession, her leveling speed couldn't possibly surpass mine. I must be missing something, he continued to think with a serious expression. He suddenly remembered something and recalled Lin Mohan coming home with bloodstains all over and unhealed wounds. The Shihai mining area dungeon. Did my sister team up with others to clear the nightmare difficulty dungeon, which gives more experience, and that's why she came back injured? He thought, I shouldn't be wrong. After thinking this, his face also darkened, and he clenched his fist, saying, I'll go test it tomorrow. In the forest, gusts of wind blew, rustling the leaves. Suddenly a foot approached him, and the nearby skeletons immediately became vigilant. He looked at the person thinking indifferently, is it an adventurer here to level up? Not many people come here to level up in the middle of the night. Perhaps lost, the girl walked up to him and stopped. She hesitantly asked him, excuse me, do you have anything to eat? He recognized her and remembered the morning. Surprised, he continued to think it's her. After a while, he also took out a potato and handed it to her. Seeing him do this, she happily took it. She looked at the potato gently, pulled down her face covering with one hand and devoured it, making him sit beside her, thinking in surprise, is this person very hungry? Halfway through she choked, and he, sitting next to her, could only helplessly hand her a bottle of water. She took the water bottle and quickly drank from it. After drinking, she also said to him somewhat awkwardly, thank you. What's your name? He looked at her coldly, but he said nothing. Seeing him like this, she happily suggested, don't like talking, what's wrong? How about this? We'll use detect. The two touched their fingers together and the attribute panel appeared accordingly, detect. After a while, the attribute panel appeared again, detect failed. Seeing this, he immediately thought in surprise, detect failed, no information received. And she still sat happily beside him and asked, hee, did you get nothing? His attribute panel also appeared at this moment. Name Lin Moyu, profession Necromancer, level 10. She looked at the attribute panel and also said in surprise, so your name is Lin Moyu, level 10, profession Necromancer. I've never heard of this profession, it's really strange. She suddenly remembered seeing him with skeletons, then continued, I think I saw skeletons around you this afternoon, did you summon them? Those are extremely rare undead summons. She was still happily waving her hand at this moment, then continued, why aren't you speaking? You're not mute, are you? Doesn't look like it either. He suddenly spoke coldly. Why? Hearing him say this, she excitedly exclaimed, so you can talk. He remained like an ancient iceberg looking at her coldly, then repeated, why? Seeing him like this, she happily took out an item and said to him, you're asking why detect failed, right? Because of this, it's an obstruction badge, as long as you wear it. Anyone whose level isn't more than 10 levels higher than yours will have their detect skill fail on you. The item she took out looked very old, then she disconnected from the badge and said, now try using detect on me again. Hearing her say this, he raised his hand again. Her attribute panel appeared, name Ningi, profession Shadow Assassin level 19. He silently looked at the attribute panel thinking, Shadow Assassin level 19. Suddenly both of them discovered something and were startled. The two men who chased Ningi this morning and a companion were smiling sinisterly. Seeing this, he thought, the skeletons have already found them. They intend to surround us. Ningi stood up, her eyes filled with irritation and disdain, and said to them, still not giving up? It's just a mid-level skill scroll. You've been chasing me for days and still haven't given up. Then she turned and happily said to him, I'm leaving. If there's a chance, I'll come play with you again. At this moment, an arrow shot towards the two of them. She felt the danger and quickly dodged. Suddenly a light shone from where she and he were standing. A marked arrow appeared above their heads. The curly-haired man saw this and smiled sinisterly. She saw this skill, gritted her teeth in anger, and shouted, damn it, marked arrow, this is trouble. He stood beside her, still calmly looking at the arrow that had just flown, thinking, that's the archer's anti-stealth skill. That skill can mark a target, making the target visible and unable to enter stealth, specifically used to counter assassins with stealth skills and some stealth monsters. Then he looked at the person standing behind him and continued to think, it seems they came prepared. The blonde man also stepped out at this moment and said triumphantly, you won't escape this time. The three of them surrounded him and Ningi. The blonde man continued, I knew you two were together all along. Despicable like a rat assassin, coupled with a dark and cunning undead summoner, quite a match. Ningi had already assumed a fighting stance. She urgently explained to them, he has nothing to do with this. I'll give you the skill scroll and we'll go our separate ways. The curly-haired man sat on a tree smiling sinisterly. He replied to her viciously, if it was a day ago that would be fine, but now we think killing is safer. Dead men tell no tales, only then will no one know we have a mid-level skill scroll. Seeing the situation worsen, she turned around and whispered to him, I'll distract them later, you run first. Hearing her say this, she asked, what about you? At this point she was already deep in thought. He was only level 10, she couldn't let her personal affairs harm him. Hearing his question, she happily replied. Lin Moyu's face darkened as he thought, if she could win, she wouldn't have fled in disarray during the day. Clearly the opponents were stronger. He began to observe her again, thinking, moreover, this guy was hit by a marked arrow, so her stealth skill was useless. At this moment the curly-haired man had lost his patience. He shouted to his companions, the longer we wait, the more complications there'll be. Don't waste time, attack. The blonde man also happily raised his staff upon hearing the order. He said maliciously, not only you, but that little guy will die today too. Then his staff shot out a sun-like radiance illuminating the entire night sky. The attribute panel lit up at this moment. Cast Light Blast. After casting, he thought confidently, Light Blast not only illuminates but also dispels darkness and increases my hit rate. Most importantly, Light Blast can also counter the assassin's stealth skills. Little thief, this time you're dead for sure. Ningi looked on and said somewhat frantically, I have no choice but to fight with all I've got. The curly-haired man had already drawn his bow. The black-clothed man had assumed an attacking stance, and the blonde man gripped his staff tightly. All three aimed at the two surrounded individuals. Lin Moyu observed the situation for a while, then began to summon skeletons. The blonde man saw this and said contemptuously, HMPH, wasting your breath. Undead summons, truly disgusting. Then he cast a fireball towards Lin Moyu. He said confidently, My great fireball is a level 20 mage skill. Watch me burn you to ashes. Ningi immediately rushed forward, grabbed Lin Moyu and ran. Then she shouted, "Run!" Suddenly she found her foot entangled by a mental energy thread. She exclaimed in surprise, "Mental energy thread, when did this happen?" The curly-haired man seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow. He said viciously, "Taste my triple attack, triple arrow shot." Seeing the 3 arrows flying towards her, she immediately cried out in fear, "I'm finished." Then she quickly pushed Lin Moyu away. She looked at Lin Moyu worriedly. Both were about to be hit by attacks from both sides. Suddenly, the appearance of 2 skeletons surprised her even more. One skeleton blocked the blonde man's attack. Another skeleton blocked the curly-haired man's arrow with its sword. Finally, another skeleton was dealing with the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man was sent flying by a single skeleton strike. The skeleton that had endured the fireball also emerged unscathed. The blonde man also grew fearful upon seeing this. He looked at the skeletons and said incredulously, "How is this possible?" Detect clearly showed this kid was just a level 10 necromancer. Then he stammered in fear, "Oh no, don't come any closer." He also thought incredulously, "I'm a level 21 mage and he's only level 10. How could he possibly kill me?" The curly-haired man also became extremely scared at this moment, shouting, "What exactly are you?" The black-clothed man also spoke up incredulously, "Our skills are completely useless against these summons. Why are these summons attributes so high?" Suddenly, floating firelights appeared behind them. The curly-haired man looked over curiously. The black-clothed man also didn't understand what was happening, observing the firelights. Meanwhile, the blonde man was scared pale. Skeleton warriors appeared one after another, forming a large circle and surrounding them. These skeletons were still continuously being summoned. Ningi stood by, also feeling surprised. She opened her mouth wide, thinking, "Are these really the skeleton warriors I've seen before? They clearly didn't have a single intact part. How can they be so powerful? Are these truly low-level summons? Even the skills of a level 20 mage and archer couldn't harm them." Then she looked at the vast horde of skeletons, thinking, "And there are too many of them." After thinking that, she looked at Lin Moyu, who was standing calmly beside her, and called out, "You!" Suddenly, Lin Moyu's eyes glowed brightly. Following his command, the skeletons also charged forward. The attribute panel appeared again at this moment. Name: Lin Moyu. Profession: Unique Necromancer. Level: 10 Strength, 100 Agility, 100 Mental Power, 300 Constitution, 100 Equipment, 0 Summoning Space, 44,100 Skeleton Soldier Count, 44 Talent. All attribute levels increased by 2. Unique Passive Skill: Damage Transfer. Active Skills: Soulfire Level 10, Summon Skeleton Warrior Level 10. All attribute levels increased by 2. All skill amplification effects increased tenfold. Summon Skeleton Warrior Level 10, Summons Bronze Tier Skeleton Warrior. The blonde man had now erected a barrier to protect himself from the skeleton's attacks. Before he could be happy for long, his barrier was attacked by a skeleton and developed cracks. After a while, the barrier was also shattered. He raised his staff and created a ring of fire, emitting a huge sound. Boom! Seeing the skeletons repelled, he shouted triumphantly, "Taste my power too!" No sooner had he spoken than the skeletons charged forward to attack again. Seeing this, he shouted, "What?" Before he could finish speaking, he was cut into several pieces by the skeletons. The curly-haired man who was dodging the skeleton's pursuit also thought in fear. One-shot kill that only took a few seconds. My agility attribute is clearly 1,000 points. Why can't I dodge these skeletons? As if to answer the audience's doubts, not for him, the skeleton's attribute panel lit up. Agility 1,500. They ran incredibly fast on both sides, making whooshing sounds wherever he ran. The skeletons could follow. Seeing this, he also thought helplessly. Nowhere to run. The other person remained in place, resisting the skeleton's attacks, emitting a huge bang. He continuously used his charge skill. His shield clanged against the skeleton's weapons, making clink-clank sounds. Lin Moyu observed from the side and also exclaimed in surprise, "Limit defense, I didn't expect this knight to have mastered such a skill." He watched him, still struggling to fend off the skeleton's attacks. Then Lin Moyu continued to think, "This is one of the knight's core skills. Defense greatly increases for a short period. A level 20 knight using this skill can withstand attacks from a level 40 mage. Knights who've mastered limit defense and those who haven't are like two different professions." Suddenly, the blonde man's scream rang out, "Ah!" He looked over in fear and began to think in terror. How could these skeleton warriors be so terrifying? Should have known not to come. Losing my life just for an intermediate skill scroll, it's really not worth it. Lin Moyu raised his hand, a force enveloped it, then he said coldly, "Use skill, stop him, don't let him escape." After commanding the skeletons, he also thought unshakably, "Can't let him run. If I'm going to kill, I'll kill them all." At this moment, a powerful force enveloped the skeletons, and the attribute panel lit up again. Berserk Strike deals 200 of self-strength as damage to the target, strength 1,500. Whoosh! A skeleton's sword had already slashed towards him. He cried out in fear. He can still use skills. At this moment his shield had already been broken, and he thought in despair, limit defense lasts for 1 minute, but the more intense the attacks it withstands, the shorter its duration. It can't hold out any longer. The skeletons had already surrounded him, and he could only shout weakly, "Damn it!" Suddenly, Lin Moyu remembered the scene of Lin Mohan scolding him, her face serious as she told him, "Moyu, you must remember, either don't do it or if you do, don't hold back." After a while, Ningi also asked him incredulously, "What? They're all dead?" She secretly thought, He didn't even move. Lin Moyu put his hands in his pockets and calmly continued to think. After a professional dies, the items in their storage space will also drop. Let's see what they have. After a while, the collection was completed, and the attribute panel for each item appeared accordingly. Cayman Bronze Tier Staff, Mental Power 20, increases Mage Skill Power by 5, usable after level 18. Cayman Bronze Tier Battle Bow, Agility 20, increases Archer Skill Power by 5, usable after level 18. Cayman Bronze Tier Shield, Constitution 20, increases Defensive Skill Effect by 5, usable after level 18. Cayman Bronze Tier Longsword, Strength 10, Constitution 10, increases Physical Attack Skill Power by 5, usable after level 13. She walked over to observe the items he picked up, then said, "These are weapons dropped from the Cayman Orc Legion dungeon. That's a level 20 dungeon outside Shanghai City. Those three probably often farmed that dungeon." After she finished speaking, Lin Moyu still coldly raised his hand to store them in his mobile bank, then thought, "These 4 pieces of equipment are useless to me, but I can sell them for some money." Suddenly he paused, looking at the scroll in his hand, thinking, "Basic skill scroll. This scroll is worth 10,000 gold coins, very valuable. Should I sell it or keep it for myself?" Ningi, standing by, also happily said to him, "You probably don't have a basic scroll yet, right? You can use this one. Although there's a chance to get an already learned skill, you might also get a new one." The scroll's attribute panel appeared at this moment. Basic skill scroll, can acquire skills below level 20, can acquire already learned skills. Ningi seemed to have seen through his thoughts. She said incredulously, "You're not planning to sell it, are you? Or are you short on money? This scroll is just basic, it's worthless." Hearing her say this, Lin Moyu secretly thought, "She doesn't seem to care about 10,000 gold coins, she must come from a wealthy family." After thinking that, he coldly asked, "How do I use it?" Hearing him ask, she happily instructed, "It's simple, just hold the skill scroll and say use." She dared to teach, he dared to do, so he said use as she instructed. After a while there was no movement, and she still stood by, happy. She said to him again, "Oh no, it's not like that, you didn't say it loud enough, you have to say it loudly to use it," she said in a playful tone. Lin Moyu fell silent upon seeing this, then secretly thought, "It seems I must use mental power to use the skill scroll." After thinking that, he injected his mental power into the scroll. Ningi, seeing that she had been found out, said dejectedly, "How did you find out? What a failure." After a while, the scroll in his hand burned up and the attribute panel displayed, acquired skill, corpse explosion, level 1, detonates a corpse, dealing 10 damage to enemies within a 1-meter radius. He looked at the attribute panel and continued to think, "I've gained a new skill. This scroll wasn't a loss." Then he imagined the scene of exploding corpses and continued to think, "In a necromancer's eyes, even corpses have life." He then thought, "Although this skill is very weak, if I factor in my talent, amplified by my talent, its destructive power can reach a 10-meter radius." Then imagined the scene of rows of corpses exploding simultaneously, and he exclaimed, "As long as one corpse is detonated, it can continue to damage surrounding enemies. It's truly an area of effect skill." He closed his eyes and felt for a moment, then continued to think, "Because of my talent, almost all my skills have become god tier." Ningi, standing by, also asked curiously, How is it? Did you learn a new skill?" Hearing her ask, he looked at her and replied, "Yes, I did." Ningi then happily said to him, "Your voice is really nice. Why don't you like talking? What a pity." Lin Moyu, seeing her strange behavior and recalling her appearance, secretly thought, "This girl seems different from the girls at school." After thinking that, he complimented her back, "Your voice is very nice too." Ningi was even happier upon hearing this, laughing and replying, "Hee, thank you, I know my voice is nice too." Suddenly she took out a small box and placed it in Lin Moyu's hand, then said, "Since you saved this young lady and praised this young lady, take this as a gift." Lin Moyu opened the box and the attribute panel displayed, "Can awaken level 40 to 70 skills, can acquire learned skills." Looking at the system panel, Lin Moyu thought in surprise, "An intermediate skill scroll, worth 1 million gold coins at the exchange, 100 times more than a basic scroll, this thing is too precious." Then he looked at Ningi, who was smiling happily, and then thought, wasn't she being chased because of this intermediate skill scroll? Now she just gives it away. After a while, Ningi sat in front of the campfire warming herself. Then she told Lin Moyu, "I found an opportunity treasure chest in the Cayman Orc Legion camp in Shanghai City. You know, these treasure chests appear randomly, and I just happened to find it," she continued. "I opened the treasure chest and got this intermediate skill scroll." Then she was chased by that group of people from earlier. She continued, "I didn't expect them to see it again. They wanted to snatch this skill scroll, and even though it's worthless, this young lady obtained it with great difficulty. How could I just hand it over? So they chased me and I ran for days, from Shanghai City to Shanghai City. Aren't they annoying like flies?" she said with a hint of grievance on her face. Lin Moyu, seeing her like this, also sat next to her and said, "You almost died just now?" Hearing this, she happily replied, "Don't worry, I can't die. If I'm hit in a vital spot, I'll be automatically teleported away, but thank you anyway. Otherwise, even if I didn't die, I would be severely injured." Then she hugged herself tightly, trembling, and continued to Lin Moyu, "You know, injuries hurt a lot and I'm most afraid of pain." Lin Moyu looked at her, his expression cold, then secretly thought, "It seems I overthought things. She truly is a young lady from some prominent family. With treasures I can't die at all." She then turned back to look at him and said happily, "I gave you the intermediate skill scroll. Do you have any more food? I'm starving. I want sweet potatoes." Seeing her like this, he could only helplessly take out a sweet potato and hand it to her. Ningi gnawed on the sweet potato while looking at him and asked, Lin dummy, are you leveling up here? Looking at your level, you haven't joined an academy yet, have you? Which school are you planning to apply to? He nodded at this moment and replied, Shajing Academy. Hearing this, she also replied, Shajing Academy is very good. After speaking, she thought to herself, with his strength, applying to any school wouldn't be a problem. No one at level 10 had ever easily defeated level 20 professionals before, let alone taking on 3 at once. If he couldn't get into Shajing Academy, then probably no one could. Suddenly she remembered something and said to him, if you go to Shajing Academy, remember to go to their Shenxia Tower. The reward for your first challenge will be doubled. If you try hard and climb higher, the better. As she spoke, she recalled the mysterious black tower surrounded by immense power, but she continued to impart her experience to him. This way you can earn a lot of points at Shajing Academy. Points are even more useful than gold coins. Also at Shajing Academy, there's the Creation Academy. If you can get in, you definitely must. After chatting for a while, she was already fast asleep. Seeing her like this, he covered her with something to prevent her from getting cold. Then he began to meditate again. The attribute panel lit up once more, indicating his mental power was recovering. The next morning, as Ningi woke up, she rubbed her eyes and then asked him, Lin dummy, I'm hungry. Do you have any more sweet potatoes? Hearing this, he took out sweet potatoes and handed them to her. After a while, she was already clutching a large pile of sweet potatoes but still reached out saying, not enough, give me more. Can't you give me a lot? A true man should be generous, give it all to me. Seeing this, he shrugged helplessly and said, there really isn't any left. Hearing this, she happily replied, all right, I believe you. With that, she stood up holding the pile of sweet potatoes. She looked at him and continued, time to go level up, Lin dummy, let's meet again sometime. You should also level up quickly so you can take me leveling with you in the future. He looked at her retreating figure and replied, I'll take her leveling with me in the future, goodbye. After a while, he stood beside the bodies of those people from last night and said coldly, now I can try out the corpse explosion skill I just acquired yesterday. Lin Moyu enveloped his hand with power, looked at the corpses on the ground and said, explode corpse. The corpse immediately glowed, followed by a massive explosion. He looked at the spot where the corpse exploded. The surrounding trees were all blown away, leaving only their roots. Seeing this, he said, after the talent enhancement, the range has increased significantly, and it's a 360-degree attack with no blind spots. It truly is a god-tier skill for destroying evidence. It seems detonating it in the air might be even more powerful. With that, he turned and left, letting the other 2 corpses explode as well to clean up the area. Then he coldly thought, let's go check out the Shihai mining area dungeon. He traversed the dense forest, still pondering along the way. After skeleton soldiers were upgraded from black iron tier to bronze tier, it required 70 mental power to summon one, and my mental power is only 300 points. After thinking that, he said, after meditating and recovering last night, I can summon 4 more skeleton soldiers. The attribute panel now displayed summoning space 48,100, skeleton soldier count 48. Seeing this, he happily said, no hurry, I'll fill up the summoning space someday. After a while, he walked out of the forest and saw a dungeon entrance in the distance. Seeing this, he murmured to himself, is that the entrance to the Shihai mining area dungeon? At the entrance, people who were leveling up were clamoring and looking for teammates. Normal difficulty, 3 missing 1, need a healer. Normal difficulty, have a mage and a healer, need a knight. Mining area dungeon elite team, nightmare difficulty, have a knight, mage, assassin, missing a healer and control support. Just then he walked over, and everyone scattered, avoiding his skeleton soldiers. He walked to the dungeon panel to check the attributes. The mining area could be chosen for normal difficulty or nightmare difficulty. Looking at the attribute panel, he thought to himself, although there's no hell difficulty, normal difficulty already features elite monsters, which are several times stronger than outside monsters. Nightmare difficulty features enhanced elite monsters, making it even harder. If I choose normal difficulty, I'd need a tank, DPS and healer team. Nightmare difficulty would require at least 5 people, with a dual support, dual DPS lineup. Suddenly, someone walked over and asked him, young man, are you a summoner? Then he used his detect skill. Suddenly, the skeleton soldiers looked at him, startling him. The attribute panel now displayed detect skill failed due to wearing an obstruction badge. At this moment, the crowd ran over and surrounded him. The man with light green hair began to invite him. Young man, would you like to join our dungeon run? A girl behind him also said, we're still missing a DPS, and you should be a summoner, right? Summoners also have decent output. How about we team up? Surrounded, he remained silent, then thought to himself, good thing Ningi gave me the obstruction badge, it saved me a lot of trouble. A blue-haired man still didn't give up at this moment. He said to him, we're an elite team running nightmare difficulty. We'll split any equipment we find evenly. After hearing them, he nodded and then said, no thank you. Everyone immediately fell silent, and the attribute panel displayed again confirmed selection of nightmare difficulty. He looked at the attribute panel, his expression solemn, then said, confirm. Seeing him teleport into the dungeon, everyone exclaimed in surprise, he's entered the dungeon, another person asked incredulously. He went in alone? Another person heard this and said, no way, he went in by himself, that's too arrogant. Another person looked at the person who had just tried to detect him and asked, brother, you just used detect, tell us his information. "What level is he? What profession?" Hearing someone ask him, he replied, "No, I didn't get any information." Hearing this, another person said, "Then just wait and see if he can come out alive." Hearing this, another person said, "Maybe he's just for show, looks scary but is actually a weakling." Inside the Shihai mining area dungeon, as soon as he entered, he exclaimed in surprise, "Smell of blood is so strong. It seems I'll be discovered by monsters as soon as I step out of this circle." The attribute panel now displayed, Mind Guard Pixie, Enhanced Elite Monster, Level 14, Strength 800, Agility 400, Mental Power 200, Constitution 1000, Skill, Stun Attack. Then he pointed at the Pixie. Seeing the Pixie's attributes, he thought, as expected of an enhanced elite monster, its attributes are many times higher than ordinary monsters. Both strength and constitution are extremely high, indicating its attack and defense are exceptionally abnormal. A level 14 knight's constitution attribute is only 300 to 400, completely unable to defeat this type of enhanced elite monster. Without teamwork, it's impossible for ordinary professionals to clear this nightmare difficulty dungeon. He continued to think this while summoning his skeleton army. After summoning, he stepped out of the circle. As he walked, he thought, "But their attributes are far inferior to my skeleton soldiers." His gaze was sharp, his expression stern. After thinking that, he said, "Begin the assault." Hearing his command, the skeleton soldiers immediately rushed forward to attack the Pixie. The attribute panel lit up, showing, "Killed a level 14 Mind Guard Pixie." Subsequently, the attribute panel displayed XP 4200. Seeing this, he thought in surprise, 4200 Express is 10 times higher than monsters of the same level, meaning killing one monster here is equivalent to killing 10 outside. Then he pointed at his skeleton soldiers and commanded them to proceed. Then he thought to himself, "Killing monsters only takes 1 or 2 seconds, this way my leveling speed can be significantly improved." A map appeared in his mind. He slowly said to the skeleton soldiers, "Don't miss a single corner or a single path." The attribute panel continuously popped up notifications again. Killed a level 14 Mind Guard Pixie, XP 4200, obtained Bones X5, killed a level 14 Mind Guard Pixie, XP 4200, obtained Fur X6. After a while his level increased again. After leveling up, he said, "It took 5 minutes and I'm finally level 11. After leveling up, his mental power was fully restored, allowing him to summon 4 more skeleton soldiers. With that, he summoned the skeleton soldiers. His attribute panel lit up again. Name Lin Moyu, Profession, Unique Necromancer, Level 11, 32.22, Strength, 120, Agility, 120, Mental Power, 40,400, Constitution, 120, Equipment None, Summoning Space, 56,100, Skeleton Soldier Count, 56, Talent. All attribute levels increased by 2, Unique Passive Skill, Damage Transfer. Active Skills, Soulfire Level 11, Summon Skeleton Warrior Level 11, Corpse Explosion Level 1, Damage Transfer. All damage taken by the Necromancer will be borne by summoned creatures. Soulfire Level 11, burns the target's soul, dealing burning damage. Power depends on self's mental power and skill level. Summon Skeleton Warrior Level 11, summons 1 Bronze Tier Skeleton Warrior. Corpse Explosion Level 1 detonates a corpse, dealing 10 of the corpse's enemy HP as damage within a 1 meter radius. He looked at the attribute panel and began to state his deductions. After level 10, the base attribute increase is even greater. Previously, Strength, Agility, and Constitution increased by 10 points with each level. Now it's 20 points. Mental Power increased by another 100 points. With each subsequent level, attribute increases will become even greater. The Skeleton Soldier's attribute panel also lit up at this moment. Bronze Tier Skeleton Soldier, Strength 1700-200, Agility 1700-200, Mental Power 1700-200, Constitution 1700-200, Skill, Berserk Strike. Berserk Strike deals 200 of self-strength as damage to the target. After speaking, he looked at his leveling skeleton soldiers. Seeing the skeleton soldier's attribute panel, he continued to say, "The skeleton soldier's base attributes increased by 20 points, and after being amplified tenfold, the final increase is 200 points. Suddenly, the attribute panel lit up again, showing Corpse Explosion Level 1. Seeing this, he felt puzzled and thought with wide eyes, "Why have all skills leveled up but the newly learned Corpse Explosion is still level 1? Then he remembered her figure and sighed, "If Ningi were here, perhaps she would know." The attribute panel also displayed a notification. Current area cleared, level 11, 32.22. Suddenly something appeared, stirring up a gust of wind. Seeing this, he looked over and exclaimed, A wolf king emerged, its face ferocious. It looked at him and the skeleton soldiers, then let out a low growl. Its attribute panel also lit up. Mine Wolf King, Elite Boss, Level 15, Strength 2000, Agility 2000, Mental Power 2000, Constitution 2500, Skill, Roar. He looked at the Wolf King's attribute panel and said incredulously, "A boss's attributes have reached this level. It seems the final dungeon boss's attributes will be even stronger." This Wolf King was still roaring at him at this moment, and he continued, "Although your attributes are higher than my skeleton soldiers, unfortunately, you are alone." With that, he pointed at it, commanding the skeleton soldiers to charge. The Wolf King saw the skeleton soldiers rushing over and used its roar skill, repelling them. Seeing this, he thought to himself, With the skeleton soldiers' constitution, they can barely withstand the Wolf King's attack. Then he commanded again. Use skills. The skeleton soldiers then used Berserk Strike on the Wolf King. Seeing it still struggling, he continued, the stronger the enemy's constitution, the more advantageous it is for my skeleton army. This Wolf King was already severely wounded at this moment, and it used Roar again, sending the skeleton soldiers flying. Seeing this, he said, this time the skill's knockback effect is quite good. After breaking free from the encirclement, it rushed towards a portal. Seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise, escaping. Then he continued to think, the dungeon boss actually tries to escape? Suddenly he sensed something and said to the skeleton soldiers, something's not right, retreat. A pack of wolves also appeared at this moment. He looked at the attribute panel of one of them and saw, Mind Guard Wolf level 14, Strength 600, Agility 600, Mental Power 200, Constitution 1000, Skill, Tear. After reading, he looked around and said, the attributes aren't strong, but there are too many of them, at least over 100. Then he began to think, ordinary professionals, even in a 5-person team, probably couldn't handle so many Mind Guard Wolves. After thinking that, he happily looked at the pack of Mind Guard Wolves and said, but I am a Necromancer, these are all my experience points. The skeletons had already begun to attack at this moment. The attribute panel popped up notifications again. Killed a level 14 Mind Guard Wolf, XP 2800, obtained Wolf for XN. With corpses available, he happily used Corpse Explosion. The attribute panel also lit up at this moment, showing Corpse Explosion. The Mind Guard Wolf's corpse was immediately detonated. He looked at the scene before him and thought, after the talent enhancement, Corpse Explosion's damage will be 100 of the Guard Wolf's HP. The result was an instant kill. Notifications continued to pop up on the attribute panel. Killed a level 14 Mind Guard Wolf, XP 2800, obtained Wolf for X2. Killed a level 14 Mind Guard Wolf, XP 2800, obtained Wolf for X3. Killed a level 14 Mind Guard Wolf, XP 2800, obtained Wolf for XN. At this moment, the bodies of the Mind Guard Wolves were still continuously chain exploding, and his attribute panel now displayed level 11, 32.2 to 72. After a while, only the Wolf King remained. It looked at him, then let out a low growl. Upon seeing this, he said to it, fair is fair, you should also have a taste. No sooner had he spoken than he detonated the corpses of the Mind Guard Wolves in its direction. The chain explosions struck it. Under the attack of the explosions, it also became a corpse. He muttered to himself, only 15,000 EXP, equivalent to just 5 Guard Wolves. The quality rate is too low, but my luck is pretty good. The dropped items are quite valuable. The attribute panel now displayed, killed a level 15 Mine Wolf King. Express 15,000, obtained Wolf King Fang, obtained low-grade monster core. After a quick check, he put away the monster core and said to the skeletons, clear the path along the tunnel, we should reach the final boss soon. As he walked deeper, he thought, farming hell difficulty dungeons in the future should yield even more express. On the other side, a skeleton had just killed a pixie. The attribute panel also popped up a notification. Killed an elite pixie warrior, XP 4500, obtained Orc Bones X6. His face was grim, his gaze sharp as he looked forward. Then he secretly thought, it took over an hour to level up in this dungeon, both before and after this point. At this rate, after a few more runs, not to mention level 16, level 18 or 19 are also possible. After thinking that, he said, sister, we'll meet soon. He walked towards the sleeping boss and called out, wake up, big guy. Once you're dealt with, I should be able to reach level 12, right? The boss's attribute panel also appeared before him. Pixie King Boss Tier Monster. Level 16, Strength 3000, Agility 1500, Mental Power 1500, Constitution 3000, Skills, Flame Breath, Sweeping Slash, Intimidate. Looking at the boss's attribute panel, he couldn't help but exclaim, as expected, the final boss's attributes, especially strength and constitution, are much higher than those of my skeleton soldiers. Suddenly, the Pixie King opened its eyes, looking at him and the skeleton soldiers before it. Reacting swiftly, it drew its sword and suddenly swung it at him. Upon seeing this, he jumped aside to dodge. Then his skeleton soldiers cracked. The skeleton soldier's entire body shattered and then disappeared. The attribute panel now displayed skeleton soldiers 5456. Upon seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise, that single strike cost me 2 skeleton soldiers. The attribute panel then displayed Berserk Strike. Then he looked at the fighting skeleton soldiers and the Pixie King, secretly thinking, I understand, my attributes are too weak, my constitution is only 120 points. Facing the Pixie King with its 3000 strength, my defense is too weak. Damage transferred to the skeleton soldiers naturally causes more damage than the skeleton soldiers themselves would take. After thinking that, he helplessly scratched his head and said, it seems I'm my only weakness. I must accumulate more constitution in the future. The Pixie King and Skeleton Soldier's attribute panels now displayed. Pixie King Boss Tier Monster, Level 16, Strength 3000, Agility 1500, Constitution 3000, Mental Power 1500. Bronze Tier Skeleton Soldier, Level 11, Strength 1700, Agility 1700, Constitution 1700, Mental Power 1700. No matter how you looked at it, the skeleton soldiers were much weaker than the Pixie King. Upon seeing this, he secretly thought, it seems with the current strength of the skeleton soldiers, they can't directly confront the boss, but I have a skeleton army. As he thought, he continuously summoned skeleton soldiers. The Pixie King and Lin Moyu's skeleton soldiers engaged in a fierce battle. The Pixie King's eyes were filled with killing intent. red like flames as if it wanted to burn the besieging skeleton soldiers to ashes. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Moyu calmly said, "At this rate it will be tormented to death by my skeleton army." Just then the Pixie King, relying on its powerful magic, charged towards the skeleton soldiers with its sharp sword. With its intimidate skill, the Pixie King easily annihilated Lin Moyu's skeleton soldiers. Having witnessed the Pixie King's move firsthand, Lin Moyu thought, this intimidate skill is much stronger than the Wolf King's roar. At this moment, it not only temporarily struck him but also ignited a stronger fighting will within him. Next, the Pixie King with 2591700 health used Flame Breath, spewing extremely powerful flames that dealt very high damage. This put all of Lin Moyu's skeleton soldiers at a disadvantage and they were easily destroyed. Lin Moyu suddenly grew tense as he watched his army gradually weaken under the Pixie King's fierce attack, but at the same time this strongly ignited his anger. Upon seeing this he said, "Return to summoning space." He began to formulate a plan in his mind. He had to interrupt its skill. He cast Soulfire, mental power -40. His power gradually erupted, and even if the pixie resisted with fire it couldn't fight back. Finally it was Berserk Strike. He secretly thought, "My mental power is running low, I must seize this opportunity to capture it." His tacit cooperation with the skeleton soldiers left the Pixie King helpless to resist. The emerald green flames burned away the Pixie's upper body, incinerating its evil and darkness. The Pixie King let out pained screams but could not escape the destructive power of the flames. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Moyu thought it should be fine now. The notification panel lit up. Killed Pixie King, XP 40,000. Obtained Bronze Tier Weapon, Pixie Dagger. Obtained Bronze Tier Armor, Robe of Knowledge. Obtained Pixie King Core. To win this battle, Lin Moyu had also expended a great deal of mental power. After killing the Pixie King, he said, "Finally reached level 12 to maintain Soulfire. My mental power is also exhausted. Thankfully, leveling up restores mental power, so I can leave the dungeon after counting the spoils." After counting the spoils, he secretly thought, although Necromancer is also a mage profession, my skills are different from a mage's. If there were no cooldowns, this magic artifact seems useless. Increasing mental power and constitution by 10 points each is still pretty good. The info panel displayed Robe of Knowledge, Bronze Tier Armor, Mental Power 10, Constitution 10, reduces mage skill cooldown by 5, usable after level 12. Lin Moyu held the core in his hand, pondering. This core can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins at the exchange, which is 100 times more valuable than the basic scroll. The gains from this dungeon run are pretty good, he secretly thought. After leveling up, my mental power is fully restored and I can summon 4 more skeleton soldiers. The info panel displayed. Summon level 12 Skeleton Warrior. Summoning a skeleton warrior consumes 110 mental power. Summoning space 60,110, skeleton soldier count 60, mental power 510. This was quite a risky decision for his mental power, but Lin Moyu no longer hesitated, his eyes firm and decisive, and he said, "Time to go out, teleport." He then walked out, but unexpectedly he was surrounded and ambushed. All astonished eyes focused on the Robe of Knowledge Lin Moyu was wearing, and they exclaimed, "He came out, I can't believe he actually survived. Did he really clear the dungeon alone? Look at the clothes he's wearing, doesn't it look like the Robe of Knowledge? He's so young, I can't believe he's a powerhouse who can clear a dungeon alone." A sense of doubt permeated the air, and all eyes were fixed on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu still held his head high, his gaze firm, exuding a powerful aura as he advanced with his skeleton soldiers. He remained silent, offering no explanation because his survival already said it all. As he walked he thought, the dungeon cooldown is 12 hours. The express gain from wild monsters is too little. Killing a dozen isn't worth one from the dungeon. I'll wait for the next dungeon opening. This cooldown period is perfect for recovering some mental power. It was clear that he had a well-thought-out plan for every step of his future, and he knew exactly what he needed. He sat under a tree recovering his mental power, with skeleton soldiers guarding him. During this time he recalled the life-or-death moments he had just experienced. This dungeon run not only helped me find my biggest weakness but also clarified the scope of my skills. He recognized the advantages of these moves. Corpse Explosion was excellent to use, truly an unparalleled area of effect skill. Soulfire can not only interrupt enemy skills, but its mental attack, which ignores defense, is also extremely powerful, something even nightmare-level bosses struggle to withstand. Powerful mental energy surged and revitalized him, and 12 hours had passed. His eyes, which had been tightly closed from exhaustion, were now open, showing no signs of fatigue. His mental power almost fully recovered, allowing him to summon 4 more skeleton soldiers. This powerful new energy also ignited his inner strength, making him fearless of any future challenges. After recovering, he descended the mountain with his skeleton soldiers. In the wilderness, some people were resting around a campfire. Lin Moyu assessed, "These people often operate in the wild. They're very experienced and well prepared." He turned to look in another direction, recalling Ningi ravenously eating sweet potatoes, even choking. He thought, "That girl," before he could finish. Something happened on the other side. A quarrel broke out, making him curious. "What's going on?" Someone angrily said, "Your dynasty guild is too overbearing. Why won't you let us enter the dungeon?" "Yeah, why? The dungeon isn't yours, dynasty guild. Our entering doesn't affect you." They argued back and forth, neither giving way, and the atmosphere was very tense. A man spoke up. He seemed to be from the guild. "Our young guild master is completing a quest in the dungeon. Until his quest is finished, none of you can enter the dungeon. They didn't stop arguing because of this. Why, your dynasty guild is truly overbearing. To prevent the argument from continuing, the man who had patiently explained earlier now furiously unleashed a move, spitting out a ball of golden flame that shot towards those people. That person was sent flying and could no longer argue back. One of them, in a panic, turned pale and shouted repeatedly, "Dead, someone's dead, how could you just kill someone?" After the killing, they openly provoked as if nothing had happened. A girl from the Dynasty Guild said, "These lowly professionals, so what if they're killed?" Another person added, "If you have the guts, come seek revenge at the Dynasty Guild, you're always welcome." The indifference and cruelty of this group left all witnesses feeling helpless and extremely angry. You all saw everything from a distance. Lin Moyu stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" One of the men recognized him and thought to himself, "It's that powerhouse who cleared the dungeon alone." Then he answered Lin Moyu's question, "It's like this. The Dynasty Guild needs pixie cores. These cores have a very low drop rate. They only drop in nightmare difficulty dungeons and only once every 100 days. Today happens to be 100 days since the last drop, so they personally intervened. Now the young guildmaster is doing a quest in the dungeon, not letting us in." Cold sweat streamed down his face as he added to Lin Moyu, "That quest on the exchange, it's actually all posted by the Dynasty Guild. It's just that no one has ever been able to complete it. It's laughable. A pixie core is worth 30,000 gold coins, but they only offer 10,000 gold coins for it. Only a fool would sell it to them." As the man spoke, Lin Moyu recalled the quest he had once done and couldn't help but murmur, "What a coincidence." To be clearer, he asked the man again, "What's the use of this core?" The man replied, "The Pixie King core can help alchemists process it into a Pixie King ring, which increases all attributes by 10 points and all skills by 1 level. Usable after level 15, it's known as the strongest accessory below level 40. Upon learning the core's effect, he pondered, "Such strong attributes, it truly is powerful for novice professionals. It's practically a god-tier item." The man continued, "I heard the Dynasty Guild's young guildmaster wants to enter Shaojing Academy, so he absolutely must get this equipment. The Dynasty Guild doesn't lack alchemists. All other materials are prepared, only the Pixie King core is missing." Upon hearing this, Lin Moyu walked forward thinking, "What does that guild matter? Interfering with my leveling up is unacceptable." The man quickly called out, "Hey, where are you going? Come back, we can't afford to provoke the Dynasty Guild, you'll die." He paid no heed, continuing forward, ignoring the man's obstruction. He saw the group of killers stepping on the corpses, constantly insulting, "You non-guild members dare to jump in front of me. Don't show your faces in front of the Dynasty Guild again next time, understand?" Seeing Lin Moyu approach, the leader arrogantly asked, "Are you looking for death too?" Lin Moyu's eyes flashed with a cold light, ignoring their words. He said, "You're interfering with my leveling." His firm words enraged the man. He kicked a corpse aside and yelled at Lin Moyu, "You idiot, did the pixies smash your brain? Do you know who you're talking to?" Lin Moyu repeated, "Move aside." The man continued to insult. Turns out he's just a level 12 noob who doesn't understand human language. He's good at killing wild monsters, but entering a dungeon, Necromancer, humph, never heard of it. He continued to humiliate Lin Moyu. Others were also worried about Lin Moyu and stepped forward to stop him. "Go back quickly, the Dynasty Guild is unreasonable. They will really kill people." However, Lin Moyu's eyes showed no intention of giving up. He narrowed them, staring at the man with murderous intent, which made the man a little scared. "Why do this kid's eyes make me uneasy? Why isn't he afraid?" The man began to attack Lin Moyu. "You brat, you're asking for it. Take another step forward and I'll kill you." Lin Moyu still walked forward calmly. The Dynasty Guild members looked unfriendly and raised their weapons. The orange-haired man ordered, "Kill him." A fierce and tense battle erupted. The orange-haired man created a protective shield. It turned out that the orange-haired man was Zhao Ji, a level 25 mage. He shouted, "You level 12 kid, even if I stand here and let you hit me, you won't break my energy shield. Kill." Meanwhile, Lin Moyu's skeleton soldiers charged forward. A skeleton soldier slashed at the protective shield and cracks appeared on it. Zhao Ji thought worriedly, "What kind of summoned creature is this? How can its attack power be so strong? My energy shield can withstand 5 attacks from a warrior of the same level, but now it can only block 1 at most." The skeleton soldier didn't stop, launching a fierce berserk strike at the protective shield. Zhao Ji thought in fear, "No, if this blow lands, the energy shield will be broken and I will die." Another person ran over and cast the resist fire ring skill. He roared viciously, "What are you looking at? Attack!" Zhao Ji had just escaped from the Scythe of Death. Startled and thinking he had survived, he rushed forward to engage in close combat with the skeleton soldiers. "You arrogant brat, watch me pierce your disgusting summoned creature into ashes." But how could the skeleton soldiers be easily destroyed? As soon as he made a move, he was sent flying by the skeleton soldiers. He shouted incredulously, "I'm a knight, how is this possible? I can't win at all," he ordered unwillingly. "Kill the summoner as long as he's killed. Summoned creatures will automatically disappear." At this moment, a woman and a man had already drawn their bows and aimed at Lin Moyu. The man said arrogantly, "Dare to provoke the Dynasty Guild, die." The onlookers were also worried about him, and seeing the situation turn bad, they shouted, "Be careful, run!" Lin Moyu showed no concern, summoning more skeleton soldiers to continue the fight. "Go!" The skeleton soldiers quickly blocked and shattered the arrows. The two were so surprised they couldn't believe their eyes. "What?" they exclaimed in shock. "Not just one summoned creature." Seeing this, the leader and another person stepped forward and he ordered, "Stop it!" He skillfully used Fire Serpent Dance to attack Lin Moyu. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. "Damn it, this is a rare skill that only level 20 mages can learn. Only 1/3 of mages can master Fire Serpent Dance. It's the mage's strongest attack skill. He's in trouble." The flames continued to shoot at Lin Moyu, making Zhao Ji constantly happy. "HMPH, this time you're dead for sure." A loud bang, but it had no effect on the skeleton soldier army. The skeleton soldier army continuously rushed forward. The Dynasty Guild members shouted in panic, "How can there be so many? Monsters, monsters!" Zhao Ji's face turned pale and he thought in fear, "They've already outnumbered us." The battle continued. He raised his longsword high and cold light reflected from the sharp blade. He shouted an order for the team to form up, engage, and charge at Lin Moyu. The team members activated their powerful abilities: strength enhancement, agility enhancement, mental power enhancement, speed enhancement, and berserker's soul. Meanwhile, a support class girl provided support for the entire team. He was proud of his perfect coordination and firmly believed that victory was already in his hands. "Our guild has very rich experience and extremely tacit cooperation. Our Dynasty Guild is invincible." On the other side, Lin Moyu looked at the enemy's arrogance, showing no concern at all, calmly and confidently reminding everyone, "Keep your distance." Powerful energy surged within him. His eyes seemed to want to devour the scum blocking his path, and he activated Soulfire. He launched an attack, heading straight for the opposing guild. A member of the guild was sent flying by his powerful force. Seeing this, a woman from the guild cast a healing spell, a powerful and graceful move that made him exclaim in admiration, and believe it was an unstoppable attack for Lin Moyu's side. However, not long after, the woman was already drenched in sweat, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with disbelief, stammering, "He's dead." The healing spell is now a double-edged sword. The situation has become more chaotic than ever. The leader was both furious and under immense pressure. Is our Dynasty Guild actually being besieged by one person? While the other side was in chaos, Lin Moyu had already summoned skeleton soldiers and commanded them to attack the leader. The tense atmosphere became even more strained. The leader loudly ordered a limit defense, but it had little effect as the skeleton soldiers resisted together, creating immense pressure that shook the entire battlefield. Under this terrifying pressure, one of them shouted unconfidently, "Quick, support, where's the support? Quick, strengthen us." However, before support arrived, the defensive line was already broken. The entire team fell into disarray, desperate shouts rising one after another. "Where's the support? Help!" A gap appeared in the team. Those previously arrogant and fierce guild members were now terrified and scattered, thinking, "That person is not human at all." Lin Moyu's powerful counterattack made them scream and try to escape his destructive power. It was too late to escape. With his incredible strength, Lin Moyu unleashed Corpse Explosion. His skeleton soldiers were now ferocious, easily annihilating the guild members. Lin Moyu now had victory in his grasp. Thought, after talent upgrades, Corpse Explosion's range has expanded to 10 meters, while dealing 100 of the corpse's HP as damage. A knight's vitality is among the best of all professions. That teammate and the leader, after desperately trying to escape, were also caught in Lin Moyu's power. In a scene of devastation, their screams erupted. All resistance was now suppressed. The two people were dead. He gently wiped the remaining blood from his stern face and firmly walked into that space of death. Using the Corpse Explosion skill, he thoroughly destroyed and cleaned up everything. Finally, a group of people were amazed by his power, unable to help but admire and express gratitude. "There's really no one left, even the bodies are destroyed. Such cruel destruction of evidence." Before he finished speaking, a man in the crowd said, "Given the Dynasty Guild's nature, they definitely won't let this go. If they catch you, the only outcome is death." The man quietly advised everyone to retreat, to avoid bringing more trouble to the Dynasty Guild. Half an hour later, Wang Zihao returned here with dissatisfaction because he still hadn't obtained the Pixie King's core. He immediately asked, "Where did Zhao Ji and his group go?" The woman replied worriedly, "Young Guildmaster, no one is left." The atmosphere became flat and gloomy, and the young Guildmaster again ordered signal flares to be fired to track Zhao Ji's whereabouts. If they were nearby, there would definitely be a response. However, contrary to his calm expression, he seemed to have a bad premonition. What on earth happened? Did Zhao Ji and his men run away? An ominous feeling arose in his heart. At the sight of the previous bloody melee, Zihao had a bad premonition because no one was left, and he knew that with the strength of Zhao Ji and his group it would be difficult for them to be killed, and this area was even where Zhao Ji could have an advantage. Although he thought so, he still had to face reality, because there were no traces of battle here. Perhaps the Guildmaster already suspected something. He was now doing more than just recovering the bodies of Zhao Ji's group. A little while later, he and his teammates left because he had already sensed danger. An hour later, on the other side, Lin Moyu had already eliminated the Pixie King, easily gaining 40,000 experience points, obtaining a bronze-tier weapon, the Pixie King's spellbook, and a low-grade monster core. Holding the magic book filled with power, he thought, as expected, the Pixie King's core didn't drop again this time. When I get to the academy, I'll find an alchemist to make a Pixie King ring with the core. Next, the Pixie King's spellbook brought Lin Moyu bronze-tier equipment, increasing mental power by 10 points, 10 constitution points, and mage skill power by 3, usable at level 12. This book was of immense value. It could be combined with Soulfire and Corpse Explosion for a perfect synergy. However, it had no effect on skeleton soldiers. This book also raised his Necromancer level to 13. Joy and pride overflowed within him, but he also clearly knew that to reach higher levels 14 and 15 he still needed to accumulate more experience. He calculated the dungeon entry time. He would need to enter 5 more times, meaning reaching level 16, which, while not high, would be enough for him to enter Shajing Academy. Everything was complete. Teleport. Lin Moyu returned to his original spot, a disdainful smile of victory on his face. Are they all gone? That's right, leaving was the best choice for those spreaders. The dungeon has reset. I'll come again tomorrow. The next day, Sha Shui, an elemental mage, level M, confidently walked into the dungeon. Lin Moyu was also there, which made Sha Shui surprised. She repeatedly confirmed if it was him, and indeed it was Lin Moyu. Her eyes at this moment became deeper, jealous of Lin Moyu's ability. He can actually solo dungeons now. I won't lose, just you wait. 45 minutes later, after eliminating the Pixie King, he leveled up again and was meditating to restore his mental power. At this time, the number of skeleton soldiers had increased to 72. With his strength recovered, Lin Moyu looked at the Pixie King and said, "Don't sleep, wake up now." The Pixie King had already fallen, so Lin Moyu gained another 40,000 experience points, obtaining a bronze-tier weapon, the Pixie Longbow, and a low-grade monster core. With this bronze-tier longbow, Lin Moyu gained 10 strength, 10 agility, 3 increased archery skill power, usable at level 12. Looking at the fallen Pixie King, Lin Moyu consoled it, telling it not to be sad, because if it weren't for Lin Moyu it would also be killed by others. But for Lin Moyu, death would be less painful and faster. Lin Moyu also reached level 13. 12 hours later, Lin Moyu did not disappoint the Pixie King. He came again, assuring the Pixie King with a comical expression that it only needed to endure 3 more times. As always, he collected experience and weapons and leveled up to 14. This time he obtained the Pixie King's staff. The number of skeleton soldiers also increased to 76, yet the skills were still weak and lacked power. As he was recovering his mental power, a female voice suddenly rang out. Lin Moyu? He looked up and saw that it was Sha Shui. She had just come out of the dungeon. Before he could say anything, Sha Shui asked, "What level are you?" He briefly replied, "Level 14. As soon as Lin Moyu finished speaking, Sha Shui was stunned, extremely surprised that Lin Moyu could level up so quickly. Because she had run 2 normal dungeons and although she was exhausted, she had only reached level 11. Sha Shui still didn't believe it at this point, continuously questioning Lin Moyu because he was only 2 levels higher than her in the novice dungeon, but in a short time he was a full 3 levels higher than her. After that, she had no choice but to accept reality and leave, but she still couldn't accept the result. She adamantly declared that she would not lose to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu wondered at this point, didn't she just come out? Why is she looking for a team to enter the dungeon again? Does she not have a cooldown? Countless questions about Sha Shui remained unanswered in his mind. An hour later, he met Sha Shui again. Sha Shui, with an unyielding look, went to find a team to continue entering the dungeon. This action of hers made Lin Moyu ponder even more deeply. He felt that Sha Shui was pushing herself too hard at this moment and didn't have a chance to ask why. Another hour passed and the two met again. This time Sha Shui looked very tired. She said breathlessly, "I won't lose." Then she continued to enter the dungeon. As always, she came before Lin Moyu again. "I'm exhausted." At this point she had reached level 12. She was covered in sweat and her body was weary. But she still stubbornly declared that she would catch up to Lin Moyu. Although Lin Moyu appeared cold, his heart was warm, and he spoke to Sha Shui out of concern, learning the reason for her intense leveling. When he learned that Sha Shui was torturing herself to level up because she didn't want to be surpassed by him, he also thought helplessly that he would have gone easy on her in this competition and let her win first place if he had known. The atmosphere now became relaxed and the two young people also cleared up their doubts, sitting together to chat and share their future plans and aspirations. Coincidentally, Sha Shui also wanted to enter Shajing Academy like Lin Moyu. The two shared common goals, sitting together to discuss level scores. To enter Shajing Academy the minimum level was 15, but Sha Shui was only level 12 at this time. Sha Shui was very self-conscious at this moment, not believing she could do it. But with Lin Moyu's persuasion and encouragement, the fire of motivation in her heart was rekindled. Sha Shui sat by the river and suddenly said, "Don't you know?" She giggled with sparkling eyes and said, "It turns out there are things you don't know. Say a few more nice things and I'll tell you." He sat beside her, his face dark, not knowing what to say. Seeing that he said nothing, she handed him the item. "You're such a fool, you can't even tell a joke. They say mages have the most flexible and agile minds. You're truly a big idiot. It's that cooldown rune. It can help me shorten the cooldown of dungeon items." He looked at his watch and the notification panel appeared. Junior cooldown rune, uses remaining 710. Description: can shorten dungeon cooldowns, effective only for dungeons below level 20. Only then did he realize such a thing existed. Sha Shui said, "Now you understand?" Lin Moyu asked, "Is it expensive?" She replied, "It should be quite expensive. When my dad gave it to me he looked quite pained." He thought regretfully, "It seems I won't be able to have such a rune." Suddenly, Sha Shui scratched her head and frowned, saying, "I have 2 days left and I must use up all 7 extra dungeon cooldowns. I need to run at least 9 dungeons to ensure I reach level 15. Oh my god, this young lady is exhausted." He said nothing, just looked at her. This moment he spoke to her. "I can take you through the dungeons and guarantee you reach level 15 and you won't even need to lift a finger." Xia Shui looked up in surprise, realizing how she could have forgotten that this guy could solo dungeons. Running together would yield more experience and she wouldn't have to do anything herself. If that were the case, wouldn't she never catch up to him? Xia Shui happily said, "Okay, I agree. You take me through the dungeons and I'll share the cooldown runes with you." She secretly calculated that if she didn't run with him, she wouldn't catch up anyway, but she would eventually catch up to him someday. He reminded her, "You rest first. We'll start in 2 hours." Xia Shui stretched and rubbed her eyes, saying, "Perfect, I'll take a nap first." System notification, mental power is recovering. 2 hours later, Xia Shui, Lin Moyu and the skeleton warriors entered the dungeon. She stretched and said, 2 hours passed so quickly. She pressed her watch and the red skull badge immediately lit up. She cried out in fear, "Wait, are you choosing nightmare difficulty?" The two were teleported into the mine. She said, "The monster attributes are so high, this is clearly nightmare difficulty." "Lin Moyu, did you choose wrong?" he said coldly. "Follow me." She ran behind him angrily. She said, "Lin Moyu, are you crazy? We're going to die." She followed behind him, thinking fearfully, "But if I escape the dungeon like this, he'll definitely mock me." He turned back and reminded her, "Hurry up, aren't you scared?" Xia Shui immediately retorted, "I'm not scared." Xia Shui watched his skeletons only running and not killing monsters. She asked why they weren't fighting back. She was surprised to find that even with such high monster attributes, they couldn't deal any damage to his skeletons. She followed him closely, running and thinking, "Lin Moyu, what exactly are you trying to do?" Suddenly she heard a roar and her face turned pale. The two were facing a white-furred wolf. She thought, "This is the Wolf King from the Nightmare Difficulty mine, twice the size of a normal one." Suddenly he raised a corpse and even the wolf noticed it. Lin Moyu said, "Corpse explosion." He thought, fighting like this wastes too much time. Using corpse explosion for an instant kill can save a lot of time and effort. Xia Shui watched dumbfounded as the corpse was detonated and a notification panel popped up. "Killed a level 14 Mineguard Pixie." She thought. The experience points instantly increased by 30. She said, "What skill is that? Can dungeons be cleared this way?" The wolf was blasted away. Xia Shui stared blankly as the wolf fell. Dead? It was that simple. She felt scared just thinking about it. She knew that even a 3-person team struggled for over 20 minutes to barely kill the Wolf King, yet now it was instantly killed. He told her to leave. She turned around in surprise and asked him, "Lin Moyu, do you always solo nightmare difficulty dungeons?" She thought if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a level 10 professional could solo a nightmare difficulty dungeon. Xia Shui asked him, "When did you start soloing?" Lin Moyu said coldly, "That's right." She was surprised to find that less than 10 minutes had passed since they entered the dungeon. They had already encountered the boss. Finally they arrived. The two stood before the Pixie King, and she said to him, "Before, when we teamed up for normal difficulty dungeons, it took us at least an hour to get here." Another huge explosion sounded, and she thought the final boss was also instantly killed. A system panel now notified Lin Moyu, Necromancer, level 15. She exclaimed in surprise, "You've leveled up again, level 15. She looked at her own status bar and pouted. Sure enough, he had pulled further ahead of her again. System notification. Killed Pixie King, XP 25,000. Obtained bronze tier weapon, Pixie King's Longsword. Obtained low-grade Pixie Core. She looked at the reward and regretfully said, "A longsword, too bad it's not a staff." He asked her from a distance, "Do you want a staff?" Xia Shui sadly replied, "The Pixie King's staff is the best weapon for mages below level 20, although it's available at the exchange. I don't want to ask my dad for money." As she spoke, she didn't notice a black object flying towards her. Xia Shui caught it unexpectedly. System notification. Pixie King's staff. He handed it to her. She said somewhat flustered, "Thank you. Why don't you keep it for yourself?" He indifferently took out the Pixie King's spellbook. He said, "I have this and I don't like staffs." Xia Shui clutched her skirt tightly, thinking she hadn't seen him take out the spellbook or these other miscellaneous items at all. He didn't even care about them. Status panel displayed name Lin Moyu, profession unique necromancer, level 10, 8, strength 200, agility 200, mental power 820, constitution 220. He walked to the Pixie King's corpse and thought, indeed, using corpse explosion to quickly clear monsters greatly improves efficiency, although teaming up means splitting some experience. Using Xia Shui's item to run the dungeon 5 more times will allow me to reach level 16. The system panel also displayed equipment. Pixie King's spellbook, Robe of Knowledge, summoning space 84,150. Skeleton Warrior count 84. Talent, all attribute levels increased by 2. Unique passive skill, damage transfer. Active skills, Soulfire level 15, Summon Skeleton Warrior level 15, Corpse Explosion level 1. Lin Moyu sat down and gently stroked its head as he put the corpse into his backpack. He said coldly, "I'm really sorry, but I might have to kill you 5 more times." Xia Shui asked him, puzzled, "Why are you talking to the boss? It can't understand anyway." He explained, "I just wanted to say it. Whether it understands or not isn't important." She watched him leave, thinking softly, who would apologize so earnestly to a boss? Aren't dungeon bosses just meant to be farmed? Xia Shui then remembered him stroking the boss's head and thought, what a strange person and a little cute. Lin Moyu stood at the entrance and said, "Let's go out and continue." She followed him carrying her staff. "Okay, let's continue." He pressed his watch again and the two continued to teleport. On the second dungeon run, she held the core and smiled at him. The third boss was killed. The fourth boss was killed. The fifth boss was killed. Xia Shui held up a peace sign and happily showed her watch, saying, "The cooldown runes uses are all used up. There's still over a day until the exam. Enough for 2 more runs so I can reach level 15 and I'm sure to get into Shajing Academy." Lin dummy, are you almost leveling up too? He nodded. She smiled with squinted eyes. Lin dummy, she said. Do you want to try to be the top scorer? He asked in confusion. Top scorer. Xia Shui told him that being the provincial top scorer would earn a lot of points, which are very useful at Shajing Academy. Most importantly, he would have a chance to join the Creation Academy. Lin Moyu asked, Creation Academy? She replied, my dad says the Creation Academy is the most powerful academy in the Shenxia Empire. Shajing Academy recruits the elite of the elites, but the people in Creation Academy are the prodigies of prodigies, she continued. I heard Senior Su Tianqing once joined it, and he was the only one from our Shihai city, Xia Shui said excitedly. I think you have a great chance to be the second. If you can get in, Principal Lu will be overjoyed in his dreams. She also thought that his dungeon clearing method was unprecedented and completely overturned her understanding. If even he couldn't get into the Creation Academy, then who could? Lin Moyu fell into deep thought upon hearing her. Sister is at Shajing Academy. I must get into the Creation Academy if I have the chance. I must try, she then said. Isn't that Gao Yang? Gao Yang, level 11 knight. Xia Shui regretfully said. He's only level 11, too bad he's a knight. His level is too low to fight monsters. I'm afraid a normal difficulty team would need at least a level 13 knight. Gao Yang managed to smile and waved, then heard him say, let's go, don't disturb me. Lin Moyu said, take him with us. Xia Shui readily replied, I don't mind. In the room, the man roared furiously, has a mad dog eaten your brain? How could you even think of blockading the dungeon? Do you take the Shenxia Empire and the Professional Association for granted? If you want to die, don't drag the guild down with you, he said tiredly. Don't go anywhere for the next few days, stay at the guild. Anyway, you're already level 16, just wait for the exam in peace, he asked worriedly. What about Zhao Ji and the others, he said. I've already sent people to investigate. You don't need to worry about this. The strength of someone who can make so many people disappear simultaneously is beyond your concern, he thought. Someone actually dared to bully my guild. Then he smiled. Gao Yang turned around. He exclaimed in surprise, Moyu, Xia Shui? Before Gao Yang could speak, he began to tease her. What are you two doing? Xia Shui angrily crossed her arms and said, shut your mouth or I'll rip it apart. He scratched his head and laughed. Just a joke, young lady, don't take it seriously. Xia Shui crossed her arms and said, don't look for a team anymore. We'll take you through dungeons once our cooldowns are over. It's definitely no problem to get you to level 12 before the exam. Gao Yang immediately cried tears of gratitude, he said. Really, you two are my great benefactors. The academy I want to get into requires level 12 to be safe, Xia Shui warned. If you keep acting like this, we won't take you. Gao Yang bowed 90 degrees and said, Miss Xia Shui, please rest assured I will meticulously follow your commands. If you point east, I won't dare go west. If you tell me to play dead, I will never stand up. Xia Shui was furious at his absurd words. She gritted her teeth and said, shut up. Gao Yang immediately straightened his back, beads of cold sweat running down his face as he said, your humble servant obeys, but I wonder how much longer until your cooldowns are over. Xia Shui retracted her flames and said, 10 hours. Gao Yang turned around, 2 fingers touching his forehead in a salute. All right then, you two rest and chat. I'll go farm wild monsters. Go Moyu, I'm rooting for you. You'll definitely catch up to Xia. Lin Moyu was speechless upon hearing him say that. Before he could finish, a fireball shot over. Gao Yang ran away in fear, while Xia Shui, red-faced and fuming, said, Gao Yang's mouth is really cheap. He deserves a beating, he explained. He's just a little silly. 10 hours later, the three stood at the entrance. Gao Yang asked in a panic, Boss Lin, Miss Xia Shui, did you two choose the wrong difficulty? Why is it nightmare difficulty? She crossed her arms and said, less talking, just follow me closely. You don't need to fight monsters anyway. During the teleportation, Xia Shui secretly chuckled. Finally, she wasn't the only one reacting this way. She loved Gao Yang's hesitant expression. Once inside, he followed behind her. Xia Shui said, why are you following me? He bent slightly, fearfully saying, this is nightmare difficulty. I'd die if a monster touched me, she shouted. But you're a warrior. Ahead, he had already begun to fight using corpse explosion. Gao Yang said in horror, this is a nightmare difficulty, boss. I'm afraid dozens of our teams might not even be able to defeat the boss, and it just died like that. Xia Shui scoffed, you won't be so surprised once you've seen more. Gao Yang shamelessly knelt down and hugged his thigh, saying, Boss Lin, can you take me dungeon crawling with you in the future? Xia Shui couldn't stand his behavior and said, you're a warrior after all, can't you have some backbone? But he didn't care and shouted, what's the use of a warrior spirit with boss here? What do we need a warrior spirit for? He awkwardly told Gao Yang to let go of me. I can take you too, he said happily. That's great, he thought. One more dungeon run and I can reach level 16. Xia Shui can reach level 15. Gao Yang would reach level 12. Lin Moyu gradually disappeared into the portal, thinking to himself, next up is waiting for the exam to start. On the city wall, a man said, the children should be back by now, right? The elderly woman beside Lu Yun said, tomorrow is exam day. I wonder what the results will be. The elderly man with glasses next to Lu Yun also said, Old Lu, I hear those two geniuses from our school are both aiming for Shajing Academy. Lu Yun confirmed. Yes, Moyu and Xia Shui both want to get into Shajing Academy, according to previous year standards. Level 15 is a safe bet and level 16 is foolproof. Another person said, it's difficult. Level 15 is one thing, but reaching level 16 is too hard. In Shihai City, besides Su Qingqing, only Lin Moyu's sister reached level 16 last year. Lu Yun gazed into the distance, deep in thought. One was Lin Mohan's brother, the other the daughter of the Sha family. Perhaps both could create miracles. The elderly man with glasses said, someone's back. The first one is Shu Zhen, a level 12 sword fighter. He was carrying 2 worn-out swords. The people on the city wall cheered. It's one of ours from 3rd middle school, level 12 is good, worthy of being one of our school's geniuses. The second to return was Wan Ming, a level 13 eagle-eyed archer. She was a heavily made-up girl covered in dust, but her back was straight. Those people said, our classmate Wan Ming from 2nd middle school is back. The elderly man with glasses said, level 13 is 1 level higher than our 3rd middle school. The old woman scoffed defiantly. Level doesn't mean anything. Exam scores are what matter most. Lu Yun stood between the two, still not fully understanding, thinking, these old geezers really have no shame, but they're all pretty much the same. Not a single person above level 14 has appeared. They wondered why Sha Shui, Lin Moyu and Gao Yang hadn't returned. Logically, those 3 should have been back by now. Could something have happened? Just then, Lin Moyu, Sha Shui and Gao Yang walked towards them from the direction of the sun's backlight. Someone immediately exclaimed, they're here, they're here. They're finally back. Lu Yun sighed in relief, saying, it's good that they're back safely. I wonder what level they've reached. The status panel displayed, Gao Yang, Sword and Shield Knight, level 12. Sha Shui, Elemental Mage, level 15. A few people on the city wall were very surprised. This girl actually reached level 15, Lu Yun also said. She has at least an 80 chance of getting into Shajing Academy. The elderly man with glasses said, old Lu will be proud again this year. When Lin Moyu walked over, he exuded an astonishing aura. Lin Moyu, Necromancer, level 16. What? Level 16, the old woman exclaimed in fear. 1 level higher than Sha Shui. The old man also said they must have been constantly farming dungeons. Look at their weapons. Gao Yang has a sword and shield and Sha Shui has a staff, all Pixie King weapons. Weapon drop rates are very low. It's extremely difficult to obtain weapons and equipment of the same level. It seems they worked incredibly hard. Lu Yun patted Gao Yang's shoulder and said, you two get in the car and wait. Once everyone's here, we'll go back to school together, Gao Yang happily said. Understood, Principal. Lu Yun happily thought, this time I can really show off in front of those old geezers. In the car he rested his chin in his hand, pondering what Lu Yun had said. Everyone rest early tonight. Gather at school tomorrow morning and we'll head to the exam center, he thought to himself. Level 16. I have absolute confidence I can get into Shajing Academy. Now it seems I can even contend for the provincial top scorer position and also the Creation Academy. Early the next morning, Lin Moyu walked along the road, smiling and thinking, mental power is full, a total of 100 skeletons and their attributes have reached 2,500. The status panel displayed, name Lin Moyu, profession, unique necromancer, level 16-8, strength 220, agility 220, mental power 900, constitution 900. I am currently at my peak. The status panel continued to display equipment, Pixie King spellbook, robe of knowledge, summoning space 100,160, skeleton soldier count 100. Talent, all attribute levels increased by 2, unique passive skill, damage transfer, active skill, soulfire level 16, summon skeleton warrior level 16, corpse explosion level 1. As he walked past, Gao Yang raised his hand and called out, Boss Lin. Sha Shui and her friends also turned their heads. He nodded in response. Sha Shui walked over and asked, are you confident? He still nodded. She happily said, then I'll see you at Shajing Academy. He said, okay. A teacher walked out and said to everyone, this is the teleportation stone. Crush it or activate it with mental power and you'll be teleported to the exam venue. One more thing. During the exam, everyone must first ensure their own safety. Life is the most important, alright, let's start teleporting now. Zhongning Province Exam Venue. He looked around the exam venue, thinking, it seems the number of candidates must exceed 10,000. A giant cylindrical trial tower descended. Trial tower opened and the gate gradually appeared. The voice from before sounded again. All candidates, please listen carefully to the exam rules. No sounds are allowed, no questions are allowed. Violators will be disqualified immediately. One person anxiously asked, no questions? Another also said, what if we don't understand? The voice from before sounded again. Violating the rules will result in disqualification. Those 2 people said, they've been teleported out. Lin Moyu watched Gao Yang cover his mouth, nodding slightly, thinking, this guy at least has some self-awareness. A few people stood on top of the tower, and the voice sounded again. The trial tower will arrange different exam venues for different professions. A red-skinned, white-haired fanged monster appeared. Combat professions will be assigned combat-type venues. Support professions will be assigned non-combat types. After passing the basic test, each profession will have the right to choose a difficulty. 3 skulls symbolize different difficulty levels. Different difficulties will result in different scores. A blue system panel appeared showing 1,200 points. The score is everyone's result. It can also be used at the universities you wish to apply to. Their points are more useful than gold coins. Finally, a reminder. Personal equipment can be used normally. Badges are red crosses, books are red checkmarks, and there is also a person wearing armor. Besides these, no items can be used and storage space will be sealed. Violators will also be disqualified. All candidates lined up to enter the tower. He and others lined up in turn. He thought, there are so many candidates participating in the exam just in Jiangning province. There will probably be over 1 million candidates nationwide. He thought, it seems my guess was correct. The trial tower is like a dungeon. We will be teleported to different spaces according to our professions. The people standing on the tower observed him. There were mages, knights, assassins, and healers. They said, is this the new profession from Shihai's top academy, the Necromancer? From the information they sent, he is a summoning mage. I hope this new profession doesn't disappoint us. First, according to the rules for rare mages, set up a monster of the same type, 2 levels higher than him. In front of him was a monster holding a staff. He thought, a mage-type monster. The system panel appeared above the monster's head. Exam task. Kill the orc wolf mage. Countdown 3. Lin Moyu was calculating. The light curtain completely blocked detection skills, making it impossible to know the monster's attributes and level. The countdown reached 0. He closed his eyes and raised his hand, but it didn't matter. He cast soulfire, and in an instant the monster in front of him was burned to ashes. The warrior among the 4 on the tower looked at the system panel in surprise. Lin Moyu, time taken 0.1 seconds. He repeated in astonishment, time taken 0.1 seconds. One-shot kill. In the trial tower monitoring room, an examiner said, Lord Ning, you're here again. Lord Ning replied, I heard there's a new profession, so I came to take a look. A person walked to the screen, resting his chin on his hand, and said, what do we do? Instant kill. This kid's ability is truly unfathomable. Lord Ning walked up and asked the man, Necromancer, you say? If the rare professional setting can no longer gauge his strength, then the second test will be a legendary tier strength test, the person said. Isn't that a bit unfair to him? Lord Ning reassured. It's fine. If he performs exceptionally well the first time, I'll give him an extra 100 points. If he can pass the second time, I will personally reward him double points, the person replied. Understood. Now commencing the second test. The test monster before you is an orc wolf mage level 20. Lin Moyu shot a ball of green flame at the orc wolf mage and said, Soulfire. An examiner said, another instant kill. Is this the strength of a legendary profession? Lord Ning, with arms crossed, replied, no need to continue testing. Proceed with the second exam. The first round of exams ended. A total of 10,632 candidates, 5,220 passed. Now announcing the results, Xia Shui looked at the results board, thinking, although I knew that idiot would definitely take the top spot, less than a second is truly unbelievable, but I won't give up, Wang Zihao angrily said. My name isn't even in the top 3. It should clearly be mine. 1 second, impossible. It must be a mistake. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu mumbled to himself, resting his chin on his hand. I think I went a bit too hard. The second round of exams for combat professions has begun. Candidates can choose their difficulty. Please note that the second round of exams may easily result in casualties. Please proceed according to your own capabilities. If you encounter danger, you can shout, give up. Your exam will then end. Your score will primarily be based on your previous score. A panel appeared before him with 3 difficulty levels. Exam time 30 minutes. Please choose your exam difficulty. Killing a normal tier monster earns 1 point. Killing a nightmare tier monster earns 3 points. Killing a hell tier monster earns 5 points. It seems this round is about who can kill more monsters in 30 minutes. Back to Wang Zihao, level 16 berserker Besezzer. He was choosing hell difficulty, arrogantly saying, killing 1 hell tier monster is equivalent to 5 normal tier 1s. That kid who ranked first, even if you won the first round, don't think you'll win against me in this round. Level 15 elemental mage Xia Shui. At this moment she was calculating in her mind. Elemental mages are not good at close combat, nor are they good at fighting high difficulty monsters alone, but they can win by quantity. Another person said, berserkers are considered a powerful profession and should achieve good results in this round. Candidate Zuo Mai, level 16 swift striker. Elemental mages have good burst damage but are very weak at close range. This girl is very smart. She chose normal difficulty. Swift strikers are a rare assassin profession, very strong in close combat. Choosing hell or nightmare difficulty is fine. They discussed amongst themselves, we don't know what difficulty the necromancer Lin Moyu will choose this time. Move aside, don't block my way. This round of the exam is a 30-minute continuous combat ability test. Not every candidate can easily endure it, but that doesn't include me. At this moment, Lin Moyu had already chosen hell difficulty. The examiners said in unison, he really chose hell difficulty. Old Lu, you're striking it rich this time. You'll take 2 of the top 3 spots, Old Lu. If Lin Moyu can also bring back a provincial top scorer, you'll be laughing in your sleep, Old Lu. Elite Orc Wolf Warrior, level 13, strength 500, agility 300, mental power 150, constitution 400. Lin Moyu thought, these attributes are too weak. Then he commanded his skeletons, go. Lin Moyu secretly thought, but it makes sense. If the monsters were too strong, this exam would eliminate most of the candidates. Level 16 skeleton soldier, strength 2500, agility 2500, mental power 2500, constitution 2500. Lin Moyu said, easy. A second monster appears 5 seconds after one is killed. 2 skeleton soldiers are enough. The examiners panicked when they saw Lin Moyu summon skeleton soldiers. Lin Moyu's summons are actually so strong, stronger than any summoner's summons we've ever seen, and he can summon 2. It seems this profession is much more powerful than I imagined. Over here, Wang Zihao was laughing like a mad dog, roaring, "Come on, this candidate." Wang Zihao was fighting so desperately, completely unaware of how to conserve stamina. It seems he's even worse than Xia Shui, but Lin Moyu on the other hand was leisurely eating sweet potatoes, making everyone surprised, bewildered and stumble. Eating sweet potatoes during an exam, he is the first in history, recorded. Let him be famous for all eternity. Is this exam too easy for him? Lord Ning stroked his chin and secretly thought, this guy is truly too interesting. At this moment Wang Zihao was already panting and lying on the ground, but he was still smiling triumphantly. It's finally over. I killed over 50 hell-tier monsters. This was really tough. I must be first this time, right? This round of exams has ended, with 5,220 candidates participating, and 2,780 candidates injured or voluntarily withdrew. Wang Zihao was ecstatic, his eyes shining as he yelled, "Quick, publish the rankings." The remaining 2,440 candidates could choose to withdraw or proceed to the next round. The leaderboard appeared, and sure enough, Lin Moyu's total score was 1605, Zhuo Mai's total score was 470 and Xia Shui's total score was 270. Wang Zihao's total score was 265. Wang Zihao immediately shouted, "Impossible! How could he score so high? Monsters refresh every 5 seconds, with a maximum of 12 monsters per minute. Each monster is worth 5 points, and with a 30-minute limit that's 1,800 points. Wang Zihao's face was pale. He scored 1605 points, killing 301 monsters. Doesn't killing monsters take time? Outside everyone was cheering. Old Lu, your student is amazing. He held his water cup, his hand trembling, but still smiled at everyone and said, "It's normal, I suppose." The old woman next to him was equally surprised. Su Qingqing, with his exceptional talent back then, only scored 700 points in this round, and Lin Mohan only got 650 points. Inside the tower, the notice board for the third round of exams opened, still with 3 difficulty levels, but this time the reward points were 100 times that of the second round. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate to choose Hell difficulty again, quickly realizing that this challenge would be a one-on-one battle with boss-level monsters testing ultimate combat ability. When a level 15 Centaur Wolf Mage with the Chaotic Wind/Slash skill appeared before him, he just thought to himself, is this a Hell-tier boss? It's not even as good as the elite monsters in the Shihai Mining Area's Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Although he knew the Empire wouldn't release overly terrifying monsters, he couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment. After summoning his skeletons, he let them easily defeat the opponent. Meanwhile, the examiners turned their observation screens to other candidates such as Wang Zihao and Xia Shui. Wang Zihao was frantically fighting monsters, laughing excitedly. Xia Shui, on the other hand, appeared calmer, fighting while retreating to defend. Meanwhile, a female priest was being repelled by a boss-level monster, having to grit her teeth and resist. But when the screen returned to Lin Moyu, the examiners were stunned by the scene of his skeleton defeating the boss monster with a single blow. Their surprise grew even more when they discovered that the skeletons not only possessed incredible strength but also skillfully used abilities. The examiners kept discussing, believing that they still couldn't fully gauge Lin Moyu's true combat power, and even hoped that the 5th round of exams would be difficult enough to challenge him. After the 3rd round, the leaderboard showed Lin Moyu still at the top, with 2,105 points, far surpassing Zhuo Mai's 970 points in 2nd place and Xia Shui's 770 points in 3rd place. Wang Zihao in 4th place scored 765 points, slightly lower than Xia Shui. Lin Moyu just glanced at the scores and lamented, "Gao Yang is also working hard." Immediately after, a voice echoed in the tower, announcing that the 4th round of exams was about to begin, with greatly increased difficulty and danger. All candidates had the right to choose whether to continue or withdraw. Hearing this, Wang Zihao confidently mumbled, "This 4th round is my chance." The tower once again issued exam rules stating that each candidate would face 10 waves of monster attacks. Each wave consists of 10 monsters. Whether defeated or not, new monsters will appear after 1 minute. The last wave of monsters will be led by a boss-level monster, and scores for this round will be doubled. The examiners originally expected to see how candidates would cope, smugly believing that the best way to suppress summoners was to directly attack them. But another old examiner just smiled and said, "I don't think this challenge will be difficult for him." Sure enough, Lin Moyu summoned skeleton soldiers, each blocking 1 monster as the 4th round of exams progressed. Lin Moyu summoned a 3rd skeleton, although the previous 2 skeletons were already sufficient to suppress the monsters. To add a bit of fun, he also cast Soulfire, letting it kill whatever it hit and leaving the rest for the skeletons to clean up. The monsters had just emerged from the entrance and were annihilated by Soulfire or the skeletons before they could even attack, falling dead on the spot. The examiners, seeing this scene, couldn't help but shout in anger, "This kid summoned another one, why didn't he release it from the start? What's he hiding?" But despite feeling played, couldn't help but be excited by his power. After Lin Moyu cleared the monsters, he took out sweet potatoes to eat, silently thinking that this exam was actually lacking in challenge. Watching him leisurely as if on a picnic, the examiners grew bored and quietly left. muttering that this guy wasn't interesting at all. Meanwhile, with other candidates, Xia Shui used mirror image to control crowds of monsters. Leveraging the elemental mage's area of effect advantage, Wang Zihao was in a frenzied battle, eyes red, swinging his sword and hacking at monsters. The battle gradually revolved around him, with more and more monsters, astonishing many spectators who had already given up outside the tower. Someone loudly said, "That Lin Moyu kid is amazing. The monsters are wiped out by his skeletons as soon as they appear." Among the onlookers, Gao Yang kept showing off, "Lin Moyu is my boss, he's very strong. He can clear nightmare difficulty dungeons by himself." However, his words made the listeners half believe, and many responded, "Clearing nightmare difficulty dungeons alone? That's incredible." A while later, the fourth round of exams ended, with only 5 people remaining, each cautious and meticulous. In contrast to their tension, Lin Moyu simply stood there, letting his skeletons clear the monsters. The examiners turned the screen to Feng Tu, a talented swordsman from the Feng family, who was conserving stamina and waiting for his moment, and Wang Zihao also activated his berserk skill, increasing his strength by 500. Although after the skill ended he would be slowed by 200 agility and enter a weakened state for 30 minutes. After activating his berserk skill, Wang Zihao became enraged, transforming into a raging knight. He charged continuously, his strength greatly increased, each blow like a whirlwind tearing through the surrounding monsters. In contrast to Wang Zihao's frenzy, Lin Moyu remained leisurely, silently observing. He silently calculated that the last wave of monsters was coming soon, and he felt this battle was becoming increasingly boring. When Wang Zihao's monsters gradually depleted, a bell rang, signaling the end of the fourth round of exams. After the fourth round of exams, the leaderboard was announced, with Lin Moyu in first place with 3,605 points, closely followed by Zhuo Mai, Xia Shui, Wang Zihao and Feng Tu. The score differences between each were small but noticeable. The audience outside the tower discussed amongst themselves, wondering about the difficulty of the fifth round of exams. If the fourth round was already so challenging, Wang Zihao confidently believed that the fifth round was the real deciding opportunity. Xia Shui looked at the leaderboard and breathed a sigh of relief because she had entered the top 5. Zhuo Mai, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit, announcing his intention to enter Shajing Academy. Just then, a voice echoed in the tower, warning that the final round of exams was not just about entering the top 5, but also required candidates to achieve excellent results to secure entry into Shajing Academy. This reminder made everyone proceed with caution. After announcing the difficulty, the tower continued to announce the fifth round of exams, Conquest. Candidates would be teleported to different spaces, where a large number of monsters would continuously appear, including elite monsters, boss monsters, and even ultimate bosses. The exam difficulty would increase as the number of monsters grew, their refresh rate accelerated, and their strength continuously enhanced. The conquest space was divided into 5 stages, with different points awarded for killing monsters in each stage, from 50 points for level 15 monsters in the first stage to 800 points for level 19 monsters in the final stage. Lin Moyu appeared in a dark space filled with lightning. I could feel it was teeming with death energy, indicating intense battles had once taken place here. Is it to let us experience the battlefield atmosphere in advance? He stood on a rock. He saw level 15 forest orc warriors beginning to gather below. He noticed that they only had levels, with no prominent skills or attributes, so he calmly waited for them to gather in large numbers. When they were close enough, he ordered the skeletons to attack. Although each strike from the skeletons severely wounded the monsters, he was still surprised that they weren't killed in one blow, realizing that the monster attributes here were quite high. Lin Moyu didn't mind, summoning all his skeletons to clear them, while he leisurely advanced, using the corpse explosion skill to eliminate the monster groups with area attacks. On the examiner's side, Lin Moyu's score rapidly surged to 4,150 points. They were surprised by his ability to annihilate 10 monsters in a row. Back to Lin Moyu, he was still leisurely waiting for the next wave of monsters, but the monster corpses disappeared after 10 seconds, forcing him to change tactics. To quickly gather monsters, he split his skeletons into 2 groups, one for searching and one for luring monsters. After a while, the 2 groups of skeletons gathered the monsters together. When he stepped forward, he immediately used corpse explosion, turning a section of land into a sea of fire. Monsters were destroyed amidst roars and dirt splashed. Lin Moyu's score quickly rose to 8,605 points, leaving the examiners stunned, unable to track the actual situation but watching the score instantly jump by over 4,000 points. The examiners were both surprised and curious about Lin Moyu's abilities, guessing that his necromancer profession might contain terrifying power. When the battle temporarily subsided, Lin Moyu sighed, wishing he didn't have to wait a minute for monsters to respawn, complaining that this space lacked excitement. Immediately, he was attracted by the dazzling light of meteorites falling from the sky. Seeing the meteorites, he ordered his skeletons to rush forward to block them regardless of the cost. At the same time, he leisurely descended from the rock, looking for a place to launch the next wave of attacks. After a while, he found another rock where a group of level 16 forest orcs were gathered. Seeing them, Lin Moyu smiled slightly, thinking, finally there are enough monsters to deal with. A massive monster army advanced, moving ferociously despite the sparks raging. Lin Moyu controlled his skeleton soldiers to charge forward. A skeleton soldier rushed up and hacked a demon beast to death. Lin Moyu cast corpse explosion. A fierce melee erupted between the two sides, the scene chaotic. Two turban-wearing old men and a young man in armor shouted in surprise. Another 6,000 points instantly added. He has already instant-killed 120 monsters. His summons are already so powerful, and he also has area of effect skills. Just his soulfire skill alone is already abnormal enough, the two old men discussed. Has this profession already surpassed the legendary level? Can it compare with those professions? Short-term doesn't mean much. Being powerful at low levels doesn't mean it will still be powerful at high levels. Let's continue to observe. On the shattered battlefield, Lin Moyu said, "The aura of death is thick again. Is this the second stage?" On the rock pillars, figures appeared faintly. Lin Moyu thought there are at least 40 teams of orcs scattered around. Level 16 Forest Orc Archer, the monster's level has increased and the quantity has also doubled. Group of level 16 Forest Orc Warriors. At this difficulty, other professions would probably find it very hard to pass the second stage. Second, even if they pass, it would take a lot of time, but for me, there's absolutely no need to worry. The old man in the white turban said, "In all competitions in the Shenxia Empire's history, only one professional passed the third stage of the conquest space over 100 years ago. I think Lin Moyu has a great chance. His skills are very abnormal," the young man in armor said. "I suspect he awakened a talent in a basement." The conversation of that group echoed. If he really awakened a talent, that would be a huge blessing for humanity. That's right. A genius awakened a talent right after class transfer. Maybe he can awaken new talents in his second class transfer. Talented professionals are already extremely rare and dual talents are even harder to come by. How could we be so lucky? Lin Moyu's total score was 34,605, Xia Shui's total score was 7,270, and Feng Tu's total score was 6,200. The crowd looked at the leaderboard and shouted in surprise. "Look, that Lin Moyu has already entered the second stage, 100 points per monster. He's instant-killed another 200 monsters. This is completely giving away points. If I didn't lack authority, I would definitely give him a few bosses." In Shajing, the capital of the Shenxia Empire, tall buildings soared, and a giant tower surrounded by an aura stood at the foot of the trial tower, one of the Shenxia Empire's 3 divine towers. A small mouse hid in a corner, looking at the dark environment outside. Suddenly, something rushed towards the giant tower, and a voice rang out, "How audacious!" A giant hand-shaped force emerged from the tower, confronting a demon beast. The demon beast said, "You can't stop me." The hand got closer, and the voice continued, "You're asking for death?" The demon beast was caught by the hand, and he said, "This is just a clone, kill it if you want, tisk tisk, these little devils in the trial tower." The hand crushed the demon beast, and he only had time to say, "You." 3 figures floated in the air above their voices saying, "I didn't expect something from the abyss to dare to attack. That evil light was too fast. It seems they were already prepared. Their target is those children in the conquest space." One of them was transferring power. They said, "Filth from the abyss is pouring in, causing chaos in the tower's space, and the abyssal power is corrupting the rules. The soil within the tower was originally derived from abyssal essence, which greatly benefits them." Bai Yiyuan asked, "How much longer until order is restored?" He was Bai Yiyuan, the Shenxia Empire's top powerhouse. The person behind him responded. The monsters were gradually disappearing. Lin Moyu stood among his skeleton soldiers and said, "What's going on? Why have all the monsters disappeared?" A pair of feet came running. It was Xia Shui. He suddenly said, "Lin dummy." Lin Moyu saw Xia Shui and turned his head, thinking, "Xia Shui, what happened in the conquest space? Why are there other candidates here?" Xia Shui said, "I was just killing monsters and they suddenly disappeared. Do you know what happened?" Lin Moyu replied, "I'm not too sure either." Wang Zihao let out a bewildered "Ha" when Bai Yiyuan's phantom suddenly appeared, saying to Lin Moyu and the others, "Children, I am Bai Yiyuan." Those below exclaimed loudly, "Lord Bai, it's Lord Bai," one person cautiously said. "Why would Lord Bai appear? Has something happened in the conquest space?" Bai Yiyuan's phantom continued, "Demons from the Abyss world have invaded the conquest space, and their targets are all of you. We are working hard to repair and restore the spatial rules, which is estimated to take about 1 hour. Hearing this, Xia Shui thought fearfully, "Abyssal demons are invading the conquest space." The phantom then continued, "So for the next 1 hour, you need to protect yourselves. We don't know how the demons from the Abyss world will deal with you. But I believe that as long as you unite, the invading forces from the Abyss will not be able to harm us." Bai Yiyuan's phantom solemnly declared, "Citizens of Shenxia, I fear no battle, I fear no death." Everyone in a grand and spirited chorus said, "Fear no battle, fear no death." Wang Zihao and the others chanted in unison, "Fear no battle, fear no death, fear no battle, fear no death, fear no battle, fear no death." Lin Moyu pondered, "Even the weakest monsters in the abyss are level 70. Since Lord Bai said we can withstand their invading power, this means this power must not be strong." A gray-haired elder said, "To think such a thing would happen." A purple-turbaned elder said in horror, "The abyss intentionally chose this exam. Their target is the geniuses participating in the 5th round of assessment. This act is an attempt to sever the roots of our Shenxia Empire. If this isn't handled properly, they might come every year from now on." The gray-haired elder said, "Enough talk, you two. Tell the people outside not to panic and to trust Lord Bai." An unseen person repeated, "Trust Lord Bai." Where Lin Moyu was, a blood moon appeared. Everyone looked up in disgust. "That's the abyss's blood moon." The The power of the abyss is starting to act, everyone get ready. Everyone firmly declared to the abyssal demons, if you want to kill our comrades you must first step over the bodies of us knights, the abyssal demons said. Tisk tisk tisk, quite good, worthy of being the future of the Shenxia Empire, what a pity you all must die, 1 hour is enough to wipe you out. Too bad we can't enjoy your delicious corpses here. Tisk tisk, Lin Moyu, Sha Shui, and Wang Zihao remained silent beneath the blood moon. A level 19 abyssal infected felon orc warrior entered. A freckle-faced girl said, I remember now, the conquest space has a level limit, the maximum is level 19, the boy next to her, wearing a hat, said. Right, how could I forget that? What's there to be afraid of? We have strength in numbers. A group of abyssal demons rushed over. The boy loudly said, how can there be so many? They're all at least enhanced elite monsters. Sha Shui fearfully grabbed Lin Moyu's hand and said, what do we do? Lin Moyu calmly said, it's troublesome but still manageable. Lin Moyu thought, enhanced elite monsters, aren't they just like monsters in nightmare difficulty dungeons infected by abyssal power and mutated? Will these monsters grant experience points? Lin Moyu looked at the monsters before him, and amidst the crowd an abyssal monster said, tisk tisk, scared, are you so timid? Lord Bai said you could win if you united, there are over 100 of you. Perfect for one-on-one, Wang Zihao said fearfully, we can't win. Their aura makes me unable to even hold my blade. Everyone readied their weapons, prepared to fight at any moment. Lin Moyu calmly walked towards the densest concentration of demons. Sha Shui stopped him. Lin dummy, what are you doing? Come back quickly. There are hundreds of enhanced elite monsters over there. Lin Moyu turned back and said, go back, I don't want to. Sha Shui desperately followed Lin Moyu. He said, suit yourself. Then he thought her following wouldn't have much impact. So let her be. Everyone looked at Lin Moyu and said, what does this person want to do? He's charging in. Lin Moyu, the level 16 necromancer, summoned his skeleton soldiers. People around him discussed amongst themselves, what profession is a necromancer? Are those skeletons his summons? A new profession, a summoner? What should we do? Should we all go together? Lin Moyu and Sha Shui looked back and saw everyone following behind them. Zuo Mai and Feng Tu gritted their teeth and said, we, the Shenxia, fear no battle, fear no death. The abyssal demons saw this and laughed. Haha, finally someone comes to die. You've got guts, it's a shame to kill you. How about you come to the abyss and serve as my slave? Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. The demon said, have you thought it through? It continued, the gates of the abyss are always open for you. Lin Moyu thought, about 50 meters. At this range, corpse explosion will achieve the best effect. Those behind him saw this and said, why did he stop? Why isn't he moving anymore? Lin Moyu replied, this is far enough. Then he raised his hand to cast a spell. Skeleton soldiers appeared one by one around Lin Moyu. Skeleton soldier count 100. The appearance of a large number of skeleton soldiers made everyone exclaim in surprise, so many, how can he have so many summons? What exactly is this profession? Zuo Mai looked at the swarm of skeleton soldiers and thought in surprise, their speed is incredible. These summons are even faster than me, a swift striker specializing in agility. The skeleton soldiers began to unleash their skill, berserk strike. Lin Moyu thought, not dead yet. Those defeated demon monsters stood back up and continued to engage the skeleton soldiers. Constitution 19952500. Lin Moyu thought, it seems the strength of these abyss-infected monsters is only around 3,000. He looked at the scene before him and smiled, thinking, to withstand so many attacks their constitution must be over 3,500, but for corpse explosion the higher the constitution the better. An abyssal demon monster was killed. Killed level 19 felon orc warrior, XP 8000. Lin Moyu thought, as expected, there's experience. He continued to exert his power, thinking to himself, although the experience points are few, it's better than nothing. The quantity, however, is not small. As corpse explosion erupted, people in the distance exclaimed in panic, what happened? Violent explosions resounded one after another. No trace of the demon monsters remained on the ground. All witnesses exclaimed in surprise, killed, all killed, is it that simple? What skill is that? How can its power be so immense? Wang Zihao said in shock. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Why didn't I awaken a profession like that? The person next to him loudly said, saved, Necromancer. This profession is too powerful. The abyssal demon looked at the skeleton soldiers and Lin Moyu, stammering, impossible, this is impossible. You've angered this demon king will kill you, drink your blood and eat your flesh. The blood moon then created other abyssal demon monsters. The abyssal demon monsters charged towards the surviving candidates, and the abyssal demon said, tisk tisk, let's see what you'll do this time. You will all die, all of you. Lin Moyu looked at the blood moon and said, so you're here. Skeleton soldiers and demon monsters engaged in fierce combat. Lin Moyu flew towards the blood moon. The demon said, you lunatic, it shouted. What do you want to do? Lin Moyu approached, unleashed corpse explosion and soul fire. The abyssal demon exploded, screaming in agony, this king will kill you. Lin Moyu said, not dead yet. He continued to unleash soulfire. The abyssal demon screamed in pain, saying, what skill is this? Why can it burn my soul? What profession are you? Impossible, such a profession cannot exist in this world. Lin Moyu landed. The abyssal demon shattered within the blood moon. Lin Moyu said, invading the conquest space comes with a heavy price. The three observers outside exclaimed. Meng Enyan said in surprise, the interference from the abyssal power is significantly weakening. A mysterious person said, are all the candidates in the tower dead? Meng Enyan replied, no, I can sense quite a few human presences, and the abyssal demon's consciousness signals have become extremely faint. They are injured. Bai Yiyuan, transformed into a cute mascot, said, I told you so, you made me so worried, Meng Enian said helplessly. Next time please don't casually unleash your aura, okay? Bai Yiyuan said. But the Abyssal demons are using Abyssal power to interfere with the conquest space rules, preventing even us from entering. Who could harm them? Just those few level 15 and 16 candidates. The Abyssal demon angrily created countless Abyssal demon monsters. It screamed, kill you, let me at them, kill it. A boy slumped to the ground in fear, trembling as he looked at the demon monsters before him. Corpse explosion, level 1 upgraded to level 2, detonates a corpse, dealing 15 of the corpse's HP as damage to enemies within a 2-meter radius. Lin Moyu thought, corpse explosion has leveled up. After the talent upgrade, corpse explosion's range will become 20 meters, and its damage will also become 150 of the HP. So do skills need to be used multiple times until mastery to level up? Or do all skills learned from scrolls besides profession talent skills need to be leveled up this way? Lin Moyu looked at the Abyssal demon monsters behind him just as he was thinking this. Lin Moyu leveled up. Rumbling sounds and golden light illuminated him as if celebrating his leveling up victory. Everyone discussed amongst themselves. Who is he to actually use these monsters for leveling? It seems to be Lin Moyu, the new profession. Thank goodness for him, otherwise we would be dead for sure. Lin Moyu looked at the orc warrior flying in the air. The demon said, it seems you can't escape now. Your name is Lin Moyu. This king remembers you when you come to the abyss. This king, it laughed loudly. Lin Moyu counterattacked the demon king with corpse explosion. An explosion sounded, and everyone cheered. The conquest space has returned to normal, we won. Outside the abyss gate, Meng Enian, Bai Yiyuan and a subordinate were flying in the air. Meng Enian was injecting power into the tower, saying, the abyssal consciousness has been destroyed. The conquest space is recovering. Bai Yiyuan said, how are the children? Meng Enian said, the children are all safe and sound with no casualties. Bai Yiyuan said, not a single casualty, this completely exceeds my expectations. What exactly happened in the conquest space? Bai Yiyuan said, just in case, let's teleport the children back first, and then we'll see what exactly happened in the conquest space. Meng Enian said, alright. While transferring power, Sha Shui said, Lin Dummy, are you okay? Lin Moyu was fine. Bai Yiyuan announced, everyone, the power from the abyss has disappeared and the conquest space has returned to normal. You will now be teleported back to your original exam venue, and the exam results will be announced shortly. Sha Shui thought, we couldn't fight those orc warriors at all. Luckily we had this guy. Everyone returned to the exam venue. They received a notification that the combat type exam had ended. Candidates were asked to wait for their final scores and evaluation. Ning Xuanfeng stood atop the tower pondering the exam. The results of the combat type exam were a combination of score and evaluation. A high score alone wasn't enough to enter a top academy. The evaluation also had to be excellent, and the evaluations for the 5 of them were different from ordinary candidates, given directly by the high-ranking officials of the Shenxia Empire. He didn't know what had happened in the conquest space, but was rather looking forward to seeing what kind of evaluation this kid Lin Moyu would receive. The scene of Lin Moyu fighting the orc warriors was replayed. Bai Yiyuan asked, who is this person? Another person replied, Necromancer. I've heard people talk about it before. It's a new profession that appeared in Shihai City, Jiangning Province. I never expected it to be him who turned the tide. Excellent work. Calm, decisive, and a powerful profession. This kid possesses all the necessary qualities to become a top powerhouse. Not only is his profession powerful, but he must have also awakened a formidable talent. It's hard to give an evaluation this year, isn't it? What's so hard? Those who ran away are cowards. They'll just be cannon fodder on the battlefield later, not worth looking forward to. After all, they're just a bunch of teenagers. Lin Moyu is definitely excellent. Let's discuss it. The school announced the first place. Lin Moyu with a score of 34,605 and an excellent evaluation. Lu Yun shouted excitedly, top scorer, he's the top scorer, this kid Lin Moyu. Excellent work, the blue-robed elder with glasses said, congratulations old Lu. The senior in the purple turban said, giving old Lu a provincial top scorer, he'll be bragging about it for 30 years. In another corner, Sha Shui happily said, congratulations Lin Moyu, you really got the provincial top scorer. He smiled and said thank you. She asked, you can smile too, you look good when you smile. Why haven't I seen you smile before? The school continued to announce. Second place Sha Shui, score 7600, excellent evaluation. The senior in the wizard's hat said, old Lu Wan, second place is also his. Another senior said, how envious. Third place Feng Tu, 6700 points, excellent evaluation. Fourth place Zhuo Mai, 6325 points, excellent evaluation. Fifth place Wang Zihao, 6300 points, poor evaluation. Wang Zihao was shocked. Poor evaluation, why such an evaluation? Forget about Shajing Academy, even the top 20 universities in the empire won't want me. Why? I refuse to accept this, why give me a bad rating? Unfair, he shouted loudly. The school announced Wang Zihao violated the exam rules, disqualifying him from the exam. He loudly said no. The school continued to announce this year's Jiangning Province top scorer for combat professions is Lin Moyu. Gao Yang happily said, see, that's my boss top scorer, provincial top scorer. Everyone else cheered and celebrated. The school then announced silence. An imperial order arrived. Lin Moyu became, everyone was confused. An imperial order is the provincial top scorer, not the end. Lin Moyu became this year's national exam top scorer. Everyone was in an uproar, astonished. What? National top scorer? Did I hear that right? Moyu is the national top scorer. Lu Yun couldn't believe his ears, he said. His mood at this moment was like being in a fairyland, listening to little angels playing melodious music. The senior said, "Old Lu, are you all right? Don't get too excited. Watch your health." "You heard right. This time you can brag for a lifetime," parents happily discussed. National top scorer. Our Jiangding province produced a national top scorer. Lin Moyu is amazing. I'll make my son go to first middle school too in the future. Zhu Omai said, "Lin Moyu, congratulations." Feng Tu said, "Thank you. If it wasn't for you this time we would have been in big trouble." Zhu Omai asked, "Are you also applying to Shajing Academy?" Feng Tu shook hands with Lin Moyu and said, "Then I'll see you at Shajing Academy. I'll treat you to a meal then." He said, "You're welcome." Sha Shui put up 2 index fingers to form an X and said, "This guy doesn't talk much. We've been classmates for 3 years and I haven't even said more than 10 sentences to him combined." Lin Moyu said, 26 sentences. This made all 3 of them pause. Zhu Omai and Feng Tu chuckled while Sha Shui put her hand to her forehead. Lin Moyu's face darkened at his own words. At Lin Moyu's house he picked up a photo and said, "Grandma, I became the national top scorer. Sister, I'll be able to enter Shajing Academy soon." A knock at the door sounded. Lin Moyu opened the door and asked Principal Lu, "Why are you here?" Another person who came with the principal exuded a powerful aura. Lin Moyu felt that aura was too terrifying, making it difficult for him to even breathe. He immediately activated his skill to summon skeleton soldiers. Bai Yiyuan said, "Good reaction." Lin Moyu had already recognized him. He lowered his head and said, "Lord Bai, a pleasure to meet you." After the previous victory, Lu Yun and Bai Yiyuan came to Lin Moyu's house. Lin Moyu and his skeleton soldiers bowed in respect. Bai Yiyuan said, "I'm here this time to discuss matters concerning Shajing Academy." He silently evaluated Lin Moyu, calm, cautious, with excellent natural reactions, truly a promising talent. At the small table, Lin Moyu was pouring tea. Lu Yun added details about Lin Moyu's situation. "Please don't be offended, my lord. Moyu's sister was admitted to Shajing Academy last year, so this child has been living alone." Lord Bai thought to himself, "It's truly commendable that both siblings could enter Shajing Academy in such a family environment. A genius like him is even rarer." Lord Bai then turned to check the attributes of the skeleton soldiers. 4 main attributes at 250, quite average. How did he manage it in the conquest space then? He posed a question that also made Lin Moyu ponder. 4 main attributes at 250. It seems others cannot see the attributes of the skeleton soldiers after being amplified by the talent. Lord Bai then asked him a question. "What talent have you awakened?" Lu Yun was surprised to hear this question. "Moyu, have you really awakened a talent?" Lin Moyu calmly replied, "My talent is to increase the level of all skills." Lord Bai had indeed guessed correctly. He then brought up the main topic of conversation. "I'm here for 2 things. First, to give you the rewards for Shajing Academy, and second, to take you to the academy. There's a trial the day after tomorrow. I hope you can participate," Lord Bai said solemnly. Lin Moyu asked in surprise, "What kind of trial is it?" "It's an internal trial of Shajing Academy. All participants are internal personnel. We can only tell you the specific information after you agree to participate," Lord Bai explained. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Participation is not mandatory. "The decision is mine. What does internal personnel mean? It needs to be kept secret, so the trial content must be unusual." Lord Bai added, "I cannot disclose the content, but I can tell you that this trial opportunity is very rare. You were not originally eligible to participate in this trial." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Moyu decisively agreed. Lord Bai laughed heartily. "Haha, since that's the case, I'll reward you first. As the national top scorer, your prizes are abundant." As he spoke, a stream of magic circulated, and over a dozen treasures appeared on the table. The first reward was 100,000 extra points in addition to the exam score. "All your points are here, and I'm sure you've heard that points are more useful than money at the academy. Next are a beginner skill scroll and an intermediate skill scroll. Finally, based on your performance in the conquest space, we'll receive an additional reward qualifying you for 1 entry into the Shenxia Tower." Lord Bai also reminded him, "This qualification to enter the tower is very precious, especially if it's your first time. You must be fully prepared." Lin Moyu said coldly, "I understand." Perhaps because of this sentence, Lord Bai heavily slammed the table. Lin Moyu thought to himself, "If Lord Bai says it like that, it must be very important." After thinking that, Lord Bai told him to pack his things and go to Shajing Academy. A moon-like green jade hung in the sky, accompanied by Lu Yun's encouraging voice. "Go for it, kid." Lord Bai and Lin Moyu teleported to the academy together. Before them was a massive flaming gate. This gate was both an entrance and a weapon. Even top powerhouses would pay a huge price to force their way in. "Let's go," Lord Bai urged. After Lord Bai brought Lin Moyu to the dormitory, he said, "I'll be leaving now. Get some good rest. Someone will pick you up tomorrow." In this luxurious room, a young student bowed to Lord Bai. He thought to himself, "What is this guy's identity? To be personally received by Lord Bai, and his tone of voice was so cold." He immediately changed from suspicion to friendliness. He asked Lin Moyu, "Are you Lin Moyu?" "Yes." "Which kind of dorm do you want to live in?" After asking, he introduced various rooms. a 4-person dorm for 500 points a month, a 2-person dorm for 1,000 points a month, a single dorm for 2,000 points a month, and finally a villa for 10,000 points a month. Student Lin, I know you just finished your exam and have a lot of points, but I still recommend you save as much as possible because you'll need points in many places later. First, live in a 4-person or 2-person dorm. Before he finished speaking, Lin Moyu looked at the person with a cold face. I want a single room. Hearing this, the person was astonished. See, single, are you sure? His heart was now filled with questions. He's really rich and willful. If he doesn't learn to save now, he'll regret it because points are hard to earn. Lin Moyu just gave a perfunctory go get the key for the single room. Alright, Student Lin, give me your ID card, I'll help you register. When he swiped the registration machine, the number 133,605 stunned the person. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. How do you have so many points? Reward for national top scorer. The man's face turned pale. 300,000, no wonder he wanted a single room. Looking back, he had only earned a total of 10,000 points since entering the academy. Not even a fraction of Lin Moyu's. From pale-faced, he again happily bade farewell to Lin Moyu. Alright, from now on, this room is your dormitory. You rest, call me if you need anything, and remember to buy a communicator tomorrow, otherwise it will be very inconvenient. After speaking, only Lin Moyu was left in the luxurious room. He looked out the window, and there were still people practicing skills. As expected of Shajing Academy, everyone was very diligent. In such an atmosphere, the leveling speed would definitely be much faster than before. The next day, the doorbell interrupted Lin Moyu's meditation. Outside the door, a familiar face appeared. It was Ningi. Haha, what's wrong? Don't recognize me? I do. After speaking, she quickly pulled Lin Moyu along. Come on, I'll take you to breakfast. Then I'll show you around Shajing Academy. Arriving at the restaurant, the spacious room was filled with hundreds of delicacies. After Lin Moyu paid with points, Ningi asked in surprise, why are you paying with points? You can use money here. Never use points where money can be used. Faced with her surprise, Lin Moyu simply replied, I don't have money, only points. If you don't have money, tell me. I'm so poor I only have money left. She also reminded him, don't waste points. Points are hard to earn. She only used 5 points. Looking at the scanner again, Lin Moyu's points surprised her. Wait, how do you have so many points? The steamed bun in her mouth fell out because of this. After eating, Ningi again emphasized the difference between using points and money. Furthermore, she added that points are used to buy weapons and equipment, no matter how many points you have. After walking for a while, Lin Moyu handed Ningi a red stone. This is for you. It's so beautiful. Is this the Pixie King's core? From joy, her expression became a bit complex. This is one of the 5 core materials for the Pixie King ring, an accessory dropped by bosses. Do you know its value? If sold at the exchange, it would be at least 1 million gold coins. Are you really giving it to me? Lin Moyu answered affirmatively. Really? Ningi's face showed a childlike smile. Thank you, then I won't be polite. Lin Moyu then thought to himself, for something this valuable it seems the Dynasty Guild really was cheating. The two wandered around the school. They arrived at the Academic Affairs office. Alright, the admission procedures are complete. Lin Moyu asked, puzzled, why can't I find information about my sister, Lin Mohan? The data is empty. Perhaps she's on a special secret mission for the academy so her information can't be found, or perhaps she has joined an even more special academy, such as the Creation Academy. Your sister may have joined an academy. After speaking, the two left. Ningi didn't forget to comfort Lin Moyu as she left. Alright, don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Moyu smiled and said thank you. Come on, let's get down to business. I brought you to the academy today, but there's also a mission. Ningi led Lin Moyu to a classroom. Sister Taozi, I've brought the person, the national top scorer. A girl with blue eyes and a side braid walked over. Hello, I'm Zhang Taotao, level 23 Elf Knight, Lin Moyu, level 17 Necromancer. He greeted. Where did a level 17 stick wielder come from? Is this a joke? Even if we're bringing someone, don't bring something worse than cats and dogs. Ningi immediately retorted, Ling Zhen, what do you mean, watch your words? Moyu is the national top scorer. Ling Zhen acted as if he didn't hear the warning, replying, compared to our Qianlong team, what's a national top scorer worth? All the previous national top scorers were trash. He revealed a sly smile, then turned directly to question Lin Moyu. Your name is Lin Moyu, right? I know Lord Bai personally introduced you. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a connection with Lord Bai. In our Qianlong team, entry is based on strength. It's fine for you to come along for this trial, but please shut up, don't speak, and preferably don't make any noise and don't drag us down, otherwise I'll be the first to deal with you. Lin Moyu was also speechless. Idiot, even Miss Shah of the Shah family isn't as arrogant as this kid. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, Ling Zhen was furious. What did you say? A column of red flames erupted from him. Seeing this, Zhang Taotao quickly stopped him. Ling Zhen, do you dare to make a move? Ling Zhen stopped. Ling Zhen gritted his teeth and said, Sister Taozi, for your sake. After speaking, he turned away. Taozi then turned to another topic. We'll depart tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. gathering here. I'll tell you the trial content tomorrow. Lin Moyu's gaze fell on Ling Zhen. I understand, thank you. Ningi immediately said, let's go, we need to buy some things to prepare. In a corner of the room, a tense atmosphere hung. Ling Zhen, I know you have grudges, but you can't bring personal animosity into the trial, especially since he was introduced by Lord Bai. Ling Zhen replied, I have my own judgment. I just want to see what kind of person is replacing my brother's spot. Taozi added, Although it doesn't matter much to us to become the top scorer, he must have some extraordinary qualities. Moreover, his profession is a newly appeared unique profession, HMPH. Even if we bring someone, they should at least be useful. Every year, new professions appear, and most of them are garbage. This necromancer is no different. Outside, Ningi was telling Lin Moyu not to contend with that guy. He's a lunatic. Let's go, we need to buy some herbs, mana potions, and a communicator. Once they arrived, contrary to Ningi's expression, Ningi needed 10 health and mana potions and a communicator, while Lin Moyu was only interested in the old items on the table. After they were done, Ningi smiled and said, "From now on I can come find you anytime. Let's be good friends first." The two said goodbye at Lin Moyu's dorm room door. Ningi said, "See you at the trial." Lin Moyu replied, Back in his room, he immersed himself in training, needing to make more thorough preparations for the upcoming trial. He used the beginner skill Scroll. After using it, he acquired the skill Slowing Curse. This skill can curse enemies within a 5-meter radius, reducing their speed by 5 for 1 minute. All tactics flashed through his mind. After talent amplification, the range could reach 50 meters, and the slowing effect would also reach 50. The duration also extended to 10 minutes, another god-tier skill. Lin Moyu's skills could now be categorized into summoning, attack, and curse types. Each was very important and powerful. He hoped to learn skills from other branches in the future. The next day, Ningi called, "Wake up, the sun's already high in the sky, I'm downstairs. Let's have breakfast together and then head off." As departure time neared, Taozi gathered everyone and reminded them again, "Don't wander off after we teleport." Seeing this, Ling Zhen added, "Hey kid, don't drag us down." Ningi retorted mockingly, "You just make sure you don't drag us down." Taozi also said helplessly, "Whatever conflicts you have, resolve them after the trial. You all know how important this trial is. Now let me introduce your professions. Miao Yu, level 20 Elf Elder, rare tier profession. Duan Gao, level 20 Prophet, rare tier profession. Ling Zhen, level 21 Warlock, rare tier profession. Zhang Taotao, level 23 Knight, rare tier profession. Lin Moyu, level 17 Necromancer, unique hidden profession. Ningi, level 19 Shadow Assassin, rare tier profession. Taozi added, "We must be united for this trial, or don't blame me for being unkind." Ningi said with a determined face, "Don't worry, Sister Taozi, we will absolutely not impact the trial." Taozi began to activate the magic array. Shajing Academy Qianlong team, prepare for trial teleportation. A lush, vibrant, magic-infused and mysterious scene emerged. A massive crimson-shrouded tall tower appeared around them. "It's the Shenxia Tower," Ningi said. Ningi and Lin Moyu were both stunned. So the Shenxia Tower in the sky, was it the power of the Shenxia Tower that was teleporting them? After a flash of red light, everyone was teleported to Mermaid Island. A forest appeared before them with a quest stone ahead. Taozi explained, "Everyone, touch the quest stone to accept this trial's mission. This trial mission is to enter the Mermaid's Tier dungeon, defeat the final dungeon boss, and obtain the Mermaid's Tier." Note: teams entering the dungeon can have a maximum of 6 people, with an average level of no more than 20. The Mermaid's Tier only drops in Nightmare difficulty dungeons. Only 3 Mermaid's Tiers drop each year, meaning only the first 3 teams to complete the dungeon will obtain a Mermaid's Tier. Lin Moyu thought, the Mermaid's Tier dungeon is in the center of Mermaid Island. In the end, it's just a dungeon run. Is there anything special about the Mermaid's Tier itself? "I didn't expect this mission to be on Mermaid Island," Taozi said with a frown. "Sister Taozi, you've participated in many trial missions and have rich experience. Please tell us about it," Ningi suggested. "The Mermaid's Tier can be crafted into a special piece of equipment that is very powerful. Mermaid Island is not within the territory of our Shenxia Empire, and only 3 Mermaid's Tiers drop each year. Therefore, in addition to our Shenxia Empire, other nations come to Mermaid Island every year," Taozi said. "Our Qianlong Academy has a total of 10 teams, and we are Team 2. This means we'll be competing not only with students from Qianlong Academy, but also with teams of professionals from other countries." Ningi asked confusedly, "What if we encounter teams from other countries? Similar things have happened before, but mostly it's just guarding the dungeon entrance to prevent entry. Don't underestimate it though, deaths have also occurred. If a conflict really breaks out, do what you have to do. Your life is the most important thing." A chilling scene flashed through Ningi's mind. Lin Moyu comforted her. "Don't worry, we won't encounter that kind of situation. Alright, we're ready to enter Mermaid Island." Duan Gao cast a status enhancement spell, and a light radiated outwards. Lin Moyu's 4 core attributes increased by 30 and skill power increased by 20, lasting 1 hour. Prophets are indeed powerful support professions. Unfortunately, the Prophet's amplification effect is still too weak compared to my own talent. Suddenly he remembered something, right? What effect would the Prophet's buffs have on skeleton soldiers? An energy filled the air and a skeleton soldier appeared. Everyone seemed a little flustered. "Undead summon." "Don't be scared, they're just cute skeleton soldiers," Ningi reassured everyone. Lin Moyu turned to one of them. "Could you please apply a buff to the skeleton soldier? Thank you." "Oh okay," the person stammered in reply. Then they added, "My skill can't be used on it," the person replied. And Lin Moyu thought, "It's probably because my talent is too strong." Duan Gao's blessing skill was directly overwritten by my talent. A contemptuous gaze shot towards Lin Moyu. "It can't even receive buffs. This summon and its master are both trash." Hearing this, both Lin Moyu and his skeleton soldier looked over, coldly staring at Ling Zhen, who had just mocked him. Ling Zhen immediately struck a pose. "What, want to fight?" Taozi immediately intervened. If you want to fight, go back and do it. Finish the trial first. Looking at the skeleton soldier, Ling Zhen thought, damn it, just being looked at by his summon made me feel like I wanted to die. I was so cold it was like I was frozen. Taozi loudly declared, the trial has begun, enter the island. Taozi turned to Miao Yu and said, our target is the mermaid dungeon, move quickly. Avoid wild monsters if you can, understood. Ahead of Taozi and Miao Yu was a mermaid soldier. In a blink it vanished into the water. Swish, it had already appeared before Taozi. This water monster's attributes were also uncommon. Level 19, strength 300, agility 150, mental power 200, constitution 320, skills, none. Taozi struck a single blow, cutting into the mermaid's abdomen. Beside her, Ningi quickly slit the mermaid's throat. Killed level 19 mermaid soldier, XP 1500, Captain Zhang Taotao obtained fish scale X1. Taozi warned, level 21 monsters are already appearing. At this rate it will take another 3 hours to reach the center of the island. We're too slow, we can't keep clearing monsters. Miao Yu, you handle the control, we'll charge straight through. Miao Yu summoned Binding Wind. Go, I've got it controlled. 20 minutes later. We're still falling behind, Taozi said. Looking at the distant crowd, she frowned, thinking, if we charge straight ahead, what are our chances? There are too many of them, I can't control them all. Moreover, the monsters' levels are higher than mine, so my skills also have a chance of failing. Lin Moyu thought, if we charge straight ahead, we're likely to be surrounded and in danger. But if we clear them all the way, it would take at least another hour, and we would fall completely behind, so he volunteered. Let me do it. Taozi looked at him in surprise. Ling Zhen mocked again. You do it? What can a level 17 weakling do? You haven't made a move the entire way. What use are you? Ningi warned. Ling Zhen, shut your foul mouth. You should just keep hiding behind women's skirts. Taozi ignored his smooth talk and asked, Lin Moyu, what's your plan? Use skeleton soldiers to pin down the mermaid monsters. Right, he has summons. Then I'll leave it to you. The skeleton soldiers charged directly into the monster horde. Seizing this opportunity, the entire team pushed straight ahead, bypassing the monsters. The path is clear, let's go. The skeleton soldiers had already been recalled to the summoning space. Well done, Taozi praised Lin Moyu. We're lucky to have you this time. Ling Zhen mocked again. Why didn't you do that from the start? Otherwise we would have already reached the mountain and wouldn't be falling behind at all. Ningi retorted. Stop spouting nonsense here. If you're so capable, you go do it. You're still relying on summons, aren't you? Maybe you're the real trash. Lin Moyu stared directly at Ling Zhen, and before he could finish what he was about to say for the last time, Miao Yu shouted, Run quick! Dropping from the sky, a group of beasts rushed towards them. Fall back quickly. A person appeared. A person from Country Y, and that was their unique profession. Shikigami Summoner. Swish, a dazzling golden spark flashed. Then 2 beasts appeared, horse-headed monsters. I heard that Shikigami Summoner's divine sense skill can summon ancient deities. Why are they doing this? Do they want to stop us from reaching the mountain? The white-clad man arrogantly said. You all stay here. If you can't escape, use the quest stone to teleport back. This mermaid dungeon belongs to our Country Y. Damn it, Shikigami Summoners are a legendary tier profession. It seems Country Y has come out in full force. Hundreds of mermaid monsters are gathered here now. It will take at least an hour to clear them. Lin Moyu, can you do it? Taozi asked Lin Moyu. Is there a summoner? No monsters. Ling Zhen said. Do you think summoners are omnipotent? These hundreds of monsters, even a summoner would be helpless. The skeleton soldiers were pinning down the monster horde. Whose summon is that? It's drawing the monsters away. Excellent. Too bad there are still 2/3 of the monsters left. When she saw another skeleton soldier, Taozi instantly brightened. 2, so he has 2 summons. Go pin down those monsters. Lin Moyu thought, no need. These brainless guys can just split my experience points. Another one appeared. One of them cheered, well done, brother. When the trial is over, I'll buy you a drink. There's even a third one whose summon is this. Thank you so much. All right, brothers, let's go. Don't let those Shikigami summoners be so arrogant. After breaking free from the encirclement, Lin Moyu received a flood of praise. Brother, we'll take you dungeon crawling next time. Thank you, brother. With things as they were, Ling Zhen could only snort. The white-clad man from earlier was flustered. What's going on? How did they get up there? All those monsters should have held them back for at least an hour. He immediately ordered the archers to position themselves. I don't know how they dealt with the mermaid monsters, but we must stop them. Swish, hundreds of arrows rained down from the sky. From the archers of Country Y, mages, activate shields. Let's engage. Ningi said, with you and your skeleton soldiers here this time, I'm not afraid at all. After the first engagement, no, our team is too chaotic. We must reorganize, preferably find a powerful mage. That's right, we lost a lot of people at the foot of the mountain. We must reorganize to suppress Country Y. Ling Zhen walked up to Taozi and suggested, Captain, I want to join another team. Either he leaves or I leave, Captain, you choose. Someone from the team objected. Ling Zhen, you're going too far. That's right. If it weren't for Lin Moyu pinning down the monsters, we wouldn't have even made it up here. Ningi directly told Ling Zhen, you're truly worthless. Ling Zhen was certain the captain would choose him. Other teams were looking for a mage and this team couldn't do without him. A crucial member. This way only Lin Moyu could be kicked out. In that case, Ling Zhen, you're out of the team. Ling Zhen's face instantly changed. He questioned Zhang Taotao. What, you're telling me to leave the team, Captain? If I leave, this trial will be for nothing. Don't you want to get into the Creation Academy? She said coldly. I do, but have you forgotten my profession? I am an elf knight. I have my beliefs and I cannot meet your demands. Ling Zhen turned and left. If that's the case, don't regret it. Lin Moyu spoke up. Let's enter the dungeon. Zhang Taotao was somewhat confused, but countrywide Ningi patted her shoulder. Sister Taozi, let's enter the dungeon. Zhang Taotao still didn't understand, but how do we get in? Miao Yu and Duan Gao could only look at each other in dismay. Let's follow them in too. They entered the dungeon one by one with only Feng Tu lagging behind. Feng Tu thought at worst we'll just retreat. With me here there won't be much danger at least, but how could she trust Lin Moyu so much? At the dungeon entrance, upon seeing Zhang Taotao and the others approach, the people from Country Y cursed loudly. Get back, Shenxia people are not allowed to enter the dungeon. The Shenxia people were indignant. It's the summoner brother, let's go together. Don't let the people from Country Y bully our Shenxia brother. Protect him. Ling Zhen stood aside, sneering. Foolish, seeking death. The Country Y personnel immediately summoned ancient divine beast Shikigami and launched a fierce attack. The Shenxia people desperately resisted. Lin Moyu only said 2 words, go. Rows of skeletal soldiers appeared in response, effortlessly blocking all of Country Y's attacks. Zhang Taotao could hardly believe her eyes that Lin Moyu had such powerful summons. Miao Yu was too shocked to speak. What? Duan Gao was equally stunned. These skeletal soldiers actually blocked all attacks. Lin Moyu's summons naturally terrified the Country Y people. What kind of profession is this? How can there be so many summons? What are those skeletal soldiers? Our attacks are completely useless. They clearly look frail and ready to be scattered at any moment, yet they intend to enter the dungeon. Despite this, the Country Y people did not retreat in the slightest, instead becoming even more ferocious than before, determined to stop them. Lin Moyu glanced at them as they charged and chose nightmare difficulty. Just before the fire talisman was thrown, Lin Moyu and the others disappeared. The scene made the Country Y people grit their teeth, seething with anger at this moment. Lin Moyu and the others were in a deep cave. He remained calm, but Zhang Taotao couldn't help but feel uneasy. Ningi said to her, don't worry, his skeletons are very powerful. Zhang Taotao could only nod. Alright, I hope he can summon more skeletons. I'll do my best to block the monsters, she shouted. Miao Yu, heal me immediately and give me control, she loudly said. Don't worry, Sister Taozi. Oh bless, suddenly a system notification. Killed a level 21 elite merman warrior, XP 1000, obtained merman skin X10. This stunned Miao Yu. Wait, what happened? Duan Gao also felt confused. How did I suddenly gain experience? It turned out that on the other side, Lin Moyu's skeletal soldiers were fighting monsters. Elite Merman Warrior, Enhanced Elite Monster, Level 21, Strength 2000, Agility 1200, Mental Power 800, Constitution 2200. Skill, Roar. Zhang Taotao secretly thought one-shot kill. Lin Moyu, hands in his pockets, calmly continued to search for targets. Zhang Taotao watched his retreating figure. Just now his skeletons actually one-shotted an enhanced elite monster in a nightmare difficulty dungeon. Even a perfectly coordinated team would need 1 to 2 minutes. Ningi happily said, I told you, Moyu's skeletons are very powerful. Everyone hurry and follow. Duan Gao was a bit embarrassed. Wait, status hasn't been applied yet, Zhang Taotao said. Forget the status, hurry and catch up to them first. Lin Moyu's skeletal soldiers feared no standing fish monsters, sweeping them away with a berserk strike. Zhang Taotao was still surprised, feeling how easy it was to run a dungeon for the first time. Before, she always had to stand at the front observing every monster attack and protecting her teammates. This time it seemed she didn't need to draw monster aggro herself. Duan Gao and Miao Yu whispered to each other. It seems we're not needed, we don't have to do anything. After a while, Lin Moyu and the others continued forward but hit a wall. They thought there was no way forward, and there weren't many monsters in this dungeon either. Ningi seemed to have discovered something. There seems to be a boss below. The system displayed. Mermaid Queen's Pet Snake, Boss Tier Elite Monster, Level 23, Strength 3600, Agility 5500, Mental Power 3000, Constitution 5000, Skills. Heavy Strike, Death Coil Venom. Lin Moyu observed it. Its attributes were even higher than the Pixie King's. The skeletal soldier's current 4 main attributes were 2700. Zhang Taotao spoke. I'll go fight the monster. Lin Moyu shook his head. No need. Lin Moyu's skeletal soldiers charged. The snake retaliated with a heavy strike. Before long it slipped out of the skeletal soldier's encirclement. Zhang Taotao was surprised. It's too agile. What do we do? Lin Moyu calmly said. It's fine. I'm activating slowing curse. Instantly the snake was entangled by red chains. Its speed slowed. The skeletal soldiers seized the opportunity. Zhang Taotao asked, is that a curse-type skill? Lin Moyu replied. That's right. She looked at him. Possessing both powerful summons and curse-type skills, what exactly was this necromancer profession? On the other side, Lin Moyu's skeletal soldiers were still sparring with the snake, but it retaliated with death coil. The snake spat venom. Lin Moyu looked at the scene before him. My skeletons are undead summons, so the venom's effect on them is almost negligible. In a blink, the snake was pierced by his skeletal soldiers' swords. Zhang Taotao was dumbfounded. It's over just like that. Killed Mermaid Queen's Pet Snake, XP 50,000, obtained Silver Tier Defensive Gear, Snake Skin Armor, obtained Intermediate Monster Core. Duan Gao was still in a daze. I gained so much experience without doing anything, Ningi laughed. Stop daydreaming, let's go. Zhang Taotao also spoke, let's go. Following Lin Moyu based on the previous boss's name being the Mermaid Queen's Pet Snake, then the final boss should be the Mermaid Queen. Lin Moyu and the others walked through the dark cave. Ningi covered her nose. The fishy smell here is really strong. After walking for a while, a magnificent palace appeared before them with a dazzling golden orb in the central courtyard, guarded of course by many fish monsters. Zhang Taotao and Ningi counted and exclaimed. There were a total of 60 patrol teams making 180 merman monsters, and all of them were enhanced elite monsters. Lin Moyu silently observed more monsters were always better. Without much thought, he immediately ordered his skeletal soldiers to attack. Zhang Taotao was startled. But Lin Moyu, she couldn't understand what he was thinking. Although his skeletons were fast, he couldn't be so reckless. These were elite merman soldiers, enhanced elite monsters, strength 2000, agility 1400, mental power 1000, constitution 2400, skill sweeping/stun. They had already detected unusual sounds. They charged up with sweeping/stun, resisting the skeletal soldiers' berserk strike. Ningi was uneasy. Other guard teams also rushed up. What was Lin Moyu going to do? Cover your ears. Ningi was puzzled for a moment. Immediately after, piercing screams assailed them. Even covering her ears couldn't block the sound. System burst notification. Killed Elite Merman XP 12,000. Killed Elite Merman XP 12,000. This repeated 6 times, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Oh my god, what happened? But the experience points didn't stop there. The system kept notifying, experience points soaring at an astonishing rate, confusing Lin Moyu's entire team. What skill is this? So powerful, how did he do it? This is my first time experiencing such a rapid increase in experience points. Before long, Lin Moyu's skeletal soldiers defeated the merman soldiers. The palace gates opened. The grand boss appeared, the mermaid queen, boss tier monster, strength 5000, agility 6000, mental power 5000, constitution 6000, skills, terror roar, raging tides, queen's whisper. Ningi saw her appearance, her eyes wide with shock. Oh my god, she's truly, she exclaimed, so beautiful. Lin Moyu said, its charm. He quickly used clear mind, and Zhang Taotao found Lin Moyu to be fine. Ningi was confused. What happened to me? Miao Yu trembled and said, the mermaid queen has innate charm, we fell for it. Luckily Lin Moyu is here, otherwise we would have been wiped out. The first move failed. So the mermaid queen unleashed her second move. Her eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging. The mermaid queen used terror roar. Waves surged with immense momentum. Zhang Taotao resisted. With the mermaid queen's attributes based on a 6-person team strategy, it would take at least an hour to defeat her. But at this moment she could no longer predict Lin Moyu's actions. The mermaid queen roared continuously. Her strength attribute was too high, making it difficult for the skeletons to defeat her. The current situation made Zhang Taotao feel like a battle between a lion and a pack of wolves, with a group of wolves besieging a lion, the outcome still unknown. The mermaid queen charged forward, throwing her trident at a skeletal soldier, shattering its body. It disappeared with it. One skeletal soldier was destroyed. Zhang Taotao said to Duan Gao, Duan Gao, buff us, be ready to fight at any moment. He nodded, understood. Zhang Taotao had her own plans. We'll charge in when Lin Moyu's skeletal soldiers can no longer hold out. Lin Moyu just softly said, no need, slowing curse. The mermaid queen was immediately entangled by red chains. Since she was the final boss, she couldn't be ordinary. She used the Raging Tide skill, which swept away Lin Moyu's skeletal soldiers in an instant. 12 skeletal soldiers were annihilated in the tidal vortex. Zhang Taotao stood by, worriedly thinking, it seems the skeletal soldiers can't hold out much longer. It's our turn. She said, Lin Moyu, recall those skeletal soldiers, we'll go in. Lin Moyu stubbornly said, no need. Summon all the remaining 87 skeletal soldiers to play. My soldiers. His team was stunned by the scene before them. Zhang Taotao was terrified. No, I must be dreaming, they're countless. Miao Yu was surprised. He actually has so many summons, he never used them all before. Duan Gao also spoke, too terrifying. No wonder Ningi always trusted him. Ningi thought, sure enough he's grown stronger again and faster than I imagined. The mermaid queen was covered in wounds, surrounded by skeletal soldiers. The last skill had already been cast, Queen's Whisper. Miao Yu uneasily said, no, my level is too low. Unable to resist the boss's skill, Lin Moyu said, it's fine, my mental power is high enough not to be affected by the boss's mental skills, and my skeletal soldiers, they have no fear, they won't endure spiritual pain. The mermaid queen was finally defeated. Killed mermaid queen, XP 80,000, obtained silver tier weapon. Mermaid queen's warblade, obtained silver tier weapon. Mermaid queen's staff. Mermaid queen's warblade, silver tier, strength 50, constitution 50. Combat skill power increased by 10, usable after level 20. Mermaid queen's staff, silver tier, mental power 50, constitution 50. Mage skill power increased by 10, usable after level 20. Obtained mermaid's tear. Ningi held the mermaid's tear in her hands. Mermaid's tear. With this, the trial mission is complete and we're one step closer to Shenxia Academy. Zhang Taotao happily said, that's right, then we'll complete a few more trial missions and we'll be able to enter Shenxia Academy. Duan Gao was also overjoyed. This time it's all thanks to Lin Moyu. Without him we couldn't have completed the trial at all. Miao Yu agreed. Exactly, and that detestable Ling Zhen, such a person will definitely die alone. Ningi was still enthusiastic. Big fish's tear, big fish's tear. Lin Moyu asked her, Ningi, do you have a cooldown rune? She nodded. Yes, Moyu, are you planning to? At this moment everyone suddenly remembered, right, cooldown runes. Lin Moyu's team teleported out of the dungeon. The people outside were surprised. So fast, only half an hour has passed, the countrywide people whispered. Maybe they couldn't beat it so they retreated, one guy mocked. It seems those skeletons are just for show, only good for cannon fodder. Others consoled. Brother, it's okay if the dungeon failed, at least you're alive. That's right, hurry back. Ling Zhen sat nearby. They actually didn't die, unwilling to lead the team into the dungeon. Now it's better, retreated. Zhang Taotao, Miao Yu and Duan Gao waited outside the dungeon, seeing no one enter. Everyone be careful. Ningi said, don't worry, Sister Taozi, Lin Moyu is here. Zhang Taotao instructed her. Ningi, just follow the plan we set earlier. Ningi held something in her hand. No problem. The people outside immediately shouted, "Cooldown rune." After that, she and Lin Moyu entered the dungeon again, and the surrounding crowd was once again surprised. They went in again. A cooldown rune. That girl actually has such a high-level item. It seems her background is not simple either. If I'm not mistaken, didn't they just enter the dungeon? 2 people entering a nightmare difficulty dungeon, isn't that seeking death? Zhang Taotao was a bit worried. Now she could only rely on the 2 of them. Miao Yu encouraged her. "Sister Taozi, we've all seen Lin Moyu's strength, it'll be fine." Zhang Taotao thought of the Mermaid Queen. That's right, even for nightmare difficulty, Lin Moyu alone might be enough. Miao Yu happily said, "Don't worry." In the dungeon, Ningi said, "You said you'd take me leveling last time. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. You're not allowed to only take me once and then stop." Lin Moyu agreed. Okay, the 2 walked and talked. The remaining uses of the cooldown rune were just enough for them to exit the dungeon 3 times. "We have to seize this opportunity and get all the mermaid's tears." Behind them, a merman soldier appeared. Before long, the fish monsters and Lin Moyu's skeleton soldiers began a chaotic battle. Ningi reminded him, "The longer we wait, the more complications could arise. The faster we clear the dungeon, the better." He replied, "It's fine. You can't kill as fast as I can." In the battle before them, the skeleton soldiers had the upper hand. The system continuously prompted. Killed a level 21 elite merman soldier, XP 25,000, obtained fish skin X8. Before long, a colossal water snake appeared, letting out a deafening roar, but Lin Moyu killed it with a single strike. System notification. Killed a level 23 mermaid queen's pet snake, XP 125,000, obtained silver tier defensive gear, snake skin armor. Lin Moyu thought to himself, last time it took over half an hour to get here. But now, in just 5 minutes, we've already reached the mini-boss. Ningi secretly watched Lin Moyu. He was even more powerful than she imagined. He said, "Let's go to the Mermaid Queen's palace." Just like last time, Lin Moyu sent his skeleton soldiers ahead to clear the way, and they quickly defeated the merman soldier teams. Lin Moyu loudly said, "Kill all the palace guards, the boss is about to appear." Finally, the Mermaid Queen appeared. A boss-tier monster, strength 5,000, agility 6,000, mental power 500, constitution 6,000, skills, terror roar, raging tides, queen's whisper. Ningi hid behind Lin Moyu. "This time if I don't look at her, I won't be charmed, right?" She fiercely told Lin Moyu. "I'll kill it." He looked at her. His gaze held a third helplessness and 2/3 the weary patience one might have for an elderly person. Lin Moyu simultaneously used slowing curse and corpse explosion. The Mermaid Queen disappeared in the blink of an eye. Killed Mermaid Queen, XP 200,000, obtained silver tier weapon. Mermaid Queen's trident. Mermaid Queen's trident, silver tier, agility 50, constitution 50, assassin skill power increased by 10, usable after level 20, obtained silver tier weapon. Mermaid Queen's spellbook. Mermaid Queen's spellbook, silver tier, mental power 100, mage skill power increased by 10, usable after level 20, obtained mermaid's tier. Ningi, who was standing, received a level up notification. She happily said, "I've leveled up, quick, let's go one more time and get all 3 mermaid's tiers." Lin Moyu nodded. Okay. They teleported out of the dungeon together. Ningi happily said, "Sister Taozi, it's done." Lin Moyu looked at her. "When I first met her, she was level 19 and I was level 10. After all this time, she has only just reached level 20. It seems this girl doesn't enjoy leveling up." The surrounding onlookers exclaimed again. "How did they just go in and come out? How long has it been? Not even 10 minutes, right? They probably didn't even kill a single monster, did they? Wasting a cooldown rune like that. How reckless." Ningi held the cooldown rune, provocatively raising her chin. Zhang Taotao felt a bit uneasy. They came out so quickly in just 10 minutes. Miao Yu spoke up. "Sister Taozi, it seems Lin Moyu's strength is much greater than we imagined." Back in the dungeon, Ningi was enthusiastically watching to see how long it would take this time. And if they could be faster than before, Lin Moyu didn't know what to say. She was treating this trial like a game. They battled monsters together again. After it was over, Ningi shouted, 8 minutes and 58 seconds, 30 seconds faster than last time. Lin Moyu said, "That's enough farming, let's go back." Ningi looked quite confident. "I can't wait to see the expressions on those Cherry Blossom country people's faces." As soon as they exited the dungeon, the Cherry Blossom country people started to nitpick again. "They're out again, what a waste of resources. Have they already used up all the cooldown rune uses? Ridiculous, they must have gotten scared and ran away without even seeing a monster, right?" Zhang Taotao hastily asked. "How did it go? Did Yi get it?" She made a gesture. "Rest assured, Sister Taozi." The dungeon entrance disappeared, causing widespread panic. "Look, the dungeon seems to have vanished. How is that possible? How could the dungeon disappear?" They were in a panic. "It really disappeared. How is this possible? The dungeon only disappears if all 3 mermaids' tears are obtained. Didn't they only enter 3 times? Could it have been them?" Lin Moyu said, "The trial is complete, let's go." Zhang Taotao held the mermaid's tear in her hand. "Okay, those Cherry Blossom country people only wanted to profit without effort, intending to snatch the items. They couldn't let them leave. The mermaid's tears were on them, so they had to make them hand them over." The Shenxia side was equally furious. Zhang Taotao's team got all the mermaid's tears. "I still can't quite believe it, but the dungeon did indeed disappear. If our Shenxia team has obtained them, then we absolutely cannot let them fall into the hands of Cherry Blossom Country." Lin Moyu remained calm and composed, facing them with an unperturbed mind. The Cherry Blossom Country people continuously summoned ultra-high-level divine beasts. Zhang Taotao couldn't help but worry. Lin Moyu was already prepared for battle. Soulfire shot directly towards the divine beast summoned by the opponent. They roared in agony, engulfed in flames. The Cherry Blossom Country individual gnashed his teeth, inviting death. He used his ultimate skill, Summon Shikigami. The summoned creature immediately rushed out, its form bizarre and exceptionally fierce. He ordered them to attack. His Shikigami furiously threw axes. Your attacks can only tickle my giant axe god. Lin Moyu of course remained unfazed. He commanded his skeleton soldiers to use Berserk Strike, strength 2700. They charged together, and in the blink of an eye the giant axe god was annihilated. The Cherry Blossom Country person was incredulous. What? How could Lin Moyu be so weak? The Shenxia people were also surprised. He instantly killed a Shikigami summoner. Shikigami? That person spat blood. Damn it, my Shikigami was killed. I have to endure the backlash too. The skeleton soldiers, emboldened by victory, charged directly. They headed straight for the summoner. Lin Moyu commanded go. That person's face turned pale with fright, but he remained clear-headed, ordering the remaining divine beasts, quick, go. People around discussed animatedly. How can his skeletons be so powerful? That was a legendary tier Shikigami summoner. Shikigami. How could it be killed so easily? What level is he? What profession is he? And what are these skeletons? That person looked at Lin Moyu with eyes full of resentment. A level 17 Necromancer. He must have awakened a talent. Another powerful profession has appeared in Shenxia. This news must be sent back. Behind him were Lin Moyu and his summoned creatures, looking cooler than an American action movie poster. The tension never ceased. A Cherry Blossom Country person ran first. I don't want to fight those things. I don't want to die. Seeing this, the remaining people also frantically fled. I don't want to die either. Even the Shikigami summoner was defeated. How could we possibly win? Run, run! The Shenxia people laughed like madmen, seeing that guy almost wet himself with fear. What a coward, scared away by a few skeletons. Those are skeletons that have farmed nightmare difficulty dungeons. Rushing up is just sending meat to a cat, isn't it? But they quickly turned their attention to Lin Moyu. By the way, where did that powerhouse come from? He doesn't say a word. Truly our ideal type. Yes, the scene of him instantly killing the Shikigami earlier was really cool. Ling Zhen gnashed his teeth in jealousy. If I hadn't left the team, would I have been among those who completed this trial? He couldn't accept this fact. It's not my fault, Lin Moyu, you just wait, we're not done yet. Zhang Taotao held the mermaid's tear. Trial complete, turn in quest, system notification, trial ended, beginning teleportation home. Zhang Taotao said, thank you, Lin Moyu, this trial was very important to me. Ningi slumped on the table. It's finally over. This young lady is exhausted. She looked up. Sister Taozi, don't be so polite with him. Although he doesn't talk much, he's actually much better than before. Zhang Taotao suppressed a laugh. You're always defending him. Lin Moyu's watch chimed. It was a message from Bai Yiyuan. Lin Moyu went to the Academic Affairs Office. At the Academic Affairs Office, Bai Yiyuan said, I've reviewed the footage of this trial. You performed very well, Lin Moyu simply replied. I merely did what had to be done. He was pleased. Not arrogant in victory, not discouraged in defeat. Excellent. He then asked, do you know the use of the mermaid's tear? Lin Moyu replied, I don't. He secretly wondered, is the mermaid's tear important? Bai Yiyuan explained, the mermaid's tear is related to the success rate of awakening a talent for the second time at level 40. Items that help awaken talents are very rare. Even though the mermaid's tear is relatively low level, it is still very important. I didn't expect Cherry Blossom Country to so accurately calculate the time and location of Mermaid Island's appearance this time, almost leading to the failure of the trial. He then added, fortunately, you were here this time, helping Shenxia obtain the mermaid's tears. Is there anything you wish for as a reward? I will do my best to fulfill it. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. I couldn't find information about my sister, Lin Mohan, at the Academic Affairs Office before. Why not take this opportunity to ask Lord Bai? He asked. Can you help me find someone? Bai Yiyuan replied, I know who you're referring to. Your sister, Lin Mohan, joined the Creation Academy at the beginning of the year, which is why you can only find blank data. All students of the Creation Academy have blank data. Lin Moyu was surprised. The Creation Academy, Zhang Taotao's ultimate goal was the Creation Academy. Yi and Xia Shui also always told me they would join the Creation Academy if they had the chance. He thought of his sister. He didn't expect her to enter before him, but she only enrolled last year. Could she have joined the Creation Academy in just half a year? Bai Yiyuan spoke. Because your sister has already joined the Creation Academy, I cannot disclose more information to you according to regulations. You cannot see your sister until you join the Creation Academy yourself. If you have any questions, you can join the Academy yourself and then ask your sister. He operated his smartwatch. The conditions for joining the Creation Academy have been sent to you. Bai Yiyuan sincerely said, I should have told you about your sister from the start. Besides this reward, you have another reward coming. Lin Moyu said without hesitation, then I want a cooldown rune. He thought this item can't be bought at the exchange, so it must be very rare, but it's genuinely useful. I really need a cooldown rune right now. Bai Yiyuan laughed heartily. Having seen the footage of your trial, I guessed you would want this item. Although a cooldown rune is just an entry-level item, it's not easy to acquire. Just this trial isn't enough to earn one. I have another task. If you can complete it, I'll give you one. Lin Moyu immediately agreed. Okay, with a cooldown rune. I can level up faster and join the Creation Academy. Bai Yuan took out a jade-colored stone. However, you must reach level 20 to accept this quest. If you're in a hurry, you can first go to the Academy's Palace Dungeon to level up. He placed it in Lin Moyu's hand. This is a teleportation stone to the Palace Dungeon, but not everyone is qualified to obtain one. He took it and teleported without hesitation. Bai Yuan was slightly surprised. He wants to go level up immediately? This kid is good. He just came out of the trial and didn't even rest before entering a dungeon. Lin Moyu looked around in surprise. Is this Shajing Academy's Palace Dungeon? Voices echoed around him. Burial Ground Dungeon, normal difficulty, looking for a mage around level 25, preferably skilled in fire spells. Orc Legion Bloodbath Dungeon, nightmare difficulty, looking for a level 25 healer, requires mastery of healing abilities, full bronze equipment. Tower of Night, nightmare difficulty, requires a knight level 30 or higher, full silver equipment required. Lin Moyu checked his watch. One of the requirements for joining the Creation Academy was to be over level 30. He muttered to himself in confusion. Level 30 or higher, he thought. Level 30. That means my sister reached level 30 in just 3 months after coming to Shajing. The next requirements were to clear the level 30 Abyssal Frontline Dungeon, Hell difficulty. 3. Earn 1,000 contribution points. Lin Moyu pondered. Hell difficulty is definitely much harder than nightmare difficulty. I wonder if I can solo it, and how do I earn these contribution points? Suddenly, a girl walked over and approached him. She stammered. Hello, classmate. Are you here at the Palace Dungeon for the first time? She also introduced herself. I'm Shu Han. I can tell you about the Palace Dungeon. Did Lin Moyu not understand this routine? It seemed a classmate was using this method to earn points. He directly asked. How much? Shu Han was also honest. 100 points is enough. Lin Moyu didn't say more and immediately transferred 100 points to her. Shu Han happily said, thank you, classmate. She began to explain. The Palace Dungeon has 2 dungeons below level 20 and 18 dungeons between level 20 and level 30. There were 20 dungeons for levels 30 to 40. Shu Han added that there were 52 more dungeons for levels 40 to 70. Additionally, there were 2 large dungeons for 40 players and 1 gigantic dungeon for 100 players, making a total of 95 dungeons. She led Lin Moyu to the center of the palace. Each dungeon had corresponding clear records, and creating a new record would earn rewards. Both of them looked up at the glowing orbs. This was the Palace Dungeon's Quest Center and Team Recruitment Center. You could complete quests here to earn points or recruit a team or join one. Shu Han asked softly, is something wrong, classmate? Is there anything you don't understand? Lin Moyu asked, how do I earn contribution points? Shu Han replied, contribution points. You can earn contribution points by participating in Academy-organized trials or completing tasks assigned by the Academy. Lin Moyu mused. He needed 1,000 contribution points to join the Creation Academy. Contribution points could be obtained by participating in Academy-organized trials or completing Academy tasks. Shu Han added, it's hard to earn contribution points. Tasks are completed shortly after they're posted. And if you want to join the Academy, contribution points are essential. Lin Moyu's smartwatch notified him that 50 contribution points had been transferred. Is that Duan Gao Moyu? Have your contribution points arrived too? How many did you get? I got 20 points. Big score. Sister Tauzi got 30 points. She's thrilled. The people around them were dumbfounded. They started discussing, did I hear that right? 50 points? No way, it must be a lie. How can someone get so many contribution points at once? Bragging right, his level isn't even high. Lin Moyu had ignored those comments, only thanking her for the explanation. Shu Han waved her hand. It's nothing, you've already paid. But are you looking for a team to run a dungeon now? He placed his hand directly on the purple orb. The information displayed, mutated jungle. Level 10 dungeon. Entry requirement level 15 to 19. Entering the dungeon will deduct 10 points. Clearing cooldown requires 40 points. Dungeon record 1 hour 58 minutes to 2 hours 17 minutes. Lin Moyu looked at the information. No one has broken the record in 3 years. Then I'll break the record and get the reward. He chose nightmare difficulty. Some people around were surprised, others disdainful. Mutated jungle. My mom thought it was some big shot. Turns out it's just a kid under level 20. I bet those 50 contribution points weren't earned legitimately. Inside the dungeon, mutated jungle dungeon, level 17, 32.5. Lin Moyu stood still, wondering how many levels he could gain from this dungeon run. Experience points continuously popped up. Killed level 17 mutated brown bear, XP 6000, obtain bear hide X5. Killed level 18 mutated brown bear, XP 7000, obtain bear hide XN. Lin Moyu observed his surroundings. The task of clearing trash mobs can be left to the skeletons. I can go directly for the dungeon boss to save time. He and his skeleton soldiers stood before a calm lake. Found you. The grand boss appeared. Mutated turtle dragon, boss tier monster, level 19, strength 4000, agility 500, mental power 500, constitution 7000, skills, bite, sweep, super defense. Lin Moyu calculated. This boss's constitution was indeed very high, even higher than the level 20 mermaid queen. It charged forward and his skeleton soldiers also advanced. The grand boss immediately used its super defense skill. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. Even the skeleton soldiers' berserk strike didn't do much damage. The turtle shell is very hard, so I see why no one has broken the record in 3 years. but he was running out of time. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I'll have to deal with you using defensive skills, the Grand Boss roared. Lin Moyu commanded. Flip it over, he said. All the skeleton soldiers charged together using Berserk Strike. Finally the Grand Boss fell, obtaining Bronze Tier weapon Turtle Dragon Gauntlets. Turtle Dragon Gauntlets, Bronze Tier, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Defense Skill Power increased by 6, usable after level 12. Obtain Bronze Tier Defensive Gear, Turtle Dragon Heavy Armor. Turtle Dragon Heavy Armor, Bronze Tier, Constitution 30. Defense Skill Power increased by 6, usable after level 12. Obtained Low-Grade Monster Core. Lin Moyu stood collecting items. Experience points increased by approximately 35. One more dungeon run and he could reach level 18. He wondered what the reward for the new record would be. Outside the palace, a bell rang. The palace bell rang. Someone created a new dungeon record. Which elite team is it? I didn't see any big shots go in, the announcement board displayed. New record, mutated jungle cleared by one person. Lin Moyu, Necromancer level 17, clear time 35 minutes, currently ranked first for the record. Everyone discussed this person actually soloed the dungeon. Even though it was a low-level dungeon, it wasn't something one person could clear. He was almost twice as fast as the old record. Lin Moyu exited the dungeon. His smartwatch displayed a notification. Broke the mutated jungle dungeon record, obtained 1,000 points, 5 contribution points, can only be claimed once. He remained silent. So creating a new record gave contribution points. It seems he needed to run another dungeon. Everyone froze. Is he going to run it again? I'm already level 30. Would it be embarrassing to ask him to power level me now? Were those 50 contribution points he got earlier real? Spider Lair, level 20 dungeon, entry requirement level 18 to 21. Lin Moyu calculated. Only level 18 can enter. Does that mean he needs to run the mutated jungle dungeon one more time? He exited the dungeon again, and everyone was more enthusiastic to see him than a Korean celebrity. Why is the big shot back again? I understand. Spider Lair requires level 18 to enter. The big shot is only level 17, but he set a new record at level 17. Half an hour later, Lin Moyu walked out of the dungeon with his hands in his pockets, finally reaching level 18. The big shot is out again. The big shot is level 18 now. Oh my god, is the big shot going to challenge the Spider Lair record after reaching level 18? Did anyone time it? Why do I feel like this time was even faster than last time? When the system announced another record, they became even more boisterous. New record, mutated jungle cleared by one person. Lin Moyu, Necromancer level 18, clear time 24 minutes 32 seconds, currently ranked first for the record. He actually created a new record again. What? Was the previous speed not his fastest? They all turned their attention to him. Where did this god-tier player come from? The previous record was set by an almost perfect team and had been held for 3 years, yet a newcomer broke it twice in a row. Would he break the Spider Lair record too? Lin Moyu observed the information. Spider Lair level 20 dungeon. Spider Lair dungeon record 1 hour 12 minutes. His lips curved slightly. Was the Spider Lair dungeon record also set by them? No one had broken it in 3 years. Lin Moyu chuckled. Sorry, I also really need contribution points, choosing Nightmare difficulty. Lin Moyu stood in the darkness. This was the Spider Lair. It's too dark, he summoned Soulfire. At least I should clear monsters quickly. Skeleton soldiers were summoned. This Spider Lair is like a maze. It's better to send skeletons to scout ahead first. Killed level 20 Red Spider, XP 9000, obtained Spider Silk X5. Killed level 19 Red Spider, XP 8000, obtained Spider Silk XN. Lin Moyu frowned and almost all the skeletons encountered combat. At this rate the speed would be much slower. He looked up. Small Spider, level 18, Strength 200, Agility 200, Mental Power 100, Constitution 200. Are these small spiders all dungeon monsters? These passages will be filled with them everywhere. Lin Moyu cast Soulfire, trying out the skill. It quickly became his experience points. Killed level 18 Small Spider, XP 500. In this wave, at least hundreds of small spiders were eliminated. The experience points gained were equivalent to 20 enhanced elite monsters. This place was simply a holy land for farming experience. At this moment, Lin Moyu found his skeleton soldiers surrounded by small spiders. Constitution 1852900. Several small spiders continuously bit the skeleton soldiers. He ordered the skeleton soldiers to return to the summoning space. Clearly, from before until now, I've always used this tactic to kill bosses. Summon failed. Lin Moyu was a bit surprised. It actually failed. Is it because there are too many spiders on them? But Lin Moyu, this big shot, has more than one trick up his sleeve, using corpse explosion to deal with those spiders. Experience points immediately soared. Killed level 18 small spider, XP 500. He advanced with the momentum. If this was a good place to farm experience, he couldn't waste it. There were a total of 108 caves. Splitting the skeleton soldiers into groups of 10 wouldn't fear harassment from small spiders. Just like that, after only 10 minutes, Lin Moyu encountered the Grand Boss. Spider King finally found you. Boss tier monster level 21, Strength 5000, Agility 3500, Mental Power 500, Constitution 4000, Skills, Poison Fang, Acid Spit, Sweep. Lin Moyu said, "You like to pick on the weak, so it's my turn now." Outside the hall, Shuhan was anxious. Can he really clear the Spider Lair? Others chimed in. The Spider Lair is known as an experience holy land and a resource haven, but soloing it isn't easy. It's already been an hour. The record is 1 hour 12 minutes, so he hasn't broken the record this time either. Back in the dungeon, Lin Moyu sat on the Spider King's corpse. cleared once, experience points increased by 80. He was held up by the small spiders for quite some time, taking a total of 1 hour 32 minutes, still no record broken. It seems he needs to run it again. He must obtain both normal points and contribution points. Killed Spider King XP 190,000, obtained silver tier weapon, Spider King's blade. Shu Han was still anxiously watching her watch. It had already been an hour and a half. He still hadn't come out. Could he have? Lin Moyu just came out, and she was surprised. The classmate is finally out. Did he clear the dungeon? Shu Han consoled him. It's okay if he didn't clear it. There are many monsters in the spider lair. It's almost impossible for one person to clear it alone. Lin Moyu nodded. Thank you, I cleared it. She was startled. CL cleared it? Really cleared it? Alone? His dungeon clearing speed is actually faster than the 5-person team that set the record. Shu Han looked at him, and from his skilled demeanor, it seemed that wasn't even his limit. Lin Moyu casually asked, do you know which dungeon gives the most experience? Although the spider lair's experience was almost triple that of the mutated jungle, the clear time was a bit long. Shu Han said, among dungeons below level 25, the spider lair is the most experience-rich dungeon. Lin Moyu pondered, the spider lair indeed gives a lot of experience. The time it takes to clear the spider lair once, I could clear the mutated jungle 4 times, but that would also consume a lot of time clearing cooldowns. He said, is there a dungeon that's faster to clear and gives more experience? Shu Han thought. Faster to clear, more experience, she hastily said. There really is. You can try teaming up with others for the large dungeon Tyrant Desert. Shu Han continued. Although the large dungeon Tyrant Desert is a level 25 dungeon, level 20 players can also enter because it can accommodate a team of 40 people, and many high-level players take new players through this dungeon to earn points. Lin Moyu considered. Large dungeon, I wonder if I can solo it? He needs to be level 20 to enter. Lord Bai's quest also requires me to reach level 20. He turned and walked into the dungeon. Thank you. It seems he needs to break the record quickly and reach level 20. Shu Han called out, classmate, are you going to farm the spider lair dungeon again? Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyu looked at the scene before him. I'll take your experience points. In another room, Bai Yiyuan was playing Lin Moyu's combat footage on a large screen. Did you see that? Weren't you startled? Although I've already met him, I'm still shocked after watching his combat. Nenian observed, one person could solo the mermaid dungeon and obtain 3 mermaids tiers. The expressions on those Y Nation people made me feel very satisfied. Vice Dean Hong Shan of Qianlong Academy also spoke. These kids from Qianlong Academy, they can't even compare to a freshman who just finished his exams and hasn't even attended college courses yet. Meng Enian said, Old Bai, you've met him before. His talent, Bai Yiyuan replied, it's a skill level enhancement talent, but how many times it enhances is his secret and privacy. Meng Enian continued to evaluate. This kid is pretty good judging by this trial. Bai Yiyuan agreed. I think this kid has a promising future. His sister also joined the Creation Academy, he added. His sister is still highly regarded by that old man and is being fully trained. The people that old man trains are all elites of humanity. You and I both know how discerning his eye is. I think he's very likely to be recognized. Meng Enian felt relieved. It seems our humanity will soon have 2 new stars. Hong Shan also thought so. In my opinion, that kid might one day become someone who can take on 1,000, capable of fighting 10,000. At this moment, Lin Moyu was farming monsters in the dungeon. Although the experience points from all the spiders were relatively low, added together, they were enough to increase his experience by 70. The clear time was also greatly accelerated. This time he would definitely break the record. Outside the hall, the bell rang again. The bell rang again. Who broke the record again? It must be classmate Lin Moyu. I just saw him enter the dungeon again. He must be a talented professional. Ling Zhen said from a distance. What kind of talented professional? He just got lucky. Everyone frowned. Classmate, how can you say that? He openly slandered Lin Moyu, who was just an ordinary university student who had just finished his exams. Who knows if he got some powerful treasure because of his connection with Lord Bai. Otherwise, how could he solo a nightmare difficulty dungeon? Shu Han retorted. What's wrong with being a student from an ordinary academy? Can't students from ordinary academies break records? Another person also spoke. I know you. You're from Qianlong Academy. Is Qianlong Academy so great? Besides, you're slandering him like this. Do you have any evidence? As soon as Lin Moyu came out, everyone started discussing. New record, spider lair, cleared by 1 person. Lin Moyu, level 19 Necromancer, clear time 47 minutes, currently ranked first. Look, classmate Lin Moyu is out, boss. Someone is slandering you. Sure enough, he broke the record in only 47 minutes, almost half an hour faster than the previous record. Lin Moyu was very displeased when he saw Ling Zhen. It's you again, Ling Zhen said angrily. Lin Moyu, what are you pretending for? Isn't it just because Lord Bai is protecting you? If you weren't the national top scorer, I wouldn't even look at you. Lin Moyu's face darkened. I've tolerated you enough. It's inconvenient to act in the academy, Ling Zhen said fearfully. You think I'm afraid of you? What kind of person are you? But inwardly he wasn't so tough. His eyes, he's killed people. Why do I feel scared? Lin Moyu dismissed him. A mere clown wasting my time. I must reach level 20 today. Lin Moyu returned to the spider lair dungeon again. After this run he would level up. After defeating the boss, his experience points were enough to level up, finally reaching level 20. Before accepting Lord Bai's quest, I must first check the changes after leveling up. Name, Lin Moyu. Profession, unique necromancer. Level 20, strength 300, agility 300, mental power 1300, constitution 300. Equipment, Pixie King's Spellbook, Robe of Knowledge. Summoning space 120,200. Skeleton Soldier, count 120. Talent, all attribute levels increased by 2. Unique passive skill, damage transfer. Active skills, Soulfire level 20, Summon Skeleton Warrior level 20, Corpse Explosion level 2, Slowing Curse level 1. Summon Skeleton Warrior can summon a silver tier Skeleton Warrior. He thought the summoning skill has leveled up. Let's try summoning a silver tier Skeleton Warrior. Then 500 mental power was deducted, a single consumption of 500 mental power. Silver tier Skeleton Warrior, strength 4000, agility 4000, mental power 4000, constitution 4000. Skill, Berserk Strike level 2. Berserk Strike level 2 deals 300 of its strength as damage to the target with a 10-minute cooldown. Lin Moyu looked at it, its attributes were comprehensively increased. One almost rivaled a dungeon boss and its skills had also leveled up, he calculated. Summoning skeletons consumed too much. My equipment is also outdated, it's time to replace it. Additionally, I need to sell some silver tier equipment dropped from dungeons and buy some skill scrolls. Lin Moyu exited the dungeon, and the people around immediately gathered. The exchange, I remember, it's over there. The boss is here again. Didn't everyone notice? He already broke his own dungeon record again. He leveled up again. No one has ever gone from level 17 to 20 in a single day. This time he seemed to come out in less than half an hour. My goodness, was his previous record not his limit? At the exchange, Lin Moyu placed some items on the table. Help me sell all these items for money, then buy me a bunch of beginner skill scrolls. The clerk was a bit surprised. He was only level 20. How could he have so much equipment? He held the items. All right, student. But student, are you selling all this equipment? Aren't you going to use it yourself? Level 20 is the perfect time to use silver tier equipment. Lin Moyu didn't answer. He thought, I do need new equipment. Ordinary silver tier equipment is useless to me. He took out a piece of equipment. Even if these items generally have skill bonus effects, they can't compare to my talent. Just like Duan Gao's blessing. The clerk was a bit puzzled. Do you use money to buy things you don't fancy? No problem, we also have a point shop here. All the good stuff is here. Lin Moyu nodded. Please show me. The clerk led him to the display area. I'll go sell these things for you can look around yourself for now thanks. In front of him was a gold forged sword, Spirit Longsword, silver tier, Spirit 400, usable at level 20, manufacturer. Zhang Tai. One of the Spirit Triplet set, price 5,000 points. Lin Moyu looked at it. There was even a Spirit set. He looked around. The equipment here was indeed better and there were sets. A complete set would cost over 5,000 points, which ordinary freshmen couldn't afford. Next were 2 Spirit Robes, silver tier, Spirit 200, usable at level 20, manufacturer, Zhang Tai. One of the Spirit Triplet set, Spirit Ring, silver tier, Spirit 200, usable at level 20, manufacturer, Zhang Tai. One of the Spirit Triplet set. Lin Moyu thought the whole set can increase mental power by 800 points. This set is not bad, he turned his head. But even if it's good, its effect on me is limited. Suddenly, Lin Moyu was drawn by a distant argument. This broken weapon dares to be priced at 50,000 points. It doesn't even have attributes. Where did this fool come from? Isn't this just scrap metal? 5,000 points? Who would buy this? He walked over. 50,000 points. At this price, few people in the entire academy could afford it. Donatus's Scythe, growth-type weapon, usable at level 1. Level 1, one of the Necromancer Reaper set. When Donatus's Scythe absorbs souls from the Abyss, leveling up unlocks new skills. Lin Moyu was curious. One of the Necromancer set. He carefully looked at the item hanging on the wall. Summon Spirit General, my skeletons indeed need a leader and it's even a set. Lin Moyu picked it up. Although it has no attributes now, and in the eyes of others it's just a pile of trash, it can absorb the souls of abyssal demons to grow. This weapon has truly found its right owner. It's exactly what I wanted. The clerk remained puzzled. Are you sure you want to choose this? Do you know how many points it costs? Did you misread it? Lin Moyu handed over his card. Didn't misread. Swipe the card. The clerk sized him up. 130,000 points. So this kid really could afford it. He watched Lin Moyu leave with the weapon. That scythe had been in the exchange longer than he had. He never expected anyone to actually choose it. Back in the dormitory, Lin Moyu placed the skill scrolls on the table. For now, there was no opportunity to find abyssal demons, so he would use the scrolls to awaken skills. With so many scrolls prepared this time, he was sure to awaken some new skills. A while later, this time it succeeded. System notification. Acquired skill, Bone Armor. Bone Armor level 1 summons Bone Armor, defense increases by 100 constitution, and elemental resistance for self and summons increases by 10. Less 5 minutes, this skill can be used on others. Lin Moyu was very satisfied. A defensive skill, excellent. He finally acquired a skill that could make up for his only weakness. With the talent's boost, defense could increase by 1000 constitution, and elemental damage would be halved. Lin Moyu continued to enhance skills through scrolls. He collected many new skills. Lin Moyu also tried them out. These scrolls did not disappoint him. Lin Moyu gave the command to summon Go. Skeleton Soldier appeared. Lin Moyu checked it. Like me, only mental power is suddenly very high, however. Skill power is determined by mental power. Strength 100, agility 100, mental power 300, constitution 100. Skill, Fire Burst. Fire Burst deals fire elemental damage to the target. Attack power is determined by mental power. This way the skeletons have ranged attack capabilities. Next, as long as I continue to hone my skills and raise my mage level, the skeletons will become increasingly powerful. Early the next morning, Lin Moyu woke up. His mental power had recovered. It was time to meet Lord Bai and discuss the quest. In the office, Bai Yiyuan leaned against the table. "Kid, what's up?" Lin Moyu said. "Lord Bai, I'm already level 20. What's the quest?" Bai Yiyuan was momentarily unable to accept this information. "Already level 20, it's only been one day. This speed is even faster than mine back then." Bai Yiyuan forced a smile. "Are these siblings both monsters?" he said. "The quest is simple. Help me get something." Bai Yiyuan briefly introduced the quest. "You've been to the palace dungeon, haven't you? Then you should know there's a large dungeon called Tyrant Desert. Your quest is to go to the Tyrant Desert dungeon and retrieve the tyrant's heart," he continued. "You should understand the difficulty of a large dungeon for less than 40 people without me explaining. Within 3 days, if you can bring back the tyrant's heart within 3 days, I will help you obtain a beginner cooldown rune." In addition, Bai Yiyuan specifically added some information. The effect of the cooldown rune is not comparable to the palace dungeon. Some top-tier dungeons have cooldowns as long as a month. When encountering certain dungeons, the cooldown rune can truly shine. Not only that, advanced cooldown runes can also be upgraded from low-level cooldown runes. He said, "If you complete the quest, I will tell you the upgrade method." Lin Moyu nodded. "So runes can be upgraded," he said decisively. "All right, I'll bring back the tyrant's heart." Bai Yiyuan patted his shoulder. "I'm giving you 3 days because the academy's opening ceremony will be held 3 days from now. I hope you won't be late." After Lin Moyu left, Meng Enyan pushed the door open. He was very satisfied with that kid. Bai Yiyuan nodded, more and more satisfied. His cold personality was to his taste. Meng Enyan was a bit uneasy. With his personality, he would definitely go solo the Tyrant Desert dungeon. "I remember when you were level 30, you entered and came out in a sorry state." Bai Yiyuan stiffened, but he had great confidence in this student. "But Lin Moyu is much stronger than I was back then." Picking up from the last chapter, everyone was excited. "Look everyone, the boss who broke the new record yesterday, is he looking at Tyrant Desert? That's a large dungeon. Is he going to break the record for a large dungeon too?" Lin Moyu still calmly looked at the light orb. He thought, "Feilong Academy seems to be on the same level as Qianlong Academy." The system panel appeared. "Feilong team, 40 people, 16 hours 45 minutes 18 seconds. Does it really take 16 hours for 40 people to clear the dungeon?" Shu Han walked up to him. "Junior Lin Moyu." He politely replied, "Hello." She asked doubtfully, "Are you looking at Tyrant Desert?" She thought, after farming so many dungeons yesterday, doesn't he need to rest today? He's really working hard. He glanced at it. I need to retrieve something called the Tyrant's Heart." She was startled. "The Tyrant's Heart is the item dropped by the final boss, isn't it?" She explained that the Tyrant's Heart can be crafted into a powerful accessory, the Tyrant's Necklace. This item only drops once a year. The last time the Tyrant's Heart appeared was 2 years ago. She continued to stop him. "So Junior Lin, you're not trying to challenge Tyrant Desert, are you? You just reached level 20 and where are your teammates?" No one made her worry, but she was still worried. "Is Junior Lin trying to solo the dungeon? Feilong Academy's record hasn't been broken in 2 years. She was still chattering. "Junior Lin." Suddenly, someone appeared behind her and a person loudly said, "It's them. They're from Bali Academy. They've been preparing for a long time to set a new record in Tyrant Desert. They even prepared a lot of gold tier equipment." Another person said firmly, "Our Bali Academy must set a new record this time. Hurry up and get ready. Don't make any mistakes." The people from Bali Academy frowned. "Are they also going to clear Tyrant Desert? It seems this operation needs to be even faster." Regardless of what others said, he walked forward step by step. Someone suddenly exclaimed that boss actually went in, all by himself. Who had ever soloed a large-scale dungeon before? Good. If he succeeded this time, he would certainly make history. This person talks too much. The people from Bali Academy looked at him. "He dares to enter Tyrant Desert alone? Which noob is this? Didn't anyone tell him it's a large-scale dungeon?" Actually someone did, but he was strong and had his own methods. That person just announced, "Stop worrying about that kid who's seeking death. All team members prepare for teleportation." Boom, they had arrived at the desert dungeon. He looked up. The sun was directly overhead, making it impossible to judge direction. Since it was a large-scale dungeon and the record was 16 hours, the dungeon rules here must be more complex. Some people had already started rushing forward. It seemed he would have to explore the map himself. He began to analyze the directions. Entering a large-scale dungeon cost 500 points, and a refresh token required 2,000 points. It seemed his remaining 80,000 points wouldn't last long. Suddenly he saw monsters on the map. He saw monsters. "Aren't these ghosts?" A moving skull appeared behind him, along with a brief description. "This is a level 25 desert ghost tree." He remained unperturbed, as expected of a large-scale dungeon. A mere ordinary mob already had attributes comparable to a level 24 Lord Monster in the Mermaid Dungeon. If his skeleton warriors hadn't been upgraded to silver tier, it would have taken some time to deal with it. He stood watching the flying ghost, still leisurely marveling at the ugly ghost even though it was already preparing to attack him. The experience points were also at a Lord level. If all the monsters in the dungeon provided this kind of experience, then this area would become an experience holy land. Next, he cast skeleton armor. He thought, since dangers lurk in the desert, it's best to protect myself first. He led his skeletons into the desert. Before long 2 hours passed and they arrived at a green oasis lined with palm trees where they could rest properly. He analyzed that since the oasis was in the desert, most monsters would probably gather here. As he expected, 2 huge scorpions immediately appeared in this oasis. Indeed, it was fortunate he hadn't gotten closer yet. A skeleton rushed forward with a berserk strike, tearing the scorpion apart with a single blow. Suddenly something appeared, he wondered. Does the dungeon also produce consumable fruits? A power emanated from his hand as if summoning someone. Go get that fruit for me. Let those skeletons block the scorpions and the rest help me collect these fruits. He leisurely took the fruit from a skeleton's hand. Are these scorpions gathered here because of this fruit? What's this fruit for? Indeed, what problem couldn't the system solve? The desert oasis fruit has a mental power recovery mechanism. It must be used within 5 minutes of falling unconscious. Do not delay too long. This fruit is similar to a coconut, but its color is greenish-yellow. Can this fruit restore mental power? He took a bite and his mental power was gradually recovering. He continued to be interested. As long as there were enough fruits here, his mental power would not be depleted at all. Finally he smiled. This then is a holy land for skill training. Upgrade skills. Come forth, skeleton mage. Bang, a skeleton mage appeared. He calculated carefully. He had to quickly raise the skill level of summon skeleton mage. His skeleton mages were still dealing with those huge scorpions outside, and his mental power had an unlimited supply. He smiled. This way I can continuously summon skeleton mages. As long as the skill reaches level 20, skeleton mages can also become silver tier. So he continued to eat the desert oasis fruit. 3 hours later, the summoned skeleton mage skill had reached level 20. He was secretly pleased he had finally succeeded. He summoned the upgraded skeleton mage. It had been handsome and beautiful just now, but after upgrading, it looked ancient. The system also introduced the skeleton mage's fire, lightning, and wind elements as well as their skills. He looked proudly. You seemed very happy just now when you killed my skeleton mage. Now it's my turn, isn't it? And so the battle of the 4-element skeletons began here. After summoning the skeleton mages, they jointly swept away the desert scorpion swarm. Blow after blow, he was excited. This was what a large-scale dungeon should be like. He continued to use the power of the desert fruits to summon skeleton mages. My team is also formed. He summoned 130 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages. He secretly thought, it seems I can still solo large-scale dungeons as long as they are of the same level. A force violently struck the ground. His corpse explosion skill, infused with that power, caused an earthquake that seemed to incinerate the entire desert. Thanks to the power he unleashed just now, the desert scorpion swarm was completely annihilated. Killed level 25 giant oasis scorpion, XP 300,000 N. Obtained golden scorpion tail X3. A series of notifications kept appearing. He gained a large amount of high experience. At this moment, there were no monsters to be seen in the desert. He was a little surprised. No more monsters? I still have other skills to upgrade, he thought. If only there could always be so many monsters. Since the skeleton mages have been upgraded to silver tier, I should find the dungeon boss as soon as possible. The longer the delay, the lower the chance of getting the tyrant's heart. Suddenly he sensed something behind him, and he quickly cast beast-tied armor. It was a swarm of desert ant soldiers. He leaped into the air and landed on an ant soldier. Where are they going? He watched the ant swarm move in one direction, then followed them to a dark cave. This was the ant's nest. What? Just as he was wondering, a giant ant suddenly flew by. It was a desert flying ant, an enhanced elite monster. Level 27, Strength 6,000, Agility 3,000, Mental Power 3,000, Constitution 7,000. He was startled. Flying ants. Flying ants are considered the Ant Queen's royal guards. It seems the boss here is the Ant Queen. He cast a skill to protect himself from the flying ants' attacks, forming a protective barrier. He whispered, still trying to bully my unupgraded armor? So he summoned a wind element skeleton mage to deal with the flying ants. The skeleton mage unleashed Dragon Fist Storm, a single blow like a tornado sweeping everything away. The desert ant swarm and flying ants scattered. Of course he won. Notification. Killed level 27 desert flying ant, XP 360,000. Obtained flying ant wing X5. Killed level 27 desert flying ant, XP 360,000. Obtained more experience from the flying ant. Come forth, my warriors. He commanded all his warriors to find the ant queen's nest. I and my skeleton mages are enough here. As his skeleton mages attacked the flying ants, killed level 26 desert flying ant. Express 360,000. Obtained flying ant wing X4. A series of notifications followed. He was tracking on the map and had already located the Ant Queen. Finally found you. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more time. He would directly face the boss here. The Ant Queen appeared. Desert Ant Queen, boss tier monster, level 28, strength 9,000, agility 3,000, mental power 8,000, constitution 8,000, skills, summon ant army, sonic attack, storm rush, curl up, he secretly thought. Is that the Ant Queen? From the system panel. It looks quite powerful. The system panel displayed again. Ant Queen's Guard, Ultra Enhanced Elite Monster, level 27, Strength 5,000, Agility 4,000, Mental Power 3,000, Constitution 7,000, Skill, Shell Hardening. He thought angrily, I thought there would be a bit of a challenge, but it's not fun at all. Go play with them, my warriors storm rush. He said, not splitting skills is powerful. Thankfully, I awakened the bone armor skill. He gave a calm command with a straight face. Mages, hold back the Ant Queen's guards. Warriors, cut them down. His warriors erupted into a fierce battle with the Ant Queen, hardening their shells and continued to gain a large amount of experience. Killed level 27 Ant Queen's guard, XP 390,000, obtained Ant Fang X10, another move. Sonic attack, blood had already begun to splatter. Then the Ant Queen used curl up and summon ant army skills. He calmly thought, another ultimate defense skill, what a waste of my time. Revive my warriors. Suddenly, a swarm of ants from afar surged forward. He thought blankly, is this the summon ant army skill? He chuckled softly. Such a thing actually exists, he threatened. You're not trying to seek death, are you? He immediately cast Corpse Explosion, and a lightning vortex directly struck the Ant Queen, and so the Ant Queen was eliminated. He obtained experience and various weapons. Killed Desert Ant Queen, XP 800,000. Obtained Silver Tier Weapon, Ant Queen's Longsword. Obtained Silver Tier Accessory, Ant Queen's Ring. Obtained Ant Queen's Egg. The Ant Queen's egg can be given to a Beastmaster to hatch an Ant Queen, he pondered. The items obtained from this large-scale dungeon could be exchanged for many points, and the experience points had also greatly increased. The oasis and ant nest increased my experience by 78. The sun was already shining down. It was an excellent leveling spot, but he didn't have much time. He would come back to farm experience later. First, he needed to get the tyrant's heart. 2 hours later, in another part of the desert, skeletons were battling a huge fire scorpion. He said in surprise, this is inside a palace. A lion is leisurely sitting on a throne. Tyrant lion, world tier lord. He secretly thought, it seems I've found the right place. He arrived at a castle-like city, where a desert lion archer stood on the palace walls. Their attributes were stronger than the ant soldiers and flying ants in the ant nest. Desert Lion Archer, Enhanced Elite Monster, Level 29, Strength 5000, Agility 6500, Mental Power 1500, Constitution 4500. Skill, Sure Shot. Next was the Desert Lion Warrior, Enhanced Elite Monster, Level 28, Strength 6500, Agility 5000, Mental Power 2000, Constitution 5000. They were training in an orderly fashion with neat formations. It seemed they couldn't use the same tactics as in the Oasis and Ant Nest. He slowly drew his scythe. However, I can also set up formations. He summoned the Whisperer, summoned the Heroic Spirit General, another one of his powerful warriors with a decoy skill. He commanded, "Oh, my warriors." He controlled his warriors. "Execute my will," led my warriors, "attack them." The skeletons and decoy warriors had all received orders and were preparing for a lion hunt. A lion unconsciously discovered the energy fluctuations in the distance and let out a terrifying growl. Thousands of arrows shot directly towards the palace, known as Sure Shot, because these arrows attacked the lion's nest, causing chaos there. Sparks flew, and the lions stood stunned. Before they could even understand what was happening, they all fell in an instant, he said. "Unfortunately, their corpses fell inside the fortress, so I can't target them to use Corpse Explosion," he smirked. "But thankfully you're here." His warriors continued to unleash their skill, Berserk Strike. He suggested that half of the mages help him open the gate. After all this time, they still couldn't open the fortress gate, he thought. I understand now, this is a large-scale dungeon. Perhaps it requires teamwork or some special method to open the gate and meet the final boss. He suddenly became dangerous. All interference with dungeon mechanics stems from insufficient firepower. Push their corpses towards the city gate. He used Corpse Explosion, aiming directly at the lion corpses. Boom, he wondered how those lions were doing. They looked terrible. He stood proudly before the city gate. Inside, a lion sat leisurely on a throne. That's right, that was the Tyrant Lion, World Tier Lord, Level 31, Strength 13,000, Agility 8,000, Mental Power 4,000, Constitution 12,000. Skills, Hell Roar, Furious Provocation, Storm Whirlwind. He secretly thought, is this a World Tier boss? It is indeed different from all previous bosses. Just now the lion looked small, but standing up it was so huge it scared him out of his wits. In its majesty he remained calm. "I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry." It flew up and roared. Using Furious Provocation, it attacked his Silver Tier skeleton warriors. And so 2 skeleton warriors were annihilated. It still roared frantically. He shouted loudly, "Stop it!" He cast 5 thunderbolts. The tearing temporarily immobilized it. Concentrating power to attack it, it recovered from the slow state, turned, used Storm Whirlwind, and another 24 skeleton warriors were annihilated. He narrowed his eyes. Too strong. This kind of attack power probably can't even be resisted by a professional knight. He shouted, "Stop it!" He bound it with chains, but it still used skills. Hell Roar, another 14 skeleton warriors were annihilated. The chains were broken and my armor couldn't even last 2 seconds. Even when tightly bound by chains, the lion could still use skills. Furious Provocation, Lin Moyu said. "Even with damage transfer, this one blow would probably wipe out all my skeleton soldiers." He raised his hand, gathering soulfire. When he seized an opportunity and the lion was knocked down, he yelled, "Now's our chance, everybody attack." The lion stood up, its eyes filled with rage as if it wanted to devour everything alive. It bit frantically, a furious strike that annihilated another 14 of Lin Moyu's skeleton soldiers. He continued to control the flames. Soulfire could not stop. If my mages hadn't been upgraded to silver tier this time, I probably wouldn't have been able to defeat it alone. After subduing the lion with various attacks for 20 minutes, Lin Moyu was secretly pleased. It seemed he was close to success. Finally it fell. He watched it slowly collapse and said, "Tyrant, I acknowledge you. What must come will come." He successfully defeated the boss, obtaining a large quantity of weapons and experience points. Killed Tyrant Lion, XP 2 million. Obtained Gold Tier Weapon Tyrant's Battle Axe. Obtained Gold Tier Weapon Tyrant's Broadsword. Obtained Gold Tier Weapon Tyrant's Staff. Obtained Tyrant's Heart. Next drop time 1 year later. Tyrant's Heart Special Item Material for crafting Tyrant's Crimson Cauldron. A flash of leveling up light passed and Lin Moyu turned to see that he had already reached level 21. He brushed his hair, a faint smile on his face, having forgotten in the battle with the Tyrant that he had just reached level 20. The status panel appeared. Name Lin Moyu, level 21, strength 330-30, agility 330-30, mental power 1500-200, constitution 330-30, skill. Summon Skeleton Mage upgraded to level 21. He stared with wide eyes. The Summon Skeleton Mage skill had actually leveled up. Could it be that once a skill is learned, it automatically levels up with one's own level? Lin Moyu analyzed. If that's the case, I must quickly level up all other skills to max, otherwise the higher the level the harder they will be to train. It seems I still need to go back to Tyrant Desert to train skills based on the desert's experience. In another place, a person shouted loudly, 6 bell rings. How long has it been since we heard 6 bell rings? The people in the room whispered. 6 bell rings meant a large-scale dungeon had a new record. Who was it? A tall black-haired man said. It seems this time's record was set by our Bailey Academy. The young man speaking was Bailey Sheng, grandson of the Bailey Academy dean. Someone said, I remember that great Lin Moyu also went in. Could it be him? Bailey Sheng frowned. Lin Moyu, who's that? Which academy's team? Someone actually dares to compete with our Bailey Academy for a record? The person next to him leaned in and whispered, telling him that Lin Moyu was. He suddenly burst out laughing. You said he went in alone? Are you trying to make me die laughing? That's a 40-person large-scale dungeon. Going in alone, he truly doesn't know his place, the people around said unhappily. So what, can't one person enter a large-scale dungeon? Great Lin Moyu has already broken 2 dungeon records consecutively. Bailey Sheng said disdainfully, what are 2 low-level dungeon records worth? He's only level 20 now, and large-scale dungeons aren't that easy to clear. This time's record definitely belongs to our Bailey Academy. When we slap him in the face later, he'll wake up. A golden system panel appeared. Tyrant's Heart has dropped. Cooldown time 364 days 23 hours. Everyone exclaimed, the Tyrant's Heart really dropped. I heard the Tyrant's combat power is very strong. If you can't kill it within an hour, you won't get the Tyrant's Heart at all. Although I'm a fan of Great Lin, this time's record was probably set by Bailey Academy. A trace of evil appeared on Bailey Sheng's face. Not only did they set a new record, but they also got the Tyrant's Heart. From now on, our Bailey Academy will also have boss drops. He talked too much, feeling like he was about to lose face. As expected, the record for the large-scale dungeon Tyrant Desert was broken. Lin Moyu, level 21, 14 hours, 11 minutes, 43 seconds. He and the others exclaimed, it's Lin Moyu, you scared me to death. Thankfully my soul is still intact. This arrogant name. Everyone cheered. The Great One is out, so amazing. I didn't expect it to really be him soloing a large-scale dungeon, and he even set a record, and his clearing speed is even faster than Bailey Academy's team. Thank you for the compliment, my dear. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, looking at Lin Moyu. You are Lin Moyu? Lin Moyu thought. I have the Tyrant's Heart. I must quickly give it to Lord Bai. He ignored the question. My dear just left. Excuse me, I have something to do. The people in the hall discussed animatedly. Bailey Academy really lost face this time. This matter will definitely spread throughout the academy tomorrow. Who told them to be so arrogant, looking so powerful as a group? Now they've been severely stomped on by Great Lin. The air gradually fell silent. One person said, did you notice? Great Lin is only level 21, meaning he entered the dungeon at level 20. Level 20 soloing a large-scale dungeon, is that even humanly possible? Another person asked in confusion. It's terrifying. Is this the power of a necromancer? In Bai Yuan's office he was looking at his watch. Lin Moyu? A voice came from the other end of the phone. Lord Bai, I got the Tyrant's Heart. He replied, it's okay if you couldn't find a team. I'll introduce you to some friends. He slowly replayed Lin Moyu's words and then suddenly startled. Wait, Lin Moyu, what did you just say? Lin Moyu repeated. I got the Tyrant's Heart. He secretly thought, this kid, it hasn't been long since I assigned the quest and he already got the Tyrant's Heart, truly beyond my expectations. He quickly asked, where are you now? Lin Moyu replied, I'm at the dormitory building entrance. It was already late. He ended the call. Then he received a new system message, gaining 5,000 points and 30 contribution points. He said, this reward isn't bad, too bad it can only be claimed once. Suddenly a wave of power enveloped Lin Moyu, leaving him puzzled. This was Lord Bai, and that was Mr. Meng. Lin Moyu respectfully bowed. Lin Moyu greets Mr. Meng. The person he was bowing to was none other than Meng Anwen, the Grand Master of Divine Formations in the Shenxia Empire. Meng Anwen gently said, come sit here. Bai Yuan happily said, don't be nervous, old Meng is a very easy-going person. Bai Yuan said to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu, bring out the tyrant's heart. Lin Moyu replied. Yes, both men's eyes widened and Meng Anwen said, indeed it is the tyrant's heart. Bai Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Did you solo it again this time? Lin Moyu was as calm as if he had never been in a battle, still replying, still alone. Hearing this, Bai Yuan asked, how were the results? He replied, a little over 14 hours. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan exchanged glances, disbelieving. Meng Anwen smiled and said, Old Bai, you must keep your promises. Bai Yuan unhappily tossed something to Lin Moyu. You don't need to tell me, here you go. It was a cooldown rune. Lin Moyu was somewhat puzzled. With a cooldown rune, my leveling speed will reach new heights. Bai Yuan said, Lin Moyu, do you want to join the Creation Academy? Lin Moyu softly said, yes, but I'm still short on many contribution points. He thought, breaking 3 new records only earned 90 contribution points. But to enter the Creation Academy I need 1,000 contribution points. He suddenly thought of something and shouted, the initial battlefield can use cooldown runes, right? Bai Yuan replied, yes. Are there any issues accepting this quest? Lin Moyu said seriously, no problem. It seems I can farm dungeons faster to get contribution points. Bai Yuan sent him back. Alright, I'll send you back to rest first. After the opening ceremony, I'll take you to the initial battlefield. Lin Moyu replied, thank you, Lord Bai. Under the moonlight, Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan conversed. Meng Anwen said, is it appropriate to take him to the initial battlefield so soon? Bai Yuan proudly replied, you've seen it. He can solo large-scale dungeons. He's only level 20, not inferior to some second-tier professionals. It's more suitable for him to go to the initial battlefield for training early. Hearing this, Meng Anwen fell silent, but he didn't tell Lin Moyu that there were human enemies in the initial battlefield. Lin Moyu lay on his bed thinking, after farming dungeons for several hours I can finally get a good rest today. I'll rest well today, and tomorrow I'll go back to Tyrant Desert to level up other skills. A person in golden armor, Bai Li Shang, walked out and shouted, I'm back. The people outside immediately cheered. A brown-haired person rubbed their nose, happily shouting, look, the people from Bai Li Academy are back. A golden-haired person next to them put their hands on their hips and said, look at how happy they are. Do they really think they set a new record? The person in black armor behind them smiled and said, this is going to be entertaining. He smiled triumphantly. The Bai Li Academy students cheered, we've improved the clear time to 15 hours and 58 minutes today, setting a new record. Long live Bai Li Academy. The people nearby heard this and secretly stifled laughs. Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss and said, wait, Captain, something seems off. That person said to the one in golden armor. We didn't get the tyrant's heart. That person repeated in confusion. Who did this? A golden system panel appeared. Lin Moyu, level 21, 14 hours 11 minutes 43 seconds. That person read these words, breaking out in a cold sweat, and said, alone? That person seemed to recall Lin Moyu's back, muttering, it's him, level 21, 14 hours. That person completely refused to accept this fact and shouted loudly, impossible, this is impossible. His teammates nearby looked at him worriedly and said, Captain, let's go back first. That person ignored them, still shouting, he's only level 21, soloing a dungeon, and he's even faster than our Bai Li Academy. The people around started whispering again. I can't believe it. Bai Li Academy got slapped twice in one day. It's hilarious. Their faces are swollen. Great Lin is truly amazing. It seems Bai Li Academy is really famous this time. That person immediately turned to look at those people and said, let's go. The next day, Lin Moyu ruffled his hair. He rose, basking in the sun, and mused, my mental power has recovered. He arrived in the hall thinking, if I can find that fruit in the desert this time, I'll level up both slowing curse and bone armor to max. Suddenly a man walked over, nodded, and asked, are you Lin Moyu? That person gave a thumbs up, pointing behind him, and said, Senior Bai Li Shang wants to see you. Come with me. Lin Moyu simply ignored him and left. That person said in surprise, ignoring me again? You're too bold. Don't you know who Bai Li Shang is? Lin Moyu frowned, turned back, and replied, I don't know him. If he wants to see me, tell him to come here himself. A system notification appeared at this moment. Dungeon cooldown 9 days, clear cooldown 2,000 points, enter dungeon 500 points. Lin Moyu looked at the information on the panel, lost in thought. Clearing cooldown once cost 2,500 points. The people around noticed him standing by the entrance and walked over. Look, is that Great Lin? Is the Great One going to solo Tyrant Desert again? The first time was because he wasn't familiar with the dungeon. I wonder what new record he'll set this time. An archer said, Miss Shuhan, my quest isn't finished yet. Could you help me ask Great Lin if he'd be willing to take us with him? The tall person behind also scratched his head, pleading, yeah, we can pay with points. Shuhan looked at their pleading faces and hesitated. Everyone, the person next to her, also tried to persuade, yeah, if the Great One can solo it, he can also take us. We'll pay with points. Shuhan's eyes widened as she listened to them. Miss Shuhan, please, we beg you. We don't need experience, nor equipment or materials. Finally, she relented and said, alright, I'll help you ask Junior Lin Moyu. The person who had just left had already returned to Bai Li Shang and said, Boss, Lin Moyu refused to come and he said you should come to see him personally. Bai Li Shang heard this, clenched his fists and said, this kid is too bold. That person immediately agreed, yes, he really doesn't give anyone face. Bai Li Shang sneered. Does he think he's great just because he soloed a dungeon? It was just a low-level dungeon. He originally didn't understand how one would transform after a second-class transfer, and now, no matter how strong he was, he might become useless after the second-class transfer. Since he's so disrespectful, just ignore him. If I meet him outside later, I'll just teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Shuhan had already brought the group of people seeking help to Lin Moyu, pleading with him. That's how it is, Junior Lin. Everyone wants to complete this academy quest. The archer said worriedly. Great One, just take me through the dungeon once, I just want to complete the quest. Another person also pleaded. Great Lin, please, he repeated in confusion. Quest, Shuhan asked him back, puzzled. It's the dungeon quest issued by the Academy, Junior, don't you know? Another person said. We've been stuck in this desert dungeon for a long time, and if we don't complete the quest we can't join an independent academy. We don't need experience. We don't need equipment or materials, just take us in. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, Sorry, I'm just a new student too, I don't know much about this. Everyone was surprised. What? Great Lin is a new student, I see. No wonder his level isn't high. They were still trying to persuade him. Great Lin, just take us. We can pay with points. I'll pay 1,000 points. I'll also pay 1,000 points. He listened to them and thought that his points were indeed running low after buying the weapon. Each solo dungeon run also requires 2,500 points. If each person pays 1,000 points, wouldn't he earn 39,000 points? Lin Moyu agreed. Taking you all is no problem. 1,000 points per person is fine, but I have one condition. Everyone immediately said excitedly. Great Lin, just say it. As long as we complete the mission, nothing else matters. That's right, we'll all listen to you. Lin Moyu sternly instructed, if you find that fruit in Tyrant Desert you cannot take it from me. Shuhan also recognized it and said in surprise, Is it that rare fruit in Tyrant Desert? The men also gathered around and said, That kind of fruit is already very rare, we never expected to encounter it. That's right, Great Lin, if we do encounter it we won't take it from you. Seeing their agreement, Lin Moyu continued, Since that's the case I can only take 39 people at a time. Who wants to go first? Everyone immediately swarmed forward. Move aside, I'm first. I've been stuck on this quest for a year. Shuhan angrily admonished them, hands on her hips. Quiet down everyone, line up in an orderly fashion, don't rush otherwise you'll annoy Great Lin and he won't take you. Everyone immediately lined up neatly. He raised his watch to her and said, Senior, thank you, I've troubled you. She politely waved her hand and said, It's nothing. Lin Moyu asked kindly, Senior, have you completed your quest? Shuhan smiled and nodded. I've completed it, you go about your business, don't mind me. Nodded and said, If you ever have any quests you need to do, Senior, just come find me, and you're not allowed to refuse then. After entering the dungeon, Lin Moyu said to the people behind him, Everyone follow me closely, don't rush ahead. The people behind him all said, Don't worry, Great Lin, we'll all listen to you. If you say east, we won't dare go west. If you say stand, we'll never sit. Lin Moyu waved his hand and many skeletons appeared, formed by black power. The skeleton warriors went to search for the desert oasis. Everyone looked at the skeleton army and exclaimed, Is this what Great Lin summons? They call it a necromancer, but the number is too high, it's terrifying. Is this a legendary profession? The display panel showed, Desert Ghost Tree, Elite Monster, Super Enhanced Type, Level 25, Strength 5000, Agility 1000, Mental Power 2000, Constitution 6000. The desert ghost trees spread out and began their mission. Everyone said in surprise, What? Instant kill. This desert ghost tree. Last time our team encountered it, it took us 2 minutes to defeat. It's terrifying. These skeletons have really high attributes. Silver Tier Skeleton Warrior, Level 21, Strength 4500, Agility 4500, Mental Power 4500, Constitution 4500. Killed Desert Ghost Tree, XP 7500. Lin Moyu was a bit regretful now. He scratched his hair in annoyance, thinking, as expected, bringing 39 people means the experience points are too low. Luckily I still have 39,000 points. I'll just run the dungeon more times myself in the future. I can also use these next few days to level up other skills. The people behind looked at the increasingly dense cluster of monsters in the distance and said, Is Great Lin going to pull monsters this time? He's already pulled over 100. Those are skeleton mages. Is he planning to chain kill with their skills? The desert sun shone through the palm leaves. Lin Moyu, unlike those who were nervously guessing his plan, was thinking, It seems my first time was just luck. I won't encounter that kind of desert fruit every time. He stood there, watching the skeleton mages attack relentlessly, and made up his mind, Since there's no fruit this time, I'll kill the boss quickly and clear the dungeon, then re-enter. This time he raised his hand and a red light with blue and white lightning swirling around it appeared. The people following him were startled. What happened? He then yelled, Corpse explosion. A shocking explosion suddenly occurred in front of everyone, and they immediately cried out in fear, My experience points are continuously increasing. How many monsters did Great Lin kill this time? That explosion is Great Lin's skill, my goodness, the power is too immense. Lin Moyu turned back to them and said, I've almost cleared the monsters here, everyone just wait here, I'll call you when I'm done clearing the monsters in the cave. They had no objections and immediately said, No problem, Great Lin, take your time, no rush. One of the black-haired men said, It's only been 3 hours since we entered the dungeon, right? Brown-haired man said blankly, I'm completely lost, everyone exclaimed. This efficiency, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, you could kill me and I wouldn't believe it. 20 minutes later, someone scratched their head and suggested, How about we try pulling a monster? Great Lin is killing so easily. Maybe the monsters here aren't that hard to deal with. Another person also nodded and said, How about we try? We're all professionals and our levels are much higher than Great Lin's. It can't be that we can't even defeat one monster, right? The person next to him also nodded in agreement and said, That's right, how about we experience it too? 2 minutes later, the person who suggested fighting monsters returned after pulling them, saying, "I accidentally pulled 2. Everyone was already waiting with their weapons and immediately shouted, "Start fighting, healer, prepare to heal." Everyone was challenging 2 scorpions, and someone encouraged them, "These scorpions might still be juveniles, don't panic everyone." One scorpion directly struck one of their shields, making a loud sound. That person was directly sent flying. The 2 people behind him, seeing this, cried out in fear, "What? The attack power is too strong, healer, quick, heal." The person who was healed said, "Did it come out? Where did it come from?" The girl who was casting magic reminded them, "Stop yelling, quick, fight back." The panel showed, Constitution 5892-6000. Everyone saw the scorpion unharmed by the attack and cursed, "Damn it, are you just tickling it, huh?" Someone immediately rushed up and stabbed it. The people behind immediately said, "Let's go, let's retreat first." 5 minutes later, the panel showed, attacked level 25 Desert Scorpion, XP 7500. After defeating it, they sat exhausted on the ground, panting and saying, "It's too hard to fight, the monsters here are truly abnormal. Are large-scale dungeons all like this? Great Lin has been facing these kinds of monsters all along, he's amazing." On his side, the notification panel also sounded, attacked level 25 Desert Scorpion, XP 7500. He sighed and said, "These people really can't sit still." In another team, the shield bearer said to the people behind him, "What are you all still sitting for? There's another one here." "That's right, we attracted 2 monsters at once." The people behind him started to hesitate again, retreating in fear. "Damn it, what do we do now? My stamina is already exhausted. Couldn't we have just called Great Lin then? We had to rush to our deaths ourselves." The remaining scorpion was still walking towards them. At this moment, a skeleton warrior appeared. Raising its longsword, the panel showed Berserk Strike. The skeleton warrior split the monster in half with a single sword. The skeleton warrior landed, and everyone exclaimed repeatedly, "Kill, instant kill. I finally understand the power of Great Lin's skeletons. Holy crap, this is too powerful," one of the girls among them said, tears streaming down her face. "Luckily, Great Lin left a skeleton to protect us." One person behind him scratched his head in confusion. "But it's already been over 10 minutes, why hasn't Great Lin encountered a single monster?" The person next to him immediately retorted, "Does that even need to be said? He must be pulling monsters, not that he hasn't encountered any yet." Suddenly, many notification panels appeared consecutively. Attacked level 26 Desert Ant Soldier, XP 8000. They said in surprise, "My experience points are skyrocketing, my goodness, this efficiency is terrifying." A man said, "It seems Great Lin has already reached the boss stronghold. I heard the Ant Queen in the cave is hard to deal with." The person next to him also said, "I've heard that too. Apparently, if the damage output isn't enough, the Ant Queen will curl up, and you can't kill it no matter how you hit it." A girl heard this and asked, "Are you all still doubting Great Lin's damage output?" On this side, Lin Moyu used corpse explosion again, making the ants fall like straw. On the side of the people following him, they also received a notification. Killed level 28 Desert Ant Queen, XP 2000. Everyone said in utter surprise, "The Ant Queen dead? That was too fast." At this moment he had already returned, and he said to them, "Let's go. We're going directly to Tyrant's castle." At the same time, he calculated that he must finish this wave quickly, then reset the dungeon and go search for that fruit again. Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. "Ah, okay." As they approached the castle, everyone again said, "Damn it, so many monsters, this is practically an army." The orange-haired man, sweating profusely, said, "I can't imagine if Great Lin farmed dungeons alone, he could probably go from level 20 to 30 in a month." Lin Moyu again extended his hand and cast Corpse Explosion, causing an explosion. A loud bang resonated, and the surrounding dirt and rocks were scattered everywhere by the blast. Everyone seeing this said, "To think he can siege the city this way. With enough damage output, you can indeed bypass dungeon mechanics." Everyone was pushed back by the aftershocks, constantly saying, "That's the Tyrant Lion. Is this a world-tier boss? Even from this far I feel a shiver. Let's go even further back. We don't know how long it will take Great Lin to defeat it." The lion with its robust build stood on 2 feet and it said, "We meet again." He also replied, "Sorry, I'm a bit pressed for time." The people behind him watched him use skeleton warriors to besiege the Tyrant Lion and couldn't help but exclaim, "Why does a world-tier boss feel like a toy in front of Great Lin? Great Lin fights so easily, I feel like I could land 2 punches." The person next to him glared at the guy and said, "Then go ahead, just hope you don't wet your pants." The panel chimed, "Attacked level 30 Tyrant Lion, XP 5000. The person who spoke earlier immediately waved his hand, saying with an embarrassed smile, "Just kidding." Everyone watched the Tyrant Lion fall and was moved to tears. "Success, my quest is finally complete." Lin Moyu said, "Teleport." Everyone immediately cheered, jumping for joy and thanking Great Lin. "Great Lin is truly awesome. My quest was stuck for 2 years and I finally passed." After exiting, Lin Moyu encountered Shuhan. Those people immediately thanked her. "Senior, thank you for your hard work helping us this time." The person who had been watching him from afar when he first arrived today. And speaking into his wristband, Big Shot Bailey Shang, "They're out." Bailey Shang on the other end of the phone said, "You go in with him and run the dungeon, see how he solos it." Lin Moyu unexpectedly looked down. "Why are there so many people?" Shuhan smiled awkwardly, clasped her hands together and said to him, "We've all been stuck on this quest for a long time and we heard that Junior was going to run the dungeon, so everyone rushed over." He understood, turned around and said, "Are the rules clear to everyone now?" Everyone answered in unison that they understood. Don't worry, Great Lin, we don't need any items. That person also secretly slipped in. He thought, it's too hard to squeeze into this team. Others followed him into the dungeon and he saw a tree like a coconut tree with the fruit he was looking for. He looked at it and thought, finally I can max out all my remaining skills. There's still a day and a half until the opening ceremony. I must run it many times. The skeleton warriors began to fight the scorpions. Those people happily shouted, oh my god, the 5th stage can also level up, it's so cool. That 1,000 points was well spent. A dark green power surged from him, and all the monsters were again blown to pieces by his corpse explosion. There's even this kind of maneuver. Can't learn it, can't learn it. The tyrant lion appeared again. Everyone said, are we going to clear it this time? It's too real. Who knows how long it will take this time? Only 7 hours had passed. Turns out the record Great Lin set earlier wasn't his limit, that person thought with a tremor. It's terrifying. I must report to the boss quickly, the people nearby cheerfully shouted. My quest is also complete. Great Lin told the person to go back and report to Bai Li Sheng. The person whispered, boss, that Lin Moyu. Bai Li Sheng listened intently. Bai Li Sheng smiled happily after listening, saying, so he's using a corpse cluster skill and he has an army of incredibly strong skeletons. In other words, if his summoning skills are restricted and there are no corpses, wouldn't Lin Moyu become useless? Bai Li Sheng sat there smiling as he spoke to the person. Every profession has a weakness. It seems Lin Moyu's weakness lies here. Go fetch Ling Zhen from Qianlong Academy. Tell him I have something for him. He raised his chin, smiling as he thought. He took the accessory dropped by Bai Li Academy's boss and made me lose face on the spot. I will definitely make him pay. In the room, a person named Ling Zhen entered to see Bai Li Sheng. Shajing Academy double dormitory. In the tidy office there was nothing. By the window, Sha Shui gazed intently outside. She recalled Sha Dongyang telling her to save points. She said worriedly, Shajing Academy has too many good things, but they all cost points and I really can't afford them. I really envy that dummy, he has over 30,000 points. I don't know how many points the national top scorer gets, but it certainly won't be little, now she happily added. Principal Liu said Lin Moyu came to the academy a few days ago. I wonder how he's been these past few days. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu was eating the fruits from Tyrant Desert while controlling his skeleton warriors in battle. Her voice still echoed, saying, but with that guy's ability he should be doing alright, right? The next day, Bai Yiyuan and 2 others were chatting together. Suddenly, Ning Tyran shouted, that kid you're so fond of is being too reckless. Bai Yiyuan, confused, asked his old friend Ning Tyran. Ning Yi's grandfather, the principal of Shajing Academy. What's wrong? Moyu has a steady personality. Why would you say he's reckless? Ning Tyran looked at the projection screen and replied angrily. This kid went to the palace dungeon, charging people to take them through the Tyrant Desert dungeon. Bai Yiyuan nodded. Isn't charging people to take them through dungeons perfectly normal? This has always been a thing. Ning Tyran snorted, displeased. Ly, but he's taking 39 people through the dungeon by himself. Those who've been stuck on the Tyrant Desert dungeon quest for the past few years have now all completed it. Hearing this, Bai Yiyuan happily laughed and asked, this kid is good, taking 39 at once? I didn't expect him to come up with that. He shouldn't charge cheaply. Those people definitely shouldn't get a bargain. Ning Tyran slammed the table in exasperation. Old Bai, don't you know the purpose of the academy releasing these quests? The academy does this to filter out talented individuals. Those who get stuck on this quest, that's their own problem. Yet Lin Moyu did this. Bai Yiyuan calmly sipped his tea and said, of course I know, but so what? The quests and rules are set by the academy, and Moyu hasn't violated any of the academy's rules. He frowned slightly, glancing at Ning Tyran. I've long been dissatisfied with these quests over the years. How many promising talents have been trapped here because they couldn't find a team due to poor social skills? I think this kid did very well. Manhwa nearby also agreed. The academy system is too outdated, hundreds of years old. It really is time for reform. At this, Ning Tyran could no longer keep calm. He slammed the table and stood up. You two are cut from the same cloth. Seeing this, Bai Yiyuan chuckled softly and threatened. Still have that temper at your age. Let me make myself clear. If you touch Lin Moyu, I'll destroy the palace dungeon ultimately. Ning Tyran angrily left. Manhwa watched his retreating back and sighed helplessly. That old man's temper will never change. Bai Yiyuan chuckled. A leopard cannot change its spots. There's only one person in this world who can manage his temper. In the desert oasis of Tyrant Desert, Lin Moyu was still on the island. A level-up notification sounded. Bone armor upgraded to level 21. Summons bone armor providing 2,100 constitution and defense for 5 minutes. Can be used on others. He stood there and thought. Bone armor had finally leveled up. With the talent's amplification, it could provide him with 21,000 defense. Now it should be able to withstand the tyrant's attacks. Moments later, he waved his hand and cast Slowing Curse on a monster that was approaching to attack. Slowing Curse had also leveled up, further enhancing its slowing effect. Unfortunately, Corpse Explosion requires detonating corpses to level up, otherwise I could have used this opportunity to max it out too. With an hour left until the opening ceremony, Sha Shui and Zhuo Mai were heading to the sports field. she happily said. Because I don't have many points, I chose a double dormitory. I never expected to share a room with you. Zhuo Mai nodded. Me neither, Xia Shui then added. You seem very confident. I don't have many points, but all future meal expenses will be covered by me. Suddenly Zhuo Mai gently reminded, Xia Shui, that's Feng Tu over there. He's standing in a corner watching them both. Then he turned away. The girls around secretly shrieked when they saw him. So handsome a swordsman, I'm going to confess. Feng Tu quickly walked toward Xia Shui and Zhuo Mai. Hello. Zhuo Mai replied hello. Xia Shui teased. You're really popular. Suddenly Zhuo Mai remembered to ask. Ignoring Feng Tu's unreadable expression, she reminded, oh, by the way, have you seen Lin Moyu? Meanwhile, Lin Moyu was checking his attributes. He had finally reached level 22. Indeed, skills that synchronize with one's own level also increase as the level rises. Having done this, he entered the teleportation gate to Shajing Academy. As he walked, he calculated. After taking people through dungeons multiple times, he now had over 350,000 points. But this wasn't enough. One intermediate skill scroll cost 80,000 points, so he could only buy 4 at most. For comprehending intermediate skills, 4 scrolls were completely insufficient. Lin Moyu pressed his smartwatch. His gaze became more resolute. He had to find a way to earn more points. But for now, he had to attend the opening ceremony. 20 minutes later, on the Shajing Academy sports field, Xia Shui and 2 others were waiting. She anxiously asked, there's less than 10 minutes left. Why isn't that guy here yet? Feng Tu shouted at this moment. He's here. As soon as Lin Moyu arrived, the surrounding atmosphere immediately became subdued. Feng Tu and the 2 others also felt a little intimidated by the sight. He had grown stronger. Xia Shui nodded. Yes, he seems to have become even more powerful. Zhuo Mai added, he still has the aura of battle about him. He must have just come out of a dungeon. The people around also curiously discussed upon seeing Lin Moyu. Is that Lin Moyu, the national top scorer? He really looks extraordinary. I felt scared just by looking at him. Xia Shui's call dispersed the gloomy atmosphere. Lin Dummy, we're here. Lin Moyu chuckled. You're all here, Xia Shui snorted. Of course, if we didn't come, wouldn't it mean we failed the exam? Zhuo Mai eagerly asked. Lin Moyu, what level are you? Lin Moyu quietly replied. Level 22. The 3 of them were all surprised, asking back. We've only been apart for a few days. You've leveled up so fast, Lin Moyu calmly thought. If it weren't for taking people through dungeons to earn points which delayed my leveling speed, I might have already reached level 24. Feng Tu said somewhat calmly, I know the academy has a palace dungeon, where you can use points to clear cooldowns. Xia Shui added glumly, you're the national top scorer, you have lots of points to spend freely, unlike us who have to be thrifty. Points are too hard to earn. Recalling the series of point increase notifications, Lin Moyu felt a little guilty. Points don't seem that hard to earn, he thought. Moments later, the bell rang, and the opening ceremony officially began. A teacher loudly announced, welcome everyone to Shajing Academy. Perhaps you were all geniuses in middle school, but that's all in the past. Now you all have a new identity. Students of Shajing Academy, he continued. The academy is divided into 3 tiers, ordinary students, academy students, and top-tier academy students, each enjoying different resources and benefits. So students strive forward. Afterward, the teacher added, our Shajing Academy's opening ceremony has a traditional event, senior students challenging new students. He began to explain the rules. All senior students have the right to challenge you, but they must pay corresponding points. You can refuse, but if you win, the points paid by the senior students will be yours. Of course, win or lose, new students, that's you, will not suffer any loss. The teacher continued loudly. This is also a great opportunity for those of you with fewer points to earn them. Students with ability, don't miss this chance. At this moment, Bai Yuan and 2 other elders stood high above looking down. He commented, it's just another way to humble new students, to teach them not to be arrogant. Nothing new or interesting, Ning Tyron added. The new students are all top scorers from various regions. They are all talented and proud. Bai Yuan then looked at Lin Moyu and muttered to himself, I wonder if anyone will dare to challenge Lin Moyu. Manhwa also asked curiously, surely no one would be so tactless as to do that, right? Below, a group of new students, upon hearing the newly announced rules, discussed animatedly. No loss if we lose, rewards if we win. Such a good deal, but our levels are lower than the seniors and our skills are worse. How could we possibly win? After speaking, they all looked at the senior students with a degree of vigilance. The teacher then spoke to reassure them. Don't worry, the matches will take place on professional martial arts stages. The stages will have formations that suppress both sides' levels, defaulting to the lowest level. All skills above level 20 cannot be used, and the formations will protect you from any life-threatening danger. The academy also has god-tier healers to ensure your safety. Hearing this, a few individuals sporadically stepped forward to challenge. I challenge you. The challenged person nodded. I accept the challenge. Those below immediately recognized the faces of the 2 challengers. Know that new student, he's a provincial top scorer. Is it this exciting right from the start? On Lin Moyu's side, he also unexpectedly received a challenge. Lin Moyu, I challenge you, Ling Zhen said arrogantly. I know you're this year's national top scorer among new students. Do you dare to accept the challenge, or are you scared? Looking at the person before him, Lin Moyu thought unhappily, this guy is truly persistent, what a nuisance. It's a shame this is in the academy. With that thought, he calmly asked, how many points are you offering? Ling Zhen calmly replied, 5,000 points. Lin Moyu, after hearing this, expressed a hint of disdain. Too few. Ling Zhen was startled. 5,000 points was too few. He then asked, then how many points do you need to accept the challenge? Lin Moyu gently gestured, bidding 100,000. Several new students were shocked by Lin Moyu's words. 100,000? I only have 5,000 points. I only have 7,000. Ling Zhen also asked contemptuously, what kind of joke is this? Do you know what 100,000 points means? Do you even have 100,000 points? You wouldn't be worth that much even if you sold yourself. Lin Moyu's face darkened slightly, yet he still said, if that's the case, then let's have a match. The stake will be all my points. If I win, you'll have to pay me as many points as I have. If I lose, my points will be yours. He softly asked, do you dare to bet, Senior Ling Zhen? Then Lin Moyu added, are you scared? Seeing his demeanor, Sha Shui nearby was astonished. Lin Dummy actually said so many words at once. It seems there's deep animosity between Lin Dummy and Senior Ling Zhen. On the other side, Ling Zhen felt a little apprehensive upon hearing the challenge. How can he be so confident, he thought. It would be too embarrassing if I didn't accept. With that thought, he replied, what's there to be afraid of? I agree. How many points could a new student possibly have? Besides, I still have my trump card. Bai Yuan looked at Ling Zhen with some disdain, commenting, such a foolish person will die quickly on the battlefield. Meng Anwen glanced over, curiously asking, little Lin has taken people through dungeons so many times he must have at least 300,000 points by now, right? Ning Tairan snorted from beside them, crooked ways. On the martial arts stage, Lin Moyu and Ling Zhen were in position. Ling Zhen, Bailey Academy, Warlock level 21, Lin Moyu, national top scorer. Necromancer level 22. The students below looked at the two and began discussing again. It's him, the one who set new records in the palace dungeon. Great Lin, I didn't expect him to be a new student. I just got taken through Tyrant Desert by him. Great Lin earns nearly 40,000 points every time he takes people through a dungeon. He must have a lot of points now. If he wins, this will be quite a show on the martial arts stage. Ling Zhen provoked, even if you're the national top scorer, you're just trash in front of me. Lin Moyu calmly responded, your level is lower than mine. Ling Zhen angrily summoned his weapon. I've had exceptional talent since childhood, cultivated within the academy. A genius like me is not someone a commoner like you can compare to. Lin Moyu's expression remained unchanged, still repeating, your level is lower than mine. Ultimately, Ling Zhen could not remain calm, he roared. So what if your profession is strong? That's just luck. On the battlefield, battle awareness is what matters most. Lin Moyu still repeated the same phrase. Your level is lower than mine. Ling Zhen angrily brandished his weapon and cursed. Damn it, didn't your parents teach you how to speak? Hearing this, the faces of his family flashed through Lin Moyu's mind and his gaze darkened. Seeing his expression, Ling Zhen was startled. It was that same look again, just like last time in the palace dungeon. He really wanted to kill me. After a second he snapped back to reality, forcing himself to say, aren't you just relying on summoning and corpse explosion? Without corpses, unable to summon, what's the difference between you and a target? At this moment Moyu gently waved his hand, summoning Soulfire, and at the same time a skeleton warrior appeared beside him. If this weren't the academy, you'd be dead. The skeleton warrior quickly brandished its sword and charged towards Ling Zhen. He picked up a sealing talisman and then Ling Zhen crushed it. The sealing talisman took effect, and the skeleton warrior instantly turned to ash. Seeing this, Moyu frowned slightly. It seemed his skill was sealed, and he couldn't summon skeleton warriors again. Ling Zhen, seeing him in surprise, burst out laughing. See, this is a summoner sealing talisman, specially used against summoners. With that, Ling Zhen brandished the weapon in his hand. Now you can't use summoning skills, and there are no corpses here, so you're nothing. He cast Rain of Fire, then roared, be afraid, even if I can't kill you today, I can make you feel the pain of being burned by flames. Ling Zhen looked at Moyu before him, snorting coldly. Still putting on airs, Lin Moyu, I'd like to see how long you can last. Above, Ning Tairan commented, this Ling Zhen is dishonorable, actually using a summoner sealing talisman. That's something specifically designed to counter summoners. Meng Anwen looked down. A summoner sealing talisman is an intermediate item. How did he get it? It seems someone behind him wants to deal with Lin Moyu. Bai Yuan calmly replied, just wait and see, he'll pay a heavy price for this. On the arena, Moyu quickly used bone armor to protect his body, blocking the attack. In the Rain of Fire, Moyu calmly said, fortunately, I'm already over level 20. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to use level 20 skills. Ling Zhen, on his side, still unaware of the situation, continued to attack, saying arrogantly, is my Rain of Fire skill formidable? Does it feel good to be burned by flames? While he was gloating, Moyu had already emerged from the fire unscathed. Seeing that he was fine, Ling Zhen panicked. How is that possible? No way. Why did my skills have no effect on him at all? He frantically continued to attack, yelling, impossible. Die. However, all of his attacks were neutralized by Moyu. At this moment, Moyu asked again, had enough? Your skills are too weak. And he raised his hand and used another skill, Soulfire. Ling Zhen was immediately struck by this move, screaming in pain, blood gushing from his nose and mouth, falling to the ground. The formation maintainer outside was terrified. If not for the protective formation on the arena, Ling Zhen wouldn't have lasted until he arrived. The students below also watched the arena with pale faces. It's over just like that, without any suspense. I only knew the senior was instantly defeated by him, but that was too fast, wasn't it? Ling Zhen didn't even scratch Lin Moyu. On the arena, Moyu walked towards Ling Zhen. Seeing him, he said in terror, Don't come any closer. Moyu calmly said, You lost, Ling Zhen replied. I'll just return the points, won't I? He thought to himself. As long as he didn't die, these few points were nothing. The referee raised his hand and announced match over. Student Lin Moyu wins, he announced. According to the agreement between both parties, Ling Zhen must pay Lin Moyu 358,000 points. Hearing the amount of points to be paid, Ling Zhen was stunned, stammering, What, how much? Ling Zhen loudly objected, Impossible. He's only been at the academy for a few days. How could he have so many points? It must be wrong. The teacher heard his words, his tone laced with threat. Ling Zhen, are you implying that I'm talking nonsense? He quickly lowered his head, replying in a panic. No, that's not what I meant, the teacher continued coldly. Student Ling Zhen, please pay the points immediately, Ling Zhen stammered. I don't have that many points, the teacher then announced. You have a total of 128,000 points. These points will be transferred to Lin Moyu first. For the remaining 230,000 points, you can borrow or sell your assets. You must repay it within half a year. If you fail to repay, the academy will expel you. I know your background. The academy will personally go to your home and demand your family repay it. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Moyu's points immediately increased by 120,000. Sha Shui saw him come down and asked, How did you get so strong so quickly? Take me to a dungeon again sometime. Moyu nodded. Okay. At this moment, Moyu's smartwatch displayed another notification. Bai Yiyuan called, Get ready, we'll depart in an hour. Moyu thought, Lord Bai said he would take me to the initial battlefield after the opening ceremony. Is it happening so soon? After hanging up, he hurriedly turned and left, watching his retreating figure. Sha Shui worriedly said, He said Lord Bai is taking him to the initial battlefield. He truly never rests. Feng Tu nodded. The initial battlefield, I heard it's a real battlefield, the front line for humanity. Humans and the Abyss have been fighting there for thousands of years. Zuomai added, It's very dangerous there. But there are also many dungeons, secret realms, and fortuitous encounters. At the item sales counter, Moyu took out some items from his inventory and placed them on the table to sell. After finishing, he estimated that selling the gold tier equipment would yield about 2 million gold coins. Currently, he had 140 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages. Other equipment was of little use to him. Moments later, Moyu arrived at Bai Yiyuan's location. He asked Meng Anwan, Old Mang, take us to the initial battlefield. The next second, the two were teleported to the entrance of the initial battlefield, looking at the surrounding scenery. Moyu exclaimed, The Shenxia Tower is nearby. Bai Yiyuan chuckled. No rush. I know you have 2 opportunities to enter the tower, but wait until you complete your second-class transfer, so you can get more benefits. Then he used teleportation again. Let's go to the city gates of the initial battlefield. As soon as Moyu arrived, he asked in surprise, Is this the initial battlefield? He pondered slightly. The familiar Abyssal aura, it's even stronger. Moments later, Bai Yiyuan walked ahead, leading the way and reminding him, The Watcher's eye is in the sky, specially used to monitor the Abyss. Beware of sneak attacks from Abyssal demons. Outside, several guards glanced at the military emblem. Then all saluted in unison. Moyu watched this scene, feeling a sense of admiration. This was the influence of Lord Bai. Seeing his expression, Bai Yiyuan smiled and pointed at the military emblem. You brat, I know what you're thinking. They don't recognize people, only this. I'll get you one later. In the office for making military rank certificates, Bai Yiyuan walked to the desk and ordered, Get this kid next to me a sergeant military rank certificate. The staff member sitting there working heard this, muttering, Are you blind? You're bothering me. As soon as he saw the military rank on Bai Yiyuan's uniform, he froze. The man quickly stood up and bowed. Greetings, General. Bai Yiyuan ignored his attitude, only urging, Hurry up, we're in a rush. The man took Moyu's identification, fawningly saying, Yes, I'll go process it immediately. He looked at Moyu thinking, That's General Bai, a 5-star divine general. What is this young man's background to have General Bai personally bring him to get a sergeant military rank certificate? A few minutes later, Bai Yiyuan handed the newly processed military rank to Moyu, instructing, This is a military rank. Wear it on you, don't put it in your storage space. That way, when you eliminate Abyssal demons, it will automatically record your military merits, he added. White is the lowest rank soldier. After that are black sergeant, silver captain, gold commander, and purple general. Bai Yiyuan explained, The number of stars on the military rank represents the military merits you've earned at that rank. The more merits, the more stars. The promotion mechanism is 10 stars to advance. For every 10 stars exceeded, you can advance 1 rank. For example, my rank is a 5-star divine general. Across the entire Shenxia Empire, there are no more than 10 individuals with the rank of 5-star divine general. With that, he walked ahead, continuing to lead the way. Follow me to another place. In the Hall of Heroes, Bai Yiyuan had brought Moyu here. This place enshrines all the past sages and heroes from ancient times to the present. It is known as the Hall of Heroes, he said solemnly. They died on the battlefield, heroes their entire lives, not returning to their homes even after death, using their souls to continue protecting our Shenxia Empire. Bai Yiyuan clasped his hands together slightly, bowing respectfully. Junior Bai Yiyuan of Shenxia humbly requests all the ancestors of the Empire to bless my junior. Moments later, Bai Yiyuan also brought Moyu to the Demon Eradication Tower, one of Shenxia's 3 great towers. The space here vibrated slightly, and Bai Yiyuan's voice still resonated. The Demon Eradication Tower has recorded your spiritual imprint. A star on his military rank suddenly disappeared. From now on, even if you die on the initial battlefield, we have a way to resurrect you, leaving you a glimmer of hope. Hearing these words, Moyu was astonished. Resurrection? Lord Bai sacrificed a military merit star to leave me a glimmer of hope. Is this the meaning of blessing a junior? Thinking this, he said seriously, "Thank you." Bai Yiyuan patted his shoulder and smiled kindly. "My boy, why thank me? Just kill more enemies on the initial battlefield. Now I will officially tell you some things about the initial battlefield." He pointed at Moyu's feet and said, "The Shenxia Empire's war fortress is called the Eternal Great Wall. There are a total of 9 cities arranged in a straight line, separated by over 1,000 kilometers, forming the Eternal Great Wall that stretches for tens of thousands of miles." Bai Yiyuan introduced. "We are currently at the first city, the foremost defense line. Unlike other nations that often need reinforcements, our Shenxia Empire's front line has never been breached by abyssal demons since the construction of the Eternal Great Wall." He added, "The initial battlefield has many dungeons, but demons will prevent humans from entering dungeons or attack at the dungeon entrances. The battles before the dungeons are the most intense and dangerous, so you need to be very careful. Therefore, you should buy more teleportation stones to teleport back to the city." With that, Bai Yiyuan quickly teleported back. He didn't forget to instruct, "I've told you everything I need to say, the rest is up to you." Moments later, Moyu arrived at the city gate. Several city guard knights, seeing he was new, offered a few words of advice. "Kid, level 22 came with your elders, right? The weakest monsters outside are level 30, and abyssal demons will appear. It's very dangerous." Moyu nodded. "Thank you, I'll go take a look." As soon as he entered the city, he felt the heavy atmosphere around him. The abyssal aura was too strong and visibility was poor. Suddenly a force struck him from behind. Moyu quickly turned and used bone armor. He was startled. "Was I attacked?" Moyu looked around in confusion, seeing no monsters. Was it an invisible monster? Skeleton warriors quickly attacked forward, and the level 30 ghost battlefield only then revealed itself. Moyu was surprised. "It's actually a ghost." He continued to order the skeleton warriors to attack again, then concluded, "It's immune to physical attacks indeed." Moyu frowned, planning to use other moves. "If it's immune to physical attacks, then let's try elemental damage." The next second, a group of fire elemental skeleton mages rushed forward to battle. The ghost battlefield was then instantly burned to death. The system chimed. "Killed level 30 ghost battlefield XP 300,000. Obtained Breath of Soul." Breath of Soul contains the will of the fallen in battle, can enhance weapons and equipment. Moyu pocketed the new skill. He thought, Breath of Soul, even ordinary monsters on the initial battlefield can drop this. He looked at the surrounding space, pondering deeply. Since there are monsters immune to physical attacks, it's also highly likely there are monsters immune to elemental attacks. There might even be monsters immune to both physical and elemental attacks. At that point, both skeleton warriors and skeleton mages would become useless, so I must be even more careful. 2 hours later, Moyu was still fighting monsters along the way. He stood in a corner waiting for the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages to eliminate all monsters, secretly sighing, "After walking for 2 hours, I should be close to the dungeon entrance, right?" Suddenly, a group of people ran over in a panic from a distance. The leader shouted in terror to Moyu, "Run, there are abyssal demons behind us." Moyu asked in confusion. "Abyssal demons?" Before he could finish thinking, a group of level 31 abyssal hellhounds had already rushed over. The people who had just fled now turned back to find Moyu still standing there, and they loudly warned, "They've changed targets. Those are hellhounds. That young man is dead." On Moyu's side, he observed the approaching demons, frowning slightly. "Do they eat people?" His face darkened with anger. "You all." The next second, Moyu summoned his weapon and several skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it!" 2 silver-tier skeleton warriors stepped forward, leading the way and luring the demons. The abyssal hellhounds, seeing this, leapt and charged. The skeleton mages below quickly used ice and fire elemental magic to assist in the attack. Seeing the hellhounds temporarily controlled, skeleton warriors immediately rushed forward to deliver a fatal blow. The system chimed. "Killed abyssal hellhound XP 310,000. Military merit 1. Obtained hellhound fang." At the same time, the Donatus's scythe in Moyu's hand also leveled up. He was secretly delighted. This weapon finally has a chance to level up. It seems I can reach level 2 after eliminating about 30 demons. Thinking this, Lin Moyu cast a skill. "Since that's the case, then all of you shall become my military merits." Corpse explosion. He looked at the military emblem on his clothes and smiled faintly. "My military merits have increased and the scythe has leveled up. If only there were more demons like these hellhounds. I didn't expect the scythe's upgrade to also increase my attributes." a notification displayed. Donatus's scythe level 2, mental power 100. Those who had just fled now stopped watching Lin Moyu fighting monsters, exclaiming in surprise. Oh my god, what kind of skill is that? Is he a high-level professional? I've never seen a profession that can summon undead creatures. We're saved. In a corner of the initial battlefield, the Flame Demon King sensed its demons being eliminated. How did my little dog suddenly die? Did they encounter a high-level professional? Let a few more hellhounds go out and play. No sooner had he spoken than hundreds of red-eyed demons viciously appeared at the dragon frontline outpost. Level 26 dungeon. Those who had just fled gathered in one spot to rest. They looked at Lin Moyu, whispering, "He looks so young, he must be under 20, right? His military rank is white. Not even a single star, just a soldier, a 5-pointed star emblem. He's one of us Shenxia people." One person stepped forward to strike up a conversation with him. "Brother, are you alone? What's your level? Do you want to team up with us? We're all Shenxia citizens, we can take you through the dungeon." Lin Moyu politely declined. "No thank you." Lin Moyu looked at the teleportation portal. He was considering hell difficulty. Previously, he had always cleared nightmare difficulty, so this time he'd try this one. Seeing him about to enter the dungeon, someone rushed forward. "Brother, our team still needs one more. Your level doesn't matter. We'll take you through the dungeon." Xing'an worried, thinking, he's the future hope of Shenxia after all, we can't let him die here. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Moyu had already left. He went in, Xing'an worried. "Going into a dungeon alone, isn't that seeking death?" A person from a small country Y, stood nearby and sneered. "Tisk, I'll just check. You Shenxia people always love to show off." He released a dungeon detection talisman. The people around were surprised to see what he threw out. It was a dungeon detection talisman, capable of detecting the internal situation of a dungeon. The person from Country Y nodded. "That's right, this talisman can tell us the dungeon's difficulty, how many teams are inside and if there are any casualties." A burning detection talisman displayed a screen. Normal difficulty, 1 team with 4 people. Nightmare difficulty, 2 teams with 12 people. Hell difficulty, 1 team with 1 person. Seeing the hell difficulty line, several people around exclaimed in shock. "Hell difficulty, 1 team with 1 person. I didn't misread, did I? There's only 1 person in hell difficulty. What a joke, isn't he just seeking death by entering hell difficulty alone?" The person from Country Y shrugged and said disdainfully, "Shenxia's young people are truly bold and foolish. It's truly eye-opening," he scoffed. "How long do you think he'll last in there?" Hearing his words, the Shenxia people immediately grew angry. Some even drew their swords and warned, "Shut up, want to fight?" The person from Country Y raised his hands in surrender, stepping back. Just a joke, he thought. Shenxia people really value their pride. Xing'an stood nearby, whispering a threat. "Show some respect. A small country like Country Y dares to provoke our Shenxia. Do you not want to live?" He felt a bit regretful for Lin Moyu. He muttered to himself, "To be able to come here alone, his talent must be extraordinary, and so young, he's the future of Shenxia. What a pity." Inside the dragon frontline outpost dungeon, Lin Moyu had already appeared. He surveyed the surrounding scenery, softly commenting, "Indeed, it's completely different from nightmare difficulty dungeons. It feels like something is restricted." He tried to use a skill, then pondered, "I can't use my storage space, which means no supplies. I also can't use a teleportation stone to leave. This is a hell difficulty dungeon." Before Lin Moyu finished speaking, a group of demons appeared in the distance. "I'm afraid the monster's appearance, strength, and level will be astonishing." The monsters seemed to sense him and quickly turned. The next second, level 30 Dragon Lancer soldiers, elite hell demons, all charged forward together. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate, quickly summoning his weapon and skeletons for cover. This is hell difficulty. Just a single soldier's attributes already far surpass those of my skeleton warriors, even stronger than elite monsters in large dungeons, no less than a nightmare difficulty dungeon boss. The Dragon Lancers and Lin Moyu's silver-tier skeleton warriors quickly engaged in battle. An elite monster charged forward. It used a long spear sweep skill to attack the skeleton soldiers. Instantly, all the summoned skeleton soldiers were hit. Seeing this, Lin Moyu quickly thought, the monster's skill has a stun effect. If stunned, they can't be recalled to the summoning space. Before he could figure out a solution, 3 of his skeleton warriors had already been annihilated by the Dragon Lancers. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyu frowned slightly and ordered, "Warriors, surround the Lancers, mages, bombard them." He released more skeleton soldiers. Charging into battle, Lin Moyu observed the situation, assessing, no matter how high their attributes, they are meaningless in the face of sheer numbers. Just a few seconds later, an explosion occurred, eliminating several Dragon Lancers. Lin Moyu's experience points also rapidly increased, and he obtained a level 1 dragon scale. Lin Moyu, equipped with the bone armor skill, continuously calculated. If hit by their stun skill, the skeleton warriors will be completely defenseless. I must be even more careful. A stunned skeleton warrior cannot be recalled. I can't let the dragon monsters surround it. After thinking for a moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of interest. Before, I used to clear dungeons without any hindrance, but now I've finally encountered one where I need to be cautious. At this moment, the remaining Dragon Lancers, seeing the unfavorable situation, all retreated. Seeing their cautious demeanor, Lin Moyu grew even more interested. So keen are they? If that's the case, I'll use a few skeleton warriors as bait to lure the monsters over, gather them, and then kill them. he continued to have his skeleton warriors pursue the dragon lancers. About half an hour later, a sudden strong wind blew. When Lin Moyu walked in to check on his skeleton warriors, he found them tightly bound. He looked in surprise. "Those are wind chains," Lin Moyu observed carefully. This was a mage's skill. He looked at the monster casting the spell inside, a little surprised. "I didn't expect the monsters here to even use simple tactics. It seems they possess some intelligence." At this moment, 2 of his skeleton warriors had already been eliminated. Lin Moyu observed carefully. "If I could only summon a few skeleton warriors, it would indeed be difficult." Immediately after, he summoned a dozen more skeleton warriors. "Too bad I have many skeletons." The battle between both sides continued, and another 5 skeleton warriors were eliminated. At the same time, Lin Moyu also defeated 4 dragon lancers. Just then, a level 31 dragon mage quickly stepped forward to provide cover. Seeing this, Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He quickly used a skill, Soulfire. Indeed, they have intelligence. Knowing to attack the skeleton mages first, but it's too late. The monster attacked by Lin Moyu was immediately eliminated. Lin Moyu attacked continuously, and his expression suddenly changed. He obtained a dragon horn. This is one of the 4 materials Lord Bai wanted. He killed so many monsters and only 1 dropped. It seems the drop rate is very low. After dealing with the situation, he recalled the heavily injured skeleton warriors to the summoning space and continued deeper into the dungeon. "It seems I'll have to run this dungeon several times to collect all the materials." Lin Moyu walked a bit further and encountered a group of dragon lancers. He quietly calculated, "I'll continue to pull monsters using the same method as before, but this time I'll use corpse explosion, otherwise I might not have enough skeleton warriors. Until now, this is the first time I've encountered a situation where I didn't have enough skeleton warriors." As expected of hell difficulty, moments later as the battle raged, Lin Moyu acquired a new skill just in time. Slowing curse, he quickly bound all the dragon lancers. Then Lin Moyu commanded, "It's time to counterattack my skeleton mages." At Anwon and Yiyuan's location, they had already returned from the initial battlefield. Anwon poured him a cup of tea and asked, "Did you take him to the place?" Yiyuan nodded. I did." Anwon looked at the missing star on Yiyuan's military rank. He frowned slightly and asked, "It seems you genuinely want to cultivate him, even leaving his imprint in the Hall of Heroes. Did a 5-star divine general become a 4-star? Yiyuan waved his hand indicating it was unimportant and said, "It's just some military merits. This kid has a promising future. We can't let anything happen to him. Our human race has already lost too many geniuses. The fewer the better," he continued. "But I gave him a task to retrieve several materials from the dragon race. Even if he doesn't want to go to the dragon outpost, he must. Consider it a trial for him." Anwon sipped his tea and said, "Even on nightmare difficulty, the drop rate for those materials you want is very low." Yiyuan chuckled. "That's exactly the effect I want. I gave him a cooldown rune so he can run the dungeon 7 or 8 times. That should be enough." Suddenly remembering something, Anwon broke into a slight sweat. "The dragon frontline outpost dungeon has a hell difficulty." Yiyuan also suddenly remembered. He wouldn't choose hell difficulty, would he? He awkwardly scratched his head. "I forgot about that. I should have reminded him that hell difficulty is completely different from nightmare difficulty." Anwon also reassured him. "Don't worry, he even managed to clear the Tyrant Desert dungeon with 39 people. What's impossible for him? Besides, you left your imprint for him, so he won't die. At most he'll suffer a bit more." Suddenly, Yiyuan seriously asked again, "Old Mang, do you really think this kid can clear a hell difficulty dungeon?" Anwon smiled and replied, "If he really can, then. Wouldn't that be great?" Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyu had already eliminated the previous group of monsters. He sat down to rest, planning. He killed over 20 dragon mages and only got 2 horns. His skeleton warriors were heavily injured, but he had only covered about a third of the way. He had a hint of an amused smile. "This is the first time I've had such a tough time in a dungeon. The monsters appear in high strength and even cooperate with each other." As expected of hell difficulty, looking at the distant castle before him, Lin Moyu's voice carried a hint of excitement. "I want to see just how strong the hell difficulty boss is." Moments later, he had arrived at the city gate and continued to eliminate a few monsters guarding outside the castle. Lin Moyu encountered a new monster, a level 31 dragon archer. He was somewhat surprised. Archers even have crowd control skills. Mages only drop dragon horns, so it seems the remaining materials must be obtained from other monsters. Thinking this, he pointed and ordered the skeleton warriors to attack. "My warriors charge!" Before it could even take a step, a skeleton warrior was defeated. Lin Moyu was stunned. "What?" The skeleton warrior was instantly knocked down before it could even react. He summoned his weapon, gripping it tightly, and began to vigilantly survey his surroundings. Unknown enemy. Strong attack power, fast speed. "What is it?" Another skeleton warrior was eliminated. Lin Moyu observed in surprise. "There it is again, attacking from behind no matter what. I must find a way to locate it. I cannot lose to them." He cast Frost Dance and Berserk Whirlwind. "Is it another invisible monster? Then I'll use area of effect attacks." Do it. Sharp ice crystals rapidly shot forward at his command. After the attack, a blurry monster figure appeared, revealing itself. In an instant, an attack directly hit that monster. A skeleton soldier had already repelled the dragon assassin, level 32, which was the invisible monster attacking Lin Moyu. He looked at the monster. Indeed, its attributes are very high. Its invisibility skill combined with a fatal blow explains why it could instantly defeat a skeleton soldier. Lin Moyu immediately ordered the skeleton soldiers to attack. Once hit, the invisibility skill will immediately be dispelled. Since you're already exposed, you no longer have an advantage. A few minutes later, he had eliminated several level 32 dragon assassins and picked up a dragon heart. So dragon hearts come from dragon assassins. Now only the dragon blood essence and dragon core remain. I don't know where they are. Just then a rain of arrows and binding arrows shot out from the castle. Lin Moyu used bone armor to block the incoming arrows, adopting a battle stance. Perfect timing. He quickly threw out several corpses, then used the skill. Corpse explosion. The thrown corpses immediately exploded, forming a shockwave. The castle in front of Lin Moyu was shattered, simultaneously eliminating level 31 dragon archers, XP 620,000 and obtaining a dragon blood essence. Level 31 dragon archers eliminated, XP 620,000. Lin Moyu seized the opportunity to enter the city. He calculated. Dragon blood essence has also appeared, dropped from the archers. Now only the dragon core remains. Inside the city, Lin Moyu continued to attack with mages and skeleton soldiers, eliminating 5 level 32 dragon assassins. He looked up at a dragon statue in the city thinking, is this the boss? Before he finished thinking, the statue's face cracked, and then the entire statue crumbled. The outpost guardian, the hell tier boss, emerged from the broken statue. Seeing the hell tier boss, Lin Moyu's face paled slightly. Level 33, 11 levels higher than his skeleton warriors. Its attributes were terrifying, far stronger than the tyrant in large dungeons, and it had 2 crowd control skills. He darted away quickly. The outpost guardian roared and a shockwave swiftly swept out. Lin Moyu used slowing curse. With such high agility, he couldn't let it move freely. The outpost guardian was quickly bound by the curse. Chains wrapped around its neck, making it roar in pain. Seizing this opportunity, the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages rushed forward to attack. Watching the situation, Lin Moyu wondered if it would get hurt. From within the dust, the outpost guardian's eyes gleamed. The next second, it used an empowerment skill to break free from the slowing curse's bind. Lin Moyu panicked. This is bad. The slowing curse's effect was weakened. The outpost guardian then used an AoE knockback skill, eliminating 4 skeleton warriors. It drew out more weapons, plunging them into the ground, causing an AoE stun effect. Immediately, 12 skeleton warriors were annihilated. Lin Moyu frowned, displeased, saying, although I can summon more skeletons to replace those eliminated, my mental power is limited. The stun skill is too difficult to counter. I can't let the boss eliminate them like this. Appear Heroic Spirit General. As soon as the Heroic Spirit General appeared, it used its military might. Subsequently, a force quickly enveloped the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages present. Lin Moyu was somewhat surprised. He thought to himself, the Heroic Spirit General's military might can remove stun effects. No, that's not right. It only increased the speed at which the skeleton warriors broke free from stun, but the effect is the same. After this thought, Lin Moyu chuckled. Once your stun skill is neutralized, we have nothing left to fear. He then once again commanded his skeleton warriors and skeleton mages to attack. After being attacked, the outpost guardian's constitution gradually decreased to 8,547. Below a total of 15,000, it immediately used AoE stun again. At the same time, the Heroic Spirit General, not to be outdone, swiftly used its military might. Seeing this situation, Lin Moyu chuckled. It's useless. Once your crowd control skill is countered, it's our turn to attack. He suddenly widened his eyes, astonished to realize that the outpost guardian had detected him. It rushed over, intending to attack Lin Moyu, who quickly assumed a stance, used soulfire, and muttered a curse under his breath. Lin Moyu attacked the outpost guardian, and he discovered that bone armor had actually blocked the shockwave. He wasn't stunned. He enhanced the power of soulfire. Die! The outpost guardian was engulfed in soulfire, screaming in agony. It was then attacked consecutively by the skeleton mages and skeleton warriors. Just a few seconds later, the system notification sounded. Killed outpost guardian, XP 3,300,000, obtained gold tier weapon, Hell outpost dagger, one of the outpost set, obtained gold tier weapon, Hell outpost shield, one of the outpost set, obtained gold tier weapon, Hell outpost bracelet, one of the outpost set, obtained 2 dragon cores, obtained class transfer certificate, obtained unique title, Dragon War King. Dragon War King, all attributes 500, all skill costs reduced by 50. This title is awarded to those who solo clear the Dragon Frontline Outpost dungeon hell difficulty. Lin Moyu was surprised as he looked at the Dragon War King title above his head and the dropped items. Indeed, his guess was correct. The Dragon cores dropped from the boss, but he didn't expect to receive the important certificate for second class transfer so early. This unique title, aren't these attributes incredibly powerful? Lin Moyu had leveled up at this point. He happily muttered to himself, I've already reached level 23, so the Dragon cores come from the boss. Now I've completed over 1/3 of the quest Lord Bai assigned. He quickly checked his newly upgraded information, starting with his current attributes. Profession, Unique Necromancer, level 23, Title, Dragon War King, all attributes 500, Equipment, Donatus's Scythe level 2, Mental Power 100, Summoning Space 210,230, Skeleton Warrior count 140, Skeleton Mage count 70, Talent, All attribute levels increased by 10, Summon Skeleton Warrior level 23, Corpse Explosion level 3, Slowing Curse level 23, Bone Armor level 23. Lin Moyu then wondered what changes had occurred to his skeleton's attributes. He checked the Silver Tier Skeleton Warriors and Silver Tier Skeleton Mages. Their levels had both increased to 23, and all their attributes had also risen. After checking everything, Lin Moyu retracted his scythe and muttered to himself, "Although hell difficulty is hard to clear, the express and equipment obtained are much better. Once my skeletons recover, I'll use a cooldown rune to run it again." A moment later, outside the Dragon Frontline Outpost dungeon, as soon as Lin Moyu exited, he smelled the pervasive scent of blood in the air and bodies lay strewn across the ground. He frowned, displeased. The smell of blood is too strong. Lin Moyu summoned Bone Armor, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. What happened? From behind him, a pack of hellhounds quickly rushed over. Their several attacks were blocked by Bone Armor. Lin Moyu looked at the dense swarm of demons behind him, feeling a little overwhelmed. They were all Abyssal hellhounds. He swiftly used Berserk Strike. Lin Moyu, with a straight face and scythe in hand, knocked down an Abyssal hellhound that intended to attack him. The next second, several other attacks knocked away the demons around Lin Moyu. The person who had just attacked shouted, "Hey young man, come here quickly." Xing'an urgently informed him of the situation. "Come quickly. This area is surrounded by Abyssal hellhounds." Subsequently, that group of people rushed over to provide cover for Lin Moyu. A girl asked him worriedly, "Are you hurt? We'll help you block the hellhounds. Quickly use a teleportation stone to return to the city." Lin Moyu from behind them asked in confusion. "What happened?" Xing'an replied. "Abyssal demons released a large number of hellhounds and surrounded us." Hearing this, Lin Moyu grew contemplative. With these people's strength they should be able to escape, but they stayed here to wait for those who had just exited the dungeon. Those unaware of the situation outside, like myself, were they worried that we would be attacked by hellhounds as soon as we exited? At this moment, someone on their side was already being attacked by a demon. Xing'an explained the situation to him. "That's Country-wise team, it's likely they won't escape. Many people on our side have also tragically died at the jaws of the hellhounds." The girl in the team quickly pulled out a dungeon detection talisman to check. Normal difficulty, no teams. Nightmare difficulty, no teams. Hell difficulty, no teams. After reading it, she loudly announced, "There's no one left in the dungeon." Xing'an immediately ordered, "Then let's prepare to break through." Suddenly, they noticed Lin Moyu was still there and turned around in surprise. "Why haven't you returned to the city yet?" Lin Moyu chuckled. He summoned his skeleton warriors and skeleton mages, and took out his scythe. "I still plan to enter the dungeon." All the lightning, fire, ice, and wind element skeleton mages immediately unleashed their power. Just a few seconds later, the Abyssal hellhounds were sent flying. The skeleton warriors swiftly moved in to attack the remaining hellhounds. Those team members watched this scene, utterly stunned. What the hell? What happened? How did so many skeletons appear on the battlefield? Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors and skeleton mages were still fighting, not at a disadvantage in the slightest. The more they witnessed this scene, the more those team members were filled with admiration for Lin Moyu. Those powerful skeletons were his summons. The Abyssal hellhounds couldn't even withstand a single blow against those skeletons. "Who is he?" At this moment, Lin Moyu gestured to the group of people. "Everyone retreat behind me." Those few people immediately ran behind him obediently, but still asked curiously why. Their hearts were full of confusion. Why were we listening to him? Lin Moyu waved his hand using his power and calmly explained, "I want to use an area of effect skill, and I'm afraid of accidentally injuring everyone." He then waved his hand forward to use a skill, Corpse Explosion. Immediately, an explosion occurred where the hellhounds were standing. The people behind them were surprised again by the explosion. "What kind of skill is that? That's terrifying." Simultaneously after the explosion, Lin Moyu's military rank also gained a star. Military merits reached 100. Gaining a star, obtained 1,000 points, 5 contribution points. His military rank had increased and he even received points and contribution points. No wonder Lord Bai said that to obtain contribution points, one must come to the initial battlefield. He held Donatus's scythe level 3, mental power 300, and happily said, "My weapon has leveled up too. I didn't expect such good fortune, then I can't let you off the hook, but I wasn't going to let you off anyway." Watching another explosion send hellhounds flying, the team members immediately started discussing, is he the chief prodigy of some academy? No wonder he dared to enter the Dragon Frontline Outpost dungeon alone. Suddenly, Xing'an recognized Lin Moyu at this moment and quickly asked, "Wait, if I'm not mistaken, he's the one who entered hell difficulty." "He's still alive." Hearing this, the remaining people were stunned. Holy cow, did he solo clear the Dragon Frontline Outpost dungeon hell difficulty? The monsters inside have chain crowd control skills. How did he counter them? Ignoring the chatter from over there, Lin Moyu's military rank gained another star. Military merits reached 200, promoted to 2 stars, obtained 1,000 points, 5 contribution points. Donatus's scythe level 4, mental power 600. Lin Moyu gripped his scythe and gave a slight smile after upgrading. Donatus's scythe provided him with increasingly higher mental power attributes. He always felt this weapon was extraordinary. If it continues to upgrade, will it unlock new skills? Seeing no trace of hellhounds left on the battlefield, Lin Moyu said a little gloomily, "It's a shame I only killed over 200 Abyssal hellhounds this time. If only there were more demons. After the hellhounds were eliminated, those team members quickly collapsed to the ground, sighing in relief. That's great. Are we safe now? Why did so many hellhounds suddenly appear? Is the Abyss organizing a large-scale offensive? The initial battlefield is truly too dangerous. Xing'an now stepped forward to shake Lin Moyu's hand and introduced himself. Young man, let me introduce myself. I am Shi Xing'an, a level 31 paladin from Shajing Academy. Lin Moyu shook Xing'an's hand and introduced himself. Lin Moyu, a level 23 necromancer, also from Shajing Academy. Xing'an happily smiled and asked, so you're a junior student, which year are you in? Lin Moyu pondered. On the initial battlefield it was impossible to distinguish day from night, but it should be early morning by now. A moment later he replied, I just arrived at the academy. I just attended the opening ceremony yesterday. Xing'an's shield suddenly dropped from his hand. He shouted in surprise, what? The people next to Xing'an also rushed over and asked, then you're a freshman? Lin Moyu nodded. Yes, I am indeed a first-year freshman. The two people behind Xing'an exchanged surprised glances. Are freshmen nowadays also monstrous? They thought. Freshmen should be around level 15 or 16 now, diligently training at school. On Xing'an's side, as soon as he heard the answer, he happily clapped Lin Moyu's back and chatted. Junior, having such strength right after entering the academy, it's no wonder you could come to the battlefield alone and survive so long in hell difficulty. I admire you. Lin Moyu softly replied, you flatter me. He then asked Xing'an with some confusion, I see your captain's team isn't weak either. Why don't you try the dungeon? A team member stepped forward to answer. It's because he couldn't defeat the monsters. We entered nightmare difficulty at the time. We were almost completely wiped out, Xing'an hastily defended. Can you blame me? I was only level 29 back then. Wasn't prepared, he added. Now I'm only missing an outpost shield. It's a shame the exchange doesn't sell it. Once I complete the set equipment, I'll challenge nightmare difficulty. The male team member asked worriedly, Brother, if you don't drop the shield soon, we'll reach level 32, exceeding the dungeon's level restriction range. Xing'an firmly replied, don't worry, it'll definitely drop. If worst comes to worst, I'll just get a separate gold tier shield to use for now. The male team member then asked Lin Moyu, by the way Lin Jr., do you need any equipment? If we get one, we'll sell it to you cheap. Hearing this, Xing'an immediately stepped forward to explain, the outpost set is very strong, it's gold tier equipment of its level. Although the junior is only level 23 now, he can prepare gold tier equipment in advance, which can be used once he reaches level 30. Lin Moyu took out his storage ring. He produced a shield, held it up and asked, Senior, is this the outpost shield you need? Seeing this item, Xing'an and the nearby team members shouted in astonishment, this, in Lin Moyu's hand was precisely the Hell Outpost shield. One of the outpost set, gold tier defensive gear. All attributes 300, crowd control skill resistance increased by 50, duration of crowd control reduced by 50, usable at level 30 and above. Xing'an and the other person simultaneously exclaimed, the Hell Outpost shield. Xing'an quickly walked up to Lin Moyu, stammering, Lin Jr., where did you get the shield from? Lin Moyu softly replied, not long ago it dropped from the Outpost Guardian. Hearing this, Xing'an shouted in surprise, Lin Jr., are you saying it dropped from the Hell difficulty boss? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Two other team members asked again. Junior Lin, you soloed the Hell difficulty outpost dungeon? Lin Moyu replied calmly, I did. Several of Xing'an's team members thought to themselves, he really soloed it, how is that possible? But the Hell Outpost shield before them was undeniably real. At this moment Lin Moyu handed the shield to Xing'an. Senior, try to see if you can complete the set. As soon as Xing'an took the shield, it immediately glowed. This was a special synchronization effect. The outpost shield's light shot straight into the sky, attracting the attention of many people who began to discuss it. Oh my god, it's the outpost set. Someone completed the outpost set, who is it? That's an outpost set, better than some silver tier equipment. Someone actually completed it. After trying out the shield, Xing'an eagerly asked Lin Moyu, Junior Lin, can you sell this shield to me? I'll give you 10 million gold coins, what do you think? Xing'an pleaded with Lin Moyu, I only have this much gold. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, this is just gold tier equipment. It's not worth much. 5 million is fine. Hearing this, Xing'an grabbed Lin Moyu's hand and happily said, thank you very much, Junior Lin. His teammates behind him were also happy for him, congratulating, thanks to Junior Lin, old Shi finally got what he wished for. Now we can go farm the nightmare difficulty outpost dungeon. After chattering their thanks, they all returned together. Thank you truly, Junior Lin. Let's teleport back to the fortress first. The commotion from completing the set equipment was quite significant. After thinking for a while, Lin Moyu also followed them back. Since that's the case, I'll go back and recover my mental energy too. He crushed a teleportation stone, preparing to move in a distant part of the initial battlefield. The Flame Demon King slowly appeared. He said angrily, many of my hounds have died, go see what happened. A monster figure appeared and replied, as you command. On Lin Moyu's side, Xing'an was still conversing with him. Thank you, Junior Lin. Now that I've finally collected the equipment, we're ready to enter the dungeon immediately. I've been waiting a long time for this day. Suddenly, a group of people nearby exclaimed, an aura, that's a holy knight? Following the crowd's discussions, Lin Moyu also looked over. My god, that's a legendary profession, a holy knight from Altar Academy. One of the top academies, a legendary profession, so powerful I'm really envious. Lin Moyu had already spotted Ningi, and he called out, "What a coincidence." Ningi turned back, saw him, and happily ran over. "Lin Moyu, what are you doing here?" Lin Moyu nodded and replied, "I'm here to complete a quest." Ningi excitedly said, "What a coincidence. I'm here to complete a quest too." Zhou Lisheng saw Ningi walk away and looked at Lin Moyu displeased. Ningi ignored him. He still asked, "Let me guess. Does your quest require some dragon race materials like dragon horns or something?" Then she denied it. No, that quest would be too easy for you." Finally, Ningi said, "I bet your quest is for dragon cores, which only bosses drop, right?" Lin Moyu nodded. "You guessed it." He secretly thought, Lord Bai actually wants more than just dragon cores. Ningi happily waved. "Me too, I also need to collect dragon cores." Zhou Lisheng only then walked over from behind and asked Ningi, "Who is he?" "This person is a level 30 holy knight." Ningi extended her hand, introducing Lin Moyu. "He's my friend." Zhou Lisheng introduced himself somewhat displeased. Zhou Lisheng, level 30 holy knight. Lin Moyu also responded. Lin Moyu, level 23 necromancer. Hearing Lin Moyu, Ningi asked in surprise, "You're level 23, that fast? I'm only level 21, Lin Moyu calmly said. "Same as before, I'll take you to clear the dungeon." Ningi happily smiled and eagerly agreed. Okay. Zhou Lisheng intervened at this moment. He questioned, "Ningi, didn't we agree that I would take you?" Ningi shook her head and refused. "Sorry, I don't need you to take me. My friend will take me so you don't have to bother." Hearing this, Zhou Lisheng contemptuously said, "He's only level 23. He probably needs someone to carry him when he solos. How could he possibly carry you?" Ningi frowned slightly and replied, displeased, "You don't need to worry about it. Thank you very much for offering to take me, but I don't need it." Seeing Ningi's expression, Zhou Lisheng stopped arguing. "Alright then, be careful. If he can't do it, you can always find me." He secretly thought, "This pretentious kid is only level 23, yet he dares to look down on me." Ningi, fearing Lin Moyu might overthink, quickly patted his back to reassure him. "Don't worry, he can definitely do it." As she spoke, she asked again, "But Lin Moyu, what difficulty are you planning to run with me, normal or nightmare?" Lin Moyu calmly replied, "Hell difficulty." Ningi covered her mouth in surprise and asked, "Hell difficulty, did I hear that right?" She secretly thought, Zhou Lisheng only offered to take me to nightmare difficulty. Lin Moyu nodded, "Yes." Seeing his expression, Ningi immediately shrieked with joy, this is great, I've always wanted to see hell difficulty." Looking at Lin Moyu and Ningi standing together, Zhou Lisheng was filled with jealousy. Level 23 and he dares to take a girl to run a dungeon, he sneered. "Tomorrow Ningi will definitely come running back to beg me to take her." A moment later, Lin Moyu and Ningi had arrived before the teleportation gate. Beside it, Ningi was still excitedly chattering, "Finally, we can enter hell difficulty." The two quickly stepped into the teleportation gate. The people outside were all stunned when they heard Ningi's words. "Wait, those two aren't trying to enter hell difficulty, are they? Aren't they just going to their deaths?" The last team to clear the hell difficulty dungeon was from Shaojing Academy's Creation Academy. I remember that. At that time there seemed to be a very powerful female professional. I think she was called Sword Dancer. Never mind them, they're probably just going in to look around inside the dungeon. As soon as they entered, Lin Moyu cast bone armor on Ningi. She asked in surprise, "Is this a defensive skill you cast on me?" Lin Moyu nodded. "This way it will be safer." Ningi looked at him, feeling a bit emotional. "As expected, I feel as safe as before." Lin Moyu quickly summoned skeleton warriors. He thought to himself, "As long as they aren't hit by the control skills, this dungeon will be much simpler." Immediately upon entering the dungeon, the skeleton warriors had already eliminated a few Dragon Lancer soldiers. Ningi praised his fighting style. "It's clearly a hell difficulty dungeon, but you make it look so easy." Lin Moyu replied, "It's indeed not difficult." Hearing him say that, Ningi stuck out her tongue and said enviously, "You're the only one who says it's not difficult. Others are practically dying trying to clear nightmare difficulty. Nowhere near as relaxed as you." On this battlefield, skeleton warriors and mages were rapidly defeating the surrounding monsters. Seeing this scene, Ningi felt a bit of admiration. He's become much stronger, and he can even summon skeleton mages now. After defeating the monsters, Lin Moyu and Ningi walked towards the dragon castle. Lin Moyu softly asked, "Ningi, besides dragon cores, what else does your quest require?" Ningi smiled, holding up a large ring as she replied, "Oh, this is amazing. I successfully completed the first stage of the quest and got a reward. Now the second stage is to collect a dragon core and reach level 25 soldier rank." Lin Moyu didn't recognize the Goblin King's ring, which granted all skills 1, and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Ningi held the ring high, level with her eyes, and said, "Isn't it pretty?" "That's right, this ring was made from the Goblin King's core you gave me last time. I only managed to craft it after completing the first stage of the quest. I almost died trying to get it done." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Moyu quickly pulled her, dodging an attack. "Watch out!" The next second, the skeleton warriors immediately charged forward to battle. Ningi looked at the previous attack and asked worriedly, "Can the monster turn invisible?" Lin Moyu nodded. It has an invisibility skill." Ningi also leaped away from Lin Moyu, remarking, "As expected of hell difficulty. But fortunately my assassin profession has skills that can see through invisibility. I'll help you later." Ningi covered her eyes with her hand, activated her invisibility seeing skill. Her eyes glowed faintly red, and soon Ningi spotted the monster, pointing and reminding Lin Moyu, "There's one there. And two over there." Following the direction she pointed, the next second the dragon assassin was eliminated. XP 320,000, obtained Dragon Heart X1. Eliminated dragon assassin, XP 320,000. Lin Moyu happily thanked her. With your help, I don't have to worry about these invisible monsters anymore. Ningi replied with a proud smile, I told you this young lady is very powerful. Suddenly, when she saw the military rank on Lin Moyu's clothes, she shrieked in surprise. You already have 2 stars, Lin Moyu softly replied. I got them after eliminating a pack of abyssal hellhounds. Hearing this, Ningi playfully patted his arm and said, You've pulled so far ahead of me, you have to take me with you in the future, okay? Lin Moyu gently nodded. Okay. A moment later the two had entered the dragon castle. Lin Moyu quickly used bone armor and reminded Ningi, Ningi, stay away from me, don't come near me. Ningi nodded. Okay, she was a bit puzzled. But why should I stand far away? With Lin Moyu's fighting style, what danger is there standing next to a summoner? On Lin Moyu's side he casually said to the crumbling statue, time to stretch your limbs. Ningi sat on a nearby tree, sighing. Her storage space was disabled, leaving her with only a sweet potato. Seeing the outpost guardian appear, she immediately exclaimed in surprise, That's the boss. Below, Lin Moyu employed his usual tactic, using slowing curse to bind the outpost guardian. The outpost guardian empowered itself again to break free from the bind. It used an AoE knockback, shaking the surrounding space. Ningi lost her grip on the branch and fell backward. She lamented her sweet potato, shouting, My sweet potato, that was Lin Moyu's gift. On Lin Moyu's side, he used Soulfire to attack the outpost guardian. He summoned the heroic spirit general. Using its military might skill, the outpost guardian still charged forward to attack. Lin Moyu raised his hand, recalling all his skeletons. Watching the battle, Ningi exclaimed in surprise, He can actually beat the boss like this? Is recalling all the skeletons to the summoning space to dodge the boss's burst skill, she thought admiringly. I didn't expect him to really be able to solo a hell difficulty boss. Even if I tell Grandpa, he probably wouldn't believe it. After the outpost guardian skill effect disappeared, Lin Moyu summoned skeleton warriors to attack. Just a few minutes later, the system notification sounded. Killed outpost guardian, XP 1,500,000, obtained gold tier weapon, Hell outpost dagger, Hell outpost robe, Hell outpost ring, obtained 2 dragon cores. Ningi obtained class transfer certificate. Hearing this, Ningi was surprised. I leveled up. Wait, dragon cores and a class transfer certificate? I actually got a class transfer certificate? She excitedly rushed forward and hugged Lin Moyu. Class transfer certificate. Lin Moyu, I have a class transfer certificate. Lin Moyu asked in confusion. Don't you always get one for clearing a hell difficulty dungeon? Only then did Ningi pull back. She replied shyly, This is hell difficulty. It only drops one each time. You're the only one who doesn't treat a class transfer certificate as a big deal. Lin Moyu suddenly remembered something and said, Oh right Ningi, I have something I want to give you after we get out. Ningi held the Hell outpost dagger, one of the outpost set, a gold tier weapon. All attributes 500, assassin skill power increased by 50, usable at level 30 and above. Dragon core, extremely rare material, can be used to craft various items. She asked in surprise, Are you really giving it to me? Lin Moyu nodded. You rest first, we'll continue fighting later. Ningi agreed. Okay. Outside the teleportation gate, Xing'an and his teammates were struggling to hold off a high-level monster. Fortunately, we have the outpost equipment or we'd be in danger. The female team member quietly asked, Old Shi, there's still a demon in the air. What do we do now? Xing'an tried to answer calmly. Hold on until Junior Lin comes. Once he's here, these demons won't be a problem. An abyssal hellhound appeared. It growled. Didn't they say there was no scent of my children here? Then it commanded the pack of abyssal hellhounds to attack. Since that's the case, eat them all. The demonic beasts immediately rushed forward to attack. Zhou Lisheng had just exited the dungeon and was looking around in a daze when he noticed several hellhounds running towards him. He shrieked, What's going on? Zhou Lisheng quickly used aura transmutation, his holy light aura defending against the demonic beasts. A shield swiftly enveloped him and several people around him. Zhou Lisheng's face was pale. He looked ahead, thinking in horror. How can there be so many abyssal hellhounds? While he was distracted, Xing'an had already stepped forward, blocking him and reminding him, Watch out, there are demons in the sky. Hearing this, Zhou Lisheng looked up at the sky. The abyssal hellhound swung its paw, intending to attack him. Zhou Lisheng sneered, muttering, It's useless, you can't break through my defensive aura. I am a holy knight. He hadn't expected the abyssal hellhound to have already broken through Zhou Lisheng's defense. It roared, Die! Zhou Lisheng struggled to resist. His defensive aura failed, and in just a few seconds he was sent flying. My aura failed, having just been sent flying. Zhou Lisheng still couldn't believe it. He landed hard on the ground, spitting blood. That last blow almost killed me. Seeing him get knocked away, Xing'an covered his face in disappointment. He put on such a strong front, but he's just a weakling, the male team member also sighed. And I thought legendary professions were something special. Before they could say more, the abyssal hellhound was already approaching. Seeing this, Xing'an's face turned pale. A level 36 abyssal hellhound, this is trouble. The team members hurriedly asked, What do we do now? Xing'an tried to stay calm, replying, We can't defeat it. Now I just hope Junior Lin doesn't come out of the dungeon. The abyssal hellhound on its side was laughing gleefully. The legendary holy knight profession, killing a holy knight, this trip won't be in vain. Taking advantage of the abyssal hellhound not continuing its attack, Zhou Lisheng hastily sent out a distress signal. We've already sent a distress signal. Someone will definitely come to save us, he thought to himself. I can't defeat it and I don't want to die yet. The Abyssal Hellhound suddenly flew into a rage. It attacked again, swiftly yelling, "Can't wait any longer." At this moment, Ningi and Lin Moyu had also exited the dungeon, and the aura from Lin Moyu was immediately sensed by the Abyssal Hellhound. Is that you? It charged madly to attack. You're the one who killed my children. I'll tear you to shreds. Lin Moyu had also noticed it by now. He looked up at the sky. Abyssal Hellhound, Xing'an quickly shouted. Junior Lin, be careful. In an instant, the Abyssal Hellhound launched a fatal blow at Lin Moyu. Fortunately, he used bone armor in time. Lin Moyu glanced at it, provoking. Didn't you eat? Seeing him unharmed, the Abyssal Hellhound attacked frantically again. It roared. Why can't I crush you? Lin Moyu calmly reached out and used Soulfire. The Abyssal Hellhound was hit, immediately clutching its face, burned by the flames in agony. It turned to flee. I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you. Lin Moyu raised his hand again, intending to use a skill. Trying to run. The next second, Lin Moyu's slowing curse skill had already been cast, quickly entangling the Abyssal Hellhound and its pack. Xing'an shouted ecstatically. It's Junior Lin's skill. That pack of Hellhound's speed has slowed down so much. Can the skill even cover such a large area? The Abyssal Hellhound, entangled in midair, muttered, a curse. Seeing its appearance, Ningi couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Moyu continued to battle. He summoned skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. It's time to clean up my warriors. At his command, the skeleton warriors leapt lightly and charged, quickly surrounding and attacking the Abyssal Hellhound. Seeing this, it let out an enraged roar. Damn it! Xing'an, on his side, finally let out a sigh of relief. Junior Lin has finally summoned those skeletons. A moment later, Lin Moyu followed up with a corpse explosion, and the light of the explosion erupted, enveloping the entire vast area. The Abyssal Hellhound immediately collapsed to the ground. Lin Moyu was a bit surprised, thinking, the Abyssal Hellhound, is that all? He then quickly stepped away, letting the skeleton warriors finish it off. The system notification sounded. Killed level 36 Abyssal Hellhound, XP 360,000, military merit 50, obtained demonic essence blood. Demonic essence blood containing abyssal energy can be used by alchemists and blacksmiths to craft equipment. Military merits reached 500, promoted to 5-star soldier rank, obtained 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. Lin Moyu walked towards Ningi and she happily told him, I also received some military merits. At the same time, Lin Moyu's Donatus' scythe equipment had also leveled up to level 7, mental power 2100. Lin Moyu softly asked, is the quest complete? Ningi smiled sweetly, replying, fortunately with you it was completed so quickly. The people around were now all gathered around Lin Moyu. A scene that filled the badly beaten Zhou Lisheng with jealousy. I should have been the one admired by everyone, basking in the spotlight. He gritted his teeth, looking at Lin Moyu, feeling unwilling. I'm a level 30 holy knight, yet I was saved by a level 23 novice. How can I have such a stain on my record? Zhou Lisheng watched Lin Moyu and Ningi standing side by side, secretly thinking, you will definitely kneel before me in the future, begging me for mercy. She'll be mine sooner or later. I'll make her realize who the true strong one is. Lin Moyu turned to ask Xing'an, is everyone all right? He raised the shield in his hand, happily replying, we're fine. Thanks to the shield you gave me, I finally completed the set. Suddenly, a clamor of footsteps approached from a distance. Xing'an looked back and saw it was the Eternal Great Wall's guard team. They had probably rushed to rescue after receiving the signal. Several helmeted guard team members quickly arrived. They inspected the surroundings. Saying in surprise, there are at least 100 corpses here. The captain spoke, asking, who sent the distress signal just now? Zhou Lisheng stood up with the help of his teammates, replying, it was me. The captain asked again, what happened here? Zhou Lisheng recounted, it happened like this, we were attacked by abyssal demons. After listening to the full account, the captain then turned to Lin Moyu. According to this holy knight's description, did this kid eliminate this pack of hellhounds? He looked at the hellhound corpses, thinking, indeed they are hellhound corpses. But he's only a level 23 professional. How could he eliminate so many hellhounds? The guard captain then looked at the military emblem on Lin Moyu's clothes. 5-star soldier rank, he mused. Military rank emblems don't lie, this kid must have killed many hellhounds. Thinking this, the guard captain praised. Young man, well done, he thought. He's already a 5-star soldier at level 23. Many professionals are still only 3-star soldiers at level 30. This is truly a promising talent. Lin Moyu calmly replied, eliminating abyssal demons is our duty. Hearing him say that, the guard captain burst into laughter. Good, well said. Just then, a team of mounted individuals also arrived, led by Mo Yun, a divine summoner, riding a white horse. Xing'an saw this person and loudly said, that's Mo Yun, the princess of the Mo family from Shajing City. She possesses the legendary profession divine summoner. Mo Yun on horseback looked down and asked, I saw a distress signal, what happened? The guard captain replied, nothing, it's already over. The surrounding soldiers all blushed and looked shy when they saw her. Seeing that these people were fine and were showing admiration for her, Mo Yun decided to leave. Then we won't stay any longer. She glanced at Lin Moyu. Mo Yun felt a bit uncomfortable with his aura. That person, she frowned, muttering to herself. He has an aura that I find repulsive. After she had walked away, Xing'an began to gossip. A 4-star lieutenant. She seems to be looking for something. She usually appears in the depths of the initial battlefield, so it's surprising to see her here today. Ningi then said, I know, she's looking for a Nirvana crystal. Hearing this, Xing'an was startled. Looking for a Nirvana crystal? No wonder she's here. That's an extremely rare material that can increase the probability of professional sublimation, he added, explaining. During a second-class transfer, professionals further confirm their career path, and there's also a small chance for professional sublimation. For example, my profession was originally a rare paladin, but it could potentially sublimate into a legendary profession, becoming a holy knight, though the probability is too low. It's almost impossible, but a Nirvana crystal can greatly increase the probability and allow for professional sublimation. Xing'an further added, in the depths of the initial battlefield, there's a monster called Fiend Soul Battlefield, around level 40, and eliminating it has a very small chance of dropping a crystal. Ningi also replied with a smile, I also know there's a battlefield Ghost King, and eliminating it guarantees a crystal. Xing'an sighed helplessly, saying the battlefield Ghost King rarely appears, and it's a world-tier boss very difficult to defeat. By the time I reach level 40 before my second-class transfer, I'll probably also have to search for a Nirvana crystal. Ningi nodded upon hearing him say this. It is indeed very difficult to defeat. Listening to their conversation, Lin Moyu also fell into contemplation. She's already a legendary professional. Does she also need professional sublimation? Level 40 for second-class transfer, level 70 for third-class transfer, both offer a chance for professional sublimation. Is there a rank higher than legendary? Ningi suddenly said to Lin Moyu. I'm a rare-tier professional, a phantom assassin. I'll probably also have to look for a Nirvana crystal then. He nodded and said, alright, we'll go look for the crystal together then. At the Flame Demon King's location it was roaring furiously. The Hellhounds are dead again and they were instantly killed. A glint of killing intent flashed in the Flame Demon King's eyes. Even the Hellhounds I sent are dead. Saying this, it calmed down slightly, pondering, damn humans, this is a bit strange. Let's try again. At this moment on the initial battlefield, dirt and stones suddenly swirled into a tornado and flew. The city gate guard, seeing this, immediately panicked. Was that the Flame Demon King just now? Is it enraged? What happened? The Flame Demon King muttered to itself. I have already reported what just happened. The higher-ups will handle it. We don't need to concern ourselves. At Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan's location, Bai Yuan asked, somewhat agitated. How is it? Meng Anwen pointed at the teacup, softly saying, have some tea. Bai Yuan, somewhat agitated, urged impatiently, tell me quickly, what exactly happened? Meng Anwen, having just read the initial battlefield incident report, replied, I contacted the Hall of Heroes and the Demon Eradication Tower and received news about Lin Moyu. The kid is fine and he also killed many Hellhounds. He's already a 5-star soldier. Hearing this, Bai Yuan was startled. That fast? It's only been 2 days and he's already a 5-star soldier. Meng Anwen sipped his tea and calmly replied, the Flame Demon King guards the Abyssal entrance and it sent many Hellhounds to harass the initial battlefield. Lin Moyu just happened to encounter them, he added. Furthermore, that kid also killed the Abyssal Hellhound. Bai Yuan excitedly stood up. He even killed the Hellhound. Meng Anwen smiled, saying, it seems the upcoming professional tournament will be very exciting. Bai Yuan also nodded. With that kid there, this competition will definitely be interesting. A scene of Ningi and Lin Moyu together flashed through his mind. Meng Anwen was slightly surprised. I didn't expect them to be together, Bai Yuan asked curiously. What else did you see? Meng Anwen chuckled. I find old Ning's nemesis quite interesting. I expect old Ning will be furious this time. Hearing this, Bai Yuan burst into laughter. I never would have imagined this. It's truly unbelievable. I really want to see old Ning's exasperated face, puffing out his beard and mustache, yet completely helpless. Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyu once again eliminated the outpost guardian. The system notification sounded. XP 1,500,000 obtained Hell Outpost Longsword, Hell Outpost Robe, Hell Outpost Ring, obtained 2 Dragon Cores. Ningi looked at Lin Moyu happily, saying, you've leveled up again. She thought to herself, teaming up with him, I'm almost completing the outpost set. His leveling speed is too fast. It hasn't even been a month since his class transfer and he's already level 24. Lin Moyu still cast bone armor on Ningi and she asked with some curiosity, so cautious, are you afraid of encountering attacks again outside? Lin Moyu nodded lightly. It's happened twice in a row already, so it's best to be careful. Ningi laughed, saying, no one gets attacked that many times, but it's good to be careful anyway. I accept your kind offer. Lin Moyu led her out of the dungeon, reminding her, let's run it a few more times. If we're lucky, I can complete the outpost set for you. After exiting the dungeon, Ningi playfully said to Lin Moyu, see, no sneak attack this time. A group of people over there were pointing ahead and clamoring, Shikigami, it's a Shikigami. In the distance, a giant spider appeared, pulling a team of carriages. As soon as the people got out of the carriages, the surrounding people immediately exclaimed, an 11-person team, are they going for Hell difficulty? Is that country-wise Shikigami summoner? They must be aiming for the Hell difficulty dungeon. I heard clearing a Hell dungeon can also earn a very powerful title. Hearing this, Ningi asked curiously, is there really such a title? She thought to herself. If there was a title, Lin Moyu must have already obtained it when he went alone before. Lin Moyu nodded, replying, yes, it's called Dragon War King. All attributes 500, all skill costs reduced by 50. The person from country Y saw the two and spoke. Those two look familiar. Seeing Lin Moyu, he loudly said, it's him, what a small world. He then quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. Hungry Fox, level 30 on Myoji from Country Y, Lin Moyu replied. Lin Moyu, level 24 Necromancer from the Shenxia Empire. The subordinates behind the person from Country Y burst into laughter upon hearing this. Level 24, what trash, coming to the initial battlefield at this level, is he here to die? Unlike his subordinates' attitude, the person from Country Y's face was very surprised. It's only been a few days. He's already gone from level 17 to level 24. I didn't expect his leveling speed to be so fast, he subtly assessed. His skeleton warriors are also stronger. If I can't completely deal with him this time, he'll probably be even harder to handle next time. One of his followers, seeing the killing intent on the person from Country Y's face, stepped forward to advise, "You can't act, everyone here is from Shenxia." The person from Country Y glanced at the crowd behind and said, "I know." Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and said to Lin Moyu, "We'll settle this at the professional tournament." Then he and his subordinates quickly entered the teleportation array to the dungeon, saying, "I hope you don't disappoint me then." Seeing him leave, Ningi then reminded, "He didn't dare to act, probably because there were too many people here." Lin Moyu replied coldly, "It's fine, even if I were alone I wouldn't fear him, but the professional tournament." He fell into contemplation. In the world of professionals, a professional tournament is held every 5 years, encompassing the entire world. Each profession, whether combat, support, or life skill based, has its own competition format. Of course, the most distinctive competitions were definitely those for the main combat professions. This time, the professional tournament was held in the Shenxia Empire. At an unprecedented scale, countless professionals from all over the world came to Shenxia to participate. Seeing him deep in thought, Ningi happily said from the side, "If you ask me, Lin Moyu, you're definitely going to participate. We can sign up together then," she explained. "The team competition requires 5 people per team, so we can find more teammates then. There's also the individual competition, which we definitely need to sign up for. The champion's prize money is very generous, you know." Lin Moyu calculated for a moment, realizing there were also individual competitions, and he wondered what the champion's prize money would be. Suddenly, the military emblems on both Ningi and Lin Moyu's chests flashed simultaneously. Not just theirs, but everyone's military emblems lit up, and they immediately became boisterous. A Shenxia military order? What happened? Could it be that the Abyssal demons have launched an attack? A notification immediately sounded from the sky. All Shenxia soldiers returned to the city for assembly. All Shenxia soldiers returned to the city for assembly. A few seconds later, Shenxia's soldiers were teleported back to the city. People from other countries were stunned by this sight. This is Shenxia's military order, teleporting everyone away. Is this the cohesiveness of the Shenxia people? It's terrifying. Something like this would never happen in our country. A few seconds later, everyone was teleported to the city. Xing'an quickly walked over to Lin Moyu and Ningi. "Junior Lin, Junior Ning." Lin Moyu asked him in confusion, "Senior, do you know what happened?" Xing'an pointed at the Watcher's Eye in the sky and explained. The two looked at the Watcher's Eye. That was the location of the abyss. Enemies were attacking from that direction, which meant a large number of monsters were approaching, otherwise their military emblems wouldn't summon them back. He chuckled softly, comforting them. "Surprising, isn't it? I was also surprised the first time I was recalled," Lin Moyu replied in surprise. "The Watcher's Eye is much more powerful than we imagined." Xing'an added that he heard every large-scale battle was commanded by it, and even many powerful individuals must submit to its command. Lin Moyu looked at the Watcher's Eye with some emotion, thinking he used to think it was just a tool to monitor the movement of monsters. "It seems I underestimated the Watcher's Eye," the notification sounded again, and at the same time people were teleported once more. "All professionals level 30 and below ascend the city walls." The notification continued to give instructions. "Begin free team formation. From now on, professionals level 30 and below are not allowed to leave the city." Ningi looked behind her, thinking, with Lin Moyu here we probably won't need to find more teammates. At this moment on the city walls, level 60 Legion Overlord Nishang also appeared, and the crowd immediately stirred upon seeing him. The Overlord profession of the Ni family from the southwest. This is a true professional Legion. A unique top-tier professional bloodline. He is the most important presence in the Legion, like a god. With him, this battle is guaranteed to be victorious. Nishang stood overlooking from the high city walls, signaling, "Hear my command, form legions." He loudly announced, "The Legion has been formed, I am the Legion commander, and military merits will be calculated uniformly. Rewards will be distributed based on merit after the battle. The Legion has been formed, everyone is a teammate. You won't be accidentally injured by each other's skills, so you can give it your all. The Legion has been formed. Any who cower or retreat from battle will be punished afterward." With that, Nishang plunged his sword into the ground and a wave of power immediately spread. He activated a 50 increase in all 4 core attributes effect for everyone on the city walls. One person on the city wall, inspired by the power, said, "I feel my combat ability has increased at least 4 or 5 times. Elemental resistance, elemental damage resistance increased by 50, strength enhanced magic damage increased by 30, lifesteal. Physical attacks can absorb enemy life to heal oneself." Lin Moyu also received Nishang's buff skill. He thought with some regret, Unfortunately, these buff states were overshadowed by his talent's amplification. Skeletons could not enjoy these buffs. If the skeletons could also receive these buffs, that would be even better. Ningi quickly grabbed him from the side. Lin Moyu looked quickly. In the sky, Mo Yun has already appeared riding a white horse. She quickly charged towards the front line in front of the city gate. Below, morale was boosted, and a loud cry arose. The monsters have appeared. This person's skill is Fear Abandonment. It boosts battlefield morale for 10 minutes. Defense and attack power both increased by 30. On the battlefield, Mo Yun controlled her mount, charging forward, and a huge force struck down, scattering several monsters. The Abyssal Hellhound saw Mo Yun and laughed, saying, "What a powerful little girl." It quickly charged towards Mo Yun. Die? Mo Yun controlled her mount and kicked the Abyssal Hellhound away. Just then, 10,000 arrows shot out from within the city, raining down on the monster horde. From the city walls, Lin Moyu had also summoned skeleton warriors and skeleton mages and quickly sent them down to support. The soldiers on the city walls looked at them, somewhat flustered. "What is this? It scared me to death. Where did these skeletons come from?" Seeing the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages fighting swiftly and fiercely, several people on the city walls were stunned. "My goodness, whose summons are these? There are too many of them. These skeleton mages have already relieved most of our pressure. These skeleton mages are too strong," everyone continued to exclaim. "When did such a powerful figure come here? What profession is this? It feels like this battle is won." The Abyssal Hellhound grabbed a soldier by the neck. Seeing its hellhounds gradually being defeated, it roared furiously, "Damn humans!" It immediately dropped the person. Morale boosting, it looked at this scene and said in a panic, "No, the distance is too far. It's beyond my healing range. What now? That person will be bitten to death by the Hellhound." On the city walls, Lin Moyu looked down, calculating that professionals at level 39 were acting as vanguards, which meant that besides Nishang there was probably no other professional above level 40. If this continued, the number of casualties would be significant. Ningi only then turned to look at him. At this moment, Lin Moyu had already quickly walked up to Nishang and said, "I request permission to leave the city and participate in the battle." Nishang glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Ningi, from above, worriedly reminded Lin Moyu, "You must be careful." He summoned his weapon while responding with an incredibly confident tone. "With so many military merits and experience points, I definitely won't waste this opportunity." Xing'an was concentrating on fighting the Hellhounds. Upon seeing Lin Moyu, he loudly asked, "Junior Lin, why are you down here?" He stood amidst a group of skeletons. Weapon in hand, resting on his shoulder, he replied heroically, "I've come to clear the battlefield." The Hellhounds reacted violently upon seeing Lin Moyu. "It's him. He's the one who killed our children, and he dares to come out of the city. Kill him." They charged at him like hungry tigers, roaring, "Kill him, kill him!" Mo Yun from above was momentarily bewildered by this scene. What's going on? The sight of Lin Moyu calmly facing the frantic horde of Hellhounds entered her view. "It's him." He raised his hand towards the pack of Hellhounds, cast a skill, and shouted, slowing curse. Hundreds of chains shot out violently, then quickly wrapped around the bodies of the Hellhounds and ghost hounds, immobilizing them. Xing'an's face showed surprise. "Thankfully, we have Junior Lin." Everyone asked, "What kind of skill is that?" "A curse-type skill. I didn't expect it to cover such a large area." Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "The battlefield is full of corpses. My corpse explosion can only exert its maximum effect here." In his hand was a red orb accompanied by a blue aura. He cast corpse explosion, and the bodies of the Hellhounds and ghost hounds began to explode. They screamed, "Oh no!" A deafening explosion sounded. Accompanied by mournful screams, the Abyssal Demon King's voice rang out. "What is going on with this human?" Lin Moyu scoffed. "Where can you run to?" A terrifying light erupted. The Abyssal Demon King's eyes widened in terror, and the entire battlefield at this moment exploded like fireworks on New Year's Eve. The system continuously prompted, "Killed level 31 Abyssal Hellhound. Killed level 36 Abyssal Demon." Mo Yun stood frozen, secretly asking herself, "Is that his skill?" All participating students were stunned. Unconsciously lowered their weapons. "What kind of skill is that? It's too terrifying. My goodness, is he already a second-class transfer professional?" Even a second-class transfer professional couldn't annihilate them alone, could they? They trembled, saying, "It seems we're not needed anymore." "Why is the Necromancer profession so strong?" Xing'an smiled contentedly. "Thankfully, Junior Lin is a student of Shajing Academy." Lin Moyu's eyes filled with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Since it's a cleanup, then leave no one alive." Mo Yun felt a bit surprised after observing the battle. So the aura that made her uncomfortable last time came from his undead summons. She didn't expect him to be so strong. A skeleton warrior suddenly appeared, attacking the last Hellhound, catching it off guard. "This should be the last one, right?" Lin Moyu suddenly let out an exclamation. He narrowed his eyes. He had lost contact with a skeleton warrior. The Abyssal Demon King's eyes were blood red, and it said with sky-high rage, "So it was you. You're the one who killed my 2 litters of Hellhounds. I remember you, Lin Moyu. Shenxia Empire, I remember you, and I will definitely kill you." Definitely. Lin Moyu was not afraid of it in the slightest. He scoffed, putting on airs. A Shenxia male student broke out in a cold sweat and panic. What is he trying to do? That's a teleportation array created by the Demon King. He's not trying to attack Blackbone, is he? That's not a level we can deal with at all, another person shouted. Everyone look at those skeletons. At this moment the skeleton horde, as if injected with stimulants, charged madly towards the Hellhounds. They grabbed the Hellhounds by their tails and flung them away. Lin Moyu cast Corpse Explosion and the Hellhounds exploded one after another. Upon seeing this scene, the Abyssal Demon King wished it could pulverize him instantly. Are you looking for death? I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Lin Moyu sighed with a grim expression. As expected, it didn't hit it. He concluded that even the teleportation array couldn't be destroyed. It seems he still has a long way to go. Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen something shocking. The abyssal demon's blood-red eyes shot straight down, piercing through a skeleton's body. From below, it looked like the midday sun. Lin Moyu covered his face with both hands. A shield appeared, blocking its attack, but it also quickly exploded. Lin Moyu was stunned. 2 layers of bone armor could only resist for 2 seconds. The Abyssal Demon King's attack beam shot directly at him, sending him flying. He quickly used damage transfer. 124 skeleton warriors were annihilated. At this moment, only bone fragments remained in the entire space. The Abyssal Demon King was still frantically destroying everything. A coin-shaped object glowed and flew into the air. It shot directly at the Abyssal Demon King. It let out a roar, threatening. Lin Moyu, I won't let you off the hook. Ningi quickly ran forward and helped Lin Moyu up, asking with concern, Lin Moyu, are you alright? He immediately replied, I'm fine. He glared ahead thinking, I didn't expect that Demon King could still attack through the teleportation array. Even 2 layers of bone armor only lasted 2 seconds. Thankfully he had damage transfer, otherwise he might have suffered a disastrous defeat this time. Lin Moyu snorted inwardly, this time I was too reckless, I almost paid a heavy price. Abyssal Demon King, just you wait. Someone excitedly shouted, victory in battle. Now, the distribution of military merits begins. Nishang stood above, solemnly and loudly summarizing, in this battle, a total of 10,000 Hellhounds and 100 Ghost Hounds were eliminated, for a total of 20,000 military merits. City defense merits 3,000. No one cowered or retreated from battle merits for non-retreat 2,000. Total military merits 25,000. Nishang then continued, our legion has a total of 1025 professionals. Excluding Lin Moyu and Mo Yun, everyone receives 20 military merits. Mo Yun receives 500 military merits. Lin Moyu listened attentively to the notification. Lin Moyu receives 3,500 military merits. The students present discussed animatedly. As expected, that great figure should receive so many military merits. Mo Yun glanced at him, smiling to herself. 3,500 military merits, his desperate effort wasn't in vain. Other students nodded. Yes, he killed 80 of the Hellhounds. Without him, it's hard to say if we could have withstood the demon attack this time. Zhou Lixing stood rooted to the spot, his face ashen. I only got 20 points. Why does he get 3,500 points? It's not even a fraction of his. I'm a holy knight, a legendary profession. This is a disgrace. Lin Moyu silently looked at his weapon. This time, Donatus's scythe should have absorbed many abyssal souls. He could feel it undergoing transformation. The students' badges on their chests suddenly lit up and they exclaimed in surprise, my military rank has been promoted to 2-star soldier. Lin Moyu also looked at his badge in surprise. The 10 stars on it were flashing, emitting light. They gradually dimmed. Several students nearby simultaneously turned around, exclaiming loudly, Silver Lieutenant military rank? It's a lieutenant military rank. Ningi suddenly bent 45 degrees, saluting respectfully. Greetings, superior. She grabbed his hand, smiling brightly. You are now a Shenxia lieutenant, and the youngest lieutenant at that. Lin Moyu secretly agreed in his heart. Indeed, it wasn't long ago that I finished university. Someone walked calmly towards them and announced, Lin Moyu, 18 years old, becomes Shenxia's youngest lieutenant. Through special approval, he is awarded the title of Star of Shenxia. Lin Moyu's badge on his chest glowed after receiving the title Star of Shenxia. System notification, obtained title Star of Shenxia. Star of Shenxia, all attributes 300, skill cost reduced by 20, damage reduction 10. Lin Moyu was surprised. A title? Nishang was surprised. You actually have a title? Lin Moyu replied. Yes, I do have a title. His eyes widened. Dragon War King, where did you get this title? Dragon Frontline Outpost Dungeon, Hell difficulty. The students present also recovered from their surprise and exclaimed, so the legend is true. The Hell difficulty of the Outpost Dungeon really does have a title. I can't believe he actually soloed the Dragon Frontline Outpost Dungeon Hell difficulty. My goodness, soloing a Hell difficulty dungeon and eliminating nearly 10,000 Hellhounds by himself. Perhaps only he could do it. Mo Yun, hearing this, was also stunned as if struck by lightning. I once tried to solo this dungeon and almost died in it. I can't believe he. Nishang composed himself and said in a low voice, could you tell me the title's effect and how to obtain it? We'll record it in the Empire's database. Lin Moyu answered without hesitation, soloing the Dragon Frontline Outpost Dungeon. Its effect is all attributes 500, all skill costs reduced by 50. He was thrilled, patting Lin Moyu's shoulder vigorously, beaming with joy. Excellent, excellent. With this title, our Shenxia has another genius. Kid, your strength is impressive. As a reward, I'll specially authorize you to use the city's military equipment. Nishang didn't forget to remind him, you can use those facilities freely but they still consume military merits. Use them sparingly. He secretly thought, military equipment, one usually needs to be a 3-star lieutenant to use it. Lin Moyu politely replied repeatedly, thank you. Thank you, senior. Nishang stood above, raising his hands high, and loudly announced, battle over, Legion disbanded. Lin Moyu gripped his weapon tightly, secretly guessing, Donatus's scythe seems to be on the verge of completing its transformation. The system panel appeared. Equipment: Donatus's scythe, level 25, mental power 3000, reached maximum cap, unlockable only after collecting the full set. Lin Moyu sighed to himself. The growth attributes have already reached their maximum cap. I need to collect the full set to unlock more attributes, he thought. I'll have to inquire about the set items when I get a chance. System continued to prompt. Obtained new skill, Soul Summon. Soul Summon. Donatus's scythe records the souls of eliminated bosses, consumes 1000 mental power to summon their souls to assist in battle. Skill lasts for 3 minutes. He was stunned, not expecting to have awakened a new skill. He secretly calculated, I can summon bosses I've defeated to assist in battle. It seems I'll have to run the outpost dungeon again. Shenche's students gathered, discussing animatedly. This time, our City 1 and City 7-8 were attacked simultaneously. The high-level professionals all went to support those two cities. I heard the battle was fierce, and not only our Shenxia, but also Country Y, Country H and Country M suffered monster attacks. Xing'an analyzed seriously. Our City 1 is the farthest from the Abyss, and with support from 9 other cities it blocked the Abyss's power, so it was the least affected. Moreover, the Empire's top powerhouses set up a very strong defense. The Abyss cannot teleport overly powerful demons here, but there are exceptions. Although they can't teleport, some demons are skilled at invisibility and assassination. Ningi worriedly cautioned Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu, you've already incurred the Demon King's hatred this time. If you continue to operate in the initial battlefield, you must be careful. He quickly reassured her, I will be careful. Xing'an also agreed, exactly. Ningi's bracelet suddenly beeped. She cried out in panic, Grandpa. Ning Tyrant asked from the other end of the phone, Ningi, where are you? Ningi replied, I'm in City 1 of the initial battlefield. She asked Lin Moyu nervously, what should I do? My grandpa is coming. Lin Moyu guessed he's probably worried about her. He didn't know that Ning Tyrant was storming towards them, filled with righteous indignation. Lin Moyu froze as if his throat was constricted, and he secretly exclaimed, a 5-star divine general, a big shot like Lord Bai. I can't believe he's Ningi's grandpa. Ningi forced a smile and waved at her grandpa. Ning Tyrant, seeing his precious granddaughter safe and sound, breathed a sigh of relief. Good, she's all right. Ning Tyrant gave a strange snort. Seeing Lin Moyu standing next to his granddaughter, he reacted violently, yelling furiously, Lin Moyu! Ningi puffed out her cheeks and cried, Grandpa, what are you doing? Lin Moyu, like a startled fawn, confirmed. Do you know me? Ning Tyrant, appearing amiable on the surface, said with a smile, nothing, Grandpa's just testing this kid's guts. But his heart was in turmoil. How is this kid with Ningi again, just like old Bai, so annoying? Ningi happily introduced them to each other. This is my grandpa, you've probably guessed his name already, so I won't introduce him. Grandpa, this is Lin Moyu, you already know him. Lin Moyu bowed respectfully and greeted politely. Hello, Senior Ning. He secretly guessed that this was probably the principal of Shajing Academy. Ning Tyrant repeatedly waved his hand, patting Ningi's shoulder. All right, no need to be so polite. Ningi, that old Bai fellow is truly messing around. How could he let his granddaughter come to the initial battlefield for a quest? She replied coquettishly. But Lord Bai said you issued this quest, he roared angrily. He's full of nonsense. That guy acted on his own, didn't consult me at all. I was just busy with some things these past few days, giving him an opening. Ning Tyrant's expression changed like flipping a book. He lowered his stance and pleaded, Ningi, be a good girl, go back with Grandpa. There are plenty of quests in the academy for you to choose from. But she firmly refused. You taught me to finish what I start. Since I accepted the quest, I must complete it. Ning Tyrant turned his attention to Lin Moyu, and Ningi shouted loudly, Grandpa, you're not allowed to threaten Lin Moyu. I want to level up in the initial battlefield, he replied. Then let Grandpa send a few people to take you leveling. Ningi still insisted, I don't need it. Lin Moyu can take me to solo the dungeon. Ning Tyrant loudly cursed, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you two trying to get yourselves killed? Ningi quickly pulled out her weapon to prove to her grandpa it's true. Look at this, that's the Hell Outpost dagger. Ning Tyrant confirmed, did you really clear a Hell difficulty dungeon? Ningi explained, actually Lin Moyu carried me. I didn't do anything, Lin Moyu promised. Senior Ning, please rest assured, I will take good care of Ningi. Ning Tyrant was still skeptical at this point, thinking Dragon War King title. Although I knew this kid could solo large dungeons in the academy, I never expected him to actually solo Hell difficulty in the initial battlefield. No, this kid is too abnormal. I need to go ask that old Bai fellow. Ningi smiled, politely declining her grandpa. All right, Grandpa, you should go back first. The professional tournament will start in a few days and then we'll be back. Ning Tyrant turned and walked away, thinking, with that kid Lin there, I shouldn't have to worry, but this kid is too abnormal. I definitely need to ask those two old guys when I get back. Lin Moyu showed a knowing smile. I didn't expect the principal of Shajing Academy's nemesis to be Ningi. He was suddenly brought to the Sergeant's Rest Center, where one can increase recovery speed. Eliminate fatigue. Training Center. Can increase mental power, recovery speed, and cultivation speed. teleportation array, can teleport to certain designated locations. Military merit exchange point, can use military merits to purchase corresponding items. Lin Moyu sighed. It seems this is the convenience of military facilities. He clicked the screen without hesitation to check the purchasable items. The surrounding space suddenly changed rapidly. Item information appeared. Anti-curse potion, increases curse resistance by 50 for 30 minutes, 50 military merits per bottle. Dungeon exit talisman, can instantly exit any dungeon. For hell difficulty dungeons, please carry one with you. 100 military merits per talisman. Basic recovery potion, heals wounds upon use, also restores 500 mental power, 1 minute cooldown, 100 military merits per bottle. Lin Moyu was shocked. Dungeon exit talisman, this item is good. I'll buy 2 for emergencies. After experiencing it, he concluded, it seems military merits function similarly to Shajing Academy's points, but using too many will cause a drop in military rank, so it's better to use them sparingly. Ningi took the dungeon exit talisman with both hands and softly said to Lin Moyu, thank you. Suddenly someone shouted her name loudly. Ningi, it was Mo Yun. She was walking towards them. Mo Yun asked, Ningi, what is he to you? Ningi replied with reddened cheeks, Sister Yun, just say what you need. Mo Yun didn't answer, she just coldly tossed a stone to her. Ningi just reached out to catch it and asked, Sister Yun, what is this? Mo Yun explained, it's a fixed teleportation stone. Its function is to teleport the user to a designated location. Mo Yun glared at Lin Moyu, implying, I've been searching for the Ghost King in the initial battlefield recently. If I find it, you two should come help me fight it. He secretly guessed, can the battlefield Ghost King drop Nirvana crystals? Mo Yun walked away looking back as she spoke. The battlefield Ghost King is guaranteed to drop crystals, at least 5 or 6. I only need 1, the rest are yours. They'll be good for you too. Ningi readily agreed, no problem, Sister Yun. After Mo Yun walked away, Ningi turned to Lin Moyu and said, I don't have the ability to fight the battlefield Ghost King anyway. So I guess Sister Yun actually wants your help. He was a little worried. That's a level 38 world tier boss. I'm only level 24, I might not be able to win. Ningi quickly encouraged Lin Moyu, you can solo even hell difficulty outpost dungeons, you'll definitely be fine. Sister Yun must know that too, and before that maybe we can level up a few more times. Lin Moyu and Ningi checked and then told each other, I have 8 cooldown runes left. Ningi replied, I have 9 left. Lin Moyu thoughtfully cautioned, then let's rest for a day and start grinding dungeons again tomorrow. Ningi also agreed, okay. Ningi's brilliant smile captivated many boys. One person exclaimed, that girl is truly beautiful. Others immediately warned, shut up, idiot. The one next to her is a killing god. Ningi covered her mouth and whispered, they're all looking at you. It seems your performance in the initial battlefield yesterday has earned everyone's approval. Lin Moyu coldly replied, let them stare, let's go run the dungeon. She replied, he scowled. The number and attributes of his skeleton warriors had increased. His own dungeon clearing efficiency was also faster than before. The system panel displayed, name Lin Moyu, profession Necromancer, level 25, strength, constitution, agility, all 450, mental power 23000. Lin Moyu secretly marveled. This time he reached the boss in less than 4 hours. The system continued to display various attributes, equipment. Donatus's Scythe, level 25, title Dragon War King, all attributes 500. Skill cost reduced by 50, summoning space 240,250, skeleton warrior count 150, skeleton mage count 90. While performing a move he muttered to himself, sorry, I'm going to use you to test my new ability. Then he used Soul Summon. As he observed everything he guessed it must have been successful. Ningi, holding the Hell Outpost dagger, pleaded, can I have this one? She explained, I have a use for it, don't overthink it, just agree. Lin Moyu agreed without hesitation, you can. Your invisibility seeing skill also helped me a lot. Ningi was overjoyed. Thank you. The two then continued their dungeon journey. Ningi happily said, keep going, keep going. Roger's subordinate suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Move aside. Lin Moyu was curious. What now? Roger's subordinate rushed forward to attack, yelling loudly, move aside, don't block the way. He broke out in a cold sweat and panic, secretly wondering, why can't I push him? Roger's subordinate hastily switched hands, roaring triumphantly, all of you get out of the way, you scum are defiling His Highness's red carpet. When Lin Moyu swung his scythe, his arm seemed to turn to stone. Roger's subordinate fell backward, mouth agape, screaming loudly, how dare you? Before him, a skeleton's eyes flickered with light, emanating an aura. Ningi cautiously warned, be careful, they should be from the Gula papacy. Lin Moyu immediately replied, I understand. He thought, is that a papacy whose strength can rival our nation's? The person in the carriage shouted loudly, everyone stop. The space vibrated violently, a team of warhorses appeared and someone proudly stepped onto the red carpet. So that was Roger. Those present discussed animatedly. That's not ordinary gold tier equipment. Those are gold tier items forged by blacksmiths and the accessories are crafted by alchemists. That person's attire must be custom made. Perhaps not as good as the Hell Outpost set, but definitely much stronger than the Nightmare difficulty set. Ningi glanced at Roger. He froze for 2 seconds, then loudly reprimanded his subordinate. How could you be so rude? Stand down. The subordinate hastily bowed and replied, yes, your highness. Roger suddenly adopted a dashing expression and said, the subordinate was rude first. I apologize to both of you on his behalf, then introduced himself. I am Roger from the Gula papacy, a level 31 flame god fighter. Some people present upon hearing this seemed to lose their footing and slightly bent their knees. Is that person a flame god fighter? I heard the Gula papacy serves deities and claims to inherit their mighty power. This flame god fighter is the inheritor of the flame god. He sounds very powerful. Others, however, said disdainfully, what flame god fighter? It's just a legendary profession after all. He's just a professional with fire attribute talent, nothing more. The true power lies with the great one who eliminated tens of thousands of abyssal demons. Roger was captivated by Ningi's beauty and extended his hand, gesturing, beautiful girl, may I have the honor of inviting you to clear a dungeon with me? Lin Moyu angrily stepped forward to block her, refusing with a contemptuous tone, no thanks, you're not qualified. Roger frowned, you're only level 25, I'm certainly more qualified than you. He adopted a judgmental stance, ignorant and arrogant. Lin Moyu didn't speak, merely glaring at Roger. He scoffed, it's normal for someone of your low level to be short-sighted. Do you know which dungeon I, this prince, intend to clear? Then he roared. I, this prince, will solo the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon and obtain the legendary title. Beautiful girl, after I succeed in soloing it and obtaining the title, I'll come invite you then. Ningi scoffed after hearing him, and a huge question mark appeared in Roger's mind. He saw everyone present laughing, felt puzzled, and asked, what's wrong? His subordinate, sweating profusely, ran up and yelled, Your Highness, he leaned in and whispered into Roger's ear. The title for the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon has already been taken by that person, he continued. It's the man right in front of you. Roger was struck as if by lightning. Then he turned his head and loudly ordered, all of you come here. He and his subordinates huddled together to confer. His subordinate asked worriedly, Your Highness, do we really have to do this? This is Shenxia territory and most of the professionals around are from Shenxia. What if something happens? Roger calmed down and said, we just need to be a bit discreet and nothing will happen. He then continued confidently, even if they all die, others will just assume they died inside the dungeon. Lin Moyu said, ignore them, let's continue with the dungeon. Ningi smiled and immediately agreed. The two then walked into the teleportation gate and continued their business. Roger's eyes were filled with cunning. He used a dungeon tracking scroll, which allowed him to follow others into the dungeon. Everyone present saw Roger leading his team to chase after the two and felt puzzled. Didn't he say he was going to solo it? Why is he going in with a team now? Did he just use a scroll? The scene switched to the interior of the Dragon Frontline Outpost dungeon, where Roger and his party had entered. He said triumphantly, Didn't expect me to follow you in, did you? He provoked. I heard you soloed the dungeon and got the title. Well, there's nothing for it. I'll just have to kill you, otherwise I won't be able to get that title. Then he activated a skill, the teleportation sealing scroll. Ningi was sweating in panic. It's a teleportation sealing scroll, our dungeon exit talisman is useless now. Roger spread his arms wide and arrogantly asked, feeling desperate, panicked, scared, this is the price of provoking our Gula papacy. He revealed a twisted smile. Don't worry, beautiful sister, I won't kill you. I think you'll make a very good plaything, Lin Moyu sneered. Roger gnashed his teeth in anger. What are you laughing at? Lin Moyu, summoning his weapon, boldly challenged. You've used a teleportation sealing scroll, and we can't leave. You're probably in the same boat, aren't you? Roger and his party were stunned by the skeleton horde's attack. They asked loudly, what's going on? Lin Moyu scoffed. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you need not fear the result of 100 battles. You don't even know my profession and skills, and you've come here to die. Roger's face was full of contempt, disdainfully saying, do you really think a few piles of cheap bones can kill me? My profession is the legendary Flame God Fighter. He then transformed into his Flame God form and ordered his subordinates to charge and attack. He proudly showed off. This is my skill, Flame God form. In this state, all my attributes are tripled, and my skill attack power is also tripled. Damage taken is reduced by 300 and I am immune to all control skills. What can those skeletons do against me? His subordinates fawningly shouted. Your Highness is invincible. Your Highness will surely win. Roger smiled triumphantly. Now I am invincible, Lin Moyu thought, as expected of a legendary profession. The skill effect is truly powerful, he calmly said. But your teammates probably don't have such skills, do they? He then swiftly cast Slowing Curse and immediately chains wrapped around Roger's subordinates, immobilizing them. They panicked. It's an auxiliary curse. Quick, dispel the curse. Hurry, they're coming. Roger furiously hacked and cursed in annoyance. Damn it, he thought in disbelief. How is this possible? How can these skeletons be so strong? One of his subordinates blocked a skeleton slash with his shield. The shield immediately shattered into two halves and the man was sent flying, screaming with his mouth agape. What kind of power is this? The Gula papacy people panicked and fell into disarray. It's over. Are we going to die here today? Roger's face twisted in a grimace. Hundreds of lightning bolts struck down, making his subordinates scream in pain. Your Highness, save me, Lin Moyu sneered. Only this idiot is left. That makes him easier to deal with. Roger furiously roared, I'm going to kill you. I will definitely kill you. Lin Moyu calmly took out his weapon and said, what a coincidence. I was just worrying about not having a chance to try out my new skill, and you delivered yourself right to my doorstep. He cast Soul Summon, and his weapon emanated a powerful aura. The outpost guardian suddenly appeared and Roger was stunned and frozen in place. Lin Moyu asked, didn't you say you were going to solo Hell Difficulty? Try fighting the boss then? Roger was dumbfounded, stammering, is this the Dragon Guardian? Why can he summon a Hell Difficulty dungeon boss? The outpost guardian charged towards him at the speed of sound. Roger hastily raised his sword to parry. A deafening explosion echoed, accompanied by a cough. Roger was bruised, disfigured, and groaning in pain. His flame god form was shattered with a single blow. Was this a hell difficulty boss? He slumped to the ground in front of the outpost guardian's massive body. Roger, still unyielding, threatened, You can't kill me. I am a divine attendant of the flame god temple of the Gula papacy. If you kill me you'll die. You can't kill me. Lin Moyu's face darkened upon hearing him, adopting the demeanor of a malevolent god glaring at him. The outpost guardian ignored these words, and with one punch it blew Roger apart like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Ningi, holding Roger's armor in one hand and her other hand on her hip, stood in the smoky battlefield lamenting, Those who disregard the lives of others, I never expected them to beg for mercy before dying. She turned to Lin Moyu and said, He's another Gula papacy member. Are you afraid? He replied without hesitation. No. Ningi looked at him with an ambiguous smile. Even if something happens, I'll be with you. She asked for his opinion. What should we do with this flame god equipment? He motioned for her to put it away. Let's go level up first. She immediately agreed. Okay. The scene transitioned to the Gula papacy headquarters. Someone screamed in panic, Roger is dead, quick, go find His Holiness the Pope. The scene transitioned to Shajing Academy. Bai Yuen was sipping tea, and upon seeing Ning Tyron enter wearing black sunglasses he immediately teased, Old Ning, what a pleasant surprise. Why the long face? Who upset you? Ning Tyron, fuming with anger, slammed the table and questioned, Old Bai, why did you assign my granddaughter a quest to play on the battlefield? Tell me honestly, did you instruct Lin Moyu to seduce Ningi? Bai Yuen retorted, unwilling to show weakness. Seduce? With how excellent Lin Moyu is, does he even need to seduce her? Ning Tyron picked up his teacup, took a sip and snorted. That kid said he could take Ningi to clear hell difficulty dungeons. I wonder if it's true or false. Bai Yuen scoffed. Won't we know when he returns? Meanwhile in the dungeon, Lin Moyu and Ningi were teleported back. The system showed Lin Moyu as a level 26 necromancer, while Ningi had leveled up to a level 23 assassin. Ningi happily smiled. My powerful amulet needs recharging, so I plan to go back to the academy to turn in the quest. What about you? Lin Moyu replied without changing his expression. The professional tournament is about to start, so I also plan to go back and sell some equipment. The scene transitioned to Shajing Academy's trading center. The counter staff member asked enthusiastically, A total of 20 million gold coins, does that work for you? Lin Moyu agreed to the figure and turned to leave, and the staff member secretly exclaimed, My goodness, this is Hell Outpost equipment again. Who is this great master now? Bai Yuen asked through Lin Moyu's smartwatch. Why so fast? You're already back, he shared. My quest is complete. Back to turn in the quest. Bai Yuen was stunned. The quest is complete, then quickly bring the items. Lin Moyu walked along deep in thought. Level 26 already? That fast? Bai Yuen asked in surprise. How are you already level 26, kid? You're leveling up so fast, Lin Moyu explained. I've been farming dungeons almost without stopping. Bai Yuen was puzzled. But even if you'd been constantly farming nightmare difficulty dungeons, you couldn't have leveled up this fast. Lin Moyu replied. I was farming hell difficulty, but I also brought someone. Meng Anwen quickly guessed, saying with a smile, I knew it. How could that kid possibly clear a hell difficulty dungeon alone? The person he brought must be Old Ning's precious granddaughter. Lin Moyu scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Bai Yuen asked in a deep voice, Is that title yours? He was referring to the Dragon War King title Lin Moyu had obtained, which granted all attributes 500 and halved skill costs. Lin Moyu replied innocently. Yes, I got it. Bai Yuen's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter, praising profusely. Good boy, you did great this time. Your powerful amulet is all used up, isn't it? Lin Moyu placed the mountain of spoils on the table and requested, Lord Bai, I can't find an alchemist, so I'll have to trouble you again. Bai Yuen sneered. You're quite direct, and charging this dull blade amulet isn't easy, he quickly agreed. You performed very well this time. I'll take care of it for you. I'll notify you when it's done. Lin Moyu bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord Bai. Bai Yuen asked curiously, It seems you've probably heard about the professional tournament too, right? Lin Moyu replied, I've heard about it. Bai Yuen introduced, the professional tournament is held every 5 years, and this year it will be hosted by our Shenxia Empire. 10 days from now. He suddenly became serious. I not only want you to participate, but I also want you and your team to win the championship. Lin Moyu immediately agreed. Okay. He began to put away the mountain of spoils, saying, Lord Bai, I'll have to trouble you to handle these things. Bai Yuen was surprised. How did you get the Gula Papacy Flame God gold equipment? Meng Anwen surmised. I heard last year a fighter from the Gula Papacy also had Flame God gold equipment given to him. It couldn't have been you, could it? Lin Moyu explained that they tried to kill him first in the dungeon. Meng Anwen reacted strongly, emphasizing the Gula Papacy. The space vibrated violently, and dirt and stones scattered everywhere. Meng Anwen continued, That's interesting. They actually dared to kill our student on Shenxia territory. I heard they used a divine statue resurrection method, so that kid might not be dead yet. Bai Yuen stopped him, not forgetting to scoff. Silence, old Meng, you're not a husky, don't bark in the house. Then he turned to Lin Moyu and said, All right, you go back first. I'll handle this. I haven't taken action in so many years. It seems some people have forgotten my other title. Lin Moyu thought, Lord Bai's other title is the God of Slaughter of Shenxia. He was momentarily stunned, having once heard that Lord Bai single-handedly infiltrated Country H, killed 2 of their 3 top powerhouses, and almost single-handedly annihilated a nation. Lin Moyu thought this matter shouldn't be handled by him alone. He needed to bring old Ning along too. After a moment of thought, Lin Moyu respectfully bowed to the 2 and bid farewell. Bai Yuan said, "Old Meng, please charge that dull blade amulet and the tyrant's bracelet." "I'll trouble you," Meng Anwen replied crisply. "No problem. Those Gula Papacy people dared to treat old Ning's granddaughter like that. They're probably in for some bad luck too." Meanwhile, at the Gula Papacy, a violent magic array suddenly appeared in the sky, and a person stood frozen, gazing at the sky with eyes wide in surprise and confusion. The Gula Papacy citizens exclaimed, "My goodness, what is that? It's terrifying. Is that a god-tier mage's spell? Has the flame god descended? Look, there are people in that orb." Enemies. 3 top-tier professionals suddenly appeared. "Quick, go find His Holiness the Pope." The 3 people they spoke of were precisely Ning Tairan, Meng Anwen, and Bai Yuan, who fearlessly shouted repeatedly, "Gubat, get your ass out here! Gubat, get your ass out here! Gubat, get your ass out here!" Ning Tairan stood with his arms crossed, letting the people below, engulfed by flames, wail, "It's over, our Gula Papacy is finished. Where is His Holiness the Pope?" Just as the flames were about to descend, the voices of the citizens rang out loudly. "His Holiness is here, and the elders are here too. Everything should be fine, right?" Gula's the Pope of the Gula Papacy, his face full of rage, roared loudly. "Who dares to seek me out and even attack the Gula Papacy? Are you looking for death?" He suddenly looked up and saw Ning Tairan's face swooping down and couldn't help but be startled. Ning Tairan, a god-tier professional of the Shenxia Empire. Gula's gaze fell upon Bai Yuan standing next to him, and sweat immediately poured down his face. His eyes wide open, he thought. The god of slaughter of Shenxia, how did he get here too? With both of them here, do they intend to destroy our Gula Papacy? He immediately plastered on a smile, cupped his hands in greeting, and softly said, "You 2 distinguished guests honor us with your presence. Please speak your mind. If my side has offended you 2 in any way, I on behalf of the Gula Papacy offer our apologies." The citizens below the Gula Papacy, seeing this, were utterly shocked, exclaiming loudly, "How could the Pope act like this? Has the end of our Gula Papacy truly come?" Ning Tairan, his face full of anger, questioned in a deep voice. "Does your papacy have someone named Rogers? Call him out." Gula's immediately turned and instructed his attendants, "Go fetch Rogers." Everyone swiftly responded, "Yes." He forced a kind smile and nervously inquired, "May I ask, what did Rogers do to offend you 2 esteemed sirs?" Gula secretly pondered, "Rogers is a divine attendant of the Flame God Temple. If possible, I must do everything to save his life." Ning Tairan replied expressionlessly, "He didn't offend me." Bai Yuan also spoke from the side. "He didn't offend me either." His eyes gleamed and his whole body exuded a powerful pressure as he shouted loudly, "He offended my precious granddaughter." Bai Yuan also calmly stated, "He offended my beloved disciple." Gula's abruptly took a step back, thinking in horror, "It's over. This is more terrifying than offending these 2 directly. Damn Rogers, what on earth did he do?" Below, a weakened Rogers, supported by a follower, walked out. Sweating profusely, he looked up at the sky, crying out in terror, "Has the flame god descended?" Immediately, a ray of light shone amidst everyone's surprised gazes. Rogers flew into the sky. Gula's reached out to steady him and introduced, "2 esteemed sirs, this is Rogers. He unfortunately died 2 days ago and has just been resurrected." Ning Tairan, emitting a purple glow from his entire body, used mental pressure to loudly declare, "You're the one who used a tracking scroll to hunt down Lin Moyu, a student from our Shajing Academy. You said you wanted to make my granddaughter your plaything." The purple light immediately acted upon Rogers, causing his face to quickly wither, his eyes to widen and his mouth to gape in shock. After Rogers recovered his senses, he immediately pointed at the 2 and shouted loudly, "He dared to kill me. That kid dared to kill me too. I'll kill him eventually. The title he possesses is mine, and that woman is mine too. I'll turn that woman into a plaything, making her wish she were dead." Gula's, upon hearing his words, turned pale with terror, his mouth agape, thinking, "It's over." He reached out towards Bai Yuan, tentatively calling out, "Sir?" Ning Tairan looked at him and said, "Since he can resurrect even after death, did he leave a spiritual imprint in the papacy's divine statue? Then let's see if he can resurrect without a divine statue." Immediately after, he pointed towards the papacy above. Flames, guided by Ning Tairan's will, swiftly surged forth. Gula's immediately turned and yelled at his subordinates, "Quick, save everyone." He turned and looked at the sea of fire behind him, shouting loudly, "Everyone run!" Rogers looked up at the charging sea of fire, laughing maniacally and shouting, "You can't kill me, I can resurrect." He stood rooted to the spot, surrounded by the sea of fire, only managing to utter a single phrase, "I want to." Fireballs rushed down from high above towards the papacy below. Everyone immediately fled in a panic, shouting, "Run!" The flames swiftly touched the rooftops, then rapidly spread. Gula stood rooted to the spot, hearing Ning Tairan's voice echo in his ears. "If there's a next time, this old man will raise the Gula papacy to the ground." He breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "As long as we're alive, that's enough." Given their temperaments, not killing all of us is already merciful, the other elders cried out. Your Holiness, Gulas could only offer comfort. Just recall how many died in Country H back then. Everyone stood rooted to the spot looking at the ruins of the papacy, cursing loudly. Damn Rogers, if not for him our papacy wouldn't have suffered this disaster. The divine statue is destroyed. Our Gula papacy suffered heavy losses, will likely have to lie low for a while now. Just being alive is a blessing. Ning Tairan and Bai Yuan's figures appeared in a small alley. Bai Yuan sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, turned to him and asked, Old Ning, when did your temper get so good? Haven't you spoiled your granddaughter too much? Ning Tairan retorted, displeased. Ly, aren't you the same? If it were in the past, no one in the Gula papacy would be alive. Bai Yuan picked up his teacup, closed his eyes and replied, Getting old, one should accumulate good karma, do less killing. Killing the main culprit is enough. Killing the rest makes no difference. Meng'an One hearing this took a sip of his tea and said, Didn't you leave them alive so they could kill more demons? Saying this, he reached out and threw a small item to Bai Yuan. The equipment is charged. Bai Yuan reached out to take it, asking in surprise, That fast? Ning Tairan, holding an item, handed it over and shouted, Old Meng, help me charge this too. Meng'an One asked, displeased, Ly, can't you two give them to me at once? Bai Yuan hearing this immediately burst into laughter and replied, Forgot. 9 days later, balloons bearing the words 100th Professional Tournament appeared in the city sky. Lin Moyu adjusted the smartwatch on his wrist, his expression thoughtful, thinking to himself, registration for the professional tournament has begun. Various competition formats flashed through his mind, and he pondered with a frown. This tournament is divided into team, individual and challenge competitions. Every 10 levels is designated as a competition zone, and I'm in the 20 to 29 level zone. The champion's reward is generous, he began to calculate in his mind. For team competitions below level 40, each champion team member will receive a junior skill scroll, a junior miraculous potion and 50 million gold coins. The champion's rewards flashed in Lin Moyu's mind. Junior skill scroll, 100 chance to acquire an unmastered skill upon use. He recalled the individual competition champion's reward. A junior miraculous potion, the system displayed. Junior miraculous potion permanently increases all basic attributes by 200 points upon use. Lin Moyu stroked his chin, thinking to himself, the rules and rewards for the challenge competition have not yet been announced. I wonder what good things there will be, but with such mystery the rewards must be substantial. He frowned, looking at his attribute panel and weapon. Name, Lin Moyu. Profession, unique Necromancer. Level, 26. Title, Dragon War King. Strength, 480,500. Constitution, 480,500. Agility, 480,500. Mental Power, 2500-3000. Equipment, Donatus's Scythe. Level 26. Mental Power 3000. Reached maximum cap, unlockable only after collecting the full set. Skills, Soul Summon Death Whisper. Summoning space 250,260, Skeleton Warrior count 150, Skeleton Mage count 100, Talent 10-fold Attribute Amplification, Passive Skill, Damage Transfer, Active Skills, Soulfire level 26, Summon Skeleton Warrior level 26, Corpse Explosion level 3, Slowing Curse level 26, Bone Armor level 26, Summon Skeleton Mage level 26. Two of his strongest skeleton teams reappeared in his mind. Silver Tier Skeleton Warrior, level 26, Strength 7,000, Agility 7,000, Mental Power 7,000, Constitution 7,000, Skill, Berserk Strike. Lin Moyu then looked at the second system panel. Silver Tier Skeleton Mage, level 26, Strength 2,600, Agility 2,600, Mental Power 10,000, Constitution 2,600. Feng Tu saw him and immediately called out, Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu stroked his chin and responded, Xia Shui raised her hand to greet him, asking, Are you also here to register for the professional tournament? Lin Moyu asked confusedly, Are you three planning to team up? Xia Shui hearing this replied with a smile, Yes, we originally wanted to invite you to join us, but you were already level 22 at the start of school, so we can't be in the same zone. Zuomai hearing this asked with a smile, By the way, Lin Moyu, what level are you now? Lin Moyu said coldly, Level 26. She immediately froze, and the other two also looked as if they had been dealt a heavy blow. Feng Tu's eyes were dull, exclaiming, Level 26. Xia Shui covered her mouth, crying out in surprise, That fast? Zuomai, standing by with her arms crossed, said, Men shouldn't be too fast. Feng Tu turned his head and looked at her, saying, That's not appropriate for you. Zuomai turned to look at him, saying, If you can understand it, then you're just like me. Feng Tu hearing this fell silent, daring not to say anything more. Suddenly, Ningi walked up from behind, raised her hand and called out, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Moyu. Xia Shui turned and asked confusedly, Who are you? Ningi, blushing, introduced with a smile, I'm Lin Moyu's friend. My name is Ningi, Phantom Assassin, level 25. Xia Shui cried out excitedly. You're already level 25? She mumbled to herself. So there's someone else who levels up as fast as Lin Moyu. Ningi reached up to touch her head, replying with an embarrassed smile. It's all thanks to Lin Moyu for taking me leveling. Xia Shui softly replied, I see. Then she let out a dry laugh, thinking no wonder she leveled up so fast. She immediately patted her chest and introduced, I'm Xia Shui, Lin Moyu's high school classmate, elementalist, level 17. Zuo Mai also raised her hand to greet, calling out with a smile, Zuo Mai. Skirmisher, level 17. Feng Tu continued from the side, Feng Tu, holy swordsman, level 17. Zuo Mai, seeing the two girls behind, smiled and said, it seems being too excellent has its troubles. Feng Tu quickly replied from the side, agreed. Xia Shui raised her hand and shouted to everyone, we're off to find teammates, goodbye. Lin Moyu, hands in pockets, shouted loudly, if anyone wants to farm Tyrant Desert you can call me. Ningi looked at him from the side, secretly pondering, high school classmate, huh? She smiled sweetly, tentatively asking, you and Xia Shui seem quite close, don't you? Lin Moyu looked at her coldly and replied, just high school classmates. Ningi put her hands behind her back and walked forward, saying, you're such a blockhead. If I had such a beautiful female classmate by my side I'd definitely pursue her. Lin Moyu stood frozen, silently watching her retreating back without replying. Suddenly a voice rang out, calling out to Ningi. Ningi! Ningi turned to look and saw Zhang Taotao, Elf Knight, level 24, Duan Gao Immortal, level 21, Miao Yu Elder, level 21. Immediately shout, Sister Taozi, are you also here to register? Taotao turned and looked at her, replying with a smile, the professional tournament is held every 5 years, of course we can't miss it. Ningi, hearing this, immediately asked, have you found a team yet? Zhang Taotao quickly replied, not yet. Miao Yu added from the side, they think our levels are too low and aren't willing to team up with us. Duan Gao reached up to scratch his head, adding with an embarrassed smile, actually we don't want to compete for rankings, we just want to participate and broaden our horizons. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's voice rang out, then team up with us. Everyone turned to look at him, but Lin Moyu secretly thought to himself, this way it saves us time searching for teammates. Taotao lowered her head and secretly pondered, I've long heard that he soloed the Tyrant Desert dungeon with 39 people. If we could really team up with him. She looked at Lin Moyu's stern face, thinking the championship would probably be a sure thing. Taotao immediately raised her hand, seriously stating her demand, all right, but I have one condition. Ningi immediately excitedly grabbed her hand, exclaiming, what condition, Sister Taozi, just say it. Taotao calmly stated her condition. If we win the championship, the academy will reward contribution points. That would be the best reward for us. Miao Yu immediately raised her hands from behind and added, that's right, we don't need anything else, just a few contribution points are enough. Lin Moyu, hands in pockets, coldly shouted, all right. Taotao, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking if he didn't agree they probably wouldn't join the team. The sky was cloudless, and Lin Moyu's group quickly arrived at the professional tournament registration point, lining up to wait. Ningi walked beside him, saying, Lin Moyu, thank you. Lin Moyu looked at her and replied, it's nothing. On the way to the registration point, Bailey Sheng, with an arrogant expression, hands in pockets, loudly exclaimed with a laugh, I'm absolutely going to win the champion's reward at this professional tournament. His subordinate next to him immediately praised with a smile, with boss's strength and a few reliable teammates the championship trophy is already in the bag. The subordinate stepped forward, forcefully pushed others aside and shouted, move aside. Everyone was startled, exclaiming, Bailey Sheng, he's the grandson of Bailey Academy's principal, don't provoke him. Suddenly, Bailey Sheng's gaze swept over, seeing Ningi and Lin Moyu standing ahead, and he thought with confusion. Ningi, his eyes wide open, he wondered, who is that person next to her? When he clearly saw Lin Moyu's face, Bailey Sheng felt a surge of indignation. It's that kid Lin Moyu again. Seeing the two about to leave, Bailey Sheng immediately reached out to block them, shouting loudly, stop. Ningi, seeing it was him, frowned and thought, that annoying Bailey Sheng has shown up again. Bailey Sheng clenched his fist and questioned, Ningi, why are you with him? Suddenly his gaze fell upon Ningi, who was linked arm in arm with Lin Moyu, and his face immediately darkened. Ningi frowned and shouted, displeased, Ly, who I'm with is none of your business. Bailey Sheng, hearing this, roared furiously, none of my business, you say none of my business, who doesn't know you're my fiancé? Bailey Sheng's fiancé. Ningi pointed at him, shouting angrily, shut your dog mouth, are you out of your mind? I rejected your proposal when you came to my door. Yet you're spreading rumors everywhere that I'm your fiancé. I only didn't bother arguing with you because our two families have known each other for many years. Ningi angrily pointed to her head, shouting, you're full of lies. Do you really believe that? Should I call a healer to check your head? Stop making a scene. If you spout such nonsense again, I'll tell Grandpa to sort you out. Lin Moyu watched her angry face, thinking, this is the first time I've seen Ningi get so mad. She glanced at Lin Moyu and seeing his calm demeanor she thought annoyed. What was I even worrying about? Lin Moyu wouldn't pay any mind to someone like that. Bailey Sheng's face immediately contorted. He gritted his teeth and yelled, fine, 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 Ningi, you're truly something. This isn't over. You're my woman, Bailey Sheng's woman, and no one is taking you from me. He clenched his fists and roared at Lin Moyu, it's you again, Lin Moyu. You've crossed me repeatedly and now you're trying to steal my woman? Veins bulged on Bailey Sheng's twisted face as he bellowed. I still haven't settled the score with you from last time, Lin Moyu said coldly. What a pathetic clown. His face, distorted by rage, snarled, you bastard, you're dead, I'll kill you sooner or later. Ningi immediately drew her weapon, stepping in front of Lin Moyu and yelling at Bailey Sheng. If you're looking for death, just say so directly. Blue light began to emanate from Lin Moyu's hand. He frowned, thinking, if I don't kill this guy, he'll probably keep bothering Ningi in the future. Suddenly a voice rang out, making Bai Li Sheng look up, his face filled with terror. "Who do you intend to kill?" Bai Li Sheng lifted his head, terror-stricken, to see Bai Yuen, who exuded a dense aura of killing intent. Bai Yuen stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Bai Li Sheng from above and asked, "You want to kill him?" Bai Li Sheng looked up and cried out in fear, General Bai." Bai Yuen's face darkened as he thundered, "Bai Li Sheng, I'm asking you, who do you intend to kill?" He tumbled to the ground in a panic, repeatedly insisting, "General Bai, I didn't say anything." Bai Yuen raised a hand and commanded loudly, "Scram, if there's a next time I'll personally deliver your dog's head to Bai Li Hao." Hearing this, Bai Li Sheng and his subordinates turned tail and fled. Ningi watched Bai Yuen jump down and land in front of her, then happily called out, "Grandpa Bai." Lin Moyu, standing nearby, also called out, "General Bai." Bai Yuen turned to Lin Moyu and asked, "Lin Moyu, if I hadn't shown up, what would your plan have been?" Lin Moyu replied impassively, "He wanted to kill me, so I would have had no choice but to strike first." Bai Yuen listened, surprised, and asked, "Aren't you afraid of retaliation from his powerful backing? His grandfather is Bai Li Hao, the principal of Bai Li Academy, an 81st level top-tier professional." Lin Moyu lowered his head, his face grim, and replied, "I've considered it. At worst, I'd return to the initial battlefield. I'm confident I could survive there." Bai Yuen listened, then chuckled happily, slapping Lin Moyu's shoulder vigorously. He exclaimed, "Good kid, you're excellent. You have the spirit I had in my youth. You shouldn't be overly hesitant in anything you do. Just like you killed that divine attendant of the Gula papacy, you killed him, and that's that. Old Ning has already razed their entire papacy to the ground, so now they won't dare cause any more trouble." He raised a fist and said happily, "Remember, might makes right. Fairness and respect are earned through your own strength." Bai Yuen reached out and grasped Lin Moyu's hand, instructing, "I've sent you the upgrade method. Gather the materials and I'll find someone to assist you." Lin Moyu acknowledged with a "Yes, sir." He then reminded him, "Your new quest has also been sent. Get to it quickly." Bai Yuen turned to look at Dao Dao and her two companions behind him, commending them. "You three are also doing well." After he left, Ningi stepped forward, extended her hand, and said, "It looks like you'll be busy again. This competition is being held in Nanong City, so we'll meet there then, okay?" Dao Dao immediately replied happily, "Okay, Sister Taozi." Ningi stepped closer, looking at Lin Moyu's screen, and asked curiously, "What quest did Grandpa Bai give you?" He looked at the screen and replied softly, "He wants me to go to Fortress 3, eliminate Abyssal demons, and get my military rank promoted to 2-star lieutenant." Ningi crossed her arms and asked in surprise, "Is that all there is to it?" Lin Moyu closed his smartwatch and replied, "Not just that. An elemental secret realm has also appeared at Fortress 3. General Bai wants me to collect elemental crystals from within the secret realm." Ningi listened, then crossed her arms, thinking of Fortress 3, and exclaimed, "If I recall correctly, Fortress 3 in the initial battlefield is also known as the Elemental Plains." Ningi's mind flashed with the fierce explosions of that year as she began to explain. "A large-scale battle once erupted there. Nearly 100 third-class transfer elemental mages unleashed over 1,000 forbidden-level spells." Thinking of that place, Ningi continued, "That land was elementalized, and subsequently many elemental creatures were born there." She frowned and asked, puzzled, "Elemental creatures? I've never seen one. What do they even look like?" Lin Moyu glanced at her and replied, "You'll find out when we get there." The two stepped into the Academy's teleportation array, activated it, and instantly appeared at Fortress 3's teleportation array. Lin Moyu reached out to steady Ningi, who was clutching her head and crying out, "We're here." She gasped weakly, "I'm still not used to this long-distance teleportation." The system panel immediately displayed a notification. Basic Fire Elemental Core, 100,000 gold coins each. Enchanting material, increases fire elemental damage for weapons, or fire elemental resistance for defensive gear. Basic Wind Elemental Core, 100,000 gold coins each. Basic Water Elemental Core, 100,000 gold coins each. Lin Moyu's voice sounded, "Elemental cores must drop after eliminating elemental monsters. It seems they're a specialty of Fortress 3. Too bad I don't need them." He led the way forward, thinking, "Let's go see the elemental monsters here." Outside the gate, soldiers stood diligently on duty. An armored soldier saw Lin Moyu approaching and immediately warned them off, "Kids, you'll die if you go out there. The two of you can't leave, it's too dangerous outside. The weakest monsters on the plains are level 33. The highest level either of you is 26. Don't go looking for death out there." The guard captain, hearing the commotion, quickly approached and asked, "What's going on?" The guard responded, "Captain, these two want to go outside." He turned to Lin Moyu. "Level 26, level 25, and you're going out there to die. Where are your families? How could this happen? Why were you sent here?" Just then a flaming figure sped from the distance. A level 33 fire elemental soul radiating towering flames charged directly towards them. The guard captain froze in fright. He turned to Lin Moyu, who had reached out and summoned several skeletons to circle him. The captain exclaimed, "What are those?" The guard captain watched the skeletons move so fast they were blurring into afterimages. He thought, astonished, so fast at this speed those skeletons must have incredibly high attributes. The skeleton warriors charged forward, raised their weapons and used Berserk Strike on the fire elemental soul. No sooner had it been eliminated than a system notification sounded. "Killed level 33 fire elemental soul, XP 165,000. The guard captain exclaimed repeatedly, his heart thumping. a level 26 skeleton warrior. Instantly eliminated a level 33 fire elemental soul. He turned to Lin Moyu, exclaiming in surprise, "A lieutenant's military rank?" He gazed at the badge on Lin Moyu's chest, thinking, he's already a lieutenant at such a young age? I was already level 38 when I became a lieutenant. Ningi crossed her arms, looked up at Lin Moyu and asked tentatively, "Can we go outside now?" Lin Moyu nodded and replied, "Go ahead." As the two walked out of the city, Ningi immediately remarked, "They're so cautious, but it's precisely because of responsible people like them that Shenxia can be as peaceful as it is today." Lin Moyu listened and replied, "Yes, I understand." Suddenly, Ningi's hair stood on end as if struck by electricity, and she shrieked, "What kind of demonic place is this?" Seeing Lin Moyu smile, she yelled angrily, "You're still laughing, what's so funny?" In the sky, a blue tornado appeared nearby and a violent explosion swiftly erupted where the two had been standing just moments before. Lin Moyu and Ningi both activated bone armor, looking up simultaneously. A wind elemental soul had appeared in the sky and the screen displayed a notification, Wind Elemental Soul. Level 34, Strength 4000, Agility 4000, Mental Power 7000, Constitution 5500. Skills, Wind Orb, Tornado, Windblade. Trait, immune to wind elements. It immediately began to hurl wind blades at the two of them. Lin Moyu's palm glowed with blue light. He glanced at the wind elemental soul and skeletons appeared one after another. Standing tall in the midst of them, he asked, "Are you trying to pick on my elemental mages just because they can't fly?" The wind elemental soul fiercely hurled wind blades at the cluster of skeletons below. Different elemental forces struck it, but all had no effect. The flames unleashed by the skeletons shot skyward but didn't harm it in the slightest. Lin Moyu saw this and realized with surprise that elemental creatures don't leave corpses, meaning corpse explosion couldn't be used on them. The ground suddenly began to shake violently. Ningi immediately asked, "Lin Moyu, did you feel that?" He turned to look behind him and replied, "The ground is shaking and the elements have become chaotic." In the distance, Lin Moyu saw flashes of light and a group of people running desperately. He immediately called out, "People?" In the distance, a brown-haired soldier glanced behind him and urged, run faster. Don't just stand there stunned, or you won't escape with your lives." Behind the fleeing crowd, hundreds of different elemental souls were in hot pursuit. Ningi saw the scene and yelled in fright, "Did they just poke a hornet's nest of elemental souls?" Lin Moyu chuckled softly and said, "Elemental secret realms appear randomly. Their emergence causes elemental chaos, and many elemental souls are born at the same time. What a coincidence. I was worried I wouldn't find this secret realm." The brown-haired soldier who had run over saw him and Ningi still standing rooted to the spot and immediately yelled, "What are you two still doing there, just standing around waiting to die? Can't you see all those elemental souls behind us?" Another voice rang out, urging, "Forget those two lunatics, let's go." Lin Moyu raised his hand and began summoning skeletons. The moment he spoke, dozens of skeletons immediately appeared around them. "Appear!" Lin Moyu, holding his hand which was gathering blue light, ordered them forward to kill. Immediately, the skeletons swiftly charged towards the incoming elemental souls. The two sides clashed rapidly and began to fight. A violent explosion rang out, followed by a continuous stream of system notifications. Killed level 33 Fire Elemental Soul, XP 165,000. Killed level 34 Fire Elemental Soul, XP 165,000. Killed level 34 Fire Elemental Soul, XP 165,000. Suddenly a voice boomed, startling Ningi, who clutched her head and cried out, "What was that? My head is spinning." Lin Moyu looked up at the colorful spectacle before him, thinking that his high mental power attribute meant he wasn't affected. This voice, he surmised, must belong to the ruler of the elemental secret realm, the Elemental Queen. He immediately raised his hand and used Slowing Curse, creating chains as he shouted. Slowing Curse. A blue light slashed from Lin Moyu's direction towards the elemental soul. Seeing this, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Finally saved. I really thought we were going to die." "We're safe. Why aren't the elemental souls chasing us anymore?" A soldier behind them pointed forward and yelled, "Everyone look!" Sweating profusely, he stared mouth agape at the massive explosion and cried out in fear, "Who are they? How are they so powerful? Are those skeletons summoned creatures? They're too strong. What kind of profession is this that can summon such terrifying things? It's ridiculous. I actually called them lunatics just now." Over there, Ningi clutched her head, her face pale and weak, and said, "Oh good, it stopped screaming. My head felt like it was going to explode." Lin Moyu looked up at the colorful lights in the sky and announced loudly, "Elemental crystals are only dropped by the queen within the elemental secret realm. Let's go," she exclaimed in surprise. "The scenery is so beautiful." He frowned, looking ahead, and said, "Something's not right. There seems to be something inside." A purple glowing passage had appeared before the two of them. Lin Moyu exclaimed, "So that's the secret realm entrance." Ningi, standing beside him, urged, "Let's go in." The two quickly stepped through the gate, appearing in a vast snowy expanse before a colossal ice castle. Lin Moyu's voice reminded her, "Secret realms are different from dungeons. They're independent spaces and you might encounter other people. Be careful." She looked around and exclaimed, "This is the ice palace." Lin Moyu reached out and summoned skeletons, commanding, "Go scout ahead." She looked at him happily and asked, "Your skeletons can even scout ahead? That's so convenient." Lin Moyu replied coolly, "We'll move once they've found the correct path." He turned to look in one direction and said, let's go, the exit's been found, Ningi exclaimed happily. So fast, these skeletons are incredibly useful. The two arrived at a location where a water elemental general stood guard. The screen immediately displayed a notification. Water elemental general, secret realm boss. Level 37, strength 13000, agility 0, mental power 13000, constitution 16000, skills, ice pillar, deep strike, ice vortex, deluge, trait, physical damage halved, immune to water elemental magic. Ningi leaped to dodge its attack, shrieking in surprise. Agility is 0? Lin Moyu also quickly dodged, exclaiming, I see, it must have merged with this ice palace, which is why it can't move. A blue aura appeared in his hand blocking the attack. He watched a skeleton stab the water elemental general's neck with a sword, thinking physical damage halved. The damage dealt by the skeleton warriors is significantly reduced, good thing I have a lot of them. Immediately after, it used ice vortex to create bursts of ice arrows, shooting them at the skeleton warriors. It stood still, continuously firing ice arrows all around. Moyu hid behind a large rock, immediately gathering magic in his palm, and ordered, everyone return to the summoning space. In an instant, streams of ice arrows shot towards their hiding spot. Moyu saw the ice arrows stop, immediately peered out, and wide-eyed exclaimed in surprise, there's such a thing. Moyu watched the water elemental general's body rapidly recover and suddenly realized, so that's it. No wonder it moves slowly, otherwise how could it have such powerful recovery? A black scythe quickly appeared in his palm and he calmly said, but as long as the damage dealt exceeds your recovery rate, it's fine, isn't it? Moyu raised his scythe high and shouted, come out! As soon as he spoke, the massive outpost guardian immediately appeared behind him. As soon as it appeared, its attribute panel popped up. Outpost guardian, undead, level 33, strength 15,000, agility 13000, mental power 10000, constitution 15,000. Moyu lowered his head, secretly sighing, as expected of a hell difficulty dungeon boss. At only level 33, its attributes are much higher than the level 37 water elemental generals. He raised his scythe high and shouted, warriors charge, provide support. A dim green light appeared behind the outpost guardian as it slowly stepped forward. The water elemental general immediately used ice vortex, firing thousands of ice arrows at the approaching outpost guardian. Its twin wings immediately lifted high, and the outpost guardian flew into the air approaching the water elemental general. Ignoring the ice arrows that struck, Moyu sneered, trying the same trick again? It won't work on the outpost guardian. The outpost guardian, leading other skeletons, powerfully charged and slammed into the stationary creature. The continuous forces generated by the skeletons struck the water elemental general. In an instant it couldn't withstand the assault and immediately used deluge, creating a massive body of water that submerged all the skeletons. Moyu watched wide-eyed and disbelieving as the water surged towards their direction. Moyu and Ningi quickly climbed to a higher spot and looked down. He looked down at the water below and said, this kind of large area skill is indeed troublesome for restricting the skeleton's movement. In the current, the water elemental general's eyes glowed blue. The outpost guardian stood ramrod straight, completely ignoring the surging water. In an instant, dozens of skeletons swiftly charged from its body towards the water elemental general. The outpost guardian's eyes flashed with blood-red light. With a glance, a powerful blood-red force broke through the water and surged directly towards the water elemental general. The outpost guardian was covered by the water. The system notification sounded promptly. Killed level 37 water elemental general, XP 1,800,000, obtained water elemental core times 10. Moyu waited for the water to recede, then immediately raised his scythe high and swiftly recalled it. He pointed his scythe at the water elemental general and asked, soul summon? Moyu retracted his scythe, muttering to himself, as expected, pure elemental life has neither corpses nor souls, so it seems I can't use soul summon on them. He bent down to pick up the water elemental cores from the ground, secretly concluding using soul summon to summon monsters. Though it only lasts for 3 minutes, is enough for me to kill a normal boss. Ningi rested her chin on her hand, looking around and said, it seems the elemental chaos has decreased a bit. Moyu surveyed his surroundings and replied, it's certainly more comfortable than before, alright, let's go. The two slowly walked out of the icy mountains heading towards the distant volcano. Moyu immediately used bone armor. As they entered the volcanic area, they were surrounded by flames. Seeing this, Ningi couldn't help but exclaim, good thing you have bone armor. Other professionals entering here would probably have their health continuously drained. He looked around, secretly calculating, icy river, fiery sea. Will the next be a wind thunder world secret realm? Moyu looked at the enormous volcano in the distance, secretly thinking flaming mountain. As they drew closer, Ningi immediately exclaimed, that's not a mountain, it's a ball of fire. Not far ahead of them, a dormant volcano was gradually awakening. As soon as it awoke, its attribute panel immediately popped up. Fire Elemental General, Secret Realm Boss, Level 37, Strength 0. Agility 0, Mental Power 2000, Constitution 16,000, Skills. Flame Eruption, Sea of Fireburst, Trait. Physical damage halved, Fire Elemental Immunity, Flame Burn. Seeing this, Moyu thought in surprise, another immobile monster, and it can't be attacked physically. He looked at the fire elemental general and shouted, "But I've gained experience." Suddenly, it immediately shot down powerful bursts of fire which intensely slammed down. As the fire struck, a fierce explosion immediately occurred. The fire elemental general used flame eruption, releasing hundreds of flames that continuously shot towards them. Seeing this, Moyu secretly thought, as expected, it's another one of these large area attack moves. It used flame burn, scorching the charging skeleton warriors one by one. He waved his arm, summoning more skeletons. He waved his arm, counterattacking with frost dance. Streaks of frost rushed towards the fire elemental general. It immediately rose, sparks flying. In an instant the ground began to crack, shaking violently. The fire elemental general used Sea of Fire burst, sending magma from beneath the cracks soaring into the sky. Moyu reached out and grabbed Ningi's hand, leaping to dodge the magma, and shouted, "A spent force, it seems I'll leave the rest to the skeletons." On the other side, the fire elemental general was immediately struck by streams of frost. Suddenly, Moyu looked ahead and said, "Ningi, I'll give you a fireworks show." Streams of magma shot skyward, breaking through the ground, and a dazzling fireworks display erupted before their eyes. He turned to look at her and said, "Fireworks." The system notification also sounded. Killed level 37 Fire Elemental General, XP 1,800,000, obtained Fire Elemental Core times 10. Ningi watched Moyu sitting ahead, teasing, "I didn't expect you to have a romantic side." He shyly lowered his head without answering, and after a moment his urging voice came, "Let's go." Meanwhile, a team of professionals from Country H was gathering at the entrance. Xiao Fa turned to look at the captain and exclaimed, "Boss, I can't believe we actually found it." A masked person immediately said, "The elemental secret realm is right here. We've been looking for days. Finally, we found it." The tall man saw the empty space ahead and asked in confusion, "Strange, weren't there supposed to be many elemental souls outside the secret realm?" "Aren't there any now?" The captain heard this and replied, "Someone must have already gone in." The long-haired team member saw this and urged, "What are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly or it'll be too late." The tall man grumbled unhappily, "I can't believe someone beat us to it." The captain pulled down his collar, revealing a sinister smile, and announced, "No rush. I can sense residual elemental energy. They probably haven't been in long. Someone's already cleared the path for us, saving us a lot of effort." There's a Shenxia Empire saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Today will be that oriole. The captain and other members of Country H's professional team passed through the teleportation gate, each filled with excitement and confidence. "Boss is right, no need to rush. As long as we're the ones who kill the final boss in the end, it's fine. If anyone dares to block our way, we'll just deal with them and the boss together." Xiao Fa and the other team members also couldn't wait and hurried inside. "That's a good idea, let's go, let's go." After passing through the teleportation gate, one person in the team sat down, looking at the fresh footprints still glowing on the ground. He turned to notify the people behind him. "Found it, follow me." On Moyu and Ningi's side, they had delved deeper into the battlefield. Suddenly something dropped in front of them, and dust spread across the ground, obstructing their view. Ningi quickly leaped off the ground, dodging the attack. She covered her mouth, looking at the thing on the ground. It was something from underground, appearing like a blade-like wind vortex with lightning coiling around its body. Wind Thunder Elemental Body, Secret Realm Boss, Level 38, Strength 0, Agility 5000, Mental Power 25000, Constitution 20,000, Skills, Lightning Gale Wind Thunder Bombardment, Trait, Physical Damage Halved, Wind Thunder Elemental Immunity. Moyu covered his mouth and retreated, thinking, it's a dual Wind Thunder Elemental combination. The Wind Thunder Elemental Body shot out a heavenly lightning bolt, striking directly at Moyu. Fortunately, Moyu had bone armor, so the attack had no effect on him. His gaze changed, and with Thunder Origin slowdown, streaks of red chains immediately shot out from underground, rushing towards the Wind Thunder Elemental Body. He cast the skill, Thunder Origin Slowdown, and streaks of red chains tightly wrapped around the Wind Thunder Elemental Body. It struggled, but to no avail. Realizing it couldn't harm Moyu, the Wind Thunder Elemental Body shot out lightning bolts at the skeleton warriors below. The other skeleton mages didn't hesitate, immediately casting spells and attacking the Wind Thunder Elemental Body. Bursts of explosive flames and frost dance rained down. The fierce attacks left the Wind Thunder Elemental Body unable to resist, and it struggled to break free from the chains. The skeleton warriors seized the opportunity to charge and attack the Wind Thunder Elemental Body. It tried to counterattack, but all its efforts were in vain. Moyu gripped the chains tightly, trying to restrict its speed. Flying monsters like this were the most troublesome. After a struggle, the Wind Thunder Elemental Body was struck down. The skeleton warriors then leaped onto it, attempting to finish off the monster. Finally, under Moyu's fierce attacks, the Wind Thunder Elemental Body also died. The system panel popped up. Killed level 38 Wind Thunder Elemental Body, XP 3,800,000, obtained Wind Elemental Core times 10, obtained Thunder Elemental Core times 10. The magic imprint in the air quickly absorbed all remnants of the Wind Thunder Elemental Body. Moyu walked forward. "Let's go, only the Elemental Queen is left." Moyu stepped forward and said, "As long as the elemental planes exist, these bosses will quickly reappear." Moyu led Ningi forward. The sky had changed as well. Streaks of aurora stretched forward as if endlessly. After walking for a long time, the two finally arrived at a castle suspended on a cliff. This was the Elemental Queen's lair. She sat enthroned, surrounded by gems representing various elements poised and ready. She calmly glanced at Moyu and his group. Her attribute panel popped up. Elemental Queen, Secret Realm Boss, Level 39, Strength 20,000, Agility 5,000, Mental Power 20000, Constitution 20,000, Skills. Elemental Bombardment, Elemental Burst trait, Physical and Elemental Damage halved. The skeleton warriors leapt towards her. Moyu observed the situation, secretly thinking both physical and elemental damage are halved. The Elemental Queen was unfazed. The elemental crystals surrounding her flashed with light, and Elemental Burst repelled the approaching skeleton warriors to a distance. Its body was crushed by the light. Shattered bones scattered on the ground, and 3 skeleton warriors were eliminated. Moyu frowned slightly. After numerous battles, the skeleton warriors' bodies were already battered. She lost patience, crossed her hands, and streaks of elemental light shimmered forth. Then she shot 3 rays of light directly at Moyu, an elemental bombardment. The rays of light pierced through the skeleton warriors' bodies, instantly tearing them apart and scattering them on the ground. 5 skeleton warriors were eliminated. Only now did Moyu realize she was not easy to deal with at all. He secretly sighed. Her skills are too strong, as expected of the Elemental Secret Realm's queen. The elemental crystals shattered one by one, and wisps of spiritual energy were rapidly absorbed by the Elemental Queen. Her hands were surrounded by elemental halos, and Elemental Burst activated. With a mere wave of her fire elemental power, a fierce flame immediately scorched the skeleton warriors. She raised her water elemental power, and a water vortex immediately appeared, sweeping away all nearby skeleton warriors. Just like that, 11 skeleton warriors were eliminated. Moyu looked at the unfavorable situation before him and sighed, "This is really tough. Why did Lord Bai give me such a quest?" He immediately recalled his experiences upon entering the battlefield. Elemental creatures have neither souls nor corpses. His killing moves, Soulfire and Corpse Explosion, couldn't be used. Since arriving here, these 2 skills hadn't been used. Slowing Curse also had no effect. If things got truly desperate, he could only use Soul Summon to summon the undead general and the outpost guardian. Thinking this, he sneered and ran a hand through his hair. It seems the Elemental Queen is a boss that requires the correct mechanism to defeat. It was still a bit reckless to rush in without gathering enough intelligence. Meanwhile, the other professionals had already approached the Elemental Queen's castle. One of them pointed at the massive water tornado and coiling lightning, shouting, "Boss, they're fighting the boss." Another female team member quickly asked the captain, "Should we stop them?" He looked at the situation before them and calmly told her, "Why stop them? Isn't it better to let them and the Elemental Queen fight each other?" He ordered Xiao Fa. "Xiao Fa, unleash your ultimate." She gripped her staff, agilely replying, "Yes." She held her staff tightly, muttering a spell. A magic circle had already formed at her feet, and golden light rose from the ground, swirling around her. Ningi stood outside, suddenly sensing something unusual. Her assassin's intuition told her danger was approaching. Ningi immediately turned to Moyu and shouted, "Moyu, be careful, someone's ambushing us." As soon as she spoke, a strange mark appeared beneath their feet and many meteors fell from the sky. Xiao Fa laughed triumphantly, "Inferno Fire Meteor." Die. In contrast to Ningi's worry, Lin Moyu was unconcerned. A slight smile played on his lips as he thought, perfect timing. The fire meteorites fell and the ground erupted in fierce flames. After a long while the flames gradually extinguished. Protected by bone armor, Lin Moyu and Ningi were unharmed. The two turned to look at Country H's professional team running towards them. The skeleton warriors split into 2 groups. One continued to fight the Elemental Queen, while the other charged towards the professional team. The captain watched the menacing skeleton warriors with some apprehension. He retreated, his tone worried. "What the hell, where did all these undead creatures come from? Does the Elemental Queen have subordinates? Why didn't anyone mention it?" The other team members raised their weapons and began to fight. He reassured everyone, "Don't panic." Suddenly, red chains erupted from underground, coiling around them, binding them tightly. Xiao Fa and the others were immediately restrained by the red chains. They cried out in panic, "What's happening? It's a curse." Lin Moyu stood in the distance, waving his hand, controlling the chains wrapped around both the professionals and the monsters. "It's likely that support professional has a curse dispelling skill. We must deal with the healer first." The skeleton mages behind Lin Moyu couldn't stand idly by either. They began to rush forward, casting spells to counter the professional team. Those people were tightly bound by Lin Moyu's chains, unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as sharp ice shards, heavenly lightning, and seas of fire surged towards them. One by one they were hit, their entire bodies instantly engulfed in flames. The captain watched his teammates suffer in the flames. Growing anxious, he cursed, "Damn it." The person who had just been scorched by flames now lay on the ground, barely alive. His whole body trembled, his flesh already charred black. Unwilling to give up, the captain struggled fiercely against the chains again and unleashed a skill. Flashes of lightning emanated from his body. It was a chain entanglement move. Chains then entwined the skeletons. The professional team's captain pulled out a bottle, opened the lid, and shouted to the people behind him, "Don't hold back, quickly drink the anti-curse potion." They quickly took out similar bottles and drank them in one gulp. The chains binding them, cast by Lin Moyu, gradually disappeared after drinking the potion from the bottle. Their entire bodies were enveloped in the blue light of a healing spell. The person who had just escaped death's door muttered, I almost died. Lin Moyu's skeleton mages continued to attack them. Streaks of heavenly lightning and ice shards struck again. The professional team reacted swiftly, immediately joining forces to erect a massive shield surrounding themselves for widespread defense. Protected by the shield, the professionals were not as severely damaged this time. Under the fierce sea of fire and dense attacks, their confidence had long vanished, replaced by fear and worry. Ningi watched them, frowning. They were all level 40. The area of effect defense, the knight's chain entanglement, and the flame annihilation skills, as well as the skill used by the mage who launched the ambush, were all level 40 skills obtained after their second-class transfer. Lin Moyu silently observed the professional team's actions, thinking to himself, "So there are anti-curse potions? Is this a benefit only available to second-class transfer professionals? If they can use items, then level 40 professionals are indeed difficult to deal with," but he was unconcerned, a slight smile playing on his lips. "But what of it? Just now they ambushed us. Had it not been for bone armor, Ningi and I would likely be in dire straits. One must never show mercy to enemies." Lin Moyu waved his hand forward, ordering the skeleton warriors to charge and kill those people. Meanwhile, the enemy team struggled to maintain their shield and attack other monsters while keeping their distance. Under the professional team's attacks, the skeleton warriors remained unharmed. They continued to charge towards those people. Seeing their invulnerable bodies, some members of the team began to panic. "What's wrong with those summons? Why can't they be killed, boss? What do we do now?" The captain had expected to reap the spoils of victory, but never imagined he would find himself in such an awkward predicament. Lin Moyu's power completely exceeded his expectations. He frowned, struggling to maintain the shield. "Damn it, I didn't expect that guy to be so powerful, dealing with the elemental queen while still being able to split his attention to fight us." Seeing the shield about to collapse, the captain shouted to his teammates nearby, "It seems we can only retreat." Retreat? Lin Moyu, of course, wouldn't let them retreat so easily. He and Ningi walked towards them. He raised his hand, chanting a spell. A streak of blue spiritual energy shot from his hand. Soulfire! A professional was hit by Lin Moyu's spiritual energy. He screamed in agony. The captain cried out in panic, "Run!" But it was too late. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, directly hitting the captain. The shield he had created absorbed some of the damage, saving his life. He gasped for breath. The captain looked up and saw that the other members had all been defeated by the skeleton warriors. One by one they fell. The captain pulled out the bottle from earlier and drained its contents in one gulp. His body gradually recovered. A skeleton warrior leapt from behind, intending to ambush him, but was blocked by his protective shield. He seized the opportunity provided by the shield, and once he felt safe, he quickly turned and ran away. Ningi watched him, asking Lin Moyu, "Lin Moyu, should we pursue?" He softly replied, "No need. Knights activating ultimate defense are difficult to deal with." After eliminating those professionals, the skeleton warriors regrouped and continued to fight the boss on the battlefield. Lin Moyu looked at the elemental queen. "Besides, we have more important things to do." The skeleton warriors continued to charge forward. The elemental queen once again raised her hand to form a seal, unleashing light that could penetrate everything. Elemental bombardment. Suddenly, one of the professionals' corpses from earlier flew towards her. Lin Moyu immediately activated corpse explosion, and that corpse instantly exploded, damaging the elemental queen. Then another and another. A continuous chain of corpses flew towards her and exploded. By this point she was severely wounded, and the light on her elemental veins gradually dimmed. Lin Moyu watched her disheveled state, thinking to himself, "As expected of a level 40 professional's corpse, the damage dealt is considerable." He extended his hand, releasing blue spiritual energy, and ordered the skeleton warriors, "While it's weak, take its life. Attack with all your might." Receiving Lin Moyu's command, the skeleton warriors swarmed forward. The elemental queen was not to be outdone. She continued to unleash light, but being severely wounded, her power was greatly diminished, and the skeleton warriors easily blocked it with their swords. Discovering elemental burst could no longer be used, she immediately shapeshifted. The elemental light in her hands also turned black. She tore open the head of an incoming skeleton warrior with her hand. Due to her diminished power, she was ultimately impaled by the skeleton warrior's sharp swords, her entire body no longer intact. Her entire body gradually shattered, then dispersed into the air. Panel displayed, killed elemental queen, XP 2,400,000. Obtained elemental crystal ×5. Elemental crystals can be used to craft top-tier platinum equipment or enchant equipment, and are also materials for crafting cooldown runes. Ningi watched the battlefield gradually dissipating, feeling relieved. Finally done, Lin Moyu walked to where the elemental queen had been. He held a magic imprint in his hand and said to Ningi, "I got the elemental crystals." Everything else on the battlefield had also dissipated. The spot where Lin Moyu and Ningi stood also became a desolate clearing. Although the battlefield boss had been defeated, Lin Moyu still felt some worry. Most of the skeletons were severely injured and needed to return to the summoning space for healing, but he didn't worry for long. Lin Moyu and Ningi left the battlefield. He said, "This place is close to Fortress 3 and I still have a quest to raise my military rank. Let's go check out the initial battlefield." At Fortress 3, the pervasive dust made Ningi wrinkle her brow uncomfortably. Some bloodthirsty monsters, sensing the presence of living beings, immediately rushed over. Panel displayed, Ogre, level 35, Strength 6,000, Agility 5,000, Mental Power 3,000, Constitution 6,000, Skill, Roar. Ningi looked at them, asking softly, "Abyssal demons?" One suddenly charged over, opening its massive maw intending to bite Lin Moyu and Ningi. But before it could even get close to the two, the monster was cut in half by a skeleton warrior's blade. Panel displayed, killed ogre, XP 175,000 military merit 1 obtained monster claws. Lin Moyu looked at the panel, somewhat dissatisfied. These monsters gave too little military merit. He needed to find abyssal demons. Ningi had also drawn her 2 small knives to respond, but these monsters were very cunning. They hid exceptionally well, appearing and disappearing, which annoyed Ningi. Those demons were highly intelligent, hiding even more effectively than rats. We'll run into them sooner or later. Suddenly, a loud bang from the sky attracted their attention. Ningi quickly recognized it as a flare. She looked in the direction of the exploding flare and quickly said, "Distress signal, something's happened ahead, let's hurry over, it's not far. We'll go there." When the two ran over, the place was unusually quiet. Not even a low-level monster was in sight. Ningi looked around, feeling something was amiss. There were no demons nearby. A hoarse and somewhat savage laugh came from not far away. Ningi exclaimed, "It's a demon's voice. It seems those ogres were all summoned away by the demon. I didn't expect things to be this dangerous." The two quickly ran towards the source of the laughter, worried that the professional who sent the distress signal was being surrounded. Somewhere on Fortress 3's battlefield, a group of people was surrounded by a large number of monsters. Many greedy eyes stared at them as if ready to pounce and tear their prey apart at any moment. "We can't just sit here and wait to die." They decided to charge out, break through the encirclement. "Follow me, let's fight our way out." But after only a few steps, something dropped down, blocking their path. What appeared was a high-level monster. Panel displayed, Abyssal Hellhound, Common Demon, level 38, Strength 12,000, Agility 10, Mental Power 3,000, Constitution 9,000, Skills, Roar, Bite Attack. The team captain looked at the Abyssal Hellhound, realizing he had fallen into its trap. Damn it, it wasn't playing with us, it wanted us to send a distress signal to attract more people. At this moment, Lin Moyu and Ningi had also arrived. They looked at the chaotic scene before them, frowning slightly. Another flying monster. We need to find a way to bring it down. At this moment, the Abyssal Hellhound also sensed Lin Moyu's presence. It turned its head and laughed excitedly. "Someone's here." It looked at Lin Moyu in confusion. "Why is it just a level 26 kid?" Then it looked at Ningi. "And a level 25 little girl. This girl has delicate skin. She looks delicious. Definitely tastes good." The team captain, hearing the Abyssal Hellhound say the newcomers were only level 26, grew even more worried. How can only level 26 people be here? How can Fortress 3 have professionals only in their 20s? It's over. The Abyssal Hellhound temporarily let go of those people and charged directly at Ningi. "I'll eat you first." Lin Moyu stepped forward, extending a hand to block in front of Ningi. The Abyssal Hellhound grew even more excited. It looked at the two contemptuously. "Hiding is useless, your fate is sealed. I'll eat you piece by piece, first your hands, then your feet. I won't let you die until I'm finished." Then it charged, opening its massive bloodthirsty maw, revealing sharp teeth and lunging towards Ningi. Human screams are the best seasoning. It brandished its claws, attacking Lin Moyu, who was blocking its path. "Kid, die, don't get in the way of my meal." Its attack was blocked by a shard of ice, and its entire body was then entwined by red chains erupting from underground. It panicked. "What's happening?" Seeing its body react with repulsion, it cried out in terror. "No, it's a curse." The Abyssal Hellhound was tightly bound by the chains, unable to move. Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors also appeared. They immediately charged towards this monster. The Abyssal Hellhound could only watch helplessly as the skeleton army drew closer. Seeing the other monsters also entangled by red chains, those people shouted happily. Why did they suddenly stop? It's the power of a curse. Good opportunity. Break through immediately. They seized the chance while the monsters were controlled to counterattack, successfully breaking through the monsters' encirclement. After escaping danger, they gasped for breath, their faces barely concealing their joy. Great, finally. But before they could finish speaking, they were stunned by the sight near Lin Moyu. "This is, my God!" The Abyssal Hellhound struggled frantically under Lin Moyu's attack. It roared and screamed, "Kill me, I'll kill you!" Those people recoiled in fear. Is that the Abyssal Hellhound? It must be. What exactly are those undead summons? Why is the Hellhound completely defenseless? Ultimately, the Abyssal Hellhound was also eliminated, impaled by a sword through its heart, dying on the spot. Panel displayed. Killed Abyssal Hellhound, XP 380,000, military merit 50, obtained demonic essence blood. Demonic essence blood, containing abyssal energy, can be used by alchemists and blacksmiths to craft equipment. Those people were somewhat surprised to see a high-level demon eliminated in such a manner. "It's dead." Lin Moyu walked closer to the Abyssal Hellhound's corpse, then said to those people, "Step back a bit, I'm going to clear the battlefield." They looked at him in confusion. "Clear? Clear what? Isn't he only level 26? How did he kill a demon in the blink of an eye?" Ningi stood by, smiling and waving at them. "Everyone quickly, or you'll be caught in the crossfire." They swiftly ran to Ningi's side, and one person worriedly said to her, "Those ogre monsters aren't easy to eliminate." She just smiled faintly and replied, "Just watch." Other monsters swarmed towards Lin Moyu, attacking him in unison. He stood calmly watching them, thinking that a place with corpses was indeed his home turf. Before he finished speaking, he extended his palm, chanting a spell. Corpse explosion. The corpses beneath his feet immediately detonated, and the monsters that had just lunged at him suffered the same fate. They were instantly blown to smithereens. Under Lin Moyu's control, one corpse after another exploded in the air. Those people watched everything before them in horror. They couldn't believe their eyes. Where did this person come from? No wonder he could come to Fortress 3's battlefield. Is he really level 26? Killing monsters is too easy for him, and his summons are too strong. What profession is this? Ningi gleefully looked at the badge in her hand. This is too fast. I'm already a 2-star lieutenant. However, contrary to her joy, Lin Moyu felt it wasn't enough. He mused that to increase his military rank he would likely need higher-level, rarer abyssal monsters. The captain of the previous team called out to Lin Moyu, interrupting his thoughts. "Young man." He walked up and politely said to Lin Moyu, "Young man, thanks to you, we were able to escape danger this time." He politely replied, "Shenxia soldiers always respond to distress signals. There's no need to be formal." He chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Everyone saw the sorry state of our demon-slaying squad, but who would have known a demon had infiltrated?" He smiled and said to Lin Moyu, "The abyss is divided into upper, middle and lower layers. Battlefields 1 to 3 are equivalent to the surface of the lower layer." Looking at the treacherous terrain of the battlefield, he continued, Shenxia's battlefields 1 to 3 correspond to the entrance of the abyss. Powerful individuals have designed many obstacles, preventing strong abyssal demons from entering battlefields 1 to 3. He recalled the appearance of the high-level demon monster from earlier, still feeling some trepidation. Only some weaker demons can sneak in, but even weak demons are not something ordinary professionals can handle. Not only that, there are many powerful demons like the one from earlier deeper inside. Abyssal demons, like human professionals, have level 40 as a dividing line. Abyssal demons above level 40 are all very powerful, known as high-level demons. He suddenly remembered the restricted area of Fortress 3. In the deepest part of Fortress 3's battlefield, there's an area connected to the abyssal entrance. You can see the true abyss there, where monsters are numerous and demons frequently appear. Not only that, there are also some dungeons there. We originally wanted to go deep into the abyss but ended up being blocked on the way. At this point, he looked a bit embarrassed. Now we've learned our lesson. We won't go there to join the fun again. Lin Moyu gained a lot of information about the battlefield and demon realm from the conversation, but what he focused on most was the deepest part of this battlefield. Numerous demons sounds like a good place to farm military merits. He seriously asked the team captain, "Where is the abyss in the depths of Fortress 3's battlefield?" He looked at Lin Moyu in surprise, stammering, "Young man, you're not thinking of going there, are you?" Lin Moyu simply replied calmly, "Yes." He hesitated for a long time before giving Lin Moyu directions. Ningi and Lin Moyu then followed his guidance. The team members behind them constantly sighed. Now that's a true genius. After walking for a while, the two seemed to have reached the deepest part of the abyss. At this point, quite a few teams had already gathered there. Ningi glanced at them, noting many demon-slaying teams. She sighed. It seems we're not far from it now. Before them lay a desolate land. With withered trees and no sign of life, the atmosphere was grim and terrifying. This was the abyss. Rows of red eyes emerged from the darkness. They stared wide-eyed, fixed on the two. Ningi fearfully hid behind Lin Moyu. "I'm so scared." Lin Moyu vigilantly watched them. Suddenly something fell from the sky. Lin Moyu and Ningi felt it, immediately looked up and saw a monster plummeting towards them from above. Ningi cried out, "It's an abyssal demon." Lin Moyu and Ningi retreated. The monster's corpse crashed down before them. Its body was mangled and splattered across the ground. Ningi looked at it fearfully, unable to utter a word. Watching it lie motionless, she cautiously asked Lin Moyu, "Is it dead?" A phantom-like figure appeared before them. Ningi quickly recognized the item in that person's hand, a platinum-tier weapon. She looked at the phantom-like man suspended in the air and said in surprise, "This is a second-class transfer assassin, over level 40. Lin Moyu looked seriously at the man. "It seems we've come to the right place." Ningi secretly sighed. No wonder he could instantly kill a level 38 abyssal demon. Lin Moyu smiled, looking at Ningi, and happily said, "Come on, let's not let them take everything." She replied cheerfully, "Okay." The two quickly joined the battle. Lin Moyu released blue spiritual energy, scorching the charging monsters. Ningi was not to be outdone. She flipped, cleaving a monster into pieces with a single strike. The monster corpses fell to the ground one after another, and Ningi also landed. She wondered, "We've been killing ogre monsters for over half an hour but haven't seen a single demon. Could they have all been wiped out by those second-class transfer professionals?" A shrill scream echoed, catching their attention. Ningi turned and saw an unknown demon in the air gnawing on something, with blood dripping from it like rain. Suddenly it released its grip, and a double-bladed knife plummeted to the ground. The knife fell, plunging directly where Lin Moyu stood. Ningi immediately recognized it as the previous man's weapon. "It's him, the assassin from earlier." The corpse of that assassin was now being devoured by the group of monsters. Ningi looked at them worriedly. "That was a high-level professional. How did he just die like that?" Lin Moyu stepped forward, blocking her path, and reminded her, "Be careful, those monsters in the air are abyssal shadow demons. High-level demons, level 40, strength 1800, agility 22,000, mental power 5,000, constitution 15,000. Skills: Entangle, Shadow Form. Trait: possesses invisibility seeing ability, physical damage halved." Lin Moyu frowned, observing the situation. "It can see through invisibility. No wonder that assassin was killed by it. Is this a level 40 high-level demon? Not much weaker than the elemental queen. After gnawing for a while, the group of demons also discovered Lin Moyu and Ningi's presence. Grew even more excited. A level 26 runt daring to come here. Today, we've got another dish and can even add another one. It charged at Lin Moyu without hesitation. No need to hide, it's useless to hide. Do you think a level 26 runt can protect you? Little squirt, I want your head, I want your legs. However, as soon as they flew near Lin Moyu, they were repelled by the bone armor on his body. It glared at them fiercely. What the hell is this? Lin Moyu didn't waste any words. He released blue spiritual energy enveloping his entire body. You want to gang up on me? Not on my watch. He waved his hand, summoning skeleton warriors to meet the challenge. The Abyssal Shadow Demon snarled, looking at him. Damn kid, it then used shadow form attempting to escape. Lin Moyu wouldn't let it. He immediately used Slowing Curse. Red chains erupted from underground, flying towards the Abyssal Shadow Demon. Trying to run, not so fast. Its entire body was entangled by chains, unable to move. It watched the charging skeleton warriors wide-eyed, yet couldn't resist. What? This is a curse? The Abyssal Shadow Demon was controlled by Lin Moyu's chains, only able to helplessly endure a skeleton warrior's strike. Only then did it realize it had underestimated him too much. My shadow form is restricted by this curse. I've fallen into a trap. This kid's strength is far beyond level 26. Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors had already leveled up with him. Silver Tier Skeleton Warrior, level 26, Strength 7000, Agility 7000, Mental Power 7000, Constitution 7000, Skill, Berserk Strike. Lin Moyu's expression remained unchanged. He frowned, watching it struggle to break free from the chains. Physical damage halved. Skeleton warriors can't kill it quickly. He extended his hand, summoning skeleton mages to support the skeleton warriors. As expected of a high-level demon, truly difficult to kill, the elemental skeleton mages attacked one after another. Lin Moyu looked triumphantly at the Abyssal Shadow Demon. Then I'll use magic attacks against you. With two swords held to its neck, and Lin Moyu's triumphant expression, the Abyssal Shadow Demon grew even more infuriated. Damn it! Suddenly, an idea struck it. It used Entangle, wrapping itself around a skeleton warrior. It laughed loudly, invading the skeleton warrior's body. Surrender your body to evil. It controlled the skeleton warrior to block the attacks of other skeletons. It smiled triumphantly. This curse has no effect on me. Suddenly, the other skeletons leaped away from where the Abyssal Shadow Demon stood. This action puzzled it. Only then did it notice something amiss. It looked up and saw a fireball falling. It couldn't dodge in time and was struck by Lin Moyu's attack. It let out a pained, shrill scream. The skeleton warrior it controlled was charred black after taking that blow. Its body fell apart, collapsing to the ground. The Abyssal Shadow Demon cursed. Damn it, it roared furiously. You made me so miserable. All of you quickly come help me. Lin Moyu looked at its frenzied state and scoffed with a laugh. He waved to the skeleton warriors behind him. Are you looking for them? The skeleton warriors behind him, upon receiving his command, raised their swords in unison provocatively. Each of their swords was impaled with one of the monsters that had just surrounded the Abyssal Shadow Demon. Count carefully. Are they all here? Ningi wiped the sweat from her forehead, sighing softly. These small demons are truly hard to kill. They've exhausted me. The Abyssal Shadow Demon immediately erupted upon seeing its children brutally slaughtered. You dared to kill them? Lin Moyu gently waved his hand. Then I'll return them to you. The skeleton warriors immediately threw the impaled corpses from their swords towards the Abyssal Shadow Demon. As those monster corpses flew nearby, Lin Moyu immediately activated Corpse Explosion, and the corpses instantly detonated, blowing the Abyssal Shadow Demon to smithereens as well. As the dust settled, the demon's body was completely incinerated. Panel displayed, killed level 40 Abyssal Shadow Demon, XP 800,000, military merit 500, obtained demonic essence blood. Ningi looked at the glittering badge in her hand, happily shouting, I've also been promoted to lieutenant rank. She carefully held up the badge. If Grandpa knew I'd been promoted to lieutenant rank, he'd be so shocked his beard would fall off. Lin Moyu was unfazed. He calmly said, Next, I'll need 10,000 military merits to get another star. Ningi turned to look at him thoughtfully. No wonder you haven't gained a star in so long. It's fine. I hear there's a dungeon nearby. Let's go check it out. Lin Moyu softly replied, Okay. Then the two ventured deeper into the abyss. Elsewhere, Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen were drinking tea, when Meng Anwen suddenly shouted, Are you insane? Why did you send young Lin to the elemental secret realm? Seeing his worried expression, Bai Yuan was unfazed. He calmly picked up his teacup. Insane about what? I want to see where that kid's limits are. He recalled the surprises Lin Moyu brought in battle and continued, Dungeons like Tyrant Desert didn't stump him. On the contrary, he earned a huge amount of points. He can even solo hell difficulty dungeons. Tens of thousands of hellhounds wiped out just like that. He picked up his teacup, took a leisurely sip, thinking this elemental secret realm won't stump him either. Seeing his confidence, Meng Anwen also calmed down. How can that be the same? What level is the elemental secret realm? And what level are those dungeons? The elemental queen's attributes are equivalent to a level 40 high-level demon. You know how powerful its skills are, Meng Anwen continued. Young Lin's skeletons are indeed numerous, but the elemental queen isn't afraid of group attacks at all. Bai Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, It's fine if he can't beat it, can't he just run? It's good to encounter some difficulties occasionally. At least it'll show us where that kid's limits are, he said seriously. Besides, he has the mark of the Hall of Heroes, so he won't really die. Not only the elemental secret realm. I also sent him to the abyssal border of Fortress 3's battlefield to kill demons and raise his military rank. Manhwa heard his words, couldn't remain calm, and abruptly stood up. He nervously looked at Bai Yuan. Did you forget something? Seeing his worried expression, Bai Yuan asked confusedly. What is it? Manhwa lowered his head, his voice much softer. Old Ning's precious granddaughter is with young Lin, and that girl doesn't have the mark of the Hall of Heroes. Manhwa continued. If that girl dies, old Ning will definitely come after you with a vengeance. Only then did Bai Yuan realize the seriousness of the problem. He worried, unaware that a figure was quietly approaching behind him. Ning Tairan suddenly appeared from behind, patted Bai Yuan's shoulder and asked, Who died? What are you two talking about? Bai Yuan was startled. He stammered, nothing. Manhwa secretly covered his mouth, snickering. Ning Tairan looked seriously at Bai Yuan. Old Bai, where did you send young Lin for a quest? He looked at Ning Tairan with a guilty conscience. To the initial battlefield. Don't worry, with young Lin there, your precious granddaughter will be fine. Hearing his reply, Ning Tairan didn't press further. He turned and sat on a nearby chair, not forgetting to warn, she has a soul protection charm I placed on her, so nothing should happen, but if that girl meets with any accident, I'll hold you accountable immediately. Bai Yuan quickly replied, Don't worry. With old Ning's soul protection charm, nothing will happen. Manhwa picked up his teacup, calmly watching Bai Yuan's awkward expression, secretly gloating. Old Bai, you've met your match today. Back at Battlefield 3, Lin Moyu and Ningi had also arrived at their destination. They stopped before a teleportation gate. They looked at the terrifying blood-red eyes in the darkness, staring at them like predators lying in wait, thinking to themselves that they had indeed come to the right place. Was this the abyssal border of Battlefield 3? Were these the demons that infiltrated the battlefield emerging from here? Suddenly a large number of abyssal monsters surged out from a spatial rift. They looked at the two prey before them, letting out bestial laughter. Human world, my demon army has arrived. Beautiful humans of legend, we demons have come to taste you. Prepare to die, humans. But before they could gloat for long, sharp ice shards rained down from the sky, followed by heavenly lightning and a fierce sea of fire. The monsters roared in agony. Who dares to ambush this demon? Shameless humans, it hurts, die. Humans are doomed this time. Wave after wave of chains emerged from underground, tightly entangling the monsters. They exchanged panicked glances. Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors also charged forward in droves. Bound by chains, the monsters couldn't escape and were immediately cut down by the skeleton warriors. Corpses lay strewn across the ground and they continuously howled. What the hell are these things? Where did these undead summons come from? The skeleton warriors didn't stop for a moment. They charged forward one after another, leaving no monster untouched. Abyssal demons were cut down one by one. Blood splattered everywhere. Even low-level monsters were not spared. The corpses strewn across the ground were utilized by Lin Moyu. He used these corpses, raising his hand to cast the magic corpse explosion. And those corpses immediately detonated, causing countless monsters to explode along with them. The system panel continuously popped up. Killed level 37 Abyssal Demon, XP 370,000, military merit 50, obtained demonic essence blood. A smile played on Lin Moyu's lips as he subtly glanced at the nearby spatial gate, a temporary gate connecting the human world and the abyss. Indeed, it's a great place to earn military merits. From inside the spatial gate, countless blood-red eyes were tightly packed together, trying to surge out. Ningi saw this scene and loudly reminded Lin Moyu, more demons are coming out. Lin Moyu remained unhurried. He controlled the skeleton warriors to throw the corpses of the recently killed monsters into the connecting gate. Then he cast corpse explosion, and the corpses that had just been thrown in immediately detonated. The system panel popped up again in quick succession. Killed level 37 Abyssal Demon, XP 370,000, military merit 50. From the spatial gate, countless golden lights surged out. These lights were all absorbed by the badge in Lin Moyu's hand. He looked at the badge with satisfaction. I just tried it out, and I didn't expect the effect to be so good this time. I probably gained about 3,000 military merits. Ningi looked at the badge in her hand, utterly stunned. Just one explosion and we earned so many military merits, Lin Moyu thought to himself. This means even more demons were crowded at the gate trying to surge out. The light of the explosion continued to spread. Ningi looked at the badge in her hand, which was continuously absorbing light, and grew even more excited. So many military merits, I'm going to kill a few more ogre monsters. Let's detonate them again. Lin Moyu raised his hand, gesturing, wait a moment until more demons gather. A moment later, on the spatial gate connecting the human world and the abyss, countless blood-red eyes were again tightly packed, peering outward. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Moyu leisurely said, those corpses are flying into the spatial gate, exploding the monsters inside once again. The system panel continuously popped up. Killed level 37 Abyssal Demon, XP 370,000, military merit 50. This time the golden light was several times greater than the last, as if it were illuminating a patch of darkness on the battlefield. Their military ranks also increased accordingly. Lin Moyu, Lieutenant 0 star, military merit 8,500. Ningi, Lieutenant 0 star, military merit 7,900. Ningi softly exclaimed, "We're earning military merits too fast." After the previous explosion, the connecting gate experienced a slight tremor. Ningi cautiously asked, "Is the connecting gate about to close?" Lin Moyu thought so too, lamenting, "What a pity, it seems it couldn't withstand the corpse explosion." But the connecting gate only trembled for a moment before returning to normal. "The connecting gate has stabilized." Lin Moyu looked at the connecting gate, his heart filled with joy, thinking he could now be promoted to 1-star lieutenant. Suddenly Lin Moyu felt a murderous aura approaching from nearby. He immediately grew vigilant. His intuition told him danger was drawing near. Lin Moyu grabbed Ningi's hand and then activated bone armor. This time, what appeared from behind the connecting gate was no longer countless small eyes but a colossal eyeball. It roared excitedly, "Lin Moyu, I've got you." The force field it emitted made Ningi feel dizzy. She painfully clutched her head. The eyeball was covered in bloodshot veins. It roared continuously, "Lin Moyu, I want you dead." Instantly, a large number of energy beams shot out from inside the connecting gate. Their speed was so great that Lin Moyu couldn't react in time. Too fast, can't dodge it. The energy beams shot by that eyeball earlier pierced through Lin Moyu's bone armor. He hadn't expected bone armor to last even a second, so he had no choice but to use damage transfer. He was sent flying, and the skeleton warriors were not spared either. They were all annihilated by those energy beams. Summoning space 201,240, Lin Moyu grit his teeth, enduring the pressure from its attack. Damn it, the number of skeleton warriors is rapidly decreasing. This can't go on. Summoning space 186,240. Lin Moyu tried to remain calm. At this moment he suddenly noticed several corpses of low-level monsters he had just killed lying on the ground. More and more skeleton warriors were annihilated. Summoning space 164,240, he reached out his hand towards those corpses and then activated Corpse Explosion. Those corpses immediately detonated. The eyeball, affected and damaged by the explosion, grew even more enraged. It kept calling Lin Moyu's name. "Lin Moyu?" Lin Moyu looked at it, relieved. "It seems I made the right choice." This time the connecting gate finally couldn't maintain itself anymore. The eyeball was severely wounded, but it still threatened loudly. Damn it, Lin Moyu, I will never let you off the hook, never." Lin Moyu sat on the ground looking at it, not forgetting to mock. "What a coincidence, me too." He raised his hand in a farewell gesture, his tone and expression full of provocation. "See you later, I'll definitely blow you up in the future." Seeing Lin Moyu's smug expression, the eyeball grew even more enraged. "Lin Moyu," but before it could finish speaking, the connecting gate had already closed. "I won't let you off the hook." Watching the connecting gate completely vanish into thin air, only then did Ningi hastily run over. "Lin Moyu, are you all right?" He slowly stood up, raising his hand to brush off the dust. "I'm fine, just lost some skeleton warriors. The connecting gate has closed. Let's leave here first." As he spoke, he looked in the direction where the connecting gate had disappeared. "Flame Demon King, we will meet in the abyss one day." Lin Moyu and Ningi quickly left the abyssal area of Battlefield 3. They headed directly to Battlefield 3's dungeon zone, the level 30 dungeon. Here, they encountered even more hunting parties than in the abyssal area just now. Lin Moyu observed the surrounding terrain, frowning slightly. What will it be like when three forces intertwine in the dungeon? He then opened his attribute panel, pondering and studying. Battlefield 3 World Level 30 Dungeon, level limit 25 to 35, normal difficulty recommended 4 players, nightmare difficulty recommended 6 players, hell difficulty recommended 12 players. Lin Moyu carefully analyzed the data. "My skeleton warriors have almost fully recovered. There are many high-level professionals here, so there's no need to fear demon ambushes." After a long deliberation he turned and called Ningi. "Ningi, let's go." She happily replied, "Okay." Suddenly a voice came from behind them. "Hey young man." The two turned their heads. The one who had spoken was a man from a nearby hunting party. He waved, reminding them, "Young man, this is a level 30 dungeon." He stepped forward, his tone growing urgent. "The monsters inside are very dangerous. Even on normal difficulty, it's not something you two level 26 people can handle. Lads, you should join a team, don't go in there to die." Ningi just smiled faintly upon hearing him say that. Lin Moyu wasn't too concerned either. "Thanks, no need to worry about us." The man watched Lin Moyu and Ningi leave, sighing softly. "So young, why are they so eager to die?" Another teammate walked up and patted his shoulder. "What are you sighing about? Didn't you notice their badges? Their badges are both silver, lieutenant rank. They've killed demons." The man was startled, retorting, "How is that possible? They're only level 26. The teammate immediately cut him off. "What's impossible about it? Haven't you heard that a few days ago, an 18-year-old level 24 lieutenant appeared in Battlefield 1, and that person even soloed the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon? Another person also hastily ran over to gossip. Never heard of it. Quickly tell us about it." Lin Moyu and Ningi stopped at the edge of a 10,000-foot-high cliff. Looking out, they saw that the sky here was strange, split in two, one half bright, the other dark. The river flowing below also appeared a strange red. "So this is a dungeon formed by 3 powers?" Suddenly, Ningi pointed in a direction and shouted loudly. Lin Moyu looked quickly. Lin Moyu looked in the direction she pointed. "This is, on the hillside on the other side of the cliff." A great battle was underway. Both of them exclaimed simultaneously, "War?" Lin Moyu stared wide-eyed at everything before him. He quickly noticed some abnormalities. These professionals weren't right. They were all phantoms, and so were the Abyssal demons. The battle over there was exceptionally fierce, with wave after wave of monsters flying up trying to break through the defensive barrier. No flying. On one side corpses lay strewn everywhere, on the other war raged fiercely. The confrontation between humanity and the demon realm was extremely tense. A mage soared into the air, gathering 4 rays of light symbolizing the 4 forbidden elemental spells. The elements were in chaos. From the mage's position, 4 rays of light struck directly at the ground wherever the light touched. Nearby monsters were incinerated, however. In the face of the mage's powerful attack, a figure emerged from the smoke. It was completely unaffected by the elemental lights. It spread its wings, single-handedly blocking the 4 elemental lights. Their collision generated a massive tremor, and the dazzling light made Lin Moyu and Ningi quickly shield their eyes with their hands again. When the two opened their eyes, the battle from moments ago had vanished without a trace, as if it had never happened. Ningi shouted, "It's gone." Ningi looked at the quiet and desolate scene, speechless. "Is this the origin of the elemental planes?" she softly asked Lin Moyu. "Forbidden spell collision, elemental sundering, was this a great battle from ancient times?" Lin Moyu replied, "Probably. Perhaps this was just a small corner of that great battle." The two didn't linger. They walked down the stairs, leaving the cliff. "Let's go." After descending to the bottom of the valley, no light penetrated here. It was pitch black, eerie, and silent. The two quickly entered a defensive stance. Lin Moyu summoned skeleton mages and Ningi drew her 2 small daggers. Both vigilantly looked around, guarding against sudden attacks. Suddenly, a battlefield hellhound, elite hell tier monster, level 34. Strength 15,000, agility 10,000, mental power 10,000, constitution 15,000. Trait: affected by abyssal energy, defense and vitality increased. Lin Moyu immediately created a false dividing line with fire and other elements. The battlefield hellhound showed no fear. It passed directly through the dividing line, its body completely unharmed. Lin Moyu was startled. It didn't die. Is it because it gained abyssal energy? But he quickly composed himself. Lin Moyu summoned skeleton warriors to charge forward and attack the battlefield hellhound. But its defense and vitality were only slightly stronger. A few more slashes would be enough. After a battle, that demon was also eliminated by the skeleton warriors. The system panel displayed, "Killed battlefield hellhound, XP 680,000. Lin Moyu looked at the monster's corpse, which was gradually turning into black mist. No corpse. It's a monster materialized by abyssal energy. Ningi, hearing him say that, was a bit worried. No corpse means no explosion. Lin Moyu still replied calmly, "Then we'll just have to fight them one by one," Lin Moyu thought to himself. "No light. The field of vision is too narrow." Seeing his sudden silence, Ningi turned to look at him and immediately understood what Lin Moyu meant. Her eyes glowed like fireflies in the darkness. She excitedly pointed to her eyes. "Assassins are night elves. Watch me. I'll help you find monsters." Lin Moyu smiled and nodded. "Okay." Using the light from her eyes, Ningi successfully pointed out the monsters' locations for Lin Moyu. Here he immediately used Slowing Curse to control a monster, then cut it down with Ningi's dagger. The two cooperated perfectly, and with the support of the skeleton warrior army, they quickly eliminated all the monsters. Ningi shouted, "There's another one over there." Feeling that everything was too easy and nothing felt like fighting a boss, the two wondered, "Is this hell difficulty? It's too simple." Lin Moyu also agreed. It doesn't make sense." Suddenly, something fell from the sky. The two reacted swiftly, dodging backward. The system panel showed that both their levels had increased. Lin Moyu and Ningi were enveloped in a golden light. Lin Moyu was level 27, Ningi was level 26. The two landed lightly, and the golden light on their bodies gradually dissipated. Ningi still felt that something was amiss. Was this really a hell difficulty dungeon? Lin Moyu looked at the monster's corpse, which was wrapped in purple energy. He frowned slightly. This was abyssal energy. After an abyssal monster died, a portion of its abyssal energy would be absorbed by something. The two followed the direction of that strange air current. Ningi pointed to a statue in the corner. "It's that statue. It's absorbing abyssal energy." Lin Moyu silently watched the stone. It seemed that the boss wouldn't appear until the statue absorbed enough abyssal energy. Suddenly a monster charged forward violently. It opened its massive maw, attempting to devour Lin Moyu and Ningi, but was blocked by the magic Lin Moyu activated. The monster fell, its corpse also transforming into energy which was absorbed by the statue. At this moment the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Ningi looked at the statue absorbing energy and couldn't help but exclaim, "As expected, it's not much different from the Outpost Dungeon's boss." Just then a giant leopard with many yellow spikes walked over. It was the Elemental Leopard King, a Hell-tier boss monster. Level 36, skills Elemental Burst. Elemental Sweep, traits Extreme Speed, Life Enhancement, Defense Enhancement. Its eyes lit up, letting out a fierce roar. Then it raised its claws and swiped at Lin Moyu. Fortunately, 2 layers of bone armor provided timely defense, and neither of them was seriously injured. Lin Moyu frowned, looking at it. "Too fast. Is this the extreme speed trait? Good thing I have bone armor." He quickly regained his balance, took out a spear, and said to Ningi, "Ningi, you retreat for now." She softly agreed, "Okay." Then he released magic and began casting Soul Summon. This time the creature he summoned looked very much like a skeleton warrior, but was much larger in size. It was the Outpost Guardian, level 33, skills Group Knockback. Group Stun Resistance Enhancement. After summoning the demon to fight the Elemental Leopard King, Lin Moyu used Slowing Curse, controlling the Elemental Leopard King with chains to limit its extreme speed trait. Chains quickly wrapped around the Elemental Leopard King, pinning it tightly to the ground. The Outpost Guardian understood, raised the scythe in its hand and charged towards the Elemental Leopard King. It struck a heavy blow at the Elemental Leopard King, but it was unharmed, as expected. With similar strength attributes, the Outpost Guardian couldn't do anything to the Leopard King boss for a while. Its skin was merely scratched and abyssal energy spilled out. Suddenly he discovered the Elemental Leopard King's weakness. Wait, he seems to have realized something. He smiled faintly, then commanded the skeleton warriors, "So that's it. My warriors attack." The skeleton warriors surrounded the Elemental Leopard King one by one. It raised its claws, knocking down several skeleton warriors. Suddenly a green light flashed. It launched an attack on the Outpost Guardian. The skeleton warriors, taking advantage of its entanglement with the Outpost Guardian, immediately used Berserk Strike. At this moment the Elemental Leopard King was covered in wounds. It let out a fierce roar and its entire body erupted with energy as if about to explode. That was the Elemental Burst skill. Lin Moyu watched it in surprise, speechless. The Elemental Leopard King collapsed to the ground, its body shrinking at a visible rate. He noticed its body had shrunk. Lin Moyu mused, "As expected, this Elemental Leopard King is also not an abyssal monster but a pure energy aggregate. It can be eliminated once its energy is depleted." Streaks of elemental arrows shot out one after another, converging to form a massive elemental orb. The Elemental Leopard King struggled to support its body, using all its might to fire a massive energy orb, attempting to block Lin Moyu's elemental orb. The two energy orbs collided, evenly matched, with no clear winner. Taking advantage of the Elemental Leopard King's distraction, the Outpost Guardian swung its scythe, striking a vital spot on the Elemental Leopard King. Finally, the battle ended. Lin Moyu stepped forward to inspect the spoils. Killed level 36 Elemental Leopard King, XP 2,060,000. Obtained Elemental Staff. Elemental Staff, Gold Tier Weapon, Mental Power 600, Constitution 400, Mage Skill Amplification 22. He looked at the vast amount of abyssal energy pouring out, somewhat in disbelief. Is this it? He had a premonition that it wasn't over yet. He stood there and thought, illogical, is this really a hell difficulty dungeon? It's even simpler than the Dragon Frontline Outpost dungeon. Ningi suddenly noticed something amiss. She pointed to a corner of the sky and shouted loudly, "Lin Moyu, look what's over there." Lin Moyu quickly turned his head in the direction Ningi had just pointed. At this moment a mage holding a long staff surrounded by dazzling light was in the sky. He froze. "That's that guy." He stared intently at Lin Moyu without blinking. A blurry voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Come here and find me." Lin Moyu's eyes widened in horror. The voice had directly sounded in his mind. It seemed that the ominous premonition earlier was brought by that guy in the sky. Lin Moyu didn't know what that guy's purpose was, so he reminded Ningi to wait for him here. She was also a little worried, but thinking that he had the ability to protect himself, she only reminded him, "Be careful." Lin Moyu climbed straight up the stairs to the cliff. Now he was facing that guy head-on. Suddenly that guy looked directly at Lin Moyu, urgently pleading. Kill me," he pleaded in agony. Kill me." The hand holding his staff also trembled. He kept repeating, "Kill me." This strange man was the Elemental Archmage, the Hell Difficulty Dungeon Boss, level 39, skills Storm Chains, Burst Flame, Meteor Inferno, Silent Spell, Magic Shield, Traits, Area Enhancement, Vitality. Suddenly his expression changed, no longer pleading as before. He glared at Lin Moyu with killing intent. "If you can't kill me, then die." He waved his staff and a fierce flame rushed towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu immediately activated bone armor and summoned more skeleton warriors. He thought, so this is the dungeon's true boss. How can it be a human-shaped elemental? The flames drew closer and closer. Lin Moyu used a skeleton warrior to block in front of him. The flames quickly engulfed the skeleton warrior, and in an instant one skeleton warrior was annihilated. Lin Moyu cautiously retreated a few steps. He hadn't expected that guy's elemental flames to burn through a skeleton warrior in such a short time. Lin Moyu sighed inwardly. So strong, is this the power of a mage with 40,000 mental power? He continued to summon other skeleton warriors, who charged forward one after another. Lin Moyu kept telling himself that he could only push forward. The skeleton warriors leapt, holding sharp swords, and charged directly towards the Elemental Archmage. He calmly lightly shook the staff in his hand, and then a blue light emitted. A water elemental shield enveloped his entire body. That was Magic Shield. The water elemental shield he created looked fragile, but in reality it was extremely sturdy. The skeleton warriors' swords couldn't penetrate it at all. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, looking at him. The shield is so sturdy, even stronger than a knight's ultimate defense. Among my skills only. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate to gather magic, aiming at the Elemental Archmage. Soul Fire, a magic orb shot out, piercing directly into the Elemental Archmage's shield. The magic orb penetrated the shield, creating a large hole, making him look at Lin Moyu in surprise. Then he looked at the wound caused by Lin Moyu's elemental orb. A hint of change flashed in his eyes, as if he was calculating something. Suddenly his expression changed, and his smile became even more twisted. "Only by killing me can you get the answer." Then he unleashed all his magic, concentrating all his skills: Burst Flame, Frost Dance, Thunderstorm. Various elements merged together and the water defense gradually disappeared. In an instant the defense was completely replaced. Outside, those skeleton warriors charged towards him with their swords, disregarding everything else. As the skeleton warriors rushed in, countless arrows shot out. They immediately froze in place. An arrow suddenly shot over. It turned out the elemental archmage used silent spell, aiming at where Lin Moyu stood. He looked at the arrow embedded in the ground, still imbued with a curse, and immediately realized it was a silencing skill specifically designed to counter mages. The elemental archmage continued to lightly shake the staff in his hand. Under his control, the other skeleton warriors were all controlled by wind chains. Lin Moyu realized that this guy was also difficult to deal with. The skeleton warriors couldn't get close to him at all, so he had no choice but to charge forward himself. Before him, the skeleton mages were still silenced. Area of effect skills could only dispel stun and other mental controls. They had no effect on these wind chains. It seemed he could only rely on himself. He shortened the distance between himself and the dungeon boss. He raised his hand to gather magic, telling himself, "This is the first time I've fought a boss purely on my own strength." After saying that, he threw the magic orb he had just gathered at the elemental archmage. Soulfire. He was incredibly pained by Lin Moyu's magic flames, clutching his chest with both hands. Seeing his disheveled state, Lin Moyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Soulfire can penetrate magic shields, but he hasn't been defeated yet. A magic array appeared beneath his feet and a massive fireball was in the sky. This time he was truly enraged. He didn't want to play with Lin Moyu and the others anymore. So he unleashed his ultimate move, Meteor Inferno. Under the elemental archmage's magic array, small fireballs rushed down one after another towards where Lin Moyu stood. He looked up in surprise. This power range was much stronger than even those second-class transfer mages. However, Lin Moyu was not afraid in the slightest. From the magic imprint he took out 3 small bottles, smiling triumphantly. Since that's the case, there's no avoiding it. Just add a few more layers of bone armor. After drinking the bone armor potion, Lin Moyu's bone armor began to evolve. After upgrading, Lin Moyu was now almost impregnable. The elemental archmage shook his staff, continuously casting high damage attacks at Lin Moyu's silent spell. But all these attacks could not penetrate the bone armor's shield. Lin Moyu looked at him triumphantly. He continued to pick up another bottle and drank it. "Still trying to silence me? My bone armor can immune all control skills and debuffs." After drinking the potion from the previous bottle, Lin Moyu's mental power recovered significantly. The elemental archmage kept attacking him, but was always unable to penetrate that layer of defense. Lin Moyu raised his hand to continue gathering magic. "Soulfire, come on, let's see who can last until the end." The elemental archmage was immediately scorched by Lin Moyu's magic flames, his entire body engulfed in fire. He howled in pain, no longer possessing his initial majestic demeanor. Seeing his disheveled state, Lin Moyu didn't forget to utter a few provocative words. "It seems I'm not the one who'll give up first." The elemental archmage was completely burned away, now only his clothes falling from the air, his ashes swept away by the wind on the battlefield. The panel popped up. Killed level 39 elemental archmage, XP 3 million. Obtained divine flame staff, damaged, obtained spatial crystal, obtained talent divine stone, obtained intermediate skill scroll. Lin Moyu walked towards the scattered items on the ground. Divine flame staff, damaged, a damaged legendary weapon. Spatial crystal can be used to craft spatial teleportation stones. Talent divine stone, a legendary item. 100 increases the probability of awakening a talent during a third-class transfer. Intermediate skill scroll, 100 masters an unawakened skill. Lin Moyu looked at the items on the panel in surprise. So many items, and they're all extremely rare high-grade items. Just then, Ningi, seeing that he hadn't returned for a long time, hurriedly ran to find Lin Moyu. He looked at the items around Lin Moyu and cried out in surprise. "Impossible, how is this possible?" She looked at the staff before her, unable to control her emotions. Divine Flame Staff, it's the Divine Flame Staff, how could it be here? Lin Moyu looked at the staff curiously and asked, "Ningi, is this staff very special?" She hastily picked it up and examined it carefully, then happily told Lin Moyu, "That's right, it's it, exactly like the records I've seen." She then began to explain the origin of this Divine Flame Staff to Lin Moyu. The Divine Flame Staff was the exclusive weapon of the god-tier fire mage, Xu Yan. Later in a great battle, Mage Xu Yan disappeared and his staff also vanished without a trace. Suddenly the staff in Ningi's hand became scorching hot. She cried out in alarm and threw it away. The staff glowed and a figure manifested from within. Lin Moyu quickly activated bone armor, shielding Ningi on full alert. That figure was Xu Yan's remnant soul. He spoke, "Youngsters, don't be nervous." Ningi stood behind Lin Moyu, curiously peeked out, then exclaimed in surprise, "You are the god-tier mage Xu Yan?" Lin Moyu and Ningi quickly bowed respectfully. Junior Lin Moyu, greetings, god-tier mage Xu Yan. Ningi also bowed and said, "Junior once saw your portrait in the Shenxia Museum, which introduced your life story." Xu Yan raised his hand, signaling them to stand up. "Don't be polite. I've been gone for so many years, it's already good that you still remember me. My time is short. The recent battle consumed a lot of energy. Listen to me." The two listened intently. Xu Yan began to recount. That year a temporal rift appeared in Fortress 3's battlefield. That rift connected the abyss and the human world. The Abyssal Elemental Archdemon, leading tens of millions of demons, launched a full-scale invasion. I led the first Mage Legion to confront them. That battle, as Xu Yan described it, culminated in us activating a forbidden spell, destroying the Elemental Archdemon and all its demonic army. He picked up the spatial crystal, a trace of regret on his face. Unfortunately, during that great battle I obtained a spatial crystal. This crystal recorded a certain coordinate in the abyss, and I had an alchemist craft it into a teleportation stone. At this point his gaze turned serious, revealing a secret. It could lead to the abyss. Lin Moyu's eyes widened. This was the key to attacking the abyss. Lin Moyu immediately said to Xu Yan, "Once I return, I'll hand it over to the Empire's top leaders," he replied. "You can't. The spatial crystal and the talent divine stone are both soul-bound, only you can use them. To anyone else they'd just be worthless stones." Xu Yan looked at him and asked, "Young man, judging by your strength, have you already awakened a talent?" Lin Moyu softly replied, "Yes." He recalled what the system had once told him, detecting hosts' awakening of the Necromancer profession. The strongest talent meeting system requirements for this profession is binding, commencing acquisition of world data and skill optimization. Congratulations, host, on awakening the unique god-tier talent. All attributes level 1 growth. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the passive skill, damage transfer. Xu Yan frowned slightly. Indeed, during your second-class transfer, you must awaken another talent. I know it's difficult, but you must strive to achieve it. That way, when you reach your third-class transfer at level 70, you can use the talent Divine Stone to awaken a third talent. He perceived an unusual aura about Lin Moyu. With 3 talents, your strength will reach an astonishing level. In human history, only one top-tier powerhouse with 3 talents has ever appeared. You must become the second, Lin Moyu said with determination. "I will do everything in my power." Xu Yan smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Lin Moyu then asked the doubt in his heart, "But why did you choose me?" He simply said leisurely, "Those wastes are an eyesore to me. Giving these to them would be a waste. I'd rather let them rot here than hand them over to such good-for-nothings." He stroked his chin as if recalling something. There was a girl a while ago who was quite good too. I almost gave them to her then. Unfortunately she was with a team, so she was still a little short." He looked at Lin Moyu and continued, "But that girl resembles you somewhat." Lin Moyu quickly pulled out an orb of light and asked Xu Yan, "Senior, did the person you mentioned look like this?" Xu Yan replied, "Yes, that's her. Her talent is good, but she was still a little short." "You know her," Xu Yan continued. "When I saw her a few months ago, she was already level 35. I wonder how she is now." Lin Moyu mused, "Her leveling speed is truly fast." Xu Yan seemed to read Lin Moyu's thoughts and encouraged him. "Level doesn't matter, just like you, at only level 27, you can already solo hell difficulty dungeons of level 30, looking across the entire human race. Those who can do what you do are almost non-existent. Furthermore, your profession is very unique. The Necromancer was unheard of in my era." He looked at the nearby skeleton warriors. "Your summoned creatures all possess combat attributes far exceeding their level. It seems your talent is amplification-based, however there are still drawbacks. They are easily controlled. If you can awaken control or anti-control talent skills in the future, your potential will be limitless. In summary, this is precisely the answer to Lin Moyu's earlier question, which is why I chose you," Lin Moyu cautiously replied. "This junior will not disappoint your expectations, senior." Then Xu Yan's figure merged into the staff. "That promises enough. My soul will merge into the staff, making it stronger after repairs. Find a new master worthy of it," Lin Moyu softly replied. "Senior, please rest assured I will never let the Divine Flame staff be tarnished." Lin Moyu then carefully stored these precious items into his magic imprint, and the two continued talking about god-tier mage Xu Yan's sacrifice. Ningi praised repeatedly, "Senior Xu Yan dedicated his life to humanity. It is precisely because of such people that humanity can continue to survive under the threat of the abyss." Lin Moyu agreed. "I believe humanity will grow stronger and stronger, and sooner or later we will attack the abyss." Then the two walked into the teleportation gate and left Fortress 3's battlefield. As soon as their figures emerged, someone cheered, "They're out, looks like they cleared the dungeon. So powerful. He even soloed the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon in Battlefield 1. He's too strong." Xing'an heard the familiar words and quickly asked the person next to him, "Is that Junior Lin?" The person quickly replied, "It is." Xing'an looked at the two of them in surprise. He hadn't expected that Lin Moyu, having just arrived at Fortress 3's battlefield, had already soloed a Hell Difficulty dungeon. Lin Moyu frowned and quickly pulled Ningi away. "Let's go, I have a bad feeling. Every time we leave a dungeon nothing good happens." Ningi covered her mouth, smiling as she agreed. Suddenly a series of light beams in the sky caught their attention. An alarm sounded from above. Xing'an on a flying magical artifact was alerting everyone on the battlefield. "Demon ambush? Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle." Demon ambush. From a spatial rift on the battlefield, countless demons poured out. They howled incessantly. Human flesh, delicious, I'm here. I'm too hungry to wait any longer. Finally, I can taste the legendary delicious human flesh." As soon as the monsters emerged from the spatial rift, they were attacked by skeleton warriors. Some were killed instantly upon appearing, while others roared in pain. They looked at each other in confusion. "What's going on? What is this? Isn't this the initial battlefield?" They stared in horror at the blinding light before them. Then their entire bodies were cleaved in two by a single strike. The system panel pulsed continuously, notifying that level 38 and 37 Abyssal Hellhounds were constantly being eliminated. In another corner near the spatial rift, Ningi smiled and said to Lin Moyu, "I told you we'd definitely encounter a spatial portal." Outside Fortress 3's city gate, alarms blared nonstop, reminding everyone, "Demon ambush, prepare for battle." Not seeing Lin Moyu's figure, Xing'an and the others grew anxious. "Oh no, Junior Lin went that way." They quickly ran in Lin Moyu's direction. Xing'an was very worried about Lin Moyu's safety. Junior Lin is indeed very strong, able to solo hell difficulty dungeons at level 27, but there's a huge difference between common demons and high-level demons. Another teammate consoled him. "Don't worry, Junior Lin might not have encountered any demons." Xing'an also calmed down, silently praying that Lin Moyu wouldn't encounter any danger, hoping for the best. On Lin Moyu's side, he had already arrived at the spatial portal. He stared intently at the spatial rift. This time, the spatial portal was at least twice as large as the one he encountered previously. He watched the monsters scramble out of the rift, calculating in his mind, "I can't throw corpses into the portal anymore, lest the Flame Demon King detect it. I'll kill them once they come out." Lin Moyu extended his hand, ready to cast Corpse Explosion as soon as a monster approached. With the first batch of corpses, it'll be much easier next time. The demons, unaware of Lin Moyu's danger, had just emerged and were still discussing how to devour the two of them. To think we'd find such prime sustenance right after arriving at the initial battlefield. "I'm taking the little girl, no one else lays a hand on her." As soon as they approached, an explosion instantly occurred, splattering Lin Moyu's clothes with blood, but he merely said calmly, "First wave of military merits secured. This purge earned 1,800 military merits. Now another batch of demons is coming." Large numbers of demons surged forward again, scrambling to get out. Lin Moyu mused, "Good timing." As those demons approached once more, Lin Moyu reactivated Corpse Explosion, and the system panel continuously pulsed with notifications after killing Abyssal Hellhounds. Ningi watched the military merit count continue to rise, totaling 1,400. He happily shouted, "Another star!" Both their badges gained another star. She exclaimed, "An ordinary demon-slaying squad might struggle for half a year on the battlefield and still not earn 10,000 military merits." Ningi kept smiling as she looked at her badge. "I can't believe we've been promoted to one-star lieutenant just like that." In contrast to her, Lin Moyu remained vigilant, wary of even stronger demons appearing. From the spatial rift, two more high-level demons emerged. An Abyssal Shadow Demon, level 40 high-level demon, and an Abyssal Blade Demon, high-level demon, level 40. They exchanged triumphant glances. "Finally, we've reached the initial battlefield. I'm going to capture some human slaves." To their surprise, they found the ground covered with countless corpses, ranging from low-level monsters to high-level demons. All corpses. So what happened? They looked at each other. "Did a human third-class transfer professional toy with us here? Humans have no martial ethics." Seeing that the prey had arrived, Lin Moyu grinned and immediately cast Corpse Explosion. "You'll soon find out what happened here." They looked up at him, then said disdainfully, "So it's just a level 27 runt. Very well, I've decided to make you my human slave." The Abyssal Blade Demon continued to taunt Lin Moyu. "If you kneel before me now, I can." But before it could finish speaking, the corpse beneath its feet immediately exploded, sending its entire body flying. Ningi witnessed this scene, somewhat speechless. "Are these demons really that stupid?" She turned to look at Lin Moyu. "But if I were a demon, I wouldn't believe a level 27 could annihilate such a large demonic army either." Seeing the spatial rift tremble slightly, Lin Moyu immediately said, "The portal is about to collapse. I'll give it a hand." He looked at the corpses of the two high-level demons from earlier. "Let's borrow the corpses of these fools." He then ordered the skeleton warriors to throw these two corpses into the portal. Lin Moyu then unleashed his final blow, Corpse Explosion. The portal instantly exploded, and the total military merits reached 7,000. Both their badges quickly gained another star. Ningi exclaimed in surprise, "How many demons were crammed into that portal? One explosion actually promoted us to 2-star lieutenant." Lin Moyu pulled out a spirit stone glowing with blue light. He looked at it in confusion. "What is this?" Ningi became anxious upon seeing it. "This is the teleportation stone Sister Mo Yun gave me before for positioning." Lin Moyu immediately recalled Mo Yun's words when she gave him this spirit stone. It was the teleportation stone for Mo Yun, inviting him and Ningi to hunt the Battlefield Ghost King together. Has she already found the Battlefield Ghost King? Ningi watched Lin Moyu, her hands tightly clasped in worry. "Sister Mo Yun must have found the Battlefield Ghost King. Let's hurry and help her." Lin Moyu crushed the spirit stone and said, "Teleport." Then the two were immediately teleported to Mo Yun's location. On Xing'an's side, he had already caught up to the spatial rift where Lin Moyu and Ningi had just been killing demons. This is where the demons invaded. "What?" Another teammate pointed at the spatial rift and shouted, "Boss, look, the spatial rift has disappeared." The ground was piled high with dense demon corpses, enough to form a small mountain. Someone cried out in horror. "It's all demon corpses here." That teammate quickly recognized one of the corpses. He yelled, "An Abyssal Blade Demon. This is a high-level demon. How could it be killed so easily? Which great master did this? We rushed here immediately after receiving the distress signal, yet these guys didn't even have time to resist." Xing'an and that teammate exchanged wordless glances. He finally realized his worries were excessive. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. "Why does this scene always feel so familiar?" The teammate stroked his chin, pondering. "It couldn't have been Junior Lin, could it?" Looking at the small mountain of corpses, Xing'an also somewhat agreed. It's very possible. Junior Lin's skills are perfectly capable of this. We worried about him for nothing. It seems our worry was unnecessary. Junior Lin wouldn't dare come here to hunt demons unless he was confident. That's right, we don't need to worry about him. Meanwhile, on Battlefield 2, Mo Yun was riding her horse, anxiously looking at the teleportation stone in her hand. Why aren't they here yet? On Battlefield 2, the Battlefield Ghost King had already appeared, it roared. This is a world boss, level 39. Skills: Void Charm, Life Absorption. Traits: immune to 50 physical damage, holy damage increased by 50. Another team on the ground commanded others to shoot arrows. That was the level 20 Berserker Zihao's move used to hinder Mo Yun in the air. Mo Yun, riding her white horse, skillfully maneuvered to dodge the arrows. Having fought for a long time, her nerves were taut and sweat poured down like rain. Suddenly, Mo Yun's white horse was struck by a surge of spiritual energy and it cried out in pain. Below, Zihao and others gathered and launched a surprise attack on Mo Yun. She glanced at the people on the ground, feeling a huge headache. They even had another team, one group fighting the boss, and the other obstructing her. Mo Yun alone couldn't handle both sides simultaneously. She was constantly worried. The Battlefield Ghost King randomly appeared in one of the 3 battlefields, only for 30 minutes each time. Missing this opportunity would make it very difficult to find again. While she was distracted, Zihao and the others sent someone to ambush her. Fortunately, Mo Yun reacted in time and dodged the attack. These Dynasty Guild people are truly troublesome. Can I not shake them off? Ningi still isn't here. Suddenly, a white light enveloped Mo Yun, helped her evade the attacks from the crowd below. Zihao, seeing this from the ground, yelled furiously. Realizing that Lin Moyu and Ningi had arrived just in time to help, they were inside a shield floating in the air. Zihao waved, signaling the archers to shoot arrows and break through their 3-person defense. Under the pressure of numerous arrows from all directions, the shield couldn't hold on for long and immediately shattered into pieces. Lin Moyu reacted swiftly, activating bone armor to protect everyone from the arrows. No matter how many arrows, they couldn't pierce the bone armor's defense. Mo Yun was utterly stunned, finding the toughness of this defense incredible. She looked at Ningi, a hint of envy in her voice. Lin Moyu's skill could actually block all attacks had she been protected like this all along. Zihao watched Mo Yun and the others from the ground in surprise. He immediately recognized his archenemy, Lin Moyu, and his emotions gradually spiraled out of control. Lin Moyu, it's him, that bastard. Ningi suddenly remembered the main issue at this moment, turning to Mo Yun to ask, Sister Yun, what happened? Mo Yun replied a little nervously, I found the Battlefield Ghost King, and coincidentally the Dynasty Guild members are here too. Lin Moyu looked at the crowd on the ground as if they were disgusting insects, his words filled with disdain. It's these arrogant, weak bullying scum again. Mo Yun, seeing his reaction, asked in surprise, You've met them? Lin Moyu lightly brushed his hair, recalling Zihao and the others' arrogant and overbearing manner. You could say we had some friction. I didn't expect to run into them here again. Zihao yelled from the ground. Lin Moyu, his anger erupted again, veins bulging on his face. Lin Moyu looked at him and asked Mo Yun, How did that guy get here? Mo Yun frowned and replied, That guy is the young guild master of the Dynasty Guild. Their guild is here to help him find Nirvana crystals. She anxiously looked at the other team that was fighting the boss. They're deliberately holding us here, letting their other team take advantage and fight the boss. What do we do now? Lin Moyu calmly said. You go over there and contain them, don't let them kill the boss. I'll handle things here. And then I'll join you. Mo Yun replied, Alright, even if I can't kill the boss, they won't either. With that, she rode her white horse and galloped towards the group fighting the boss. Mo Yun didn't forget to remind them, You two be careful yourselves. Zihao's subordinate, seeing Mo Yun had gone to the team fighting the boss, quickly asked Zihao, Young Guildmaster, should we stop that woman? Zihao's eyes were now blinded by hatred. He only wanted to kill Lin Moyu immediately. Let her go. Deal with Lin Moyu first. He held 2 huge long blades. Looking at Lin Moyu arrogantly. Lin Moyu, I can't believe I ran into you again. You know what? You went to Shajing Academy, but I couldn't get into any academy, all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been rated as a poor student. Zihao immediately entered a berserk state. He gnashed his teeth and said, If it weren't for you, I would have been the top scorer in the province. It's all you, all of it. Ningi looked at him as if he were a lunatic. This person's mind was too unstable. Not being able to get into Shajing Academy is a matter of your personal ability. What does it have to do with Lin Moyu? Lin Moyu didn't care at all, it was just jealousy. Zihao became even more irrational. He could no longer tolerate it. What are you still standing there for? Charge forward and kill him for me. His subordinates immediately replied, Yes. Zihao's subordinates charged forward. Level 38 Knight, Strength 8,000, Agility 6,000, Mental Power 4,000, Constitution 15,000. Zihao was relying on his power and numbers. Believing that Lin Moyu, with only 2 people, couldn't possibly contend with his level 38 subordinates, he grew even more arrogant. No matter how strong you are, you're just someone who recently completed a class transfer. While my team is already seasoned from countless battles, Lin Moyu, today is your doomsday. Lin Moyu unhurriedly extended his hand, summoning skeleton warriors. Appear. Zihao's subordinates were beaten black and blue by the skeleton warriors, lying on the ground screaming in fear. Monsters! The other subordinates were no longer as confident as they had been at the start. They gradually retreated. What? How is this possible? Zihao only realized the gravity of the situation at this moment. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain. What on earth was going on? The other subordinates were severely wounded and could only stand aside, casting healing magic. Zihao suddenly remembered he still had archers behind him. He turned and yelled, "Archers, mages, kill that bastard!" Zihao's archers immediately received the order and shot flaming arrows at Lin Moyu and the others. Lin Moyu felt a thrill of excitement. He waved his hand and summoned his skeleton mages. "My mages, come out and play too." Lin Moyu's 4 elemental mages successively unleashed Burst Flame, Berserk, Tornado, Thunderstorm and Frost Dance. The heavens and earth trembled. The Dynasty Guild members below were fighting desperately, but they were clearly at a disadvantage, falling continuously. Fear was clearly visible on their faces. One of them trembled and said, "What are these things?" Zihao lamented that during the college entrance exam he hadn't realized Lin Moyu could summon undead creatures. No sooner had he spoken than one of them burst into flames, becoming unrecognizable. His companion yelled loudly as if announcing to everyone, "We can't win, absolutely can't win. Even with 10 or 20 more healers, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the speed at which those skeletons cast skills." The Dynasty Guild members, panicked and in disarray, scrambled away, hope dimming. Zihao, still stubbornly with his back to the others, roared, "What are you doing? Don't run. He's just a level 27 kid. Kill him for me." He opened his mouth wide and yelled, "Kill Lin Moyu, I can't let him steal the glory that rightfully belongs to me again." Lin Moyu sneered and asked them, trying to run. Then he cast Corpse Explosion. Zihao stood rooted to the spot, sweat pouring down his forehead, blurting out, "That skill again?" A deafening explosion rang out, dust billowed and a pillar of red light shot straight into the sky. Zihao tightly covered his face, screaming loudly. A torrent of dense rain-like attacks struck directly down, catching him off guard and freezing him on the spot. That area instantly became a mess. In the thick dust a figure appeared faintly. Lin Moyu's 2-star lieutenant badge on his chest caught Zihao's eye, leaving him dumbfounded. He wondered to himself, 2-star lieutenant, how many demons has he killed? He involuntarily slumped to the ground, yet still stubbornly yelled, "What do you want to do, Lin Moyu? You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you'll also." Lin Moyu didn't care about these words at all. While casting a move, he coldly interrupted him. "Too much nonsense, sorry. I don't have the habit of letting a tiger return to its mountain." At this moment, the Dynasty Guild members were also struggling to fight the battlefield Ghost King. A beam of light suddenly shot directly down, making them glance fearfully. It was Mo Yun attacking them from above. A shield appeared, protecting her from the attacks of those people. They cursed in exasperation. "That little girl is so troublesome. We'll deal with her when the young guildmaster gets here." "What's going on with the young guildmaster? Why hasn't he come to support us after so long?" At the same time, their systems all prompted them for their second-class transfer. Suddenly, 2 unidentified objects flew quickly towards them. The man froze. "What are those things?" Another person looked them over and concluded, "Dynasty Guild clothes, they're our own people." The man's eyes widened, fearfully guessing, could the young guildmaster already be? Hundreds of lightning bolts fiercely struck that object. The man yelled while counterattacking, "Who is it?" Lin Moyu, Ningi and the skeleton army strode proudly towards them. Mo Yun could hardly believe her eyes, asking, "Solved it so quickly?" She saw the skeletons laden with corpses, utterly astonished. "Those are the bodies of Dynasty Guild members." What was the background of this acquaintance of Ningi's? Lin Moyu's face was as cold as frost. He ordered the skeletons to throw those corpses at the Dynasty Guild members and cast Corpse Explosion, making them detonate. The deafening explosions tore through space and shook the earth, making everything around them tremble violently. Mo Yun quickly rode her horse high into the sky. He still said with lingering fear, "Lin Moyu, is this your true strength? No wonder you could solo hell difficulty dungeons. And Ningi has been following him all along." One of the Dynasty Guild members yelled, "Where's the support? Heal quickly." He looked up and cast a group defense skill, shouting, "All those still alive, gather quickly." They breathed a sigh of relief, happy smiles appearing on their faces because a shield had appeared protecting them. But their smiles were quickly broken by the skeletons. Mo Yun descended, urging, "That's enough, let's go deal with the battlefield Ghost King." She suddenly remembered something, and the panel information popped up. Battlefield Ghost King, World Boss, Level 39, Strength 25,000, Agility 20,000, Mental Power 2000, Constitution 25,000, Skills, Void Charm, Life Absorption traits, immune to 50 physical damage, holy damage increased by 50. Lin Moyu cast Soul Summon on the battlefield Ghost King. He commanded, "Appear." A moment later, the Outpost Guardian appeared, confronting the battlefield Ghost King. Mo Yun was stunned, asking Ningi, "How many trump cards does Lin Moyu even have?" She realized she couldn't see through this person at all. Lin Moyu turned and replied, "I'm not good at holy skills, so I'll leave this to you." Mo Yun was startled but quickly agreed. Then she rode her horse high into the sky. A blue beam of light shot directly down from above, attacking the battlefield Ghost King's head. It glanced angrily. Then the battlefield Ghost King raised its hand high and cast Life Absorption. Mo Yun immediately dodged to the side. She rode her horse, swiftly evading the battlefield Ghost King's continuous attacks. Lin Moyu calculated that he had to interrupt its skill. He decisively cast Slowing Curse, unleashing hundreds of chains. The battlefield Ghost King was entangled from all directions. Lin Moyu commanded the Outpost Guardian, "Go restrict the Ghost King's movements." It immediately complied. The Outpost Guardian charged forward, striking left and right, delivering several hard slaps to the battlefield Ghost King, then relentlessly pounded on it. A huge question mark appeared in Mo Yun's mind. She wondered to herself, how many more abilities does Lin Moyu have unused? The battlefield Ghost King's eyes blazed with fury. It fiercely counterattacked, repelling the outpost guardian. Lin Moyu was thoughtful. The outpost guardian was gradually unable to fully cope with the battles it encountered. It was time to find a new soul. Mo Yun quickly charged towards the Ghost King from above. She said, "You just keep it contained and I'll attack it." Hundreds of energy orbs appeared, continuously attacking the battlefield Ghost King, but it remained standing completely unharmed. Mo Yun yelled in exasperation, "Damn it, isn't the Ghost King supposed to take an additional 50 damage from holy attacks? Why isn't my attack doing anything?" The Ghost King counterattacked, casting Charm. Mo Yun immediately became disoriented. Lin Moyu suddenly remembered, "Damn, I forgot to put bone armor on her. She can't immune mental control." So he waved, signaling the skeleton warriors to go forward. Mo Yun fell freely as if her soul had left her body. The skeleton warriors agilely rushed forward and caught her. When the skeleton warriors handed Mo Yun to Ningi, Lin Moyu turned and instructed, "You take care of her, I'll go deal with that big guy." Ningi quickly agreed and told him to be careful. Lin Moyu stood behind, observing the outpost guardian fighting the battlefield Ghost King, while commenting, "This guy is indeed very strong." He suddenly had a bold idea, a dangerous look appearing on his face. "How about I choose you as my next soul?" Lin Moyu calmly recalled the outpost guardian into his weapon, and the battlefield Ghost King was surprised. Then it fiercely cast Void, but Lin Moyu remained very calm, a slight smile on his lips. The battlefield Ghost King's attack was easily nullified. Lin Moyu raised his hands high, shouting, "It's time to work, my warriors." While casting Soulfire, he challenged the Ghost King, "Taste the feeling of your soul being incinerated." The Ghost King let out a painful, deafening roar. Lin Moyu gave it no chance to breathe, casting Berserk Strike. On Ningyi's side, she was carefully feeding medicine to Mo Yun. Mo Yun slightly opened her mouth, swallowing the medicine with difficulty. Suddenly, Mo Yun sat up abruptly, asking in panic, "What happened to me?" Ningyi explained, "Sister Yun, you were hit by the Ghost King's charm skill just now." Mo Yun was startled. "Charm skill?" She turned in panic to look at the Ghost King. At this moment, the sight of Lin Moyu, the battlefield Ghost King tidally bound by chains, and the skeleton warriors entered her vision. Mo Yun was stunned. Could he suppress the battlefield Ghost King by himself? She thought to herself. Even with her holy attacks boosted by 50, she couldn't deal much damage to the Ghost King, yet at this moment the Ghost King cast Life Absorption, tightly wrapping the skeleton warriors and lifting them up. Lin Moyu immediately mocked it. "Sorry, my skeletons are all undead summons. Life Absorption is completely ineffective against them." You surprisingly asked yourself, can the Void skill be used this way? But that only grants immunity to physical attacks and breaks curses. Lin Moyu coldly raised his hand, thinking, "I'm a mage anyway, so I'll just switch to magic attacks." Mo Yun was terrified by the sight before her, opening her mouth to ask, "Ningyi, is this how Lin Moyu usually takes you through dungeons?" Ningyi smiled and replied, "Yes, Sister Yun." Ningyi expressed regret. "Too bad there are no sweet potatoes," but when Mo Yun questioned her again, she just smiled and replied, "It's nothing." 5 minutes later, the battlefield Ghost King crashed to the ground. System notification. Eliminated battlefield Ghost King, XP 2 million. Obtained Assassin's Ghost King Dagger, Platinum Tier Weapon, all attributes 800, Assassin Skill Amplification 60 with Void Skill. Void. Turn oneself into a void for 30 seconds, immune to physical attacks, cooldown 5 minutes, Ghost King Longsword. Swordsman Profession, Platinum Tier Weapon, all attributes 800, Swordsman Skill Amplification 60 with 1 Strike Bloodlust Skill. 1 Strike Bloodlust. Attack based on one's own strength, absorb vitality, heal oneself. Cooldown 5 minutes. Heart of the Ghost King, main material for crafting Ghost King set ornaments, Nirvana Crystal, increases the chance of profession sublimation during the second class transfer. Lin Moyu ended the battle with Soul Summon. The battlefield Ghost King's soul flew before Lin Moyu, signifying his successful collection of the battlefield Ghost King's soul. System displayed, battlefield Ghost King World Boss level 39, Strength 25,000, Agility 2000, Mental Power 2000, Constitution 25,000, Skills. Void, Charm, Life Absorption traits. Immune to 50 physical damage, holy damage increased by 50. Lin Moyu commented with relish, "Although its weakness is holy damage, overall it's still pretty good." Mo Yun asked, utterly disbelieving, "Is that it? So he alone could eliminate the battlefield Ghost King?" Lin Moyu gripped his weapon tightly and walked towards them with his head down. He handed something to Mo Yun, who took it with both hands and then exclaimed in surprise. Nirvana Crystal. A tempest raged in her heart as she murmured, "I've searched for the battlefield Ghost King for so long, and finally I have the Nirvana Crystal." Mo Yun tightly clutched the crystal shard, lost in thought. "With this crystal I have a 60 chance of successfully sublimating my profession during my second-class transfer. This time I will definitely become a Saint Spirit Summoner, and I will inherit my family's glory." Then she excitedly chattered, "Lin Moyu, thank you, this Nirvana Crystal is very important to me." Suddenly, a pile of loot descended from the sky. "How lucky, we even got the Heart of the Ghost King, the main material for crafting the Ghost King necklace." Mo Yun replied decisively, "I only need the Nirvana Crystal, you two can split the rest. The Ghost King necklace is an excellent ornament, quite valuable. If you can't find a suitable alchemist, just have Ningyi help you find one." Ningyi replied with a squinting smile, I'd like to help, but Lin Moyu is practically half of God Bai's disciple, so I won't be needed for this. Mo Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Lord Bai, she thought to herself. I never knew he had this connection. I've never heard of God Bai taking disciples, but with his strength he certainly has the qualifications. Lin Moyu just stood silently, not saying a word. Behind him were scattered corpses. Mo Yun said worriedly, "This time you've killed so many people from the Dynasty Guild, especially their young guildmaster. They definitely won't let it go. Their guildmaster is a third-class transfer professional. Even with Lord Bai's protection they might not dare to do anything openly, but what they do in the shadows is unpredictable." Lin Moyu replied decisively, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He secretly reminded himself that from now on he must be careful when summoning the Ghost King's soul, ensuring no one else sees it. Lin Moyu's gaze suddenly turned dark and sharp. No, as long as no living person sees it. The scene switched to Battlefield 3, where the system screen displayed. Battlefield Ghost King eliminated. Heart of the Ghost King dropped. The students of Shajing Academy were dumbfounded, exclaiming loudly, "The world boss is gone. The Battlefield Ghost King is dead. The Battlefield Ghost King possesses the god-tier skill life absorption. How could it actually be killed? Which team is so powerful?" The Dynasty Guild also received notification that the Battlefield Ghost King had been eliminated. The man said proudly, "Ever since Zi Hao failed the college entrance exam and couldn't get into an academy, our guild has been cultivating him ourselves. The Battlefield Ghost King has been eliminated. As long as he gets the Nirvana Crystal, sublimates his profession, and becomes a legendary professional, he can completely turn things around." The old man grinned. "My son's humiliation will surely be repaid tenfold someday." Then he signaled a subordinate to come in. The man ordered, "Zi Hao will go to the frontline battlefield after experiencing true combat knowledge. He will be completely transformed. Find an alchemist. I want to craft a Ghost King necklace ornament for him." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Moyu was disposing of the remnants, saying, "This way we can completely destroy all traces." Ningi looked at Lin Moyu, smiling. "As long as we don't expose the Ghost King incident, no one will know we did this." Mo Yun quickly reassured her. "Ningi, don't worry, I also bear some responsibility. I'll keep the Nirvana Crystal hidden." With that, Mo Yun quickly crushed the blue stone in her hand. The stone activated and the three instantly left the battlefield. At this moment in Shajing Academy, Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan were drinking tea together. "The professional tournament starts the day after tomorrow. That brat should be back soon," Meng Anwen scoffed. "Are you just worried about whether he completed the mission?" Bai Yuan's thoughts were exposed. He lightly coughed twice, then quietly reminded, "Keep it down if you're right," Meng Anwen shared. "I just saw the notification that the Battlefield Ghost King was killed. Guess if it was him." Bai Yuan didn't answer. Instead, his gaze grew more serious. Suddenly Lin Moyu appeared, and upon seeing his figure, he immediately asked, "Little Lin is back?" Lin Moyu respectfully bowed at a 45-degree angle, saying, "Lin Moyu greets Lord Bai, Lord Meng." Bai Yuan quickly asked about the results, if the mission was completed. Lin Moyu replied that it was completed. While taking out the spoils, Bai Yuan praised with satisfaction. "Not bad." Lin Moyu's badge on his chest caught his eye, making him freeze. "Wait a minute," Bai Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Two-star lieutenant, did you raid a demon nest?" Bai Yuan fell into deep thought. Two-star lieutenant means at least 20,000 military merits, and this was while he was with old Ning's precious granddaughter. Ordinary demons only give 50 military merits. This kid Lin Moyu must have killed at least 400 demons. Lin Moyu explained, "I killed some high-level demons." His words greatly surprised Bai Yuan. Meng Anwen incredulously spat out his tea. Bai Yuan's face was serious. He lightly coughed a few times, then demanded, "Little Lin, explain this clearly." Meanwhile, Meng Anwen quickly used a handkerchief to wipe away the battlefield he had inadvertently created. Lin Moyu began to recount. "It was like this. I encountered a spatial portal." After listening, Bai Yuan was overjoyed. "You brat, I never expected you to have such a cheating move. That Flame Demon King must be furious. Failing to kill you twice, he must have lost all face." Meng Anwen also praised from the side. "Well done, next time you can hit harder." Lin Moyu continued seriously, "Lord Bai, Lord Meng, this time in the Battlefield 3 dungeon I encountered the god-tier mage Shu Yan." Hearing him say this, both reacted strongly. "What did you say?" "Lin Moyu, you said you met the Divine Flame Mage." Lin Moyu replied, "That's right." Then he calmly recounted the entire story. The two breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the situation. Meng Anwen mocked his old friend. "If I'm not mistaken, someone also went to that dungeon, right? Why didn't he receive the Divine Flame Mage's favor?" Bai Yuan replied helplessly, "At that time my profession hadn't sublimated, so it was normal not to be highly regarded." He commanded, "Bring out that spatial crystal for me to see. No need to look for anyone else. The best choice is right here." Lin Moyu obediently agreed and quickly complied. Meng Anwen's eyes gleamed as he summoned the divine light. Meng Anwen began to cast a spell, and the blue stone before him was completely enveloped in a fiery red glow. The system displayed a notification, "Teleportation stone to the abyss." After a while he unhurriedly said, "It's done. I've added the coordinates of the human world to it. You can use it to travel between the human world and the abyss." Meng Anwen carefully reminded him, "But its ability is limited. Each use must be separated by about an hour. This teleportation stone is already soul-bound to you. Only you can use it." Lin Moyu tightly gripped the stone in his hand, respectfully thanking Lord Meng. Bai Yiyuan said seriously, "You must keep that talent divine stone safe. It will be very useful for your third-class transfer. As for the divine flame staff, I'll find someone to see if it can be repaired." Lin Moyu took out the staff and said, "This is a legendary weapon. There aren't many in the entire human race. Having one more is already very good." He suddenly remembered something, then picked up the heart of the Ghost King. "By the way, Lord Bai, I have one more thing I'd like to ask you." Bai Yiyuan froze for 5 seconds. Heart of the Ghost King. Meng Anwen squinted, mocking Bai Yiyuan. "See, I told you little Lin killed the battlefield Ghost King." Bai Yiyuan quickly reached out to cover it up, then lightly coughed and asked, "Lin Moyu, you killed the battlefield Ghost King, so you must have also obtained the Nirvana Crystal, right?" Lin Moyu truthfully shared, "Yes, there are 5 in total. I still have 3 in my hand." Bai Yiyuan hinted, "Alright, give me 2 and I'll help you prepare for your second-class transfer ritual." His heart ached, but he still feigned composure and continued, "I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee an 80 chance of helping your profession sublimate during your second-class transfer. There's a 30 chance you'll definitely awaken a second talent. Currently, you've only awakened your second talent. If it were your first, I'd be 90 certain I could help you awaken a talent." After hearing this, Lin Moyu respectfully thanked Lord Bai. He thought to himself that Lord Bai must have paid a heavy price to help him with the class transfer. Bai Yiyuan heard this, gently put down his teacup and said with a smile, "Are you still calling me Lord Bai?" This sentence made Lin Moyu freeze for a moment. After his brain processed the information, Lin Moyu quickly stepped forward. He respectfully offered tea as if performing a discipleship ceremony. "Disciple Lin Moyu greets master." Bai Yiyuan smiled with satisfaction, then happily reached out to take the teacup. Lin Moyu was moved, thinking of those who were important to him, and realized he now had one more family member in this world. Bai Yiyuan said with satisfaction, "Very good, you've worked hard these past few days, go back and rest. Tomorrow we'll depart for Nanong City. You must perform well in the professional tournament and strive to bring back the championship trophy." Lin Moyu replied confidently, "Master, don't worry." Meng Anwen probed, "So happy already?" Bai Yiyuan retorted venomously, "Happy my foot. The resources I've painstakingly accumulated over the years are almost all gone now." Meng Anwen smiled and commented, "Stubborn but soft-hearted," he shared seriously. "But there's something little Lin didn't tell you. He and the little girl from the Mo family robbed the battlefield Ghost King together, offended the Dynasty Guild, and even killed their young guildmaster." Bai Yiyuan frowned, very puzzled. Why didn't he say anything? What kind of trash is the Dynasty Guild? I could flatten them all with one slap, Meng Anwen guessed. Perhaps he wants to handle it himself, not wanting to trouble you. "Don't interfere and don't tell anyone, lest you cause him trouble." Bai Yiyuan smiled proudly. "This kid has backbone, not bad," he asked curiously. "Why do you think I'd interfere? Am I that stupid?" Meng Anwen said bluntly, "Pretty much, and old Ning will probably come looking for you immediately once he knows Ningi went to Battlefield 3. Time and space shifted to the next day, Nanong City Professional Tournament Stadium. The stands were packed, everyone filled with anticipation. Miao Yu's eyes widened, exclaiming, "So many people, I heard over 100,000 teams are participating." Dao Dao glanced at Lin Moyu thinking, the organizers said about 90 of the teams would be eliminated in the knockout rounds. But in the knockout rounds, even without Lin Moyu, our team should be fine. The organizer invited the next team to enter. The leader encouraged his team with great momentum. "Let's go, we must first pass the team knockout round." A dazzling red light shone. Looking at the dense chains before him, Lin Moyu secretly lamented. So the Empire uses the Shenxia Tower to test abilities. It seems that as long as the contestants defeat all monsters, they pass the test. This is indeed the simplest and most effective test method. At this moment someone shouted loudly, "Duan Gao, status boost, continuous attribute increase, strength enhancement, agility enhancement, defense enhancement, magic activation." Dao Dao spoke, "Our sisters will try first. If it doesn't work, we'll trouble you." Lin Moyu readily agreed. System introduction. Abyssal Hellhound, Elite Fake Demon, level 27, Strength 2800, Agility 3500, Mental Power 1000, Constitution 2000. Skill, Bite. Dao Dao secretly lamented that it was 4 levels lower than a true Abyssal Hellhound, and its attributes were also greatly weakened. Her few companions should be able to handle it. Thinking this, she decisively activated Charge. Dao Dao continuously attacked the Abyssal Hellhound with shield bashes. The Abyssal Hellhound fiercely pounced on her. Ningi suddenly ambushed it from above and the Abyssal Hellhound was instantly knocked down by her. Ningi wiped her sweat thinking, "It seems I've become much stronger after following Lin Moyu for so long." Dao Dao urged her teammates with a bright smile. "It seems we can still handle it, let's keep going." Lin Moyu secretly analyzed that based on his experience the test couldn't be this simple, it was just starting. Inside the stadium, the screen continuously displayed results, and people below discussed animatedly, "Oh my god, there are estimated to be over 30,000 teams on the leaderboard, it seems the knockout rounds are also difficult. Look, another team has been eliminated." A group of belligerent Abyssal Hellhounds appeared in the dungeon. Ningi quickly used one-shot kill. The Abyssal Hellhounds were knocked down one by one, flying out like broken kites. The Abyssal Hellhound unleashed its inner burst skill, and Dao Dao quickly countered, gaining control of it. Before it could rest, Dao Dao continued her attack. In the academy, this battle was simultaneously broadcast on the wall. Someone asked, "What is that kid doing? Why is he so slow? Other teams are at 40 points, but he only has 23. Bai Yuan spoke. Old Meng, you're the manager of the Shenxia Tower. Can you tell us a bit more? Meng Anwen flatly refused, saying he couldn't. He stroked his teacup and asked, but this is just a knockout round, not a consecutive battle. Don't you trust his strength? Bai Yuan grinned, answering with certainty, if that kid doesn't bring back the championship, you'll see how I deal with him. Back in the dungeon, after a long battle, Lin Moyu's teammates seemed tired. System introduction. Abyssal Hellhound, Common False Demon, Level 29, Strength 5000, Agility 5000, Mental Power 1500, Constitution 5000. Dao Dao's face was tense as she loudly reminded her teammates, it's the boss, everyone be careful. Miao Yu shouted, drenched in sweat. My mental power is exhausted. Lin Moyu remained very calm, concluding, the boss is indeed an Abyssal Hellhound. He looked around. It seemed they had all reached their limit. Miao Yu worriedly asked, it's still summoning smaller monsters, Sister Taozi. What do we do now? Dao Dao gasped, thinking, we've killed quite a few hellhounds along the way and everyone's condition isn't great. Dealing with the hellhound is already tough and now there are so many more. Hearing Lin Moyu say, everyone rest. Leave it to me. She was greatly surprised. Miao Yu could no longer hold on and plopped down, saying aggrievedly, Sister Taozi, please let me rest. I'm too tired to move and Lin is here anyway. Duan Gao also said he felt the same and sat beside her. Miao Yu gave an awkward smile and pleaded, then I'll leave it to you, Lin. Lin Moyu looked ahead with sharp eyes and generously replied, it's nothing. Then he summoned his army of skeleton warriors. Miao Yu thought in shock, the pressure emanating from Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors is even stronger than the hellhounds. How powerful has he become? The abyssal hellhounds rushed towards them like hungry tigers, but after just 2 seconds they were routed by the skeletons. Miao Yu's eyes widened in shock. One slice, one kill. That speed was too fast. The abyssal hellhound roared and charged at Lin Moyu like a rocket. A dazzling light flashed and a skeleton warrior blocked in front of him. The skeleton merely waved its hand, sending the abyssal hellhound flying far away. Everyone who witnessed this was dumbfounded. Even the boss was instantly one-shotted. Dungeon was engulfed in flames, turning into a sea of fire. The organizer announced that they had passed the test. When everyone saw the results on the screen, Lin Moyu's team with 300 points, Tang Jianfei's team with 240, they were all stunned. Lin Moyu's team solved the boss so quickly, instantly soaring to first place. That name sounds familiar. He seems to be the top scorer nationally. No wonder he's so fast. At this moment, Lin Moyu and his teammates had been teleported back to the academy. Miao Yu was a bit in disbelief. I can't believe we actually got first place, Dao Dao explained. Because our boss kill time was very short, probably less than 5 seconds. Ningi smiled and reminded Lin Moyu, you still have to participate in the individual knockout round this afternoon, right? You have to do your best, we'll be cheering for you. Their opponents had also been teleported back by now. They were all disheveled, and one of them triumphantly shouted, we cooperated flawlessly this time, we'll definitely get first place. But when he saw the results board, he exclaimed in shock, boss, look, Tang Jianfei cried out in disbelief, what? Someone was even faster than us. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Moyu's team, I've remembered that name. Jianfei swore, he'll definitely participate in the individual competition too. This time I won't let the championship fall into his hands. Time and place shifted to the afternoon, to the individual knockout competition venue. Lin Moyu calmly walked into the individual knockout competition. He thought, judging from the team knockout, the individual competition shouldn't be too difficult either. One skeleton should be enough. System introduction. Abyssal Tomb, False Demon, Normal Type, Level 30, Strength 5, Agility 500, Mental Power 200, Constitution 5. Lin Moyu was a bit confused. The Abyssal Tomb again, he thought helplessly. If they were real demons it would be somewhat interesting, but if these monsters are all this weak I should speed things up. Lin Moyu instantly passed the test and the results showed. Lin Moyu total score 7, completion time 1 minute 3 seconds, Tang Jianfei total score 6, incomplete. Jianfei saw his completion time was 2 minutes 55 seconds and confidently said, the champion must be mine this time, right? His face beamed with joy, thinking he had victory in his grasp. However, when he saw Lin Moyu's score, Jianfei almost spat blood in anger. 1 minute 3 seconds, how did he do it? He suddenly stopped, then remembered, this name seems to be this year's top student nationwide. Lin Moyu walked along deep in thought, why didn't my sister participate in the professional tournament? I didn't see my sister's name. Speak of the devil. Lin Mohan walked up to him and softly called out, Xiaoyu. Lin Moyu froze, that voice belonged to his sister. Mohan continued to greet him, long time no see. Mohan's long hair danced in the wind. She spoke, Xiaoyu. He froze when he heard that voice. Under the setting sun the wind rustled through the leaves which fell in profusion. Lin Moyu reached out, calling out in the air. Sister, the two hugged deeply. She tried to gauge his height with her hand, estimating, after a year you're taller than your sister. Mohan sat down looking into the distance. He just looked at her, saying nothing. Mohan turned her head, joking, you're still as quiet as ever, you won't find a girlfriend like that. Only then did Lin Moyu ask, Sister, how did you know I'd be here? She smiled proudly, saying, I'm your sister, how could I not know you? Actually, I know everything about your experiences this past year, from becoming the top student nationwide to getting into Shajing Academy. He sat up straight. Then why didn't you come to see me before? Mohan showed an apologetic expression, explaining, I couldn't help it. My teacher is very strict with me, so I've been busy leveling up and haven't had time to look for you. It's my fault. Lin Moyu immediately turned serious. What level are you now? She playfully teased him, not telling. This person was Lin Mohan, the Azure Sword Dancer. Lin Moyu wondered, Azure Sword Dancer? I clearly remember that the profession my sister acquired when she transferred was Blade Dancer. Could it be? He was utterly surprised. My sister's profession has sublimated, Mohan smiled, narrowing her eyes. Just lucky. Lin Moyu curiously asked, Sister, how did you level up so fast? He mused. I thought I was leveling fast, but my sister is even faster than me. She leaned in, whispering, Xiao Yu, did you also awaken a talent? My sister's talent allows me to level up several times faster than others, that's why I'm so fast. Only then did Lin Moyu understand that it was due to her talent. Mohan instructed, Don't ever reveal your talent to anyone unless it's absolutely necessary. He replied seriously, I understand. Suddenly, Chang Feng Longwind walked over from a distance with a group of people. He glanced at Lin Moyu and coldly asked Mohan, Junior Lin, who is this? Mohan put her hand on his shoulder and introduced, This is my younger brother, Lin Moyu. Chang Feng extended his hand, so it's Junior Lin's younger brother. Hello? He suddenly noticed, already a 2-star lieutenant. After shaking hands with Lin Moyu, Chang Feng excused himself, Then you two chat for a bit, but Junior Lin, remember to come back soon. We still need to discuss tactics tomorrow. He turned and left. Lin Moyu also noticed Chang Feng's rank. A 1-star lieutenant. He stared at his retreating back. A 1-star lieutenant, only 1 star lower than me. Watching the team walk away, Lin Moyu curiously asked, Are they your teammates for this competition, sister? She proudly recounted. Yes, they are all top geniuses from Chuangshan Academy. They are all very strong, he retorted dismissively. Really, but I feel like they're not as good as you. Mohan ruffled Lin Moyu's hair. Such a sweet talker. It was getting late, she bid farewell. I have to go back, Xiao Yu. Mohan smiled brightly. After the competition, I still have to follow my teacher's arrangements for training elsewhere. Perhaps it will be a long time before I can see you again. Before leaving, she playfully gave him a thumbs up. I hope to see your girlfriend next time we meet, he called out after her. Sister, I'll join Chuangshan Academy and be with you. Mohan turned around. Okay, sister, we'll wait for you. The sun set, dyeing the sky orange, signaling the end of the day. The scene shifted to the next day. Dao Dao, upon hearing the news, couldn't help but exclaim, The Shenxia Empire is truly generous. The knockout rounds ended yesterday, and the official competition starts today, right? Looking at the competition venue, it seems to be a dueling arena. I heard 1024 teams were filtered out in the knockout rounds, she read from a slip of paper. We are Team 512 and our opponents are Team 513. This time there are a few teams that require special attention. They are mostly composed of level 29 professionals, and their equipment is all top-tier silver gear. Dao Dao then listed a series of teams. Team 18 from Germany, Team 322 from the Holy Fighting Domain, Team 599 from Iran. Lin Moyu put his hands in his pocket saying as before, You all go first, if it doesn't work out I'll go up for support. She agreed, okay. The seats in the competition venue were packed and the audience was highly enthusiastic with cheers and support banners everywhere. Dao Dao with a stern expression charged at the very front with her teammates behind her. Someone observed the opponent, remarking, Their knight is level 27, 3 levels higher than Sister Taozi. Another person spoke up in defense, Don't you believe in Sister Taozi? Plus Lin is also here. The electronic screen displayed detailed information. Team 512 Lin Moyu Necromancer, level 27. Ningi Shadow Assassin, level 26. Zhang Taotao Elf Knight, level 24. Duan Gao Immortal, level 21. Miao Yu Elf Elder, level 21. The audience began to discuss animatedly. Necromancer, is this a newly discovered profession? Someone with sharp eyes recognized the name. Seems to be the team that got first place in the knockout round. Another person added. Not just in the team competition, he also got first place in the individual competition. The short-haired girl sighed. Their average level is quite low. The man in the hat said triumphantly, It looks like we're sure to win this time. Suddenly she became confused. But what is a necromancer? He was also bewildered. I don't know, it should be some kind of mage. He calmly stood outside watching the match. The match began. The short-haired girl was the first to shout charge. Dao Dao became fully focused when her opponent shouted charge. Miao Yu from behind conjured something akin to a tornado in her hand, wind chains, which whistled towards her as if to bind her legs. What? The short-haired girl's eyes widened and she gritted her teeth, feeling a sense of unease. Damn it. Just then she was thrown into the air, even dropping her shield. Dao Dao immediately ordered. Group taunt. The short-haired girl's pupils abruptly contracted, thinking, Dao Dao, no, it's the shadow assassin. She instantly rushed in front of her. The man in the hat saw this and quickly drew his bow to help. Only level 24, don't be such a nuisance, you wretch. He fired 3 arrows in one breath, triple shot. 3 arrows pierced the air, shooting towards Zhang Taotao. The powerful force emanating from the 3 arrows put Zhang Taotao on alert. She immediately used her shield to block. In an instant, Zhang Taotao reacted nimbly. She spun her shield, deflecting the 3 arrows back towards her opponent. Zhang Taotao was surrounded at this moment. She asked herself, why are they attacking so fiercely? Suddenly, a team member from Team 513 shouted, Get out of the way! In the fierce flames, Luo Yao roared, Die! The red-haired girl gritted her teeth and warned her teammate, Watch out for their assassin. Immediately, a man from her team activated Eagle Eye. He instantly discovered Ningi was ambushing Luo Yao from behind. He quickly shouted to warn Luo Yao to be careful. Ningi held her dagger, her eyes filled with killing intent. She gripped the knife in her hand and struck like lightning. Under Ningi's attack, Luo Yao could only stand helplessly. In an instant, Luo Yao had been forced back to the starting point. He cursed angrily. Bastard! Seeing Luo Yao defeated, the red-haired girl cursed in anger. Damn it! Sweat involuntarily poured down like rain. Immediately after, Ningi and Zhang Taotao charged forward together. Zhang Taotao was the first to charge and attack the enemy, and Ningi cooperated by using her ultimate skill, one-shot kill. Lin Moyu observed the battle from outside, analyzing. The opponent lacks practical combat experience. They probably haven't fought other professionals many times. It seems I won't need to intervene. The entire audience immediately became boisterous upon seeing that he still hadn't moved. The Necromancer hasn't moved yet, but they can still win 4 against 5. The opposing team is too weak. They must usually only care about farming dungeons. Their mage has already been eliminated, so how can they still fight? A few minutes later, Ningi emerged, her face beaming with joy. We won. Lin Moyu's lips curved into a slight smile. Zhang Taotao breathed a sigh of relief. Next time the opponents we face will be stronger and stronger. After this we'll have to rely on you, Lin. Lin Moyu smiled confidently. Don't worry. The next day in the second round of battles, Lin Moyu's team would face off against a master, including a level 29 prophet, a level 29 blade master, a level 28 elemental mage, a level 28 elder Tim, and a level 29 summoner. Before the match even began, the blade master arrogantly scoffed, a bunch of greenhorns with a maximum level of 27. I hope this round's opponents don't surrender immediately like the last one. At the same time, the level 29 summoner also presumptuously summoned a shadow beast. Ningi was immediately alarmed. A shadow beast? Is that person a shadow summoner? Zhang Taotao's forehead also broke out in a sweat. She whispered, this match might be tough. Just then the referee announced the start of the match. Both teams took their positions and entered combat stance. Ningi faced the shadow beast with some apprehension. A shadow beast is an assassin-type summon, capable of both invisibility and seeing through invisibility. As soon as she made a move, the opponent would surely follow, pinning her down in a short amount of time. Miao Yu was also somewhat worried. She turned to Zhang Taotao for advice. The opponent has no knight, only defending and not attacking. Our tactics are useless. Sister Taozi, what do we do now? Zhang Taotao frowned, replying vaguely. We'll have to play it by ear. While everyone was filled with worry, Lin Moyu remained calm and composed, his gaze sharp as he looked at his opponent. The blade master on the other side muttered impatiently. That Necromancer, isn't he planning to make a move? He sharply said, he's really not taking us seriously. Just then, Zhang Taotao sensed a hint of danger and quickly shouted, disperse! The blade master suddenly unleashed a strange move. A cold light carrying astonishing power took everyone present by surprise. Before his terrifying power, Zhang Taotao hid behind her shield, gritting her teeth. The skill is too strong. Before Zhang Taotao could react, Blade Master viciously swung his sword at her. His sword swept and Zhang Taotao lost her balance, being continuously pushed back by his attacks. Ningi saw Zhang Taotao being fiercely attacked and immediately rushed forward. However, before she could even assist Zhang Taotao, she was suddenly ambushed by the Shadow Beast. Ningi had no choice but to retreat temporarily. She secretly assessed, I'm tied up by the Shadow Beast, unable to break free, and the summoner can even heal it. Miao Yu's situation was also not optimistic, with a scorching fireball rapidly rushing towards her. Duan Gao quickly shouted, be careful, too late? Duan Gao had no choice but to use his body to shield Miao Yu from the attack. She screamed in pain. Duan Gao, he comforted Miao Yu. I'm fine, you're the team's healer, nothing must happen to you. Duan Gao was hit in a vital spot and eliminated from the match. Although unable to fight alongside his teammates, he still silently prayed, Sister Taozi and Yi are both tied up, Miao Yu must hold on. No sooner had he spoken than Miao Yu quickly stood beside Duan Gao, an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry. The Blade Master, seeing Miao Yu eliminated, beamed with joy. The support is down, just surrender obediently. Although you won't die in the arena, injuries still hurt a lot. Zhang Taotao remained tenacious. She suddenly pushed her shield, making her opponent lose balance and nearly fall. Then Zhang Taotao rushed towards the level 29 elemental mage at top speed. Unfortunately, before Zhang Taotao could even get close to the mage, she was blocked by the elemental mage's fire resistance ring skill. Zhang Taotao was immediately repelled. She slid back behind Lin Moyu. Zhang Taotao gasped for breath. Junior Lin, it's all yours. Lin Moyu calmly replied. Leave it to me. Lin Moyu coldly said, everyone rest, it will be over soon. Seeing Lin Moyu step forward, a stance immediately erupted. The Necromancer is making a move. Finally we can see how powerful he really is, but no matter how strong, he can't fight 5 people alone, can he? He's only level 27. The level 29 Blade Master placed his hand on his sword. His face arrogant, his tone scornful. Your teammates have all surrendered and you alone still think you can turn the tide? Are you underestimating us? Lin Moyu looked at him indifferently, his palm raised, his mental power immediately emanating a powerful aura. Lin Moyu coldly commanded, go! In an instant an ice skeleton mage appeared. The summoner, seeing this, sneered, undead summon, so he's a summoner too. Why wait until all his teammates are defeated to summon them? The skeleton mage summoned by Lin Moyu was level 27, with strength 2700, agility 2700, mental power 10800, constitution 2700. Suddenly, the ice skeleton mage's hands glowed and its ultimate skill, Frost Dance, was immediately cast in the stands. A shower of ice rained down. The Blade Master, who had been arrogantly laughing just moments ago, was now struggling to dodge in the ice rain. He ran while shouting, "Heal quickly." After a while, the Blade Master fell. He looked around for the healer but didn't see anyone. Where's the healer? Impossible. At this moment, he was greatly surprised. Just one move had killed everyone. What kind of summon was that? Meanwhile, the remaining members of the team were also all eliminated. They looked at each other in confusion, asking what happened. How did we get teleported outside the battlefield? It seems we were just attacked by his summon. At the same time, in the stands, Lin Moyu still maintained his composed demeanor, but his eyes were cold. He decisively unleashed a killing blow, eliminating the Blade Master, who let out a shrill scream, then was directly eliminated. The stands immediately erupted in an uproar. Oh my god, is that the Necromancer's summon? Too strong. One skill wiped out the entire team. No wonder he didn't participate yesterday. If he had, what would his teammates have done? Is Lin Moyu still going to participate in the individual competition? How will anyone fight that? His opponents are too unlucky. Zhang Taotao didn't seem surprised. She crossed her arms and said to Miao Yu, "It looks like we should just let Junior Lin handle the next match directly. With our strength, making it this far is already good enough." Miao Yu decisively nodded. "I agree." The third day. As soon as Lin Moyu stepped onto the arena, his opponents were scared out of their wits. They turned their heads and whispered, "The opponent is Senior Lin. What do we do? What do we do? Have you forgotten who led you through the Tyrant Desert Dungeon?" One of them muttered, his face pale. "And are you worthy of fighting Senior Lin? Just go smash your head against a block of tofu and die." Another scratched his head embarrassedly, saying, "Then we'll stop here." Both decided to submit to Lin Moyu. "Senior Lin, goodbye." "Good luck, the championship is yours. We surrender." "Senior Lin, goodbye." Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even Duan Gao exclaimed, "Oh my god, how did they surrender so quickly?" Ningi stood beside him, giggling. "They're very sensible." Zhang Taotao smiled and commented, "They're all from the same academy. How could they not know Junior Lin?" The audience below was again buzzing with discussion. They surrendered directly. Can they do that? Then what kind of competition is this? They all seem to belong to Shajing Academy. They probably know Lin Moyu's strength, so they don't dare to fight him. On the other side, Meng Anwen mused, "Old Bai, isn't little Lin being too flamboyant?" Bai Yuan asked him, puzzled. "What's wrong with that? I want the whole world to know that I'm not to be trifled with." Meng Anwen frowned. "But being flamboyant will attract many enemies. People from Germany and the Holy Fighting Domain won't let it go," Bai Yuan then sneered. "I wish they would make a move. Didn't they make some small moves before and I couldn't find evidence? If they dare to act this time, I'll let them know what pawn means." Meng Anwen sternly questioned him. "You're letting little Lin be so flamboyant." Bai Yuan frankly admitted, "I've already discussed it with him. We can't let the sacrifices of those past geniuses be in vain." He agreed, "And it's not just him. That old man over there also plans to use Lin Mohan to lure out that lurking viper." Meng Anwen rubbed his eyebrows. "A profound necromancer, a class sublimated blade dancer. They were indeed qualified. They were also sisters. Such talent was truly enviable." Bai Yuan sneered, "The higher the talent, the easier it is to catch big fish. Don't worry, I won't let either of those sisters get hurt this time." Meng Anwen also sighed. "It's been a long time since I killed anyone. Time to stretch my muscles." Back to the lively arena. The level 29 Godblade swordsman Tang Jianfei walked onto the arena with a fierce expression. He thought to himself, "Lin Moyu, I can finally fight you." The audience below cheered enthusiastically. "It's the legendary profession Godblade swordsman. Will he be the one to end Lin Moyu's winning streak?" Ningi also had some reservations about Tang Jianfei. She cautioned Lin Moyu, "The opponent is a legendary profession, be careful." He nodded. "I know." Lin Moyu walked onto the arena, assessing. This seems to be the advanced profession of wind cultivator. Tang Jianfei saw him walk up alone, then raised his chin and asked, "Just you?" Lin Moyu calmly confirmed, "Just me." Tang Jianfei suddenly flew into a rage, turning to his teammates and roaring, "You all go down too." Then he turned to Lin Moyu and cursed, "You bastard. How dare you underestimate me?" After cursing, he drew his longsword. He had thought he would have to wait until the individual competition to fight him, but the opportunity had come early. He sneered, "I've watched your previous matches. I have to say those skeletons are strong, but they're useless against me. You're doomed when you meet me." No sooner had he spoken than he actively swung his sword, quickly rushing towards Lin Moyu. The audience below immediately began to discuss. "It's the Pathfinders from the Northwest. They are a family of Godblade swordsmen, on par with the Feng family, although it's a legendary profession. Godblade swordsmen are all top tier. Maybe he can really defeat Lin Moyu." Meanwhile, Lin Moyu remained calm and composed, his palm filled with abundant mental power. He sneered, "Tang Jianfei, not bad, a true man." Tang Jianfei's forehead veins bulged. He ferociously roared, "What are you? Don't you dare comment on me in that tone." After speaking, he immediately used elemental sword Bati. The stands immediately erupted in an uproar. "2 halos. I heard level 10 Godblade swordsmen only have 1 halo. He can actually unleash 2. He must have already mastered the 2 strongest early-stage Godblade swordsman skills." On the battlefield, Lin Moyu still calmly commanded the skeleton mage to use its ultimate skill, 5 Thunder Smite. In an instant, a purple light split directly towards Tang Jianfei. However, he was completely unharmed. Tang Jianfei laughed triumphantly. My first skill, Elemental Sword Bati, grants me immunity to all elemental attacks for 10 minutes. Your skeleton mage's skills are useless. I hope you can last 10 minutes. The audience below began to whisper. Lin Moyu's skeleton mage is useless. It's Elemental Sword Bati. It feels like Lin Moyu is going to lose. How else can he fight? Wait everyone, do you remember? He seemed to summon an ice mage last time, right? Maybe he can summon more than one type of skeleton. At this moment in the arena, Tang Jianfei arrogantly declared, "You definitely can't withstand my sword's edge for 10 minutes. He was still laughing arrogantly, but his face suddenly turned pale, and a chill made Tang Jianfei quickly retreat. Sure enough, a cold light immediately flashed past him. Stands were in an uproar again. Oh my god, what is that? A skeleton holding a knife. This skeleton can actually perform physical attacks. Indeed, Lin Moyu could summon more than one type of skeleton. The skeleton warrior Lin Moyu had just summoned was indeed imposing, momentarily thrilling Tang Jianfei. He sneered, "I really shouldn't underestimate you. If I'm not mistaken, this should be your trump card, right? Let me see if the skeleton's blade is tougher or my sword is faster." With that, he furiously charged at Lin Moyu with his sword again. The skeleton warrior immediately swung its longsword, fiercely blocking Tang Jianfei's attack. The skeleton warrior's attack speed was instantaneous, making Tang Jianfei exclaim, "So fast!" Tang Jianfei's longsword glowed and he used the blocking sword skill. This skill could accurately block all attacks and simultaneously knock back enemies. The two swords clashed and both were simultaneously pushed back by the astonishing pressure. Tang Jianfei couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, gasping for breath. The attack power is too strong. What kind of summon is this? Its speed and strength far exceeded his own. Even so, he still gripped his longsword tightly, determined to fight to the end. Tang Jianfei used his ultimate skill, Berserk Will. With this ultimate skill, all his attributes increased tenfold for 5 minutes. The audience gasped again. It's Berserk Will, one of the Godblade swordsman's exclusive skills, much stronger than a berserker's rage, and it doesn't affect sanity. Don't talk nonsense, he's a legendary profession, Godblade swordsman. Immediately after, Tang Jianfei used his skill, Dragon's Blade Strike. His entire body radiated immense power, and he swung his sword directly at the skeleton warrior. The audience below cheered excitedly. The skeleton warrior is controlled. The skeleton mage can't cast skills. This time Lin Moyu is doomed. The Godblade swordsman is so strong, truly a legendary profession. Now Lin Moyu has no tricks left, right? Tang Jianfei's eyes glowed, full of confidence that victory was in his grasp. His entire body, like lightning, shot directly towards Lin Moyu. "Let me see what else you've got." He condensed his mental power in his palm. Lin Moyu's lips seemed to curl into a faint smile. The next moment the entire stand shook again, and 2 more skeleton warriors appeared. Could he still summon more? This must be the limit, right? Lin Moyu's eyes were sharp with 2 murderous skeleton warriors by his side. Tang Jianfei, though secretly sweating profusely, maintained an arrogant tone. "Don't think 2 more skeletons can defeat me. I still have many unused skills. As long as I use those skills." He hadn't finished speaking when the sight before him left him speechless. Massive skeleton army instantly appeared behind Lin Moyu. The skeleton army quickly arrayed itself before Tang Jianfei, who felt a chill, his mind in disarray, almost spitting blood on the spot. He asked himself in horror, just how many skeleton warriors can this guy summon? The entire stands fell silent. Lin Moyu calmly asked Tang Jianfei, "Aren't you going to fight?" He decisively waved his hand. "I'll teach you a lesson after my second-class transfer." Finally, the referee announced Lin Moyu's team as the winner, and the entire audience erupted in excitement. Lin Moyu, I can't believe he can summon so many skeletons. The Invincible Necromancer, Invincible. Ningi walked up to Lin Moyu smiling. "You did very well. More and more people are noticing you." Lin Moyu merely nodded indifferently. Ningi noticed Lin Moyu's expression was still cold and curiously asked him, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Lin Moyu replied curtly, "Nothing." Ningi clenched her fists and cautioned, "Tomorrow should be the final match. Those teams are all very strong. You must be careful." Lin Moyu replied curtly, "I know," he thought to himself. Before departing, Master Bai had instructed him to perform as brilliantly as possible, hoping to draw some attention. A few years ago, several geniuses in our Shenxia were assassinated during competitions. Bai Yuan's words still echoed in Lin Moyu's ears. He made up his mind, hoping they would make a move this time. Otherwise, his role as bait would be a complete failure. As Lin Moyu was pondering, someone not far from him suddenly screamed, "Everyone, look, what's that?" Following the direction he pointed, Lin Moyu also looked up. On the stage, a shimmering purple light radiated. In midair, precious treasures slowly materialized. A spectator stood up and excitedly shouted, "A basic wonder potion! It's a basic wonder potion for level 40 and below, permanently increasing all attributes by 200 points. And that top-tier skill book, 100 chance to learn an unknown skill. If these items were put up for auction, they'd sell for at least hundreds of millions of gold coins." Lin Moyu's lips curved slightly. It seemed these were the rewards for this competition's champion. After winning the championship and getting the rewards, he'd take his time examining them. Thinking this, Lin Moyu put his hands in his pockets and left elegantly. For the subsequent finals, the contestants arrived at the arena early. Zhang Taotao turned to Lin Moyu and said worriedly, "As expected, the teams that made it to this round are from Iran, Germany, and the Holy Fighting Domain. I wonder which team our group will face." Not long after, as soon as Zhang Taotao stepped onto the battlefield, she knew the outcome. She frowned. "It's the Iranian team, the one led by Nana." The profession was divine messenger. Nana was currently a level 29 Divine Spirit Messenger, her appearance delicate and beautiful like a porcelain doll. Nana walked onto the stage and bowed to Lin Moyu. "Hello, Lin Moyu of the Shenxia Empire." Then Nana slowly walked up to Lin Moyu and whispered in his ear, "Waran is very interested in your profession, Lin. We sincerely invite you to join Iranian citizenship. Whatever demands you have, Lin, Nana will fulfill them." Hearing Nana's words, Ningi cursed angrily. What a shameless hussy. Lin Moyu's gaze was sharp, and he coldly ordered Nana, "Get lost." Nana didn't get angry. She simply turned and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Lin Moyu to think it over carefully. After speaking, Nana retreated to the center of her team, and a knight in a red robe immediately blocked in front of her. Immediately after, a massive monster with a human face and snake body suddenly appeared in midair. Its entire body exuded astonishing power. Lin Moyu guessed it was a war god. He quickly gathered mental power in his hand and summoned an ice skeleton mage to deal with Nana's team's war god. As soon as the skeleton mage entered, it unleashed its ultimate skill, Frost Dance, and ice arrows instantly shot towards the war god. The war god opened its massive mouth and devoured all of the skeleton mage's ice arrows. Nana stood behind the knight, revealing a charming smile. "Lin, this is our Iranian human-faced serpent god. It can devour elemental attacks, so your attacks are ineffective." Lin Moyu calmly replied, "Then let's try physical attacks." After speaking, he immediately summoned skeleton warriors. Nana smiled charmingly, her tone sweet. "Nana has studied many of your combat videos, Lin, and has long prepared countermeasures." Nana suddenly shouted, "Divine possession!" Instantly, a monstrous beast appeared, covered in spikes with the head of a wild boar and the body of a wild ox, charging ferociously. The boar-faced demon suddenly possessed the knight, making him roar like a beast. His eyes blazed, sweeping menacingly across the arena. This was the ultimate skill, Divine Possession. In an instant, the knight used group taunt, fighting Lin Moyu's skeleton army alone. The skeleton warriors all swung their swords in unison, charging forward to attack the knight. Their weapons clashed, generating an impact that forced both sides to retreat. The knight hid behind his shield, constantly falling back. Nana exclaimed, "Lin's skeletons are really powerful." Even the knight possessed by a god was repelled. Just then, the knight suddenly roared, activating the Possession Enhancement skill. His entire body instantly seemed to gain a power boost, and the knight roared loudly, charging menacingly toward the skeleton army. The knight alone could actually contend against all 5 skeleton warriors. The audience below was terrified, everyone's face filled with bewilderment. "Oh, what profession is this so strong? All of Lin Moyu's skeletons are controlled. Could he lose this time?" Nana smiled triumphantly. "It seems Lin's skeleton warriors aren't very obedient." Lin Moyu scratched his cheek, thinking, "I haven't even given a command yet, and she's already so confident." Nana then summoned a strange spider. She used the Divine Possession skill to make the spider possess the mage. The mage's eyes turned bloodshot, and he raised his staff as gusts of wind howled past. The wind surrounded the skeleton warriors, temporarily controlling the skeleton army. Nana sighed, her tone soft as if teasing, "Lin, elemental attacks are ineffective, and your skeleton warriors are controlled. Do you have any other moves? If not, you're going to lose." Lin Moyu scoffed, "Is that all you've got?" Hearing this, Nana was startled. "What?" In an instant, she and her teammates were tightly entangled by chains. Nana discovered in horror that this was an unavoidable curse. Lin Moyu calmly walked up to Nana and the knight. She looked at him with terrified eyes, stammering, "You?" The entire stands also immediately grew boisterous. What happened? Wasn't Lin Moyu at a disadvantage just now? How did the situation reverse in an instant? It's a curse on the arena. Lin Moyu coldly asked Nana, "Your professional skills can't be used on living people, right?" As he spoke, he glanced at the knight and asked, "They aren't living people, are they?" Nana's pupils constricted abruptly and she stammered in horror, How did you know?" Lin Moyu elegantly replied, "Because I am a necromancer." Chains tightly coiled around Nana's body, making her painfully beg Lin Moyu, "Let me go." The entire stands grew boisterous. "So those were all Nana's puppets. No wonder I felt something was off from the start. Their movements looked stiff. To use the bodies of deceased professionals as puppets, she's truly malicious." Meanwhile, Nana was screaming in agony, tormented by her soul being consumed by flames. In an instant, soulfire sent Nana back to the starting point. She stared wide-eyed at her hands, her voice trembling. "I lost." At this moment, Nana unconsciously looked at Lin Moyu's back, her heart filled with regret. "Is this soul-scorching pain a necromancer's skill? Lin, if only you were from Iran." The referee loudly announced Lin Moyu's team as the winner of the match. Zhang Taotao turned to Lin Moyu, somewhat worried. "Today will decide the team championship. I wonder which team will encounter." Suddenly, the audience below gasped. "Everyone look! The star warrior from Holy Fighting Academy lost. Su Cheng's team seems to be from Shajing Academy too." The Holy Fighting Domain's participating team was quickly and awkwardly carried out of the arena. On the arena, Su Cheng's team from Shajing Academy held the upper hand. Captain Su Cheng arrogantly declared, "I told you there's a huge gap between us." After speaking, he and his teammates left coldly. Su Cheng turned and asked a teammate, "We've entered the finals now, right? Who's our opponent, Germany or Iran?" His teammate replied, "It seems to be Lin Moyu's team." Su Cheng nodded. Lin Moyu, he actually made it to the finals. Su Cheng walked onto the arena. As soon as he saw Lin Moyu, he spoke arrogantly. "Lin Moyu, I don't know if you need to, but I don't need a rest. I want to quickly deal with you so I can get that skill scroll sooner. If it weren't for that scroll, I wouldn't even bother participating in these boring competitions." Lin Moyu coldly replied, and let's just fight. After speaking, Lin Moyu and Su Cheng simultaneously walked onto the arena, and the audience below immediately began discussing. This is the final match, right? It's definitely going to be exciting. Su Cheng's team defeated the Holy Fighting Domain, and Lin Moyu fought the Iranian team alone. Who is the strongest? These are all teams from Shajing Academy, truly worthy of being the Empire's strongest academy. Very impressive. Miao Yu asked Zhang Taotao worriedly, Sister Taozi, are we really not going to provide support? Zhang Taotao decisively replied, I'm afraid we'd only hold Junior Lin back if we went up, so let's not. So on the arena, Su Cheng saw that Lin Moyu actually dared to fight him alone and couldn't help but scoff. He actually came onto the stage by himself. He really likes to put on an act. I'll make you regret it later. Thinking this, Su Cheng turned and instructed his teammates, none of you come up either. Su Cheng's teammates immediately nodded obediently. Su Cheng folded his arms and scoffed contemptuously at Lin Moyu. I know you, Lin Moyu. And I've heard about what you've done in the academy, taking others through dungeons to earn points. You actually dared to do such a shameful thing. Ordinary academies are full of mediocrities. It's truly speechless. Lin Moyu's gaze sharply met Su Cheng's, who still maintained an arrogant and mocking posture. Being admitted to Shajing Academy with you makes me feel insulted. Lin Moyu frowned, pointed at his head, and said to Su Cheng sarcastically, Are you out of your mind? What does my earning points have to do with you? Go find a healer sister to check your brain. Stop barking here. Su Cheng was enraged by Lin Moyu's words and roared, What did you say? Zhang Taotao unconsciously looked at Ningi. Strange, why do these words sound familiar? Ningi awkwardly denied. Sister, don't look at me, it definitely wasn't learned from me. Su Cheng fiercely rebuked Lin Moyu. Your tongue is quite sharp. If you've got guts, let your fist do the talking. After speaking, he fiercely raised his staff. Su Cheng, he was now a level 29 Holy Light Mage. Lin Moyu calmly channeled spiritual energy into his hand, summoning skeleton warriors. At the same time, a halo radiated from Su Cheng's forehead and he gritted his teeth. Disgusting undead creatures receive holy light attacks. Immediately after, Su Cheng's entire body emitted a powerful light. Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly lit up and an invisible sword unexpectedly appeared within him. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, So it's a mental attack, trying to affect my mind from the start? Too bad it's useless against me. Outside the halo, Su Cheng secretly cursed Lin Moyu, Die. After speaking, he cruelly unleashed a path of light, but that light had no effect on Lin Moyu whatsoever. Su Cheng's eyes widened, his pupils constricted, and he screamed in horror. What? A row of skeleton warriors suddenly appeared around Su Cheng, and he angrily rebuked, Get lost. Su Cheng immediately used Holy Light Impact, temporarily preventing the skeleton warriors from approaching him. Lin Moyu secretly evaluated. Holy Light Mages are flashy but impractical. Their skills look impressive, but they don't do much damage. Lin Moyu swiftly summoned 2 more skeleton mages surrounded by the skeleton army. Su Cheng shouted loudly, How is this possible? Why can't my holy light purify these undead monsters? At this moment he sneered, I admit I underestimated you. Before he could finish speaking, a purple light descended from the sky, striking Su Cheng directly. He struggled to cast a holy light shield within a faint halo. Su Cheng gasped for breath, saying disjointedly, I truly underestimated you. Suddenly another powerful purple light descended from the sky, striking Su Cheng directly. Su Cheng gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce. My profession is the legendary Holy Light Mage. I've already been admitted to Chuangshan Academy and reached level 3 2 months ago, specifically using the level up to participate in this competition. At this moment a dazzling light radiated from his forehead. Su Cheng thought unwillingly, How can I lose here? The championship is mine. Immediately after, he leapt up and a dazzling light flashed. The dust gradually settled. Su Cheng, now in his holy light armor state, declared, I never thought you'd force me to use holy light armor. That alone should make you proud. The audience exclaimed, It's holy light armor. That's one of the holy light mage's main skills. I heard its defense is incredibly strong. Lin Moyu's skeleton mages probably can't break through it. Su Cheng stood there arrogantly, his presence imposing. Lin Moyu fixed his gaze on his opponent, raising his palm, and a faint blue aura emanated. Su Cheng scoffed, his tone scornful, It's useless. No matter how you attack now, you won't penetrate my armor. Just then a group of menacing skeleton warriors appeared beside Lin Moyu. He calmly put his hands in his pockets and said, Oh really? The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Lin Moyu can actually summon skeletons with all 4 elements. My goodness, is this the first time he's summoned all 4? Was he holding back all this time? Can Su Cheng block it? Su Cheng couldn't help but be shocked, veins throbbing on his forehead. He hadn't expected Lin Moyu to be able to summon so many different types of skeletons. Even so, Su Cheng still scoffed, stubbornly saying, So what if you have a few more skeletons? The skeleton mages simultaneously raised their weapons and a surge of power struck. He resisted with all his might. The faint blue aura continuously attacked, but Su Cheng's face remained calm. He smiled triumphantly, proudly saying, See, I told you can't penetrate my armor. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the iron armor. Su Cheng looked at the cracks in horror, crying out, This is impossible. Amidst his fear, the faint blue aura struck again. By now, the armor had shattered into pieces, spiritual energy scattering. After a loud bang a moment later, Su Cheng lay on the ground disheveled. On the stands, cheers erupted. They won. Lin Moyu directly shattered Su Cheng's holy light armor. The legendary holy light mage said to counter all professions ultimately fell to Lin Moyu. What's more to say, haven't many legendary professionals already fallen to him? The sky was clear. After a while, Tyron observed from a distance. It seemed that the champion would be that brat. Before him were two figures walking closely together. Let's see how many venomous snakes their sister act can draw out. Suddenly Tyron feigned anger. That brat, stay away from that old man, he fumed. Just then she happily ran over and hugged Lin Moyu's arm. We won, we won, we won. Suddenly a massive whirlwind howled in, and the person standing within it eyed the two with a grim expression. People cried out in alarm. What a terrifying aura! It must be a top-tier professional above level 80. This person is Shu Wei, one of the Empire's 12 council members. He spoke. You are all excellent. Your future is promising. Then he conjured and teleported an item. He slowly said, I am Shu Wei from the Empire. You can call me Elder Shu. If you ever need help in the future, you can come find me. Perhaps I can assist you. Hearing this, Lin Moyu was slightly startled. He wants to recruit me? He was silent for a moment, then replied, Thank you, Elder Shu. He reached out and touched the item, and a dark black aura appeared in his palm. After a while, a flash of light passed. Shu Wei narrowed his eyes and said, The fish has taken the bait. Lin Moyu looked at the item in his hand, lost in thought. Was that a hallucination just now? Ningi saw him in contemplation and asked, What's wrong? Lin Moyu replied, Nothing. Someone cautiously asked, Who is it? Meng Anwen replied in silence, Shu Wei. Though we can't confirm it directly, it's about 80 or 90% certain. Tyron pushed up his glasses. I never thought it would be him. If it really is him, then this is a huge matter. I can't believe the demon worshippers could infiltrate such a high position. He rubbed the philtrum of his nose in irritation. I need to carefully confirm that he is indeed one of the 12 council members. Amidst the deafening cheers, Lin Mohan drew her sword in victory. Lin Moyu looked at her, unable to help but admire. As expected, with sister's strength she can easily win the championship. Ningi thought enviously, Is that Lin Moyu's sister? She's so beautiful. Lin Mohan walked to the whirlwind. Shu Wei repeated the same words as before. You all performed excellently. I am Shu Wei. You can call me Elder Shu. If you ever need help in the future, you can come find me. Perhaps I can assist you. Inside the sphere was a carefully wrapped bag emitting light. He froze. That uncomfortable feeling appeared again. Suddenly Lin Moyu turned around and urgently said, Ningi, use your skill to observe that golden bag. She quickly complied, her golden pupils dilating as she used phantom vision. Under Ningi's gaze, the dark black aura reappeared in the bag. After observing for a while, Ningi gravely said, Lin Moyu, you have it on your wrist too. It's indeed problematic. There's a wisp of black energy in the golden bag. Looks very much like the aura of the abyss. Just then, Lin Mohan had already reached out, touching the bag. Ningi cried out in horror. That wisp of black energy has entwined Sister Han's wrist. At this moment, Lin Moyu also had several wisps of the aura entwined around his hand. She frantically reminded him, Lin Moyu, you have it on your wrist too. He silently looked at his palm. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Lin Moyu pondered, There's a group of rats lurking among humans. They call themselves the demon worshippers. A huge dark creature appeared, and beneath its feet was a group of respectful people. Everyone worshipped the Abyssal Demon King, wanting to help the Demon King invade the human world. Lin Mohan silently looked at the item before her. Lin Moyu secretly prayed, Tomorrow is the individual competition. I hope sister and I can catch some big fish. Night fell. Deep into the night, the silence was broken by a sudden rustling of wind, and the river surged, rushing violently towards the buildings. Then bolts of lightning struck down. The lightning shattered stones, and then the teleportation array activated. Bolts of lightning continuously struck various places, turning the scene into utter chaos. Water and lightning poured down, accompanied by loud bangs as people scattered in panic. What's happening? The girl hid in a corner, terrified. Is this some kind of barrier? Such a huge barrier. Could it have been created by a god-tier professional? Lin Moyu looked at the chaos outside. The demon worshippers have made their move as expected. They want to eliminate all the teams participating in the professional tournament and deal a heavy blow to humanity. At this moment, everything was flooded, and tall houses were destroyed by lightning. People fled in terror, accompanied by screams. It's terrifying. Oh my god, am I going to die here? What do I do? Subsequently, an army with a dark aura appeared. He secretly observed they were all top-tier professionals above level 70. A masked black shadow led the army, exuding a dark aura. Lin Moyu glanced over. This person was at least level 80, perhaps not much weaker than council member Shu Wei. Someone recognized it and cried out, It's over. That's the symbol of the demon worshippers. They're the demon worshippers. They're so bold, daring to act within the Shenxia Empire. Aren't they afraid of Lord Bai wiping them out? Masked man coldly said, All of you get out of my way. He stood on a high vantage point, and as his words fell, streams of black aura rushed down, attacking the guards. Abyssal marine creatures ferociously lunged forward. An abyssal warlord grinned, Human deliciousness. We're here. We've endured for so many days, and finally we can taste human flesh. Nana and others stepped forward. It's demons. Prepare for battle. Lin Moyu's face was grim. He tightly gripped the black aura in his hand. A sense of oppression surged from a distance directly towards Lin Moyu. There. He raised his eyes. At this moment, bolts of lightning struck down, followed by thousands of black shadows flying in. Lin Moyu calmly said, Come on, I've been waiting for you. The person landed and scoffed, Your courage is commendable, but unfortunately it's useless. Your fate is sealed. "You are too outstanding, you won't live much longer," a voice suddenly rang out. "I beg to differ because I've always lived quite well." The person was instantly startled. "It's Lord Bai." Bai Yun walked over calmly. "It seems you already guessed I would come." Council member Shu Wei's identity was exposed and he removed his mask. "I knew I couldn't hide it from Lord Bai," he said faintly. "Facing me you didn't even hide, it seems you were prepared." At this moment a black aura appeared around Shu Wei. He smiled and replied, "If I wasn't prepared, who would dare provoke Lord Bai?" The Abyssal Demon King, the Succubus Queen, appeared enchantingly. Shu Wei's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the protruding object before him, so terrified that cold sweat poured down. Bai Yun narrowed his eyes. "So the Succubus Queen has arrived. No wonder I couldn't figure out who could make a level 83 professional willingly become a demon's minion." She spoke. "It's a pity this demon queen couldn't seduce Lord Bai." Bai Yun clenched his fist. "Since you've come, then stay. Daring to cause trouble within Shenche's borders will exact a heavy price." The Succubus Queen responded, "It seems Lord Bai is very confident in his own strength. Unfortunately, this demon queen doesn't plan on staying. I only came this time to kill your Shenxia geniuses, and then I will leave." A vortex appeared around her and she covered her mouth, laughing. "Is Lord Bai sure he can keep this demon queen?" The vortex spread. Dust fell. At this moment the Abyssal Demon King and the Flame Demon King appeared on the ground. Tyron grit his teeth, growling. "Flame Demon King," the Succubus Queen said. "One-on-one, that's fair." Just then a barrier suddenly cracked, emitting a dazzling light. Su Cheng's mouth curved slightly. Losing the match wasn't because he was weak, it must have been Lin Moyu's power that was too monstrous. Two masked figures were deep in thought. They quietly flew to Su Cheng. The Succubus Queen watched, chin in hand, meaningless resistance. "The struggles of those nearing death are truly adorable." She licked her lips. "The blood and flesh of geniuses are the most delicious. I really want to capture them and slowly savor them every day in the abyss." Bai Yun declared. "Geniuses always have a purpose for existing." A purple barrier covered the entire city. At this moment a creature was roaring furiously. Looking down from high above, a black towering structure was eerily terrifying, entangled in massive iron chains as if imprisoning something horrifying. The Succubus Queen said in horror, "The true body of the Shenxia Tower, Meng Anwen, has arrived. We've been deceived." A light emitted from within, and the chains rattled. The light from the top of the tower was extremely dazzling. The monsters were annihilated, and even the objects flying in the air were repelled. Lin Moyu guessed that this was Lord Meng using the power of the Shenxia Tower. She angrily questioned, "What have you done?" Bai Yun was using divine authority overlord. He threw a powerful punch, and the pressure of divine authority suppressing the heavens surged directly towards her. Tyron was silent, concentrating a ball of fire in his hand. He unleashed the fire dragon. A fire dragon charged out ferociously. Only black energy intertwined with flames, accompanied by a tremendous roar. Here a group of people appeared in a magic array. A leading figure appeared, brandishing a sword and shouting, "How dare you offend Shenxia, kill without mercy." The Succubus Queen's face was pale. "I've been deceived, otherwise how could the Shenxia Tower's true body be here? How could the barrier be broken so quickly?" she realized with terror. "We've lost this battle, there's no chance of survival." Hearing this, the Flame Demon King scoffed disdainfully. A voice suddenly rang out, "You cannot escape." The Succubus Queen's eyes widened in terror. She looked back, and at this moment high in the sky was a giant hand and some figure. The Succubus Queen bit her finger until it bled, making a blood sacrifice. The abyssal gate opened. "I never expected even something like this to appear. Damn it, damn it." Dark black energy surrounded the two. The giant hand gradually approached, and just as it was about to touch them, a strange object along its arm blocked it. Laughter echoed from the black energy. "Old man, this is your human city. If you act here, how many people do you think will die?" Iran and Bai Yun stood vigilantly. The person was silent for a moment, then spoke, "Black Flame, you will surely die next time." With that, the guard leapt up and gradually disappeared into the vortex, finally making a complete escape. War zone below was a dense crowd, and above were blurry figures. Meng Anwen solemnly announced, "The individual competition begins." Lin Moyu secretly mused, "Although I knew Lord Bai and the others would act, I didn't expect Lord Meng to directly turn the demon ambush into the individual competition's theme." He continued. "Participants level 20 to 29 professionals. Target 7,520 abyssal demons, level 32 to 35. Each demon eliminated earns points. Eliminating an abyssal demon earns 100 points. People broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Fierce beasts roared. There were only 2 rules for the competition. First, survive. Second, the champion is the person with the most points. Su Cheng smiled triumphantly. "Lin Moyu, I want to compete with you again. Killing demons, you're definitely not as good as me, a holy light mage." Lin Moyu was surrounded by a blue light. He spoke, "I hope you can grab more of these things." The broadcast announced, "Competition begins." As soon as the words fell, a group of monsters swarmed forward. Su Cheng gritted his teeth using a holy light skill. A holy light surrounded him, and a monster was struck down by the holy light. He declared ambitiously, "I eliminated at least 100 abyssal demons in one go. If I can do a few more rounds, no one will be able to compete with me." Lin Moyu raised his hand. Su Cheng looked around, wondering, why isn't that guy summoning those skeletons yet? Is he planning to give up? Lin Moyu's eyes glinted dangerously. "Thanks for the corpses, everyone. A surge of power erupted from behind him, startling Su Cheng. He nervously turned around. What's going on? An astonishing red aura was reflected in his widened pupils. With a loud bang, a large area was blown to smithereens. He thought in a panic, this power is even stronger than my holy light. Who could it be? Lin Moyu coolly controlled the situation. Su Cheng's face paled. He couldn't believe his eyes. It's him. Everyone looked in that direction. It turned out he wasn't just a summoner. He was also a mage with top-tier attack skills. It seemed he hadn't used his full strength during the competition. His aura now soaring, the monsters lay sprawled across the ground. Lin Moyu clenched his fists. The monsters were almost entirely wiped out, leaving only some weaker demons. Those people chattered. The monsters are almost all eliminated by Lin Moyu, but there are still many demons. Demons are worth 100 times more points than monsters, so we still have a chance. Su Cheng grew interested and made up his mind. That's right, there are still abyssal demons. As long as I kill enough demons, I can still win. He once again entered his holy light armor state. Though his previous arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced only by surprise, Su Cheng was drenched in sweat, secretly glancing behind him. Just then, a black object appeared. It was the outpost guardian summoned behind Lin Moyu. Its colossal body swiftly charged forward. Chains rattled loudly. In the air, countless chains bound the monsters. The outpost guardian attacked the monsters with formidable power. Everyone's eyes widened in terror. My God, why does that thing look so much like the outpost guardian? Is this also one of Lin Moyu's skeletons? What other moves hasn't he used? If he had summoned this during the competition, wouldn't he have already won the championship? Su Cheng was dumbfounded. What kind of profession is this? Jianfei laughed behind him. So you've met your match today, huh? Now you know who the real expert is, don't you? The outpost guardian moved nimbly, and the surrounding air currents enveloped the succubus queen. At this moment, Lin Moyu's aura continuously flowed into its body. Lin Moyu is already a 3-star lieutenant. Everyone looked at the military rank badge, terrified. A silver badge, a 3-star lieutenant. He's actually a lieutenant. My God, just how many demons has he killed? Su Cheng looked at his own badge, feeling defeated. Jianfei then asked in surprise. A 1-star corporal? Jianfei chuckled mockingly. Su Cheng, I thought you were so strong, but it turns out you're just a 1-star corporal, he angrily yelled. Shut up. Jianfei then took out his own medal, boasting, you good for nothing, I'm a 3-star corporal. 2 stars higher than you, Su Cheng, suppressing his anger, retorted. I'm a holy light mage. I kill demons very quickly. I'll catch up to you on the frontline battlefield in just a few days. Jianfei chuckled mockingly. Catching up to me? What's so special about that? If you've got guts, go catch up to that expert. After speaking, he helplessly waved his hand. Forget it. If you can catch up to Lin Moyu, then you probably can't catch up to anyone else. Su Cheng was driven mad with anger. He yelled, shut up. Everyone was about to charge forward but stopped. It seemed there were no more demons. Over 7,000 monsters had all been killed by Lin Moyu. Damn it, how are we supposed to compete now? He ordered in a deep voice, let's go back. Subsequently, a light shone. The chaotic scene gradually disappeared and peace returned. A voice rang out, Nanong City has recovered. This is the power of the Shenxia Tower. Look, there are corpses over there. Lin Moyu glanced at the floating corpses. They were the bodies of demon worshippers. After a while, Bai Yiyuan appeared. He said, everyone, I am Bai Yiyuan. Seeing him, everyone was excited. It's Lord Bai. With Lord Bai here, those demon worshippers can't do anything. He raised his voice. This time we anticipated the demon worshippers' attack, so we were well prepared. I am very pleased that you all remained calm in the face of danger. That is the mark of true professionals. We successfully used the demon worshippers' attack to turn real combat into the individual competition's test. Everyone listened quietly. Now that the demons have retreated and the traitors have been punished, I will announce the champion of this competition. Bai Yiyuan announced that the champion of the level 20 to 29 category was Lin Moyu. At this moment, Lin Moyu was thoughtfully looking at the items before him. Bai Yiyuan continued, furthermore, tomorrow we will hold a challenge match. Anyone confident in their abilities is welcome to participate. The challenge match offered generous rewards. Hearing this, he showed a look of interest, uttering an "oh." Mohan walked over and asked Lin Moyu, are you all right? He replied, sister, I'm fine. She then said, sister wants to tell you something. I'm leaving again. Lin Moyu asked in confusion, sister, aren't you participating in the challenge match tomorrow? Mohan turned and left. Sister is almost level 45, so I won't be participating, but this is a great opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. Take care, he replied. You too, sister. Just then, Ningi walked over shyly and Lin Moyu spoke. Why didn't you come over earlier? I was going to introduce you to my sister, she replied shyly. I wasn't mentally prepared yet. He then remembered something and asked, by the way, what happened outside after I entered the Shenxia Tower? Ningi recalled the scene. The succubus queen and the flame demon king appeared, but they were stopped by my grandfather and Lord Bai. Shajing Academy also dispatched its guard team, eliminating the demon worshippers. She recalled every detail, then analyzed. After that, another incredibly powerful figure appeared on our side. It seemed even stronger than Lord Bai. Both demon kings were terrified by that person and fled. In the end, the succubus queen, using some unknown skill, summoned a demon to block our attacks. We were afraid the battle would affect civilians, so we could only let those 2 demon kings rescue council member Xu Wei. Lin Moyu pressed. Was the flame demon king the one we encountered last time? Ningi nodded. It was him. His eyes sharpened. He said calmly, demon kings are indeed hard to kill, but just you wait, Flame. I still have a teleportation stone leading to the abyss. Sooner or later I will personally get my revenge. Under the bright moonlight, Manhwa was savoring his tea beneath a large tree. How did it go? Was it resolved? Bai Yuan and Tyron walked over, their faces grim. Bai Yuan took a sip of tea and said angrily, "Damn it, I didn't expect Black Flame to intervene, otherwise we could have kept Flame and the succubus," Tyron complained. "If it weren't for Black Flame I would have killed Flame already." Manhwa asked in confusion. "Did that old man not make a move?" Bai Yuan recounted. "As soon as that old man made a move, the succubus was so terrified she sacrificed her life to open the Abyssal gate, summoning one of Black Flame's arms. It's a pity this wasn't outside Nanong City. I would have made them pay a heavy price," he then continued. "However, this time also yielded some gains. At least that fellow Shu Wei was exposed," Tyron gravely added. "I never expected even Shu Wei to be one of them. We must be careful. I fear there are still many of the Demon King's spies within our system." Manhwa stroked his beard in thought. "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. We must purge the corruption within the Empire's system." The sun shone brightly, and cheers echoed throughout the arena. For the challenge match, the audience discussed enthusiastically. "I heard the demon worshippers attacked the individual knockout rounds last night. Too bad we didn't see it." Exactly. We can only look forward to the challenge match now. I heard any professional can participate in this challenge match. If you successfully complete 5 rounds, the rewards will be even richer than the individual competition's championship. Dao was explaining the competition rules to him. In the first round, you must challenge an opponent 5 levels higher than yourself. After that, each round will increase by 5 levels, meaning the third round will pit you against a level 42 professional who has already completed their second-class transfer. She continued, "Since the challenge match began, no one has been able to complete the 4th round in hundreds of years." Lin Moyu suddenly looked away. Dao continued, "For professionals under level 40, completing the first round rewards 1 basic skill scroll, the second round rewards 1 intermediate skill scroll, the third round rewards 1 intermediate wonder potion, and the 4th round rewards 2 intermediate skill scrolls," she stammered. "As for the 5th round, no one has ever reached it, so the rewards are unknown." He was expressionless, but his eyes were sharp as arrows. "No one has reached it, then I'll go and investigate." A moment later, a challenger, a level 34 sword shield knight, just stepped onto the stage when a figure appeared to face him. A level 39 sword shield knight, Lin Moyu observed him. "This aura is that of a soldier," Dao replied. "That's right, the reason the challenge match is so incredibly difficult is because the opponents are all selected from the Shenxia army." The level 39 sword shield knight coolly attacked the challenger. She then educated him further. "They aren't ordinary professionals, and they're 5 levels higher. Most ordinary people can't even win the first round." The level 39 sword shield knight unleashed a powerful punch, putting the challenger at a disadvantage. "Impossible, how can he be so strong?" In just an instant, that challenger was sent flying. A notification sounded. "Challenge failed." Immediately after, another person stepped up to challenge, only to be beaten terribly. Notifications continuously announced challenge failed. Su Cheng secretly vowed, "I've been humiliated twice already. This time I must reclaim my glory." A figure walked over. A level 29 holy light mage. Facing him was a level 34 sword shield knight. The host announced, "Challenge begins." Su Cheng drew his weapon. The holy light mage charged towards the extreme defense, initiating a charge. He quickly rushed forward and Su Cheng used holy light ring. The sword shield knight jumped, carrying a powerful aura, landing lightly on his feet. After a series of movements, the knight drew his light blade and struck down. Su Cheng blocked with a holy light shield. Su Cheng showed no fear, thinking, "Let me see whether your extreme defense can last longer, or if my holy light shield is stronger." The knight continued to attack relentlessly, but the holy light shield remained unharmed. After a period, Su Cheng stood proudly while his opponent had fallen. A notification sounded. "Su Cheng, round 1, challenge successful." The audience cheered wildly. Finally, someone succeeded. "This challenge match is too difficult. The Shenxia army is too strong." We watched hundreds of people challenge, and only Su Cheng passed the first round. Su Cheng, the legendary holy light mage, is truly extraordinary. Su Cheng lightly exhaled. His shield had almost been broken. If the knight had had a few more seconds, he probably would have lost. But luckily, I still won in the end. Su Cheng carefully looked at the items before him. At this moment, Lin Moyu walked into the arena. "It's Necromancer Lin Moyu." Su Cheng could pass the first round. Maybe he can pass the second, the crowd argued excitedly. "I think he'll set a new record." "Impossible. No one has ever succeeded in the challenge for hundreds of years. Not even Lin Moyu could." The level 32 mage opponent respectfully bowed. "Lieutenant, my apologies." Everyone was startled. "What's going on?" The opponent actually saluted Lin Moyu, and it's a subordinate saluting a superior. "Is Lin Moyu also a soldier?" Someone with sharp eyes noticed. "No, it's because his military rank is high." "My God, he's already a 3-star lieutenant." Everyone was surprised. "How could he achieve that at only level 27? No wonder his combat power is so strong. It turns out he honed it fighting demons." A wisp of gas emerged from the mage's weapon, and the mage was sent flying with powerful force. Lin Moyu also summoned 2 skeleton warriors. A powerful force surged, carrying sharp stones, and the skeleton warriors charged straight forward. The opponent's shock, it broke through their defense and charged straight forward. The mage had no choice but to use a magic shield to block. A surge of power struck the magic shield. The mage couldn't resist and was pushed back. The The skeleton warriors kept their eyes on their prey. At this moment the mage switched to using a ring of fire resistance which was extremely powerful. With a loud bang, two forces fiercely confronted each other. At this point his magic shield had shattered into pieces. Lin Moyu secretly praised, as expected of a military professional, to be able to drag the battle until the magic shield's cooldown ended. If it were anyone else they probably would have lost long ago. He then ordered the two skeleton warriors. Go! They obeyed, charging furiously. The mage's expression subtly changed, revealing worry. His hands moved lightly, and an aura enveloped him, releasing a formation from within. Lin Moyu was startled. What kind of skill is this? In the stands the crowd began to discuss curiously. Battlefield skill. I never expected that person to possess a battlefield skill. What are battlefield skills? They are special skills designed exclusively for soldiers, usable in conjunction with battlefield attire. An insider explained, this kind of skill is very difficult to master. Not all soldiers can use it. Battlefield skills also vary based on level and profession. Furthermore, some skills require multiple professionals to cooperate. The mage was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect that person to know about it. At this moment the mage inserted his weapon into a glowing area. Flames erupted everywhere, burning fiercely like massive lava. Two figures charged in. The skeleton warriors were engulfed in flames but remained completely unharmed. Lin Moyu uttered an "oh" in surprise. Can attack skills be controlled within a certain range? Lin Moyu said coldly, let me see where your limits are. The skeleton warriors by his side just awaited the command to charge. The mage's forehead was beaded with sweat, his eyes frantic. Finally he sighed. He truly gives no one a chance, Lieutenant. With a loud bang a skeleton warrior charged out, leapt, and a surge of aura pierced through, shattering the magic shield. Immediately after, the mage was sent flying. A notification sounded. Round 1, Lin Moyu wins. The audience discussed excitedly. As expected, Lin Moyu can easily pass the first round. Indeed, that soldier, seasoned from countless battles, was already very strong. But he still lost to Lin Moyu, mainly because Lin Moyu was simply too powerful. A scornful laugh rang out. He won much more easily than Su Cheng. Exactly, it feels like he still has energy for the second round. Upon hearing these words he merely scoffed. The host announced, Lin Moyu, do you wish to continue the challenge? Lin Moyu calmly replied, continue the challenge. Facing him now was a level 37 sword shield knight. The armored man stared intently at him, thinking, to deal with a summoner the best way is to confront the summoner directly. Someone exclaimed, look, the second round has begun. The man swung his shield, performing a charge skill. A skeleton warrior swung its sword, nimbly striking the shield. He took a few steps back, lamenting to himself, too strong, it won't be easy to get close to him. He suddenly attacked the shield before him, creating a suppressive aura. After a moment's thought, an idea suddenly struck him. A good opportunity. Lin Moyu, looking at the cyan flames in his hand, said indifferently, it's useless, my warriors. Turn. With that, two skeleton warriors dissolved into black mist and returned to his side. He gave a wicked smile, softly uttering two words, appear. Immediately after, a large group of skeleton warriors appeared around Lin Moyu. He the knight was surprised to realize that Lin Moyu could summon skeleton warriors from a distance. At that moment an eerie black mist appeared behind him. The knight. He was suddenly startled. I fell for it. I must find a way to break through. He turned around. By then his entire body was entangled in chains. He realized it was a curse. Immediately after, the skeleton warriors charged forward. They collectively struck down and he the knight was then sent flying by that force. He stood there dumbfounded, the words I lost echoing in his mind. A notification sounded. Round 2 challenge. Lin Moyu wins. People looked at him, their eyes filled with admiration. Level 27 fighting level 37 with such ease. It seems so easy, even I could do it. He passed the second round with ease, which means he hasn't reached his limit. The host asked again. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Lin Moyu decisively replied, yes. At this moment an aura appeared. This time the challenger was a level 42 archer, an advanced archer who had already completed their second-class transfer. Discussions were incessant. And he's a 3-star lieutenant, just like Lin Moyu, with platinum-tier equipment. Can anyone really pass the third round? If the third round is this difficult, I can't imagine what the fourth and fifth rounds will be like. Lin Moyu, upon hearing this, said confidently, fourth and fifth rounds, I'll be seeing them soon enough. A notification sounded. Match start. He the archer started by unleashing a powerful soul-seeking arrow. The arrow shot straight towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu remained calm and composed, standing still. Just as the arrow was about to hit him, two skeleton mages intercepted the fiery arrow. He the archer thought in silence. Immediately after, he used bow stance doppelganger, his figure flashing into position, and countless arrows shot out, making a huge sound. The audience cried out in horror. It's over. Is it going to end here? That's the attack of a second-class transfer archer. As the dust slowly settled, Lin Moyu was protected by bone armor, completely unharmed, astonishing everyone. This defensive skill can actually block the arrows of a second-class transfer archer. Bone armor is too cool. This profession has offense when it wants it, defense when it wants it. It's simply invincible. He the archer also admitted that this defensive skill was extremely powerful. He the archer stomped hard on the ground. He jumped, shooting arrows at the skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu also began to formulate a strategy. The advanced archer is too agile, my skeletons can't catch him. I must restrict his movements. Lin Moyu used slowing curse. In just the blink of an eye, countless chains shot towards him. He was tightly entangled, struggling wildly, but after a moment he broke free. The chains still pursued him. He the archer shot an arrow, and a powerful force erupted. Immediately after, those chains were completely destroyed by a purifying arrow. Lin Moyu exclaimed in surprise. He actually has a purification skill, just like the healer's sister. Immediately after, he the archer shot another silence arrow. Taste this arrow of mine. The arrow flew but was easily blocked by bone armor. He the archer cried out in horror. What, even silence arrow is ineffective? People were startled. This defensive skill is too overbearing. It can actually immune control skills. Who can tell me what the weakness of this profession is? The atmosphere grew tense. People discussed animatedly. It seems his profession is simply flawless. What now? It seems they've paused. Both sides were at a loss. Lin Moyu calculated in his mind. Should I release more skeletons? Skeleton warriors can't catch him, and the opponent has a purification skill. A surge of aura gathered in his hand. He hesitated. Should I use this skill? Is it a bit too violent? He the archer again split into multiple figures, drawing his bow and shooting arrows. Lin Moyu remained silent, the spiritual energy in his hand surging violently, and a cyan aura enveloped the archer's head. The archer suddenly clutched his head, letting out a scream, and his bow fell to the ground. The audience grew anxious. What happened? It seems Lin Moyu used some skill, a targeted binding attack skill. A surge of aura gathered in his hand. Lin Moyu calmly said, "No offense." He the archer opened his mouth wide, panicking in his heart. What skill did he use? The cyan aura continuously entwined him, making him clutch his head in pain. Su Cheng, watching the astonishing power emanating from Lin Moyu, immediately panicked. Where did this monster come from? At this moment, a voice sounded. Round 3 challenge. Lin Moyu wins. People discussed animatedly. I feel he's a bit terrifying. He's past the 3rd round. Are we going to witness history today? The host asked for his decision. Lin Moyu, do you wish to continue the challenge? He answered without hesitation, with certainty. Continue. At this moment, a level 45 sword shield knight stepped up to challenge. People exclaimed in surprise. Level 45? A group of people discussed. Only 3 levels higher than the last round. Is the difficulty that low? Then why has no one ever passed the 4th round? Everyone look. Immediately after, other professionals appeared on the arena. A level 45 archer, a level 45 mage, a level 45 assassin, and a level 45 battle king. The crowd erupted in an uproar. No way, a standard 5-person team. How is he supposed to fight that? Even a god couldn't save him. Lin Moyu is only level 27. Each member of the opposing team was 18 levels higher than him. Lin Moyu observed the sword shield knight. 9-star lieutenant, this must be a warrior who has truly fought on the battlefield for many years. His teammates behind him were also at least 5-star lieutenants. It seems these are the true formidable enemies, he thought. No wonder they say no one has ever passed the 4th round. So that's why. The two remained silent, secretly sizing him up. The sword shield knight spoke. Kid, you have good strength. Reaching the 4th round is enough to make you proud. Lin Moyu, gathering a surge of spiritual energy in his hand, smiled faintly. Thank you, but I'm still going to win today. Immediately after, streaks of black mist erupted like vines, spreading with astonishing speed. In the stands, people panicked. What's happening? Am I dreaming? In an instant, the black mist transformed into an army of thousands of skeleton warriors, appearing densely and dazzlingly. Is this what a true necromancer looks like? It's practically an army. The sword shield knight couldn't help but be horrified. This kid. Su Cheng was shocked. So many skeletons, he's been hiding his strength too deeply. Some haven't even been summoned yet. Jianfei beside him blurted out. What's the point of fighting anymore? Lin Moyu extended his hand, controlling the spiritual energy field. Under his command, the skeleton warriors charged forward simultaneously. The skeleton mages also immediately entered combat positions. Faced with attacks from all sides, the group of level 45 professionals had no choice but to activate group protection. The archer drew his bow, aiming. The mage beside him cast a protective spell, and flames erupted, spreading towards them with extreme speed. The sword shield knight quickly reminded those around him, "We can't hold on much longer. Hurry!" Hearing this, one person immediately activated Meteor Inferno, and another used Burst Arrow. Immediately after, 2 terrifying forces surged forward, directly striking the skeleton army. Streaks of aura surged towards them and a dazzling light erupted. At this moment, a skeleton mage was eliminated. Lin Moyu calculated. Skeleton warriors can still withstand skills of this power, but mages really can't. Suddenly, an aura of void stealth rushed towards him. At that very moment, Lin Moyu's bone armor timely blocked the attack. The assassin's eyes widened in shock. By then, 2 skeleton warriors had already grabbed him. However, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. The 2 skeleton warriors exchanged blank glances. At this moment, the assassin had vanished. Lin Moyu cast Soulfire. Lin Moyu coldly asked, trying to run. Meanwhile, the assassin and the battle king beside him looked panicked. Quick, heal, over there, the sword shield knight urgently asked. What happened? The assassin's face was pale. It hurts, that skill hurts too much. Lin Moyu used slowing curse. Hundreds of chains shot out simultaneously. Someone among them used Group Purify and those chains were immediately destroyed after verifying. Lin Moyu calmly said, as expected, with an advanced support here, my curse skills are ineffective. The skeleton warrior army quickly encircled them again. A reminder sounded. The skeletons are closing in, the mage beside him replied. Understood. The skeleton warriors tightened their encirclement around the entire team, so they created rings of fire resistance for defense. The power of the rings of fire resistance spread, pushing Lin Moyu's skeletons back. At the same time, a binding arrow was prepared to be shot. The arrow was shot and chains emerged from it, tightly entangling a skeleton warrior. The archer shouted, my binding arrow won't last long. A surge of aura shot straight towards him. Lin Moyu. Urgent shouts arose. We can't wait any longer. Clear the way, let's go. In the stands, people looked panicked. It's over. Lin Moyu's skeleton army formation is in disarray. Is this the true strength of a level 45 advanced professional team? It feels like Lin Moyu is about to lose. That group of people, the opposing team, turned their target towards him. Lin Moyu. He has too many skeletons. A head-on fight will definitely wear us down. We can only eliminate him personally. The archer drew his bow, aiming. Lin Moyu mused, as expected of those from the Shenxia army, this is the first time I've fought a professional with such enjoyment. Their entire team charged forward simultaneously with high-spirited shouts. Lin Moyu watched them with sharp eyes, thinking, it's useless. I will win. The Sword Shield Knight and his teammates quickly rushed over. Lin Moyu waved his hand, casting Soulfire. The flames immediately flew towards the Sword Shield Knight and the others. The knight thought in agony, this flame can incinerate my soul. A moment later, the Battle King was sent out of the arena. He stammered in surprise, I've been eliminated. The Battle King looked at the arena worriedly. Without my support, they won't last long. The Sword Shield Knight desperately resisted Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors. He looked up in horror, immediately noticing dozens more skeleton warriors charging over. After that, not long later, the Sword Shield Knight's entire team was also thrown out of the arena just like the Battle King. The referee's announcement sounded, Round 4 challenge. Lin Moyu wins. Upon hearing this, the audience was all astonished. He won. What was that flame just now? It instantly rendered an entire advanced professional team unable to fight. The Necromancer is too terrifying. Ningi turned to Dao Dao from the stands and said, Sister Taozi, do you think Lin Moyu can pass the 5th round? Dao Dao replied with a solemn expression, I don't know. His strength is already beyond my comprehension. No one has ever seen the 5th round, Duan Gao said in surprise. I never expected us to witness history. Miao Yu beside him nodded. Exactly. Lin Moyu's name will be recorded in the annals of the professional tournament. On the arena, 2 intermediate skill scrolls flew towards Lin Moyu. The referee, trembling, asked him, Lin Moyu, do you wish to continue the challenge? Lin Moyu nodded, confirming. Continue the challenge. No sooner had he spoken than the entire audience erupted in an uproar, discussing animatedly, I never thought we'd see the 5th round challenge today. I originally thought the organizers wouldn't set this difficulty, but we encountered it today. Immediately after, a notification sounded. Round 5 challenge will begin in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Jin Peng flew to Lin Moyu and announced, the reward for this round is a god-tier potion and an advanced skill scroll. Upon hearing this, the stands became lively again. They're high-grade items. These are items that only 3rd-class transfer professionals can use. You can't buy them even with money. My goodness, Lin Moyu hasn't even completed his 2nd-class transfer yet. But the path to his 3rd-class transfer has already been paved for him. On the arena, Lin Moyu was also slightly surprised that there were 2 rewards, he calculated. The later it gets, the pitifully low the chance of comprehending advanced skills becomes. If I get this skill scroll, I'll definitely be able to learn an advanced skill. And this advanced god-tier potion, when used after the 3rd-class transfer, will permanently increase all attributes by 20,000 points. Its value is immeasurable, Lin Moyu murmured. No wonder Lord Bai said that the challenge match is the most important part of the competition. I must get the rewards for this 5th round. 3 minutes later, the challengers were teleported to the arena. As soon as these people appeared, they caused a sensation in the stands. None of them were ordinary professionals. They were level 50 rare professionals, and a team of mages at that. The team with the strongest attack power, unafraid of area attacks. What appeared were a level 50 paladin and a level 50 Dawnwood elder. The audience, seeing them, discussed, it seems Lin Moyu's skeleton army might be ineffective in this round. Looking at the other 2, they were a level 50 shadow mage and a level 50 flame warlock. The audience's hopes for Lin Moyu plummeted once more. The Shadow Mage was also known as a master of crowd control. This class possessed many area of effect crowd control skills. The Flame Warlock had incredibly strong attack power, and with the support of Elder Dawnwood he would be virtually invincible. Finally, a level 50 Elf Summoner and a level 50 Elemental Mage emerged. The audience grew increasingly excited, never expecting there would also be a summoner. Was this a summoning contest against Lin Moyu? And let's not forget, the Elf Summoner has a skill called Skill Reset. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Ningi quickly turned to Dao Dao and asked, Sister Taozi, isn't the lineup for the 5th round a bit too much? Lin Moyu on the arena also sensed something was wrong. It seemed this lineup was deliberately designed to counter him. He couldn't hold back anymore. Just then the announcement sounded, challenge start. The paladin quickly assumed a battle stance, thinking, the higher-ups sent us to defend the arena, but I never expected the opponent to be just a level 27 kid. Are youngsters already this strong? The others quickly unleashed their skills, and Lin Moyu, not to be outdone, summoned countless skeleton warriors. The paladin commanded those behind her to prepare an area attack to destroy his skeleton army. Lin Moyu took out his scythe and assumed a battle stance. The people below immediately began to discuss animatedly when they saw what he held. A scythe, that's Lin Moyu's weapon. I've never seen him use it before. Seeing the situation on the arena, Su Cheng below panicked. Is he going to summon that monster? On the other side, the flame warlock also cast Rain of Fire. The shadow mage used Cloud of Slumber, and the elemental mage unleashed Meteor Inferno. The elf summoner also quickly summoned her summoned beast. This group used the summoner's skill reset skill. The audience below commented, skill reset. They can actually use area of effect magic again. The challengers attacked Lin Moyu again, but he didn't sit idly by. Waving his axe forward, he summoned, appear sleeping soul. In an instant, the outpost guardian appeared behind Lin Moyu and his expression became even more dangerous. The audience began to chatter again. What is that? Is that also Lin Moyu's summon? The outpost guardian's aura quickly put pressure on everyone in the arena. The paladin said, somewhat dizzily, you've got to be kidding, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's the outpost guardian, the boss from the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon? Lin Moyu didn't answer. He reached out and summoned the undead general, then commanded, go lead the soldiers, my undead general. The undead general's eyes instantly lit up, and he then quickly commanded the soldiers and skeleton mages to charge forward and attack. A moment later, 3 skeleton warriors had already been eliminated. Looking at the current battle, Lin Moyu thought, as expected, level 50 mages are indeed capable of eliminating my skeleton warriors. At this moment, the outpost guardian spread its wings, blocking the barrage of fire aimed at the skeleton warriors. Jin Meng, observing from the periphery, was surprised to discover, the soul of a Hell-tier dungeon boss. I never expected the Necromancer class to have such a skill. In the arena, the paladin's team had retreated into a defensive position, casting group protection. The outpost guardian, brandishing its weapon, charged towards them. It aimed at the target, striking forcefully at the paladin's defensive shield. The paladin said with a pale face, our area of effect attack skills are all blocked by the outpost guardian. The elemental mage reminded, don't panic, we've used this lineup to fight the boss of the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon before. The shadow mage quickly used Cloud of Slumber. From the sky, raindrops quickly fell. The rain of skill effects rendered the skeleton warriors immobile. The undead general used Legion's might to dispel the rain. The next second, the skeleton warrior's fighting spirit soared. The outpost guardian also received power support, letting out a furious roar. The shadow mage said in a panic, my Cloud of Slumber has been dispelled. The outpost guardian attacked the paladin's defensive shield again. Cracks began to appear on the defensive shield with each attack. The elf summoner's summoned beast roared agilely, skill reset. The paladin's group protection was immediately restored. Lin Moyu's expression showed a hint of surprise. He thought, that skill reset skill is too overpowered. It seems I must deal with that summoned beast first. On the other side, the elemental mage indicated that he would try attacking this time. Both the shadow mage and flame warlock nodded simultaneously and said, all right. Immediately after, all attacks turned towards Lin Moyu. He remained standing, calculating, can 2 layers of bone armor withstand a level 50 mage's area attack? Lin Moyu observed the situation, predicting it would be fine for now, and his mental power was still abundant enough to continuously cast bone armor. His feet sank into the mire. Lin Moyu looked back in surprise. Swamp, a shadow mage's skill. As he slowly sank, Lin Moyu quickly summoned skeleton warriors, lifting his feet out of the mire. The next second, a group of skeleton warriors surfaced, serving as stepping stones for him to escape the swamp. Seeing this, the shadow mage shouted angrily, damn it, that defensive skill nullified my control skills, and now even the swamp can't trap him. The undead general continued to command the skeleton warriors to attack. The skeleton warriors charged forward, working together to attack the paladin team's defensive shield. Seeing the shield about to break, the paladin quickly shouted, the defensive shield is about to shatter, quickly reset the skill for me. The elf summoner hastily replied, how can it be so fast? My summoned beast also needs to rest. The next second, the outpost guardian had already destroyed the defensive shield. Seeing this, the audience immediately stirred. My god, a level 50 paladin's defensive shield has been breached. Even skill reset is on cooldown. Clearly, Lin Moyu's skeletons are much stronger than in the 4th round. In the arena, the paladin remained calm, ordering, the skeletons are approaching, quickly attack. The elemental mage beside her used fire resistance ring for defense, and he also cast wall of fire, instantly incinerating some skeleton warriors. The elf summoner's summoned beast only now recovered its stamina, resetting skills for the paladin team. The paladin shouted, using group protection again. She chuckled, even if it means stalling for time, we must wear that kid down until he's dead. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's voice came from behind asking, wear me down until I'm dead? The paladin looked at Lin Moyu, who had appeared behind her without her knowing. She hadn't expected him to charge in while countering her skills. She tried to threaten. You're a mage, yet you dare approach a warrior? Lin Moyu waved his hand, casting slowing curse, and the paladin and her team were quickly entangled. He thought, my curse definitely can't stop them. But it's enough to buy myself a little time. The skeleton warriors charged forward using berserk strike. Lin Moyu also waved his hand using corpse explosion. Lin Moyu frowned, guessing a level 50 summon beast's vitality must far exceed that of other professionals, right? He quickly detonated the corpses, and in an instant the paladin's team was blown away. The elemental mage was terrified. What kind of skill is that? The audience outside the arena was also surprised. What just happened? What exploded? The explosion dissipated, leaving a thick cloud of smoke. The paladin slowly emerged from the smoke. She was now in tatters, thinking, my defensive shield was instantly shattered. Looking around, the paladin said in surprise, am I the only one left now? The outpost guardian and skeleton soldiers quickly closed in on her. The paladin's voice trembled slightly. This challenge match, really? She closed her eyes to compose herself. Then the paladin raised her hand and praised. You are truly exceptional. With a capable young person like you, Shenxia has a reliable future. With that, she jumped off the arena. The announcement sounded. Round 5 challenge, Lin Moyu wins. No sooner had the words fallen than Ningi hugged Dao Dao, jumping up and down happily. We won. The audience also erupted in cheers, congratulating them. Amazing, this match should be recorded in history. Jin Peng walked up to Lin Moyu with the prize. He praised, you did very well. This is your prize. Lin Moyu lowered his head, thanking the elder. He thought after the 5th round, I wonder if there's a 6th? Should I buy you? And seemed to guess his disciple's intention and sent a message. That's enough, Lin Moyu sighed, abandoning the thought. I'll stop here. Backstage, Jin Peng called out to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu turned around and asked, Elder, what can I do for you? Jin Peng introduced himself. My name is Jin Peng. Lin Moyu recognized him. Lord Jin Peng was one of the Empire's 12 council members. He politely asked, Lord Jin Peng, what is it that you need? Jin Peng asked Lin Moyu in return. You're a student of Shajing Academy and this year's top scholar nationwide, correct? He nodded. Yes. Jin Peng extended his hand, proposing to Lin Moyu. Coincidentally, I am a professor at the academy, and I'm also a mage. I'd like to take you as my disciple. What do you think? Hearing this, Dao Dao thought in surprise. Lord Jin Peng means to take Lin Moyu as his disciple. Lin Moyu bowed respectfully and replied, Thank you, Lord Jin Peng, but I already have a master. No sooner had he spoken than Jin Peng's expression darkened. He asked, Who? Just then, Lin Moyu's watch also rang with an incoming call. Lin Moyu reached out to answer. It's my master calling. Dao Dao and Ningi looked up from nearby, curiously eavesdropping. Jin Peng also said angrily, Answer the phone quickly. I'd like to see who's trying to snatch my student. Bai Yuan's face appeared. He said seriously, Xiao Peng, I hear you're trying to poach my disciple? Seeing the person on the screen, Jin Peng immediately froze. He said respectfully, Lord Bai, so it's you. Little Lin is my disciple. Don't even think about poaching him. Jin Peng scratched his head, awkwardly replying, If I had known earlier that he was Lord Bai's disciple, I would never have dared to come. Bai Yuan then reminded. Oh, and remember to tell those people to raise this kid's file confidentiality level. Jin Peng nodded. Lord Bai, please rest assured. Bai Yuan continued, You go about your work. After the competition, you all come over. Meng and I need you for something, and I'm sure you already know what it is. Jin Meng also replied seriously, Yes, after the competition, we will come to see you and Lord Meng. After finishing, Bai Yuan turned to Lin Moyu and instructed, Little Lin, you've gained enough attention these past few days. It's time to return to the academy. I have a new mission for you. Lin Moyu nodded, Yes, master. After hanging up, Ningi happily ran ahead. Let's go, back to Shajing Academy. In the student dormitories of Shajing Academy, Lin Moyu had returned to his room and was meditating. Then, Lin Moyu took out the potion he had obtained from the competition and drank it down. A surge of power immediately erupted from within him, and at the same time his various attributes increased. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. Finally, besides mental power, he could also improve his other attributes. The next morning at Meng Anwen's place, Lin Moyu had already arrived and was pouring tea for his master. Bai Yuan looked at him with satisfaction and praised, You performed very well this time. Meng Anwen interjected, Isn't this great? No one had ever accomplished the 5th round challenge before, far surpassing what your master achieved back then. He only managed to pass the 3rd round at most. Hearing him mention his past, Bai Yuan flew into a rage and cursed, Can't you speak properly? After speaking, he coughed once, calmed down, and assigned Lin Moyu a new mission. Next, you must go to the dungeon palace and quickly level up to level 30. Then I'll take you somewhere, Lin Moyu asked in return. Dungeon palace? He asked doubtfully. Aren't we leveling up in the battlefield? I think leveling up there would be faster. And we can earn military merits, Bai Yuan reminded. You've been staying in the academy these past few days. You've attracted too much attention this time. Going out will make you an easy target. He worriedly instructed. Many geniuses in the Empire have been assassinated in recent years. You must be careful. You'll be safe within the academy. Lin Moyu nodded. I understand. After he left, Meng Anwen asked, Do you really want to take him to that place? Bai Yuan confirmed. Of course. How can one be considered a true professional without going there? The sooner the better, Meng Anwen said with some worry. Aren't you afraid he'll encounter danger? Bai Yuan chuckled. That kid is stronger than we imagine. He won't die so easily. Besides, with the mark of the Hall of Valor, he can be resurrected even if he dies. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu was still contemplating the dungeon palace. Seeing the familiar path, Lin Moyu softly said, I'm back again. Lin Moyu walked into the academy, and amidst the envious gazes of students someone said, "Look, God Lin is back. I heard God Lin conquered and passed all 5 rounds of the challenge. I once ran a dungeon with a future god-tier expert. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Come on, that time you paid points for him to carry you through the dungeon." He secretly sighed. It seems Lord Bai's worries were justified. I've indeed attracted a lot of attention. Shu Han heard the commotion. "Junior Lin, you're back." Lin Moyu acknowledged her with a simple, She gave him an inviting look. "What dungeon do you want to run this time? Do you need me to recommend one? Fair prices, you know." Action spoke louder than words. Shu Han immediately received a message and praised. The boss is so generous. Received a transfer of 100 points. Before him appeared a black vortex surrounded by flickering light. This was the entrance to the Fire God Palace. A nearby light orb displayed, Fire God Palace, level 32 dungeon, difficulty selectable normal nightmare, level restriction 27 to 37, dungeon entry fee 500 points, cooldown reset fee 2,500 points, cooldown 120 hours, record 8 hours 32 minutes 15 seconds. Lin Moyu carefully examined the information. This dungeon seems very ordinary, so why is the record a staggering 8 hours long? It was then that she began to explain her confusion. You recognized it? This dungeon takes an incredibly long time to clear, and almost no one chooses it. That's because this dungeon is actually one of the 5 elemental dungeons. Shu Han began to elaborate. Besides the familiar wind, water, fire, and thunder, there's also the light element. Each element has its own dungeon, and if you're lucky, you can obtain fragments of that element. You asked curiously, "What do you get if you collect all 5 elemental fragments?" She honestly replied, "I'm not entirely sure. I hear you can get very good rewards." Lin Moyu looked around. "Are the other elemental dungeons here too?" There was only one entrance in their vicinity. Shu Han explained. "The water element dungeon is level 37, accessible at level 32. The wind element dungeon is level 42, accessible at level 37. You can't enter them yet. But the thunder element and light element dungeons aren't here. You'll need to find them yourself, Junior." You thanked her after hearing this. She quickly waved her hand. "It's nothing." Lin Moyu walked towards the cave entrance alone. He stood there, contemplating for a moment, and then selected Hell difficulty. Lin Moyu immediately found himself in a fiery dreamscape resembling a cave. He watched wisps of white smoke rise, surmising, "It seems I'll continuously take fire element damage in this dungeon." Lin Moyu cautiously advanced deeper. As he walked, he observed the terrain. No wonder this dungeon takes so long to clear. Lava pits constantly churned. Without 2 healers, it would be difficult to maintain one's condition. Suddenly, 2 monsters appeared in the distance. They had already spotted Lin Moyu. These were Fire Spirits Enhanced Elite Monsters, level 32, Strength 10,000, Agility 3,000, Mental Power 4,000, Constitution 10,000, Skill. Fire Attack Trait. Immune to fire element damage, 50 physical damage reduction. He scratched his head, thinking it seemed very similar to an elemental secret realm. Corpse Explosion couldn't be used here. It spat a stream of flames at Lin Moyu, but he was unharmed as a skeleton warrior had already appeared before him. It began to charge forward and counterattacked, and the fire spirit was shattered into pieces, directly dissipating. System displayed, eliminated level 32 fire spirit, XP 640. Seeing that he obtained a fire crystal core, there were indeed no corpses. Lin Moyu ordered the skeleton warrior to scout the terrain. The sudden appearance of something made his expression solemn. It turned out he had been wrong. There were also monsters with physical bodies here. A red spiky creature crawled out. Lin Moyu sighed. It would be much easier if there were corpses. He immediately commanded, "Go lure those monsters over." The skeleton warrior let out an excited, angry roar. It stretched its body and soared into the air. Immediately, a group of monsters crawled out, chasing the skeleton warrior. At this moment, Lin Moyu calmly cast Slowing Curse. Thousands of chains shot out, tightly entangling the creature. Next, the skeleton warrior unleashed Berserk Strike. He summoned a fireball crackling with lightning. Corpse Explosion. This single throw directly shook the Fire God Palace. The lightning acted on the lava here. Lin Moyu continued coolly, and it spread, burning continuously along the passage, and the flames blazed fiercely again. The light orb outside the cave entrance immediately ignited. Someone saw it and quickly called out to others, "Everyone look, the Fire God Palace dungeon is spitting fire." The entrance was now also blurry, and after a while it again displayed selectable difficulties. Normal, Nightmare, Hell. Everyone exclaimed, "Oh my god, how did the Fire God Palace suddenly gain a Hell difficulty?" The soldiers looked at the scene before them in horror. What on earth happened? Why did it suddenly become a Hell difficulty dungeon? Who was inside the dungeon? It seemed to be God Lin. Tyron was holding his teacup and suddenly stopped. Manhwa saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" Tyron replied, "As the principal of Shajing Academy, no change within the academy escapes my notice. Just now, the Hell difficulty of the Fire God Palace dungeon was activated." He looked at Manhwa. "I just checked the information of the person who entered the dungeon. Guess who it is?" Manhwa calmly replied. "Since you've put it that way, who else could it be? It's that kid, right?" Tyron continued. "He wants to obtain elemental fragments, and only by activating Hell difficulty is there a chance for them to drop." Manhwa heard this and said, "To activate Hell difficulty, one needs to eliminate a large number of monsters in a short time, causing a huge impact on the dungeon. He picked up his teacup, savored it, and then said, "That kid can certainly do it." Tyron heard this and said angrily, "Even if he can activate hell difficulty, he might not necessarily get elemental fragments. We tried it when we were young and we didn't succeed." Hearing this, Manhwa suddenly became serious, as if to affirm, "Then just watch, that kid always brings us surprises." On the other side, Lin Moyu asked the skeleton warrior. "It seems the fire element has become more active." It quickly charged forward and slew the monsters before it. Looking at the roaring monsters, he commented, "Even the monsters have gotten stronger." Attacking the surrounding monsters, he tried to find a solution. "It seems I must find the boss quickly to clear the dungeon, otherwise my skeletons will be incinerated by the fire." Recalling the map, an idea flashed. "I've got it." Lin Moyu walked forward coldly, his eyes filled with strong determination. He walked through the gate of the Fire God Palace. The eyes on the gate opened, sounding an alarm. "Intruder detected." Hearing this, he was startled. Before the gate appeared massive flames, and dozens of Fire God Palace guards, Hell Tier elite monsters, emerged before him. Looking at the monsters, he asked himself, "Hell Tier?" He looked at them, confused. "When did the dungeon turn Hell Tier? Did I trigger some special mechanism?" Those flame monsters attacked the skeleton warriors, resulting in 2 warriors being eliminated. Lin Moyu observed them, realizing they even had crowd control skills. He brandished his blade, power surging through his body.